What up? This is my free period. Oh, my knee getting better. This new diet is working. Anyhow, what's going on, y'all? This is my prep period, my free period. I had the most interest. Well, I had more of an in-depth conversation, and I had some in-depth conversations yesterday too with my students. So I'm gonna share that with y'all and probably bring that up on Tuesday. Anyhow, I don't even know who's coming in yet. Let me see. We got Little Rock, Arkansas. I'm thinking about Little Rock, Arkansas. Yeah. Little Rock 2517. Appreciate you coming through. Right. So, this is my little time where I'm just going to be working on some stuff and talking. So, I got a couple of hours to kill. Let me see. I got to plug all this stuff up in here. We got Judge in the building. What's going on, Big Judge? What's going on? I know he working, so we gonna be working. Me and Judge is too much damn near alike. Everybody keeps, probably think different. No, it's if I'm working the same time I'm on live stream, he do the same thing. He doing more of the hard work. Like that's the thing. I'm like, dude, you up here, laying towel and shit and fixing electricity and stuff while you on a live stream. Like, damn. Okay, dog. You got a Raphael in the building. What's going on, fam? Hope all is well with you. What is going on with you? It is 3,000 up in this bad boy. Okay, let me put Judge in here. Well, hold on, Judge. Let me break down my stuff first. Because I gotta put my spell in, because you guys be having that good old cutoff game. So I gotta put my spell in so people will know what's going on with this with our kids, man. Woo. I don't even know if it's good or bad, and it has a lot to do with Cobra Kai. To be honest, man, if y'all pay attention to the Cobra Kai, you got Miyagi Do and you have Cobra Kai, but there's two Cobra Kais. There's one with Johnny and there's one with Kreese, and you have to start coming in. I mean, you have to start thinking about when like for example when Johnny took in the Cobra Kai people, he took in pretty much everybody. But when Johnny left, Kreese was like, "Hey, you're not Cobra Kai material, right?" Whereas Miyagi Do, they're bringing in whatever people came in that felt rejected or whatever, and give them the whole thing or whatever, right? And I thought about it too, as far as the archetypes going in these different dojos and how these kids fit in today in this generation. Remember, the whole thing where the girl wanted to be a part of this stuff, and she said, well, something about pronouns and stuff. So we're gonna get into that a little bit. We got Sheed in here. That is Mr. Reliable. What is Raphael saying? He says, yeah, I'm nervous about going back to school because I don't want to go in person. Like, I'm super duper nervous right now, and I haven't got any updates and anything, but I'm super duper nervous. Okay, we got it, fam. Art Beats in the building. We got sister. You're not Tanya the Toya the tutor anymore? What happened to the tutor part? Oh, that's right. That's her married name. That's her YouTube married name. What's going on, sister? How's it going? So I guess we're in double digits right now. So I'll go and break it down, y'all. This was kind of interesting, okay? Because this class was majority girls, Oh man, that might, when I put the link in, that's going to be a real good thing to talk about with Artisan and Judge. Okay, because we were talking about the archetype in guys in school, right? We were talking about the genetic makeup, damn near the mindset, right? So I was asking, like, okay, well, I went down to single digits. Damn, tell me how you really feel. But anyhow, I'll go along with it because I'm not, because I know people want to come up, Judge want to come up, so I get it out of the way. Um, but I was like asking the girls because wasn't too many guys in the class. I might have had about like four dudes maybe. Because some of the guys checked out. I thought I wasn't hard. I thought I wasn't too hard on the guys, but I guess I have to, you know, lower my delivery. But sometimes I'm like the dude from South Central. The when he was in prison, and the Muslim dude with the kufi, and the white dude tried to do a little something to OG Bobby Johnson. He came through and said, "Ain't he a man?" I'm like that. Leave that man alone. Anyhow, um, but it's pretty interesting because I was asking, like, give me a percentage, because we were asking about a percentage of guys on the high school campus that puts out this masculine frame, athletic body, deep voice, that kind of thing, edge a little bit. You know what the percentage was? The girl said about 5%. They said 5%. Okay. Then we talked about what the guys do, right? Most of the guys around here, we say it in these spaces. Video games, anime, manga, movies, got no interest in girls. Not that much interest in girls. And so we started like kind of peeling the layers. We were like, okay, in my world, in these video games, I'm the winner. I'm the prize. The fact that I know all the codes, the fact that I'm the expert in all these different things, I'm gonna always walk away with the girl in the video games. Why should I be with you? Why should I be with you? Matter of fact, why should I even work out? Why should I change my exterior to please you? So the thing was, I asked the girls. I said, y'all complaining about these guys doing the video games and all this stuff. Y'all complaining, whatever. If you were to talk to them and say, and then and ask these guys, or actually no, if they were to ask you ladies, what would make them want to put the video games down to be with you? And the only thing they can think about is because I'm a girl. I said, wow. I said, can't y'all come up with something else? Because remember, we got Instagram models, we got all kinds of things that they always get from video or digital referencing. So for some reason, we talk about Latinas and all that, but what about the videos? What about the digital stuff? I think they winning. Kind of weird, man. Because we don't see a lot of us. We're in our grown-up world, we're in our adult world, but we're not really paying attention. I'm in the groups. Since some of you guys have individual children, I get it, but let's keep it 100. Do your individual child come home to share everything that's going on here, right? And so we were talking about also, um, the fact that the girls here are highly competitive while the guys are more laid back and keep to themselves. Oh man. Oh yeah, let me see what Dre saying here. That sounds about right. I've seen women do that when I'm like, you give me some money? I'm like, well, why? Because I'm a girl. These guys are calculating. They're like, they don't care. Say that sounds, but oh, he put it in the same way. And he says that is a entitled bar. Yeah, it's deep, man. Cause and me, Art of It more, and Artisan, and I believe it might have been probably what's the brother's name? Cause he hadn't been in a while. That's why when you guys don't be around, I don't know, I don't remember you. Uh, it'll come back. African brother. God damn, can't believe I forgot his name. Anyhow, we were talking about those cosplay girls. Remember? So we were talking, and think about this, y'all. It seems like some of these girls that become geeks have a better chance of getting these guys than the chick that's hella dolled up. Think about that. Yeah, Charles was there. He was there. Um, but think about that. So the girl that's dolled up, Instagrammed up, whatever, she ain't gonna chase the geek, but she wants the geek. She wants the geek's attention, right? The little video game guy attention. She wants him to notice her and all that, but she ain't playing video games with him. She don't know the characters. She ain't watching anime with him. She'll probably pretend, but he knows the difference between the girl that knows her stuff about this whole thing about anime and video games versus the ones that pretended. And nobody likes a pretender, right? Now I'm not broad stroking everybody. I'm just saying we're just having that talking about the conversation we had. So it seems like they have a better chance to be with these guys. And don't get me wrong, just because you playing video games and anime don't mean you ain't making money. So everybody can get it when it comes to that. But the thing is, we're talking about teenagers and how we're talking about the pudgy. We're talking about there's so many pudgy guys around here, soft, uh, even fragile. It's a lot of these guys, and they keep to themselves. I mean, some of them are in groups. Even the gangsters are harmless. Okay, dang, I get a troll for this too. Damn, they troll all our stuff, man. I could be talking about stay in school and say no to drugs. I'm trolling him, but I'm sitting there like, dang, this is 2022. And while we were talking, one of my trans students walked in late with a little gangster hat. Look with the tattoo. I said, wow. I wish I had this on video. Oh my god! But the girls were complaining, y'all. Yeah, that's all they into, video games and blah blah blah. I said, wow. And guess what? I didn't hear a peep out of the guys. No one dude stood up and said, "Hey, Palmer, that's wrong," or anything. I didn't hear any of them, or even explain. They just kept their head down and just kept working. And just remind you guys when I've been talking on some of these my lives, we go into the whole girls GPAs are much higher, and a lot of them are valedictorians. But at the same time, the alcohol consumption and substance consumption has increased tremendously within the girls. Meaning they're the most highest driven group in most of the schools. And I'm not sure if it's just, I mean, we're talking about the Latinas and the white chicks and the Asians. The black chicks pretty much, they're declining too, you know. I mean, but at the same time, they're way more assertive than the guys. So we'll get, we'll put that out there. But I want to share that with you guys because that's huge to me. It's like, okay, people, what's the usual story in high school, right? You learn who you are, you find out your weakness and your strength. You find out, okay, I'm good in math, I'm good in English. I'm a nerd right now, but later on I'm gonna work out a little bit. I'm gonna do a little something, make something of myself. So I'm gonna still be nerdy, but I'm still discovering my other stuff too. So you got those options. Some of these guys are just stuck in this bracket, right? And then the thing is, sometimes when you're on that forceful stuff, sometimes when you're on that forceful stuff, it makes it worse. You notice that they reject your wisdom when you're a little bit more forceful. So it's a different ball game with this generation, y'all. Different ball game. Um, but that was something that we talked about. And then the other part too, as a male teacher, hold on, let me read some of this stuff here. Because I'm gonna warn some of you guys because it might be in other professions too. He said because girls, for the most part, are very boring and one dimensional. And that's the answer, or they don't want to engage with three girls and their attitudes. They are extra masculine now with masculine tendencies. Yeah, the girls, yeah. And he says, look at how much attention to detail that's put into girls. And salute. Appreciate you, fam. Yeah, but that I thought about it. I was like, you got girls, because the thing about it is, you still got girls that they wear their hair a certain way, they try to wear the makeup, try to wear the tight clothes, all that stuff, nails, glamour this, whatever. And guys, a lot of these guys are like, okay, let me go ahead and finish this game. No compliments, because you got to remember. See, y'all got to see. People have this thing about what Hammer said, but think about it. What if a guy just, a lot of guys are thinking like, if I say something to this chick about how good she looks, I might get me too. It may not happen, but they're thinking this. I can't give you a compliment. I can't just say, hey, you did your hair. Oh wow, that looks nice. Oh, you look different, man. Wow, you look beautiful. I mean, you can't really say any of those things these days, even at the job site, right? Um, I've always been that way to where I really stay away from that compliment stuff because no matter what, it's gonna always be taken the wrong way. Even if it's a fat, ugly chick, you trying to make her feel good, it's still gonna be considered harassment. So these young dudes can't even be authentic about how they want to express themselves to appreciate the beauty of the opposite sex. So hey, Instagram ain't gonna take me to court. Facebook ain't gonna take me to court. Video games ain't gonna take me to court or get me arrested. They have this mindset, y'all. It's huge, man. It's huge. And the thing is, I mean, I'm gonna get me a group. I'm gonna get my geeks now before the year's over, and have that conversation. Because remember, I had my Latinas. I'm gonna get that as well. Um, very, very important, man. We beefing now. What is he talking about? What the hell? Uh-oh. Did my thing freeze? Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Let's see. Here we go. Let me read you guys stuff. We got Dead Set in the building. Charles says a lot of the boys are going through a delayed adulthood as well. Yeah, it's called electronics. Juan G's. He says, "Yo, Art, we beefing now. Beefing for what? Let's see. When you take sex out of the the equation, why would boys and young men be particular interested in socializing with younger females? Yeah, tell me about it. Even as women, I cannot compliment another woman without them thinking I'm hitting on them. Yeah, it's a whole lot of boring stuff with them with no particular upside to males. Yeah. He said, I'm joking, man. That's my Leo brother. Respect to the channel. Appreciate you, Rogus. Says, what it do, brother? All right, I'm going to put the link in the chat in a few seconds. I, I did a response video. Do that dope community poll you did. Okay. I'm going to check it out, man. Check it out. Did you say you look nice? See that then keep it moving. Leave that in your wake, and if she choose to come to you, it is then up to her. It's like leaving your phone. No, if she wants you, she will call. Oof, I feel bad for these kids. She said, "Go, good day, good lady." Oh, okay. Said, yeah, I'm gonna check it out, Em. Um, but the thing is that I had some girls yesterday complain about I'm just gonna say some people on staff here give compliments to girl. The stuff that an uncle would say, right? Or, a father even. The girls figure that the guy is hitting on them. And I'm sitting there like, damn. See that? The girl yesterday was saying, yeah, he was saying, you need to really watch out about these guys and blah blah blah, and you need to make sure that you're around some better companionship and blah blah blah. I think that's too much. That's what she said. I said, whoa, right? And I'm like, and I said, that's it. She said, "Yeah, that nobody, we don't hear nobody else talk like that." My whole thing is this, y'all. It's like the way the world is going right now. You're gonna have to keep your distance with everybody, because I get it. Some things are inappropriate. You can't do the hugging anymore. You can't. Hell, even a handshake probably gonna be um harassment. So I think that's where that's the direction we're going into, y'all. And the thing is, the response is these young guys. I think that's the response. The response is, okay, if you guys like roll like that, I'm just not interested. You know, Sometimes think about it. Could the whole digital world, video games, could that be a protective mechanism? That's huge, man. That is huge, dude. I'm sorry. I mean, like, I don't know how it is for you guys. Let me read some of you guys stuff here. We got Ray Hamna right there. We got Yango Savage says, "What happens when they stop saying anything to them?" That's what it comes to, y'all. That's what I'm saying. So, all right. I bet you glad you didn't have I just said that to them, Wadner. I said, I'm glad I don't have a daughter because I'll be worried. I'll be worried. And we got Rogan. She says, "Yikes! when it gets to this level, level, stick a fork in his done. We got BMT said, girl, said same people take it so far. Yeah, it says am nameless. Oh, that's BMT. Shout out to BMT. Nameless says I have really been trying to warn people about this. And once, oh, that's Charles. Said Nameless says it is a form if rebellion are. It says roguish. Says pretty soon there's going to be legislated greetings just like it in the movie Demolition Man. Wow. It's going to be interesting, y'all. I'm telling y'all, it's going to be this direction where we headed. Um, he said if instead of okay, like Hoover Strike says, they have set things up to give females almost exclusive control over mating market, and the majority of males don't think it's worth the hassle. That's where we at, y'all. I know people get mad about talking about dating and mating, but if you don't date and mate, how's the world gonna be populated? I don't get it. And welcome, we got Raphael and we got Judge in the building working. I'm working too, man. I'm up here working while I'm on a little break. We on break right now. It said, and one said, I'm glad I don't have any children in this climate. Yeah. I mean, the reward though of having children is if they bypass this madness. They like you like that's that whew, you know. So what's going on, you guys? What do you guys think of that? I don't know if I said enough. I think that was all we discussed today. But I thought I'd share that with
Yeah.
you guys while it's fresh.
What's going on, man?
What's going on, fellas? What's
I
going
feel
on?
I feel sorry
What's
for
going on?
it's really messed up.
I feel sorry for this generation because we in this whole everything is about technology, and that's how I feel. Everything is about technology, and and nothing is like about how it was back in the times when I was born. You know what I mean? Like, for example, you can go you can go on Facebook and hook up with a chick instead of going outside your house. It's just a whole different ball game, and it's like, wow. And to be honest with you, I didn't think it was going to get to this point.
Wow. And we got Dead Set up in the building. Also, let me read these comments. Nameless says adoption, artificial wombs, and eugenics. That's pretty much the future if we maintain course. But with them changing the meaning of family, alphabetization, practices may be the new form. It says bypass. Our M1 says bypass the madness. Ain't happening. And BMT says my daughters clown the boys and the boys run after the girls until they are willing to talk. Oh, they're not over here, fam. Wagner says, when I become a teacher, high school teacher, I'm gonna put those fast teenage girls in their place. Super fast. Don't want to lose my license for
Mhm.
nothing.
So you got to
It's,
really be careful nowadays. Like even most men, we realize it's just not worth the chase and all that shit. And I ain't even gonna lie. When I meet somebody, hey, either we fucking or I see you tomorrow.
and then we got Ray. He says, and people are against black men dating women overseas. Says Tanya. Oh, Tanya's talking over her boo. Say, hey, Art, the issue isn't the world remaining populated. Issue is the world remaining largely populated. They never really wanted a lot of people anyway. Well, they gonna get their wish. Let's see. Dr. John Calhoun's work is nameless. is literally all about spelling this out with napkin and crayons. It's really a good idea to review his material if you haven't yet. And then AM1 says, nameless. Most people can't even see the course, let alone think to change course. And Rogan says, really bullet points. And appreciate you, J Bones, for the super chat. That's the 99 man. That's the what do you call it? Herman Cain dude. It said, and BMT said, this is just the way of the world. Nothing new, just a different era. And let's see. All right. So Dad said you didn't have anything to say, brother. Dad said.
Well, I mean, I'll take a different take on it because, again, technology changes, humans don't change that fast. So, as fast as the technology changes, our needs are going to remain the same for a long time in the future. That's going to change slowly. So, we're going to have this tension until we reach that point that Nameless is talking about. And when we do get to that point, I'm not even sure what it's going to look like.
Yeah, man. That was. I mean, and that's the fun part about talking to a group of teenagers because they don't have too many reasons to lie. Even if they're lying, you can see the truth in the lie. That's what makes it so valuable. Because a lot of people try to hide things, for whatever reason. They're like, oh, you hear people on these panels when they're being disingenuous, and you're like, come on, man, because they got some things to hide. They don't want to know that you have to pay a lot of bills or something, or you made bad decisions, so they try to hide behind that. These kids don't give a crap, you know. But it's pretty. Oh, go ahead, y'all.
Okay, can I say something on that? I hate to say this is the problem, and I believe too, we have too much money involved in keeping us separate. Like the social media and everything controls what we do, controls the opinion in some way, because whatever they push is better. Now, think about it. I say on a social media platform, the more you guys don't interact with each other in the real world and interact online, I make money. So I want to keep you online. It's kind of like remember in Lawnmower Man 2, where he was trying to get everybody else to like jack into the computer system and live their life online.
Mm-hmm.
See what the advertising are doing now. They're trying now. It's not conclusive for advertisers or any of these platforms for you guys to be in a relationship. You spend less money. There's less ad revenue. There's less everything. It's conclusive. Their bottom line is keep you engaged online. That's why sometimes they'll push a bullshit message if they know it's going to keep you jacked into the system. They want to keep you jacked because what? It's even known that even women spend less money when they're in a relationship. It's known that. So what do we got to do? We got to keep you guys out of relationships. And then what we do is we'll keep the people that don't realize what the system is and how the scam works, is they're going to try their hardest to be in a relationship and buy their women or buy them everything they want and try to give them as much money as possible. So they find a way to capitalize and make money off that group. It has nothing to do with anything. It's all about money. Like with this 19 that's going around, I hate to say, 19 is here to stay. It's going to be an every year thing because it's too much money. I told everybody, like, hey, maybe you don't realize it. I said, if I was running the thing, yeah, I would have, say if I just had control and it was me to release it and do all that, I would have done the same thing. And people say, oh my gosh, all those people got hurt. But they don't care about people getting hurt. Look at the shit you watch on TV.
Right.
How they can let a certain group just fall by the wayside, don't care about to get hurt. Look at the boys reading at a fourth grade level in high school. If that was anybody else, it'd be a problem. But they realize, no, it's money in that. We're making money off of them. So we don't care what happens.
Now think about this. Go ahead. Somebody. Oh, okay. Who else? Somebody was going to come in.
Right. They're making. Yeah. How you doing? They're making money, and if they're going, I feel like this. They're making money off of this whole virus and this whole pandemic, anything that they see an opportunity to make money, they're going to do it. And that's just how I feel. Like they're going to do
But I'm going to remind you guys, and I guess you guys hit the like button and share. I appreciate BGS and AM1 for sharing. Um, everybody loves a winner, right? Everybody loves a winner. So again, in the virtual world, I'm the winner. I can control the outcome. The fact that I'm able to compete with my controller in my hand and my mind align with the controller and the images there, nothing else around me matters. So this chick is switching. She got her ass out. She looked hella fine, but based on the knowledge that I've gathered and the stuff that I've been seeing, the fact that I am somebody told me to get my mouthpiece right, get some good game, say to spit the right stuff or whatever. It's not worth it because I'm the winner in this world. We're talking about teenage mind. Now, growing up and going into the future, what's next?
That's, I think we see the outcome of that already, Art, because
Hmm.
at the end of the day, nature begins to take hold. And we all know this, that what brings people most value are the connections between themselves and another person or other people. And that's when all of that crap goes out of the window, and then we face all of this regret, or the women face all of this regret. Because how many videos or how many testimonies have we seen where women just like, I should have gotten that man at this point, or I should have done this, or I should have done that, and they're already on the other side of the hill.
But the
So
only
I,
person,
yeah.
oh, go ahead, fam.
So I think nature is undefeated.
Yeah, speaking of that, okay, because they always say the girls develop first faster than the guys, right? For according to science. But the other thing too is the guys that are developed that are not as much in the video games are older dudes. So on one hand, if they get with the older dudes, it appears to be like some pedal stuff. But on the other hand, them the only dudes available, and they're talking about lowering the age of consent in a lot of these different states. So is this by design, or I mean, what's going on here?
So okay, so I'm here to defend the gaming community because that's what I'm a part of. I'm a deep component in there. Uh, I'm a game master. I run gaming channels, and you already know I got different councils all over. So when it comes to that, one, the digital verse between talking online or different other stuff, yeah, you can be whatever you want to be, or you can talk about, or you can find a community that fits you. It's pretty interesting. Um, as far as it goes, now people have options. I think that's the thing about it, versus the people who don't have options. Um, and I think that some people, I think that's why it's new to some people, because the people who never didn't have these type of options, they're looking at it, wow, I can't believe y'all doing it or talking like that. Versus the people who are making their type of wave, like now we got girls who are stepping into gaming. You know what I'm saying? And
Did you hear what I said about that, BMT?
I didn't get to
Like
hear everything.
the part was because I'm glad you brought that part up. Okay, so as far as the girls getting the gaming stuff, isn't that another way to get the guy rather than trying to doll up and look all quote unquote lovely?
It is.
You know,
It is
the
definitely a
long.
perk.
Okay, go ahead.
That is definitely a perk. A big perk now because guys that find girls that can game, they're
Hmm.
definitely sought after. Like actually, they have some of the biggest channels in Twitch streaming, restream, um, hell on Facebook. So the girls that can game, shit, they actually make way more money than most women even on YouTube do. And
But don't they
that's
get
because
more of attention than the IG model?
hell yeah, what? They dwarfed them.
Come on, speak on
They
that, please. Speak on that.
they dwarfed. That's what I said.
Of
Like
course.
they dwarfed them because you're tapped into a world of a community that was always men's world, but you're a girl in that world, and you're a female, and there's not that many females in the gaming community. Like you can look up any forum or game thing. Now you're starting to see gamer female teams, so they get highly the composite of praise because it's not. I guess now you're seeing it where it's an unnatural natural thing now coming where now you're starting to see the girls are starting to come into that now, and shit, they make money. Actually, if you actually, that's why you're starting to see these new talking points, these new storylines. Do I think it's reshaping on how the gaming community is? I'm not gonna lie, I did fight against it at first, but I'm like, oh my god, they're changing our community, and we got to watch what we say and different other stuff. But now I'm like, 4 years in, I'm like, okay, I'm over it now. Like they're here, they're not going anywhere. You know, my sister was playing Super Mario. Now I'm seeing all these girls play PlayStation and other games and first-person shooters, and I'm like, okay, like, it's different now. But
Let me
definitely,
put a good question out here though. Did Me Too infiltrate gaming yet?
Yes, it
yes,
Ooh,
yeah, they
speak on that, y'all.
did.
um,
Gamergate.
yeah, definitely they did. They definitely got anime. Shit, they definitely took that
Mhm.
down. You gotta watch what you say. You definitely better watch
She
what
got
you
to do that in
say.
gaming too. Oh wow.
Yeah. I've had to kick out high. I've had to kick out high earners in the gaming community. That I'm talking about at tournaments, like tournaments that bring in $5,000 and $10,000. I had to kick them out because of things that they've said to female components, or they'll be like, men have a certain way how we talk to each other, but now that there's women there, or sometimes they'll like, hey baby, like some of these guys, they've always been just focused on gaming, never on really girls. And now that the females are there, it's something new because they're like, oh shit. And sometimes, I'm not gonna lie, the girls do use their sexual charm, and I have to warn a lot of the guys like, hey man, like, don't look at her cleavage, just focus on the game. Don't do this.
Don't go to the light.
Don't go. Stay away. Like stay out of that shit. I'm seeing two different things. I'm seeing a lot of femicide type of females and a lot of feminists and LGBT girls show up. And and it's getting really bad because the guys are feeling like, damn, our space is being taken. And I'm like, shit. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I even almost lost my job one time, but I said something to a female like, stop bitching. Oh my God, did you hear what he just called me? And I'm like, well, stop bitching. Like, you lost. And I almost lost my job. And I'm like, I got reprimanded for that shit. And I guess she said she was a minority. I'm like, bitch, I'm black. What the fuck you talking about? Like, how are you a minority? I'm a whole fucking black man in the gaming community. Like, where's my representation like that? So, it's interesting because a lot of guys have to be very wary and mindful of that. Women do know how to use gaming to get men, like buy a man a gaming console or buy games or shit like that, because they know that's what men like. And literally, the way how they are now, it's definitely a different world, man. But as far as it goes for the sexual market, yeah, they're in there now. You can't get them out. You can't get them out of that. They got that shit on lock. I don't even say nothing. I can't afford to get written up no more. So I don't say nothing out of code now, boy. I say what I'm supposed
That's
to.
deep, man. You dropped a bombshell on that one, man.
I don't say nothing. I'm trying to tell you, and I've been a judge in the gaming community for about 10 years, and I almost lost my license. I said, nope, not over you, Warp, not over you.
And we got my little brother here, Complex, in the building. along with Nameless, the protagonist. So, have you guys
Hey,
heard the whole spiel, my whole BS on these kids and y'all future generation for y'all kids?
I was I was listening. I was kind of in and out between like calls and stuff like that. But I was listening to the gaming aspect and all of it. I just put a link in the private chat. I just did an esports upload to the Brain Trust like 2 days ago or yesterday. I'm not sure, it was a day or two ago.
I need to share it. I'll share
Yeah,
it.
you can share it or show it, but I just wanted to kind of illustrate
Because I'm on my phone.
okay. You can or share it, or I think I just throw it in there.
Are you just starting out doing esports,
Yeah.
Complex? Are you just starting out
say
doing?
say that again, bro.
Are you just starting out? Are you doing your own esports convention, or are you just joining into the family?
No, what I do is I sim race. I race a Porsche 911 991 GT3 in AC.
Okay.
Yeah, and I do. I do it in various leagues and stuff. So what I've been doing is kind of like doing these uploads to the Brain Trust to kind of introduce people into this sort of new sporting venue, right? Because it's actually a competitive venue.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, the AI, the physics engines, basically ACC runs on Unreal Engine. I just covered this like yesterday or the day before on the Brain Trust with regards to like implementation of like Unreal Engine, which is artificial intelligence and 3D processing engine, graphics engine that's powering the NVIDIA Omniverse.
Yes.
Okay, this is some hardcore shit. So the technological capabilities of this type of software emulates the real world race car dynamics to such a degree that you now have real world race teams that poach drivers out of sim racing. Okay. Because if you can wheel a fucking Porsche around Misano circuit within 2 to 3 tenths of one of their top team drivers, guess what? They want to talk to you.
Okay, so mainly,
the military's been doing that too for a while as well.
Yes, with all the Call of Duty and all that other stuff.
Yeah, and the onset of VR has made that go even deeper.
So what we're looking at though is how how's that shaping the teenagers on how they interact with each other. That's the huge part. Is as far as between the relationship and how boys and girls interact now.
Didn't we talk about this the other day, Complex?
Man, okay.
Yeah, I want to say, Nameless, I want to say we did actually have a conversation about this on Wacky O's, was it? I'm trying to remember.
It was last week sometime when we got into it.
Yeah. No, I remember we talked.
Right.
Yeah, we went down this road, right?
Right.
I think my angle on it is because I've like ran motorsport programs in real life, and because I know sim racing and esports emulates real life motorsport to such an extent when we're talking about things like Fanatec peripherals, right? Like direct drive steering wheels and these load cell pedals, which basically give you the same inputs and same sensations in a real fucking race car, right? Then you add on Unreal Engine that's powering all this and all that kind of stuff. And so we're literally talking about a submersive environment. And because now we're doing that, but now you have like Mercedes, McLaren, Porsche, all these companies, right, that are involved in this stuff. Like I said, they actually start poaching talent. So now we need to look at this venue from an industrial standpoint. It's not simply gaming at this point.
No getting off track.
But that's those borders being crossed, right? Where you take a look at what's happening with the social environment being extended, because that's what I see this as. It's kind of like the cyber world is becoming a superposition between the physical environment and the social environment, because you can terraform a physical environment in the virtual world and reinstate another form of social interaction that's not in either or, not fully. You understand what I'm saying? So if we understand that the mind is what begins the impetus of our communication, then we have to look at this from another linguistic perspective. And when I say language, that's getting into the bilingual concept I think we were touching on, Complex, about how people need to be versed in this physical reality and also be able to make those same parallels into the non-physical reality through
Yes.
the cyberverse. And I think
Yes.
that's the key to addressing a lot of these problems that we're seeing now in this transition phase, because
Yes.
it's been Generation X and millennials who have had a heavier experience with both worlds. We got to see the world before and after internet. And the way we approach it is still the way you would use a tool. But for a lot of the individuals coming up now, if there isn't a sharp interjection of the real world presented to them in their development outside the mundane world that they're used to, i.e. the school environment, the house environment, really making a connection with the outside world and the various forms of communication that needs to happen while they're in that neuroplasticity age before the ages of 7, they begin to have a favor towards or demonstrate a favoritism towards the non-physical realm, because why not? And I think that's where we're running into a lot of those deeper social problems bubbling up to the surface. And if you default on your programming and we get back to the conversation about how do people gain perceived value in this current social environment, we're back to the intrinsic value that's being plastered all over the place for being female is outweighing the intrinsic value of most boys in this environment. So the default reaction and rebellion to that ends up being, well, if I can't be recognized in the physical world, I'll go to the non-physical world and be something. And
Well, I would.
it
That's
creates that imbalance. But go ahead, fam.
Well, let me
ahead,
say
Mike.
this. So, and I'm not gonna tell you what you gotta have to find it for yourself. There's a game that boys are playing that you can pay to play to have a girlfriend.
Ooh.
Now,
Oh God. Oh God.
you can say
Ooh.
you can't. I get we can say that because you're older men. We're seasoned. You know what I'm saying? So how we feel about it, you can't shame these men and these women because they're getting their satisfaction of what they want. It's like that. It's like those movies where they paying to stay in the virtual world, but they can be whatever they want to be. And so long as both parties agree to it, and I didn't believe it until I watched my friend play it. And he literally right now he's in a 7-month relationship with this girl. I don't know who the fuck she is, but she's playing along with him. And literally, they literally are paying virtual currency. Like you actually pay money and it's turned into so. How everybody was like, go to this new currency.
Bitcoin.
That same currency that they buying goes actually into that gaming world. That actually, so mind you, she's everything he wants. She calls him in the morning. She tells him about the breakfast. She texts up on him.
Y'all hearing this?
Yeah.
Huh?
People thought I was making this up. Y'all need to go watch that movie, Her.
No, listen. I love him. I love him. And this is a 32-year-old man, and he's happy. He is happy with his. He is happy with his. There's nothing. I've already tried to take him out on a double date. I've already taken him out to hookah lounges. But if his cyber mate, as we call it, calls him, and see, this is why I say you can't shame this new generation. No matter what y'all say to the men and the women, you can't shame them because they're engraved into this type of world now.
But BMT, it's not a shaming. It's not a shaming, right? This is this has been like the fucking cornerstone of the Black Brain Trust. It's what it is. It's a conscious application. Do we have to fucking understand the technology we're engaging with? So much so to the point that we actually wield it for our advantage. So let me give you an example of what I'm talking about, right? Because
I just want to say before you start, I don't think we're shaming because we have the synapses of engineers on the outside. You know what I'm saying? Like we know how to.
No, I got you.
But those who are born or have a subconscious need it's like they're heroin. Like once they, you know what I'm saying? It's like how motherfuckers were addicted to Candy Crush, and literally
Well,
that was
okay,
the actual thing.
it's
They
it's
were addicted.
basically it's a dopamine fix, right? I mean, it's
There
the
you
thing
go.
that like kind of that swings our emotional states, right?
But
And I
complex.
get
Here's the thing: we
what's up.
share those same synapses. The synapses that connects that dopamine hit for crack is the same
It's the
one
same.
that
It's the same
connects for social
fucking.
dynamic.
It's the
Right.
same. It's the same hormone, right? It's the
It's following the
same.
same pathway. It's just a
Yeah,
different
that's what I
frequency.
mean.
It's
It's
the
just like a
same
hit
thing.
is a hit is a hit is a
Right.
hit is a hit is a hit is a hit.
But
Doesn't
that's
matter if it's
why.
in a negative expression or a
Right.
positive expression. And
Right.
so this is where I want to orient this shit, right? I would say, fuck it. If this is what's going to be, orient it towards a positive, right, result from this, right? If we're going to engage in it, hey, like I said, dude, I'm a race car driver. This is what I like to do. And what I also understand is just like in the real world where Porsche has the Tag Heuer Porsche Cup, guess what they also have in sim racing? They have the iRacing Tag Heuer Porsche Cup. And you know what the winner gets at the end of the season? $100,000 goddamn dollars and a seat with a team.
But here's
Well, I
the
only got
thing,
one point.
complex. At the end of the day, and I'll get back to you, Disset. At the end of the day, you will find that people are very split about this. There's a lot of people who are almost violent against that idea. And this is where I go back again to how I said that the culture has to give right of way and respond to the progression of the civilization and the technology. And when the technology outpaces the culture at a rate like this, the culture has to find a solution. And what I observe is that most people are so far behind on what's going on. They don't understand that these kind of things are cultivated. For example, there was this anime Chobits.
Yeah.
That anime Chobits is exactly what BMT's talking about. I think that anime came out early 2000s.
Mm-hmm.
This is a legit thing now. You've got apps on your phone where you can have virtual girlfriends that do the exact same thing. But let me dial it half step back. You can actually, and see, I'm coming from the other side of the gaming world. I do MMOs. I do MMOs, MOBAs, and some FPSs. That's my playhouse.
Okay.
So
Okay.
there's a measure of cooperation that's intrinsic and socialization that's supposed to be intrinsic in a lot of these games, i.e., you develop an avatar and your avatar develops a reputation within a social world, and your ability to produce value based on the role you've chosen to play within this world, etc., gives you a measure of adaptability to whoever you get involved with. But as the environment has begun to change, and as more people get more individualistic, even within an MMO, you have services that are being automated now where you can pay to get party members. You can pay to have people basically help you play the game. And I don't mean like just to get ranking. I mean to casually be a friend for you online while you're playing these games.
It's a socialization mechanism, dude. It kind of lends into the whole transhumanism conversation because
Right.
what it does is it moves our socialization mechanisms from the third dimensional realm into a digital one, right? We
Right.
start to become more accustomed to interacting from a social environment in a non-social environment. Like,
Well, it's
just let
commoditizing.
that one make sense, y'all.
Right, it's commoditizing the social part of it all, and like you literally pay these people to perform these services, and this is kind of what I'm tying into. Like, if you've got people who are now being socialized to commoditize
Right.
social engagement,
Yeah.
the culture has to come up with an answer
Well,
to that.
and the thing is, because I actually, I actually talked about this, man, like 7 years ago on my MGTOW channel, right? Um, the what's going on, and Kurzweil said this, and Heidegger said this, man, back in the 50s and 60s about in the state of being, okay? Culture can only move so fast. Culture is
Right.
passed down from parent to child. Okay, it can only move so fast. It can't move as fast as this modern technological environment. It's impossible to do that unless you biologically change the people. It's impossible. So that's like we see this fracturing that's going on in society. We think we're pushing people into something that's positive. No, it's not. That's why you think you have all these anxious people that can't get together. Why you think you have damn near people acting out on this behavioral cliff like Nameless has been talking about, where you have whole societies that are just wrecking each other. Okay, look at South Korea that went from an agricultural society in 1960 to this modern society in the 2020s, right? Their birth rate is like below point 0.8. Okay, below point 0.8. Down from six, they went from six children per woman down to point 0.8. Man, their society is actually fracturing and splintering in two. Culture cannot keep up with this pace unless you biologically change the people. It's impossible. So
So
society is going to break. It broke the first industrial revolution, right? We think that this stuff just happens and then just people get shift with it. Man, it took like 80, 90 years for people actually catch up with the first industrial revolution. What's going to happen now when things are going like 10 times the pace?
Well, I was going to say it's Moore's law comes into effect, and this is why what we have to do is do a wholesale rethinking of the paradigm that we're in. Right? I don't think
You
what we do is.
you can rethink all you want. Culture only moves at a certain pace. You can't
I get
speed
it.
it up without
let me
fracturing.
No,
so
I'm not
let me say
making an
this.
argument. I'm not making an argument towards that. What I'm
Hmm.
saying is that you have to retool culture to adapt to the technological environment,
You
i.e., technocracy.
you
So, I
can't
mean,
you can't retool culture. That's the whole thing. It's like it's
no, I can't
hold on a second.
retool culture writ large. No,
Hear me out. Okay, hear me out.
I
Retool.
was speaking and you interrupted me.
Oh,
Okay.
come on now. Let's not do that.
Well, I don't
Because
want to
that
do
was
that, but
supposed to be
come
a
on.
long time ago, okay?
I'm just
So
saying.
let's
Because no, what I'm saying
Okay.
is that
Okay. Go ahead.
that's not what I'm implying.
Okay.
So I want to make sure I'm clear, because that's not what I'm implying.
We'll make it clear.
Because in all waves of nature, hasn't there always been like mass extinctions and shit like that? So no, you can't save the whole fucking culture writ large. No, you can't. The only thing you can do is adapt, and those who have the ability to do so have the best chances for survival. Or am I wrong on this?
We don't know because it's never happened before.
So let me
It's like a comet hitting the Earth. Okay, will you survive or will you die out? Or are you going to retool into something else where you're no longer human?
let me say this. So I remember if y'all remember when they started introducing dating apps,
Hmm.
and
That's like
that was
15
the
years ago. 15
right,
years ago.
right. And so first you had eHarmony, Black People Meet, Farmers Meet. Like they were doing stuff to speed up
Christian Mingle.
Christian Mingle. Thank you. So you started getting all these apps. The algorithm was choosing your mate for you. So you
Hmm.
had it where the computer was looking for the best mate, not off of said experience, not off of said culture, not off of said, hey, no, ain't no computer gonna say, hey, you should go meet that person's family to
Yeah.
truly know if they have any kind of mental stuff. You know what I'm saying? You can start finding hereditary stuff out
Yeah.
with that person. No, that's not what the computer would do. It just, if I go on Tumblr or Bumblebee, oh, okay, so this is what it says about you. Okay, I'm interested. Let's meet. Let's go out to eat. Let's have sex. And so you started the speed process, and then you started getting the speed aftermath. And so now you're starting to see it where people are crashing and burning
Yes.
because you're moving at a fast pace. Like, and trust me, I listen. I've been there. I've been there with the POF, the speed dating, and everything. And trust and believe you. That's why that's actually why you don't see eHarmony on TV anymore, because they had a big lawsuit because there was a lot of bad domestic and crazy relationships happening. But they were like, wait, it's not us. They put out there it wasn't us. We put your stuff in the computer, and the computer matches you up.
Yeah.
And that, and now, listen, it's like I don't know how we get. And me, Nameless, Nameless, me. You have the conversation of finding the balance, and I'm like, I don't know if computers can feel. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's certain things that you can only go but so far. Versus like my teacher would always say, I'm gonna take y'all calculators away. Y'all need to learn how to work out the problem without the calculator.
What's slide rule? Yeah. Yeah.
Right. And I'm like,
And
God, man, give me
that
the
was
calculator. He's like, no, you need to know how to do it without the calculator.
how far back that was, BMT. That was in the 70s because I was in chemistry class, right? And the calculators were just coming online, right? They refused to let us use calculators. That was back in the mid 70s. Okay,
Yeah, my
that's
teacher
how
used
far
to.
Yeah.
back
My
it
teacher
was.
would do that.
Yeah,
My teacher
but
would do that to us. Take our
but it's,
calculators away.
now the dating apps that started like in the late '80s, early '90s were there was dating services, online dating services weren't that big a deal until guess what? Until the iPhone. when
Right.
when when the internet became ubiquitous to everybody, that's when it started to change. That's when you start hearing shit like the 80-20 rule or the 90-10 rule, right? Where people started because every time I ask a guy like a Z or millennial about the 80-20 rule, I said, prove that the 80-20 rule exists, right? You know what the first thing they say? Go look at this app, this dating app.
Ah, yeah.
Go look at Plenty of Fish. Go look at OK Cupid. Go look at the algorithm. Right? I said, is the algorithm reality? Have you gone outside to actually prove the algorithm is correct? Well, no, I didn't. I said, why haven't you? Because it's easier to do it on the dating app. So in 15 years, we've actually changed the way people date in 15 years just by a device. In other words, go ahead.
No, but
Right.
see now, this is where now art. When you brought in about the gaming and the simulators and all the stuff, how
Mm-hmm.
this is now. If you ask most people how they find people, Facebook, Instagram,
Mm-hmm.
TikTok, they're all through simulations. They're all through
Mm-hmm.
But the
simulations
thing about
of
this, you
others.
guys, the reason why I
Yeah.
started this because even though you have dating apps, these boys don't even care about that. Their
That
whole world is virtual.
Yeah.
I mean,
But
like you
that's
guys.
what I'm trying to track back to.
Yeah.
Because what I've been trying to get back to is the original topic, is that as a parent, how do you reinforce the children their inevitable biological imperative in this environment? Because that's where the rubber meets the road. I mean, we
Mm-hmm.
can talk about all of this virtual stuff, but until that biological imperative is met, which is largely what culture is based on, we are going to find ourselves in this chaos.
Yeah, it is chaos because the biggest problem I'm having, okay, because outside of the technology, because this technology has been coming for 30 years. I've been following this stuff since like 1990. Okay, so it's slow to me. And I've seen this coming about nano wires and brain probes and virtual realities and we talk about the Unreal Engine. Man, I remember when the Unreal Engine was first invented. It was like brand spanking new. And when these people talk about it, I said, that shit's still around? Because I thought
Yeah,
they would
it's a
have moved on to
development.
something else. It's still around. Okay, that's Unreal Engine's like 25 years old. Okay, it's not. Yeah, it wasn't just invented yesterday. I remember they were talking about the guys actually inventing this stuff, inventing these engines, man, back in the mid 90s. Um,
They're on version 5 right now. So
yeah, yeah. What I'm talking about, I said I'm surprised that it's still around, that they haven't moved on to something else.
well, what they did was they acquired other, the company itself.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't. Like every other sort of tech venue, right? There may be like startups that might have, came up with a development that might clips yours like at some point in the future. So what you do, since you have the capital, you make a move to acquire them, right? So over time, Unreal Engine has acquired a lot of licenses, a lot of patents, right? To kind of become that, because like even that new Matrix movie, that was all Unreal Engine 5.
Yeah,
Yeah, they got a new
Yeah.
game coming out with that.
Yeah, I'm just. Well, I know that there's two components, right? The biggest driver in a lot of this stuff that's going on as we speak right now is the breakthrough that IBM came up with in 2015, actually miniaturizing a lot of these circuits. You know,
Yeah. The chip
so,
we covered like literally just a day or two ago. We covered the NVIDIA chip that they're developing for electric cars, right? This thing has the ability to process 176
yeah,
trillion processes a second.
yeah. But the thing is, okay, what you need to look at, and this is something that came out maybe 3 weeks ago, is the miniaturization techniques that IBM and Samsung are doing right now, where
Right.
they're also miniaturizing chip, but also stacking the chips. So you have
Stacking them. Yes.
stacking them, and that won't, you know, that's cutting edge, and that probably won't appear for another. I think they said another 2 or 3 years because
You
these
also
things
gonna
haven't
say,
started coming online.
BGS, I was also talking to that, right? Like why 2020? Well, this is why the last Tech Talk we did was the 2022 Tech Outlook, because coming out of this post-pandemic, right? So
Hmm.
now companies are, so everybody's starting to understand, right? Like this is kind of what it is now, right? However, global demands still have to be met. So now everybody's starting to hunker down on production schedules, right? 2022, 2023. No, I'm sorry, 2023 and 2024. Those are the next 2 years are going to be fucking crucial because everybody's putting production orders in now that everything is post all this whatever
pandemic. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
it's now
yeah.
it's all about, okay, we need to get back to how business is done. It's being done from a very analytical standpoint, understanding things, but there's no supply chain bottlenecks for the most part, right?
Yeah, go watch because it happened yesterday. Go watch CES. Go to
I was
PC
supposed to
World.
be there. Yeah, what
No,
happened there?
What I'm saying is go watch PC World and
Uh-huh.
because they did the PC the coverage of Nvidia, AMD, Nvidia, and Intel.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Heard about it.
Basically what happened is that what basically what Apple did was make a gamble and bought up most of the 5 nanometer processing. That and the M1 chip,
Wow.
chip just basically changed
It's
everything.
just, yeah,
Yeah,
the
yeah,
M1. Yep.
yeah.
What was that? 2020 they launched that M1 chip.
Because
Yeah.
they lost the M1 chip and they bought up all the fab. So TSMC is the only one that could
Wow.
actually do it because
Oh,
really what they did is marry the IBM technology with the AMD Infinity Fabric and put it into a chip.
and
There's
isn't
no other way to do
TMC,
it.
aren't they supposed to be
TSMC,
building? Yeah, THMC, aren't they supposed to be
yeah,
building
because
out a facility in Texas, right?
because you're I think it's Arizona.
Or is it Arizona?
The Arizona fabs are actually going to come online in 2026. Intel
Okay.
and TSMC. Well, it's the only place you can actually build out in the middle of the desert with
With
otherwise it's too
the
toxic.
weather.
No,
Yeah.
toxicity. Okay, these things are toxic. That's how come you moved them to Asia in the first
Well,
place.
yeah.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with the weather, but that's why they put it out in the middle of nowhere. And basically, you have your president actually twisting the arms of these people: IBM, Intel, Microsoft,
Mhm.
TSMC, and AMD, because they want to bring the fabs back to the
They
United
got to bring it
States.
all back.
Yeah, so that he twisted them arms, and plus, and Apple kind of pushed these people into
Well,
this sector,
well,
in this race.
you got Lucid out there in Casa Grande, Arizona, also, right? See, so we were covering how Arizona's kind of low key becoming like a tech hub in a lot
Yeah,
of
it's
ways.
like the new Plano. Like
This
Plano out here in Dallas is a
There,
lot like.
if you go back to the original lawsuits in Sunnyvale, California, that's still there.
Hmm. Hmm.
The Fairchild and the other people are actually building chips, and how they toxicified the
The water
environment,
supply.
the
Yeah.
water supply, and all that kind of stuff. That's how come they can't build them anyplace else except in the middle of the
Right,
desert,
right.
where nobody's gonna live. That's why they're putting them out there.
Yeah, like
And
literally Casa Grande, man.
Yeah.
shout
Go
out
ahead.
to Jay Shabazz for the Cash App. Appreciate it. Just bring back to the attention.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah,
we
Dead
already
Set's question,
established.
right?
Yeah, basically, people really. That's how come Green Gorilla was such a blessing to be in this space because Green Gorilla, he actually mentioned Heidegger. Okay, uh, the reason you have all these kids and all these people that are anxious is because society is moving way too fast for culture to keep up. Culture cannot keep up this pace. It's impossible for it to do it. I don't care
Did
how
you
what
guys
you
hear
do.
me?
Yeah. What?
Okay, I'm just checking. Go ahead.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, we
No,
have gotten off into the weeds. But what I'm saying is that we're just we're just hitting the on ramp to how this technological change is going to happen, right? We're just hitting the on ramp. We have no idea what's going to do to human beings because it never happened before. We have never sped up the physical environment this fast. Normally, culture is supposed to keep track with the physical environment, okay? And it's impossible for culture. Culture only changes like every 20 years. It cannot change from year to year. It cannot change every 5 years. That's going to have people anxious and cracking like this. Have people actually going nuts.
Well, what ends up happening is every year you basically get a functionally new generation.
Yeah.
And so within a single generation, I'd probably say starting around 2010, every 2 years is a new generation. and they're out here trying to relate with each other, and the kind of dissonance that occurs between the two. It's just the priorities are all over the place. And by the time you adopt to one need being met, the way in which that need can be met is being reintroduced by virtue of some new technology, or that technology has introduced a completely different field that never existed before. And then it ends up offshooting into all of these other social pressures that, previously didn't have a good answer, or they were in the midst of adapting to an older state. It just literally compounds. And that's what we're talking about when we make mention of this whole gap between the civilization and the culture. It plays out in the environment. And if people don't take the time to trace exactly where these problems are coming from, I think you can. But practically speaking, I don't see the aggregate doing it now. I think if you want to do something for your individual household, I think one of the better mitigation practices is going back to the way people handled initiation back in the day. Meaning you need to treat the virtual world like it's the spirit world, the way people did in antiquity.
Going back to that. So just real quickly, just to remind people, we were talking about the young boys, well, the teenage boys in school, not really being interested in the opposite sex, but more interested in virtual video games, anime, all that stuff, right? But as that time goes by, they're not interested in like going to the gym, working out. A lot of them get like out of shape. A lot of them are skinny. They don't even care about food. Whatever it is that while the girls are still trying to be IG, trying to have that look, things like that. My question is, I know some of those girls, that biology is kicking in to where, okay, dang, I can't find nobody. Either I'm going to do, try to get with this another girl, or is it a possibility that they're going to start lowering their standards on how guys should look?
I don't know. And here's why I say that, because what's actually happening, man, is things are getting more and more artificial. Like the standard, like you can take a look at it now if you just make a casual glance on social media. The expectation and standard of what's classified as attractive is getting more and more out there and disassociated with reality. And what's happening is there's this schism that's going on where there's a male expectation and a female expectation, and the two are no longer interdependent on each other. It's appearing as though there's just a separate female standard and a separate male standard, and they've got nothing to do with each other anymore. Yeah. And what I see happening is the genders effectively splitting and forming their own separate social groups on an intrinsic level, which completely defeats the purpose if you're trying to have an integrated society. It's more like a two different parallel societies that they're kind of inferring off of each other. And as of right now, the median between the two seems to actually be the alphabet community, which kind of picks and chooses both. It's a strange thing. And I think it's part of that hive dynamic I've been talking about, where the society is becoming essentially disgendered, and everything is just becoming more focused towards having a loyalty to the specific social cluster and specific social network you belong to, rather than the family dynamic. So the priorities are totally different.
Yeah, the whole society's turning into a cyberpunk novel.
Really that's nice.
It really is. If you look at it, look at what they were talking about in cyberpunk back in the 90s, man. How you have the breakup and the schism in the society and culture, where you have these little pockets of people, man, that have their own little separate culture, and none of these things actually cross over.
Well, yeah, I mean, they ultimately they do, because what happens is that, and like I kind of speak to it from maybe like an underground hip hop standpoint, right? Like I can remember when sort of like the sort of like the underground aesthetic, which is pretty much like counterculture, sort of it definitely ran counter to like the mainstream narrative. Only to find, like, maybe say in around the mid 2000s, late 2000s, you started to see this incorporation of the aesthetic, not only in fashion, but also in things like media, like visual media. So, for example, Adult Swim Adult Swim is a perfect example of what I'm talking about, right? Anybody who grew up watching that shit knows like the bumps, what they call Adult Swim bumps, right? The shit that you would hear when they were going to transition over to a commercial, but before they went to a commercial, they would play like an instrumental from like an underground hip hop producer for like a minute. Okay. And you started to see this sort of get woven into the fabric and the aesthetic. That's why, you know, nowadays when you know, the streets of LA, when you look at kids, what is it? They're all dressed more like street couture, skate dress. Whereas but back in the day, it was like, if you was banging, you was chucked and khaki the fuck out, right? And you was flagging your colors. So
big shirts.
Right. We saw that when and I watched it firsthand, dude. Like I had a hand in crafting that whole shit in LA.
Yeah.
Only to kind of see it go mainstream, you know?
Yeah. Skater couture is basically grunge on steroids.
Boom.
That's the grunge rock.
You remember all that, like ska, you know, Sublime and Long Beach Dub, All Stars, all that shit.
But if you really want to peek about what I'm talking about, because it's hard to understand what I'm talking about, read the book Neuromancer.
Mm-hmm.
Neuromancer, or what's like Nameless knows what I'm talking about Cyberpunk, because that's how he has a nameless protagonist, right? That's the kind of world where we're headed to. That's what he's talking about. That's what the where you have literally, you can go like 2 blocks and you have a whole different culture. You know, if you read that book. It's not like, you know, you have whole incorporated cities, man. They're like 2 blocks long, and when you cross the line, you have a whole different culture. Sometimes you have a whole different language.
And even when you get into your virtual personas, you know, that even breaks down even further, which is, you know, why I said ultimately, if you want to try to curb any of this, you number one, take a look at Neuromancer, because it opens the gate. All of his work really opens the gate to a lot of the patterns of where we're headed towards. Because human beings remain constant. I mean, we are ultimately, the human mind remains the constant in all of these things. And the hardware that we're operating off of is millions of years old. And we've got these changes that are happening literally in 3-month increments. And we usually don't even see them until 2 years out. So if you want to stay ahead of this stuff, change your mythos. You need to update your mythos, because at this point, God is about to become technology. If you don't approach technology from a holistic perspective and be willing to integrate a philosophy about it so that you can come up with an answer and a solution that's dualistic and not mono, but dualistic, one that accounts for the physical reality in nature and for the cyber world that's about to become, or the meta world that's about to become just as real for everybody else. You're not only going to get left behind, you're probably going to become subject to other people's intentions, because they're going to be able to affect the world around you from the outside in. Go ahead.
Well, Nameless, I just wanted to address that. So this is why, as a cultural concept, the Brain Trust pushes Afrofuturism, number one, right? Because it's a fusion of art, science, technology, spirituality, right? All things that govern your existence, right? So it's not as if there aren't present day concepts, right? That
I
push
call it
this
the
narrative
initiative.
What I'm saying, there's present day concepts that already initiate this. See, there's nothing new under the sun. That's why I don't think that problems exist that aren't solvable.
But here's the thing. Here's what we're talking about. We're talking about whether or not people recognize that as a solution. Because I think a lot of people grow up with some of that stuff, right?
But earlier, BGS and I both also addressed the notion and the idea here that, you know, advanced concepts are not for the masses writ large to ultimately accept, right? As a practice. So here's what happens. No, so what did I tell you on that live stream that we was on at one?
I agree.
I told you. I said sometimes your elect has to do the thinking for people sometimes. And that just may have to be the case. And for those who have the ears to hear, right, and the eyes to see and the mind to process it, then they'll soak it in. For those who reject it, all the best to you. I don't know what to tell you. But, you know, nature is a motherfucker like that, ain't it?
Well, that's why I was trying to direct that towards Dead Set.
You might not have human beings may not even survive this, and that's the problem that they're wrangling with right now.
This is
Because
very true too.
once you open Pandora's box and let the dragon out, does the dragon serve you or eat you?
That's the
And
issue.
roll
at
that
hand.
dice.
Good question.
And
That's the
then we
truth
have
too.
Ed,
we
go
have
ahead.
we have what's his name of Tesla. He was saying that he said, "Do we let this dragon out because this dragon may eat us?"
Yeah.
He's one of the biggest
BJ,
opponents against this.
Nikola Tesla fundamentally understood what he was fucking with, right?
Well,
But
when the
that's
Tesla,
because he fundamentally understood,
Uh-huh.
right? But he was like in the hands of somebody else, right?
yeah, well, I'm not talking about. I'm talking about what's his name,
Elon Musk.
Elon
Are you
Musk.
talking
Elon
about
Musk,
Musk,
No, wait,
Musk,
he's
Musk.
the same thing. He echoes
They
the
said
same
the same
sentiments.
thing.
Same
Yeah.
sentiments.
I think he had a recent podcast where he said the issue with automation and AI is that it may in the wake of trying to solve the equation, it may overrun mankind. And he made an analogy to the way when we build a road, it's not that human beings hate ants, but because they need to roll out that road, that anthill colony is going to get rolled over to make that happen. It's the same way technically technology can look at humanity and what we describe it as, because this is probably a fundamental issue going on right now with coding, where I think it's the line between software and cybernetics, where all of the logic is done closed looped. If everything is closed looped, there's no human integration in that to apply that nuance required that comes from being a part of humanity. So you can know the difference between when you push that red button and when you don't. That's not something we can truly automate right now. All you can do is get sample data and try to calibrate. But that's that line we're looking at when we get into that conversation. The dragon eating you versus it being a companion. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, we're just getting started, right? We're really just getting started, according to Kurzweil, and society's already showing severe cracks. It's
And
already
what
showing
about the
severe
other?
cracks.
And this,
Yeah,
then go ahead, Deset. Go ahead,
The
brother.
problem is that take the anthill analogy.
Mhm.
The problem is that our kids are that anthill now.
Yes.
They're the ones who are getting crushed here. So I got young children, 7 and 3, and I know about this shit. So the question that I have again is the problem with this technology is that yet it does not meet that biological imperative that humans need in order to sustain ourselves.
Hmm.
So, and I think the answer lies with the parents who own those years. What goes into the house, what information that they children take in prior to the age of 7 to set that foundation.
Let me ask you this,
Because
Deset. Oh, go ahead, and I'm gonna ask you after that.
well, go ahead. I was pretty much about the same.
Now, all this stuff we're talking about, as far as with these teen, because I'm talking about teenagers partaking in like the whole thing about buying a friend and buying a girlfriend and living this life of virtual reality, but based on human needs, but in their mind. How many, in your opinion or observation, how many parents are informed about this about their own children?
Very few. I would say less than 10%.
Damn.
Should I say less than 1%? Are you serious? You know how
Damn.
many people still stuck on Jesus right now?
I mean, I don't think that Jesus is the problem. I think that
No,
Yeah.
I'm using that as a metaphor to say that they're so caught up in what's been going on in the 70s that they're not even aware. We have things like
The
Cas9
70s, the
CRISPR, for example.
90s.
Oh no, the parents nowadays grew up in the 80s, man, 80s and
Yeah.
90s. Yeah,
Yeah.
the
And what I
70s,
was-
70s,
I'm just
70s
saying
is
they're
my
still-
is my is
I'm
my
saying
era.
they're still caught up into the issues of the 70s, even though they were born outside of that. Their current reflection of society's problems is still stuck in the 70s era. You understand what I'm saying? They're not
Yeah, but I
recognizing the challenges that are being brought about because of technology such as CRISPR, such as automation, etc.
Because that is outside the scope of your culture. Your culture cannot
Exactly.
even we do it because we talk about it all the time, right? But most people, I would say, 99%, man, have no clue. Even your legislators, I'm sure if you walk into a congressman and people actually voting on the stuff that we're talking about, they don't have a clue about the effects of people on this kind of stuff. They have no clue,
But
right?
here's
No,
the scary part.
your legislators. No, your legislators are literally on the hook. Okay, like basically whatever their corporate donors say go. Right,
Right.
and they what they don't want is to be on the hook for any liability. So it's a feign of ignorance, right? Is really just to smile and kiss the baby, get the vote.
Right.
That's what the legislators are on. I think though, what our position on it, we were like, okay, well, what we need to do is start startup culture. We need to push that, so that we're actually wielding the technology more consciously, as opposed to being subjected to it, right? Because we have one of two choices in the matter. We do have a choice in this. Either we wield it, and by wielding it, we define the parameters and the boundaries upon which we're going to engage in it, or you're completely fucking subjected to it. And then when you're subjected to it, that's when you have to have all these conversations about the effects of what you're being subjected to, because you're not actually consciously wielding it yourself. So this is what we're faced with. And even in the NVIDIA article that I covered on the Omniverse, they talked about the marketplace where now developers can get into the game, right, to actually develop these types of digital environments. So perfect example is, and this is where I'm talking about how we kind of consciously use this shit. If everybody wants to show up at, a goddamn pickup basketball game or something, or what have you, that's sort of like more of an innocent sort of take on this versus buying a fucking digital mate, right? To trick yourself into thinking that you actually have a companion of some kind. I mean, we have to really sort of be very discerning of what the fuck we're doing with this stuff.
But
The thing is, well, okay, if you look at history, you look at people, how people work, when it comes to money, comes to progress, people are not discerning, okay? They roll people over. You walk, I actually talked about this a couple of years ago. I walked into my grandson's third grade class, okay? I think it was second grade class, right? And I sat there, observing the class, right? And I'm sure Art has the same feeling, man. You can look, man, 80% of these, you can actually tell which kids are going to make it and which kids are not in this modern environment.
Exactly.
And 80% of these kids, 80% of these kids are going to be lost.
Right.
Okay. Are we willing to accept that?
Well,
Yes.
okay, that's a good question, right? Because my first and foremost priority, and you know this because we've talked about your grandson at length, right? Our first priority is ours.
I understand.
You know what I'm saying? I'm saying, like, we understand this, that our first priority is ours. So when you ask that question, it's a tough one to answer, because the first thing I'm going to do is say, well, if anything, I'm going to make sure mine is good, right? If anything, you're going to make sure your grandson's good, right? So that's the one thing we're going to make sure is that, well, if there is.
You Borg out? Yeah, but the thing is that I understand what you're saying, but then what kind of environment are they going to live in if 80% of the people are destitute? We going to build up walls like a third world country?
No. My hope. Well, this is where, hey, as pragmatic and deadpan as I can sound, I also have optimism, right? And my, well, I got to have some, man.
Oh, all right, okay.
Oh,
Sprinkle a little hope, what they call the white pill.
just a tiny bit, just a little bit,
Low hope,
low sodium salt. But no. My hope here is that we can also see positives out of tech, right? Because there are things that people get out of it that I don't think that oftentimes we can look at and see as viable. Perfect example, I was bringing up sim racing, right? Now, traditionally speaking, it's always been very hard for black males to get into motorsport, right? And when we have been able to get into it, what we found here is that we could be one of the greatest fucking of all time, i.e. Lewis Hamilton. So what I'm saying is that things like tapping into the talent pool, using tech to get us into venues that traditionally we didn't have access to, this is a win-win for us. And this is where, again, I push conscious engagement in this shit. We have to be very discerning of this.
But that's what I think we've been saying the same thing. I mean, at the end of the day, this boils down
There's
to
no disagreement. There's no
no.
disagreement.
I'm saying this for people listening in the back.
Oh, okay, okay.
On the replay and stuff like that. Ultimately, all technology provides are options.
Tools,
so if you've got more options, it's a matter of polarization. Do you use it to serve yourself exclusively and then try to control people, or do you use it to, find new ways of serving others and accept different possibilities and create positivity? That really is up to you at the end of the day, because any power that you don't take conscious agency over, somebody else will. It will be used to control you.
Thank you.
But what I see,
and they will happily take all the data that you provide.
Go ahead, that's it.
What I see in all of this is biological atrophy.
Mm-hmm.
Well, to a point,
That's
sure.
what I see. I mean, not even to a point. I mean,
well, I mean, that's how neurology works. It's a use it or lose it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
so
exactly,
that's why we're saying you have to engage all of it. You can't.
No, I don't think engagement is. I don't think engagement is the only option, because when we were talking about the religious piece, religion is still an extremely powerful force when it comes to large groups of people.
Yes.
And it may be part of a solution when it comes to integration. If you can get your technology, as you stated, to enter a spiritual realm or act like a religion, then maybe there may be some salvation there with the union of the two, as far as biological preservation, as well as integrating technology.
But that's precisely what I'm talking about.
That's what I'm talking about.
All religion is action followed by belief, or belief followed by action. So it's just a matter of what is the cultural distortion that's going to be applied to that. We're back again to that word culture. You can take a religion and then separate the doctrine from the spirituality, and we can get to the same conclusions. You can take traditional textbook fundamental Christian belief, and then you can get the same story run side by side with Hermeticism and get a very similar result depending on its application. What you'll get is an individual program to take initiative and control and terraform the environment in a positive way, or you can get a perfectly made slave that's waiting for everything to be handed to him. It's all about the method of application. You don't escape that at the end of the day. And you understand what I'm saying?
But the thing is that we think that the man behind the curtain has control of this horse, and they don't.
Oh,
They
no.
don't.
They don't.
They do not have.
You're waiting for
They
people to
do
move.
not have control of this horse, man, and that's the problem. That's why you have what popped up over the past 2 years, because they do not have control of this horse,
Nope.
and that's the
Nope.
problem. And the thing is, when basically you have this big ass dragon, man, fire breathing dragon bearing down on us, and there's no dragon rider on top of it.
Yeah.
That's the question.
Yeah.
Who's the authority that force people to do exactly what's prescribed?
But you know what? For the first time, it's the people, really. It's the
People are not
people.
good at that.
It doesn't matter, but they're still in charge. And
Yeah.
here's what it boils down to. And this is why we're back again to initiative. Start with yourself. If you use a general understanding of what's going on, you prioritize what you want for your family. Take this information, measure it with a measure of compassion, and you've at least got a compass at that point.
Hey, gotta have a little bit of hope, right? A little bit of
It gives you a thesis for everybody to present an antithesis to, and that's how you form direction. It's literally the positive and the negative charge.
But
You
in
don't get anywhere without some form of polarity.
Gotta have polarity.
But in practice, you're not in control.
Is it enough?
No, that's the thing.
We don't
In
know.
practice,
We
You don't
we
know.
don't know.
That's the thing. You don't know. It's like
We
you gotta
gotta
do it.
start somewhere, man.
and-
They
I
didn't know
know.
what was gonna happen when they dropped the
It-
bomb, right,
it-
on
it-
Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
No, they didn't. Okay, they didn't know what was going to,
I think they had an idea somewhat.
They could have unzipped the universe, man.
that recently happened when they actually started the collider,
CERN
right?
stuff.
The
Yeah,
CERN
the
stuff, right?
LHC.
Are you going to invent a black hole that actually hit a reset button in the whole universe? They
Well,
didn't
wait a
know.
minute. Did you hear? I covered an article on the Black Tech Talk a couple days ago where the Chinese basically have an artificial sun that's 5 times
Oh
as hot as
yeah,
the actual sun.
Yeah,
yeah.
that has been done before. That
Yeah.
they this is they did that like 30 years ago.
They
30
didn't
40 30
sustain
30
it
40
long
years
though,
ago.
But
right?
no, they
No,
didn't.
no, you can't.
No,
Yeah.
You
no. They actually have, and what they're planning to do is by 2040 use this as a way to provide energy for homes.
yeah, you actually saw that. Remember Spider-Man 2 with Doc Ock?
With Dr. Pussy.
That so
Doc
this
Ock,
so
yeah,
they that's what so that
yeah,
idea has been around for a
yeah,
while. Okay,
yeah.
yeah,
But
and
I'm just saying,
how,
look, you got
how
to
do you
look at,
contain it?
but you got to look at that as a threat to the future energy markets, right? Now you've got like miniature suns.
Hmm
It's fuck. Hey, what else you put on that road?
we thought the same thing with what nuclear energy.
Nuclear, yeah.
And how did
Yeah.
that turn out?
Well, I mean, there were a few disasters here and there, but.
No asterisk.
Really?
No. You call it ellipses. Dot dot dot. Okay.
Hmm.
So
No, I'm saying there were some disasters here and there, but it's still in use, and there's all these other.
hmm
What are you talking about? No, it is.
They're
I'm just
still in
saying, like, you
use.
asked what happened to it. I'm saying there were some
And
disasters that's still in use, but then there's other energy alternatives also coming onto the market, right? You got solar, you got wind, you have tidal energy, you have. I mean, like I'm saying, there's all these different things that various industries and countries are trying to bring on to the market to compete in the energy sector. It's just
yeah,
all apropos to what we're talking about.
yeah, but the thing is, okay. The thing is that, and this is something that philosophers have been talking about for years because they've been tracking this over the past 1,000 years or so. Okay, yeah, we can do all that. We can change our physical environment. We've been doing that for over the past 100,
We've been
200
doing it.
years,
Yeah.
over 200 years, right? But what has happened to the just look at what happened to the people as far as social and cultural disruption over the past 200 years, and that was just the first industrial revolution. How
Right.
much changed? Okay,
Hmm.
look at all the outgrowths of it. That's how come I had Gigi track back the rights of the rights of men. Okay, if you look at all the liberal Western ideology that we see nowadays, actually tracks back from Rousseau and the rights of men in 1792, right? The French
Hmm.
Revolution,
French Revolution.
feminism, civil rights. Intersectionalism all track back to that same document, the same period of thought over the of 50 years. Okay, that's
Right.
where it all tracks back to, and we got to get back to the root and understand exactly what happens when you disrupt a society like this. The rights of men only came about because of the Industrial Revolution. So that
Right.
physical environment changed everything that we know about how people interact and how cultures are. And that was in a mere 200 years. They wiped out 10,000 years of culture
Do you
almost
remember
in
when
200
when you
years.
and I? Do you remember when you and I did the Black Luddite live stream?
Yeah.
Yeah. So now, like basically, the Luddite movement was the onset of that, right? Because what were they against? That they were
They,
against. They were against that industrial technological movement
no,
because they
because,
foreshadowed it as a
well,
way
it's
that
not.
it would
It's not
fundamentally.
because the way it was applied. Okay, and this is
Right.
something that I didn't really realize until um, I read The Empire of Cotton. Okay,
Uh-huh.
the technology, the model for industrial technology was actually taken from the cotton fields, okay,
Yes.
and
Yes.
applied to the farm. So basically, the Luddites were actually opposing the 17-hour work weeks and working of their children, women and children in these factories. They're actually basically obliterating their former culture, obliterating the family.
Yep. Yep.
And
Yep.
and basically, if the Luddites didn't rise up and actually fight back against the rage against the machine, guess what? Socialism would have never happened, and we'd still be working 18, 20 hours a day, changed to a freaking machine, and living in squatter camps.
But isn't that kind of ironically what's happened now, right? You know, Amazon workers complaining about long work hours, no breaks, and you know, their backs being broken and the threat of being replaced by a fucking robot, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is just starting because, like I said,
Boom.
do me a favor, go back. There's a book called The Technology Trap. They actually traced this. Go back and read that, man. This. In other words, we think that the technology showed up and people just within a few years just applied it, man.
No, hell no.
It was a 100-year struggle. Okay,
Growing.
and and that was at a much slower speed. This is 10 times the speed.
I mean, you know, the big thing is, BJ, it's like the reason why I kind of intrinsically understand this stuff is because I know what it is that I can launch off of one single IoT stack that we have written, right? It's our own proprietary code. So do you know how many devices we could attach to that shit, right? That could be triggered at a button. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, bots, cars, like you name it, right? Security robots, you know, those little Boston Dynamic dog type of thing.
Yeah, bots, cars, medicine.
Washing machines.
So you're thinking machines. You're thinking machines. Okay, you're not thinking about how it affects the brain, how it affects the children.
Oh, no. I'm thinking.
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
How it affects children. What's going to happen when they start monkeying around with your biology? Okay. Nanobots in your nanoprobes, nanobots, how virtual reality affects your brain. Okay, we don't have no clue how that's going to play out. Okay,
well, no, you're absolutely right. No, absolutely right.
They were talking about how back in the because you're young, you're old enough, right? Because you played those games back in the '90s, right? What were they talking about in the '90s in 3D gaming?
Well, just I mean,
all about the violence argument.
The neuroplasticity conversations came into effect, right? Like in terms of like the type of effects, because really what it was as soon as gaming systems hit 16-bit, right? As soon as they hit 16-bit,
Sega Genesis. Go ahead.
Boom, there you go. So that's when they started to understand the effects that these types of things were having, right? Like where it was like maybe back in the Atari, Coleco, you know, those days, Amiga days, you know, the graphic interface, you know, we were using computers at that time. I mean, like, you know, we're just looking at a rudimentary screen, right? What we weren't looking at were, you know, immersive 3D environments, right? Where you kind of get entranced and lost in this shit after a certain point.
Yeah.
And that's what took place as of the 90s, the 16-bit machine. And the only thing that's happened is the shit got more and more and more and more fucking sophisticated.
And so, in other words, is it any wonder that the late Gen Xers and the millennials actually going through that period turned out to be the grass eaters and the educated lambs and whatever we want to call them in their 30s and 40s?
Yeah.
You got to look at that. It's
I mean, that's the thing, right? Because I like that. That would literally be the group. I'm of that group that you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
And so it's sort of like what I've always found is that it's a bit of a mixed bag, because conversely, what you also have is you have a lot of dudes who are the CEOs of all your tech companies today that are basically of my cohort or a bit younger or a little bit older, right? So what we intrinsically understand here is that we grew up talking to girls on the phone, sitting by the wall where the phone was mounted on the wall, and you know, you had the cord. We came from there. It came all the way through all this shit that we're talking right now, right? So we literally had like a first row seat. Right, we've had a first row seat at the effects of all of this shit.
Yeah, well, we gotta also remember
our age. We are the first fucking internet trolls.
Right, that was why I was making that parallel about how, you know, late Xers and the millennials, we got to see what the world was like before the internet and before this current state.
There you go.
It's when you get into 2000, really when everything begins to change, and you're getting into a world where people grow up only knowing the internet.
With babies grow up with iPhones in their hands. Yeah.
And so they're neurologically becoming adopted to using these add-on technologies, and they're not building a foundation in human to human communication. But that's why I was highlighting back again with this idea of being bilingual with technology and treating
Right.
technology again as the same way people back in the day treated the spirit world and extra I don't want to call them hallucinations, but for the same reasons people would take LSD and start tripping. You connect a virtual device and you're effectively doing very similar things. Your neurology behaves in a very similar way. So if you can engage with technology as you would a form of spirituality and recognize it as a new modality of experiencing the
What's that
mind.
going to do? What's that going to do? You know what name was? You
Go ahead.
remember Hammer, the guy that
Yeah.
the kid that goes to Howard. He's
Right.
an IT dude, right? He's in he and his buddies are actually in freaking despair. They may never connect with a woman in their lifetime. That's what they're
Wait,
afraid of.
what?
Well, we had an argument. We had a long
Yes.
conversation the other
Yeah, with
day
Hammer.
on
Are
our
you
channel
serious?
breaking down.
Yeah, I'm
we
serious.
had a
Yeah, we're serious.
conversation with Hammer.
Whoa.
Yeah,
Say
yeah,
that again.
serious. Hammer believes he's 20 years old, right? He's a Z,
Uh-huh.
right? And
Yeah.
he believes him and his buddies, because he's not like a lame that's sitting in his basement. He's at a university. He's at Howard University. Him and his
Okay.
buddies believe they may never really connect with a woman in their lifetime. That's what they
Aren't
believe.
they on the Howard campus right now?
Yes.
That's why I asked the panel, did Me Too ever
Yeah, we had that, Art. Well, didn't we have this conversation?
Right.
Art,
It was
That's
actually
one
it
of
was
the
on our
reasons.
panel.
with
Yeah,
Hammer?
it was
That was one of
Yeah.
the other reasons why I started this one here. Now I have a student right here. We were talking. I'm asking him, and he's 11th grade, and I'm asking, what, do you prioritize anime and video games over, finding a girlfriend or whatever? He said pretty much yes, and he's right here.
So
11th
wait,
grade.
Well, that's an
okay,
obvious
okay.
answer.
Okay, wait.
It's obvious.
Wait. Okay, wait. Okay, so we have a bit of a conundrum here, then, don't we? Right?
Mhm.
Because the question that I asked her is, you're at a campus with a whole bunch of chicks there, right? Well, we understand even from like
Well,
blackdemographics.com and a bunch of other sources is that
Mhm.
there's going to be more women on said campus than there are males, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we're now dealing with
That's walking around campus. Yeah.
Yes.
But here's the thing, man. These dudes aren't all and see, and this is kind of where I get frustrated, man.
Oh, boy.
I mean, I saw this happening when I was in the military. I mean, everybody wasn't getting with everybody. Certain people were consistently getting with the same types of people over and over and over again. And you saw everything from the range of chronically getting smashed to people getting married in basic training because they bunked up together due to some field training or whatever. You saw all of that. But I don't think what gets appreciated outside of Generation Z is the amount of dudes that are getting zero play. Half of it being they don't have the social skills to engage. Number two, the risk threat analysis just is not worth it. And number three, even the dudes that do get access to these women, they don't have social skills either like that.
And the women don't have social skills either.
They don't. But here's the thing: they are the ultimate deciders. But let me finish the point because this is important. They're the ones that ultimately decide and are the authority in these artificial environments. If you go on campus right now, if a dude makes an accusation to a chick, no one gives a damn. But if a woman so much as remotely suggests anything happened to her off of something somebody said, that dude is now at risk of losing everything.
Okay,
Yeah,
but
that's true.
this
On
speaks
top
to
of the
the
fact that the chicks I know that went to Howard all turned into copper munchers.
We're not even gonna go there, but you understand what I don't want to degrade the point. But my point is it's that nexus of authority because it's not just the women in and of themselves, it's the way the authority matrix is lined up.
Well, no. I want to speak to the point that BG has just said because that's kind of what I want to hone in on, right? Because what he's saying is that like the effects are playing out on both sides. That's why the first question I had was, okay, he's at a college where there's the ratio of females to males
Majority
actually
female.
3-1, yeah.
Right, majority female.
Okay. So, but what I'm also being told here is that this cohort has a preference for engaging in the non-material world as opposed to the material world.
Exactly.
Okay.
So
And
I
then on
don't
the
why
know
flip
should
if
I?
this is
side,
Why
Well,
should
factored
I?
in.
it's not both sides. It's not just their court.
yeah, I was going to say, and then on the flip, right? Then
Mm-hmm.
on the flip,
Mm-hmm.
there's another scenario, right? So it's kind of like a two-pronged problem, right? It's a singular issue, and then there's two different effects based on who's who.
Right.
Okay, what's the
Right.
singular issue?
No,
Well,
I'm
lack of
saying,
social skills and being able to communicate, and then
If you,
yeah,
different
there you go.
consequences of that failure.
being
There you
able
go.
being able to connect. What do you think the grass eaters in the in Japan? Okay, they were the millennials and late Gen Xers.
Right, but
Okay,
their response is to dry fish women too.
yeah.
And that's what we're talking about. We're
There you
saying the
go.
core
There you go.
issue is number one, lack of communication on both ends. But the other issue is depending on who is on the failing end of the communication in any given scenario,
Boom.
the outcomes differ dramatically. And
Boom.
that's what I'm trying to hone in on as well. It's a dualistic thing. They have a shared problem. It's like
Got it.
being burned. It's like being burned, but one is a burn that's being produced by heat and the other is by cold. The way you have to resolve those burn scenarios is different. You can't
Well,
apply more heat to a
Well,
heat burn.
the thing is, the thing is, you're trying to actually adjust for the environment. The thing is, can you? Okay,
I don't.
because the damage is being done when they're young. So by the time it
Right,
shows up, can you go back
right.
and redo it?
I don't think
Well,
you
and
can.
that's
Not with that.
no,
Not
that's
with
what
that.
is it adjust or adaptation, right?
It
I've
just
always,
is an adaptation.
Probably
well,
both, right?
I speak to adaptation
Probably
based on
both.
a common sense premise of a best outcome, right? So it's intelligent analysis of what it is that we're looking at, right? Like the effects of our digital environment and how it's pretty much coming on fuller and fuller. We've just been talking about it for the last hour, right?
Hmm.
Metaverse, omniverse, multiverse, apps, and all this other shit. Like it's not. It ain't going
So,
away. It's not going away.
well, it's not going away. The thing is that does things have to? The biggest thing that happened, especially when the first industrial revolution, right? They had to come to a compromise. Okay, the people that are pushing the tech and the back then, and the people opposing the tech back then had to come to a compromise because what if you have 90% of the people that don't want to adopt this
I was
stuff?
gonna say you still needed people.
Yeah, I
Well, here's
know.
where we're at with
You
the
needed people. You needed people
You
to
still you
get those
st-
objectives done. Yeah.
even with the advanced technological society, guess what you're still going to need?
you need
People.
cooperation and compromise. But here's the thing, and I think I'm glad you said that, BGS, because I think this is a principle I want to highlight. The issue ends up being incentivization. If you're presented with a dynamic where 9 times out of 10 you're failing, your ability to maintain interest in that activity falls through the floor. Even if you corner it off, it almost enters into that realm of learned helplessness. I think they found that if you can have somebody engage, and if at least 1/3 of the time there's a positive result, you can maintain interest. I think that's the measure of
Nameless, repeat
compromise.
that. Repeat that. Repeat what you just said.
If you can get an individual to see the benefit in something 33% of the time at minimum, you
Mm-hmm.
can maintain a sustainable level of interest. When you go below that 33%, maintaining interest becomes harder the longer the duration.
Hmm.
And I think
Okay.
that's the key to incentivization. Otherwise, you enter that realm that matches very closely to learned helplessness.
Well, that kind of matches like the amount of time that typically someone would spend working a full-time job, right? 1/3 of the day, 8 hours out of
Right.
24, right? So that is a bit apropos. I think also what is even more of an incentivization is the less effort I have to give for more gain for said time, right?
The
That's
whole
kind of like
optimization piece. And I'm with you.
okay, and this is what tech enabled, right? Through apps and shit like that, right? This is why I want to get in. I speak to the nuts and bolts
Well,
of
the
how we think.
commoditization of
I mean,
social
Yes,
issues, right?
yes.
it,
Or
Yeah,
let's even say the commoditization of attention, because
right.
that's
That's still a social dynamic, though.
we've seen this over the last 40 years, and what's the result?
Well, it's still happening now. What's happening? Here's the difference, BGS. Now there's a difference between, it's the Bane versus Batman, dialogue where Batman adopted the darkness, Bane was born in. So now you've got these
Born in it.
kids that are now born into this system of commoditization on a social level, and it gets anecdotal results. And if you can get a baseline and it's supported by anecdotes, it becomes a foundational belief and worldview. That's something completely different at that point. And the solution of, quote, adapting and adjusting looks very, very, very different to people who have a dualistic approach to it, like most millennials and Gen Xers do. And, anybody past millennials, you understand what I'm saying?
In
It
any
looks
shout,
very different.
Oh,
and the
look,
shout,
look at the problems it's caused between the millennials and the Gen Xers in their cohorts.
Oh
Look
yeah,
at the
already,
disruption.
right? But what
Yeah.
I'm saying is the thing
what
that
what
millennials and
problem?
X have in common is we've got that dualistic thing.
It-
Most
if-
Z,
and-
alpha, and beta are not going to
And
have
then
that.
you guys had at least some kind of a worldview that can actually allow you to kind of adapt to the
What's the difference
circumstance
between the
and
Right,
millennials
but
and
what I'm
Gen X?
but what I'm saying
huh?
is starting from
What's the difference you're speaking about from millennial to Gen X? What are you talking about?
Well,
well, we had the internet, the time
I'm
of
talking about the
internet
late
showed.
Gen Xers. The late Gen Xers and millennials actually grew up with the internet and grew up with
Yeah, yeah, okay, yeah. I don't.
with the
Yeah,
3D gaming and stuff and the
Right,
technology.
right.
Whereas the Gen Xers actually born in the 60s
the early one.
Early
Yeah,
the
70s.
early Gen Xers
my older brother,
Right.
my
They
older
were
close to the
brother's
boomers.
class.
they were
Yeah,
further along, but what I'm saying is there's a big difference when you've got that age 0 through 7. And I put 0 there for a reason. When you're age 0 through 7, and you don't have that external world exposure, and what you're dealing with is a world that has been socially commoditized, and you're neurologically predisposed to using technology in your social skills, your ability to identify non-physical indicators of communication, being used to that, having that physical touch dynamic, that is going to fundamentally change the way you interact with your world, and it's going to fundamentally change your value system. And
Yeah.
who knows, there already may be a genetic predisposition for some of these things that probably looks a lot like autism.
Yeah.
You may
Yeah.
find a
so
selective
there is
preferential.
with the young kids, there is a genetic predisposition because younger, like basically, like if you just literally put a damn smartphone in an infant's hand or like a a toddler's hand, they intrinsically kind of understand navigation.
Because why? How do you think they came up with the design for the
Bingo, the
no,
user interface.
the user interface? They actually gave it
Yeah.
to babies.
There
If
you
a
go.
baby can use
Yep,
it, an
yep,
adult
I've
can
seen
use
it.
it.
There you go.
So Steve Jobs did that on purpose. Okay.
Right.
Yep.
So you see where I'm
If a
going with
baby
that.
can
Like,
use it, anybody can use it.
Anybody
right.
can use it.
And so the thing is, and that's what I'm saying, like if you've got the technology that's catering to that lowest common denominator, and you know that human beings in those formative years at 0 to 7, they're forming their neurological connections that they're going to use for communication for the rest of their lives. I gotta go back and get some of this research I've been in now. They were literally showing how those communication circuits that you start with from age of 7 and on, they pretty much don't change. Now, you may have different varying degrees of neuroplasticity so that you can adopt certain adjustments, but it's like setting a mold. You can set the mold and maybe you can change some of the material, but you're stuck in that general form. So if you have something that's pre-calibrated to not work with people, but interface with technology and not use that, it's a use it or lose it. It's gone and it's probably
That's what
not
I'm talking
coming
about.
back.
With this, I never thought I would see it happen because you read, you read Neuromancer, you read, I forget where the name of the protagonist came from. I can't remember the book.
That was Snow Crash.
Snow Crash, right? You read Snow Crash, and you read this shit and said, this shit could never happen, man. This is wacky. This is
But
nuts,
wait,
right?
you guys never watched
Shout out to
Hacker?
2022.
You guys, wait, you guys never watched the movie Hacker?
Yeah,
From
so
95.
No, we
We
saw
we
Hacker,
did
man.
we saw Hacker. What I'm saying is that's not. Have you ever read
That was real time though. That's what was fucking on my head at the time.
No. Basically, Go. The thing is, you talk about where it's been. Go get the book Snow Crash, right?
No,
Read the
I
book.
no, I know. I understand the literature that you're talking
No, no,
about,
no, no.
right? But
But have you read it though?
huh?
Have you read Snow Crash?
I mean, I'm familiar with it. I mean,
No,
it's like,
no, no,
dude,
no, 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 no,
I'm
no.
an
You're
anime
familiar.
junkie
No,
and
no,
all
no,
that
no.
shit too.
What I'm saying. Have you read the book Snow
No,
Crash?
I know. Like I said, dude, like I'm familiar with the book. I haven't read it page by page. No,
What
no,
I'm saying,
no.
read the book Snow Crash because that's where you're headed. That's what we're trying to tell you. You got to read what we're talking about. Because I never thought that this kind of world would ever happen. Because to a human being like me, it actually makes no sense that you can actually break up this kind of world. And have this kind of society that's all kind of atomized like this. Like
Well,
it seems like it's
but
impossible.
BGS on my end, what I'm telling you is that I'll happily read the book, but understanding just fundamentally like what the kind of technology I'm engaged in, I understand it too. Why do you think I kind of push engagement and wielding it so much? Because like there's a way to do it in a way where we or once again what Nicholas was saying, we do have some choice in this, right? See, so because people write books about things, then the outcome we do. I'm telling you right now, I could roll.
We
out
have freedom to respond. We'll
yeah,
make
like
sure
I'm
we go.
saying, I
Freedom
don't
to
really like
respond.
that when I know that I can launch shit. I was on the phone with some clients earlier. Like that's where I mean. It's sort of like, okay, I know where it's going, but shit, it's like, okay, are we gonna just let it happen, or what are we doing?
People don't know, fam.
I
They
think what was
don't
missing,
know.
They don't know. They don't know.
I'm asking a question.
No, the people that at the
I don't
top
know if y'all
don't
can hear
know.
me.
Oh yeah, we can hear you now.
Oh, okay. Shout
Yeah.
out to
Okay.
Sister, because she got these different names. Sister Fitness Mom for the $40 Cash App. And shout out to, where's the super chat? Cornelius
Bellamy.
Bellamy for the BGS tax and the Black Huru fees. So, Black Huru, let us hear you, sir. 'Cause I know you couldn't get in.
Chemo
You know,
Sabe.
this is like trying to jump on the back of a speeding train, man.
This is double dutch over here.
Yeah.
Double dutch.
Anybody that's ever read the book Snow Crash, when you first read it, said this is nuts.
Yeah.
There's no way that this world could come about because it makes no sense. You can't splinter a whole society, a whole culture like this. It makes absolutely no sense. The thing is,
Well, you know, I think what happened, I think, ironically, the fall of the Soviet Union really contributed to a great degree where we are. Because
the fall of Soviet Union and the rise of China.
Yes. Well, yeah, and they're kind of sort of a companion sense, but yeah, you're exactly right. They kind of come together because just the whole technological, sociological focus of the country and most of the free world changed when that occurred. And so a lot of the resources, a lot of the focus, a lot of the financing, a lot of the intellectual focus was dispersed from the breakup, in particular of the Soviet Union. You know, so because much of the great technological advances, certainly over the last 100 years, to a large extent, were military related. Even the internet itself, military related. So when you have such a fundamental change in where everything is focused and why everything is focused, it manifests into a myriad different points of interest, different points of inspiration, development of things that would have never been developed the way that they have, especially in the disparate ways in which that they have occurred. And I guess the only thing I would say, and I can't really add much in terms of the technological aspect to the discussion. I admittedly have not read much of the literature you all have quoted. The thing that interests me, or just from a historical standpoint, I mean, much of what we've done as human beings have been on the auspices of some form of hierarchy. Family level, community, certainly tribe, nation, even continental, hierarchical systems and decisions were made diplomatically
Yeah.
as well as via
It,
war, etc.
it,
The
what
question
happened?
I have is, what's
Uh,
going to make the hierarchy in this brave new world? Who's going to
we
decide the hierarchy?
That's
the thing is the hierarchy and also the splintering of the hierarchy because you have parallel systems because of the internet and the ability to actually reach people. Like you look at YouTube, for instance. It's hard to have a hierarchy because you have a splintering of systems. You can actually reach out and actually make connections outside of the normal bounds. That's what happened in the Arab
Indeed.
Spring.
And,
yeah. That's
and
also what
even
happened at
though
Snow
they
Crash.
make efforts to
Yeah.
impose hierarchy through some of the censorship, uh, ironically, very often their efforts have sort of the opposite effect because they kind of actually very often infuse or boost the enthusiasm towards what the initial argument that's being made.
Your
And so
hierarchy,
now,
Black Road, your hierarchy, as we're currently seeing right now, just playing out and in our own sort of national politics and industries, is your technocracy.
I think
Okay,
it's more
so
than
this
that.
is where. Say that again.
I said I think it's more than that.
It's more than
Well,
that. Yeah, it's way more than that.
well, I mean, they are the ones that are largely driving policy. I mean, it's basically, like I said, it's big tech.
Not really. I mean, it's just splintered.
Yeah,
It's splintered. It's really splintered.
because
Okay.
one of the things
It's splintered.
yeah,
But if you're telling me to reference the book Snow Crash, what is Snow Crash referencing?
Well,
well,
the thing is that technocracy is actually a distributed model for hierarchies.
Well, yes, yeah.
Technocracy.
This is why we're speaking to this whole sort of new hierarchy. And
yeah,
if I'm
It,
to analyze it, I'm saying that companies like Google and Facebook and a
it,
lot of these types of companies are driving a lot of policy right
it,
now.
but there's
Hell,
an
even
but, but,
there's
pharmaceuticals.
an intrinsic aspect to it that that you're overlooking, Complex. And the
And what is
intrinsic
that?
aspect is that people are going to polarize on their own anyway. What technocracy did in
Oh,
Snow Crash,
absolutely.
but what technocracy did in Snow Crash, because L. Bob Reif, he used religion as well as technology, as well as people's intrinsic instinct to polarize themselves to basically conquer the world.
yeah, yeah.
Did you ever? Are you familiar with a guy named David? His name is David Zing or David. I'm trying to remember. Okay, look up this guy. He was called the AOL digital prophet. Okay, America Online
You talking about
at the
David
time
Zinn?
when they were still actually like something.
Yeah.
They actually had hired this guy, and they hired him as a digital prophet. He's this dude that kind of looks like an alien, has like weird hair. And so I'm not saying that what you're saying is far off, but if you reference maybe about 30 minutes back, Nameless and I were talking about conscious application of it, wielding it ourselves, right? That way that the effects and the results and the outcomes that we get from said technology is a result of us actually consciously wielding it as opposed to being subjected to it. And this is where we're kind of speaking to the psychology of all this. And this is a primer of the Black Brain Trust. This is what we push. Why? Because, like I said, I'm in tech. I know what the fuck my technology does. You don't think I don't have any fucking clue as to what effects it may actually have? Now, I have some choices here. I can communicate the benefits of engaging it, wielding it, understanding it, developing it, and all that, or I can just say, well, hey, it's on you. It's a choice at
What
this
is
point.
the job? What is the job of
Go ahead.
BGS? Go ahead, and I'm gonna go after you.
Until it run past you, and that's the problem that Elon Musk was saying. At some point, this stuff is going to run past you because you can't
Yes.
keep up.
Yes,
You
this is
can't
the
keep
reason.
up.
This is the reason why the technology that you have to wield is that of an artificial variant. Why? Because that
but
is
it's
the
not.
environment we're going into.
But it's not in your control, though. And you have.
What do you?
you have,
If
oh,
I
hold on,
have
hold
the
a second,
company and I
hold on a
put the
second.
stuff out, then it is
Hold
in
on.
my control.
No, it's not because you don't make it. You don't make it.
What are you
don't
talking
decide.
about?
You don't decide
You
what
telling me
idea.
what my business doesn't do?
No. What I'm saying is you don't make the. You actually source the components that go into your business. You don't make the stuff.
I don't. No. I don't have a chip manufacturing plant. That's not
No,
the
you
business
don't.
that I'm in.
And
No,
no, you
that's not the
don't.
business I'm in. I never claimed that.
Neither does Qualcomm, and neither does.
Of course, I already know these things, and I never claimed any of
Hold on.
this.
In other words, what I'm saying is, you think that you can control it, and you can't. Okay.
It's not. No. There's only what, like I said.
Complex.
You-
Wait,
you-
because
no,
I
no,
think I
you're-
see what you're saying. Complex. Let me introduce
Go
this
ahead. Go
word.
ahead, dude. Go ahead.
Because I think I see what you're
I think
what
he's
you
got
both are
me. I
saying.
think he's got me messed up. Go ahead.
Complex. If you change that word control with acceptance, I think that serves what BGS is talking about.
Well, I mean, this is okay. This is an unmitigated reality. Do you honestly think we're going to go back to some fucking agrarian ass based culture? No,
We could.
That's
We
just,
could.
We could.
That's not going to happen. I'm sorry.
No, it could. No, it could. It could.
Well, I'm not going to entertain hypotheticals. What's actually happening right now
No,
suggests to me.
it's
no,
not.
dude, don't. Come on. Let me finish my thought. Let me finish. Let me finish my thought.
Okay.
Let
All
me
right.
finish my thought.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. So the reality is that what it suggests to me here is that tech is in full control, and I'm actually in it. So what I'm pushing here is this conscious integration. Now, if you're going to tell me that, well, there's some scenario where the whole world can just go belly up, and okay, there is a possibility in the realm of possibilities, yes. However, that's not where I'm hedged.
So can we just call that possibility of catastrophic failure just a general constant, a universal constant that's
basically yes. That's why I won't denounce that it's not a probability.
It's very real. It's like 50-50. It's not even a probability. It's very real.
Yeah, in fact, that's the reason why we got the damn DART missions.
Yeah. It's very real. It's not something. Why do you think you have the Great Reset? And you got the Fourth Industrial Revolution, all this stuff going on for the World Economic Forum? Because the system that you're on right now is headed to a wall. Headed off a cliff.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And it's very real. And they don't know. And basically, you never jumped tracks before in a big.
I haven't. But you know what I can't do? I can't assume that somehow we're going to get transported back to the 1700s. My assumption here, based on my knowledge base and what I know, is that tech will rule out at the end of the day. That's what I'm hedged on.
Not necessarily.
Well, no, I told you that's what I'm hedged on. That's what I'm hedged on.
He's speaking his perspective.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
He's speaking his perspective, and I'll go ahead after you.
No, go ahead, Name. Let's finish. Go ahead.
So I think I can understand, and I see where Complex is coming from, and I see what you're saying, BGS. It's kind of like, this just ends up being a fundamental argument of, risk assessment analysis. Ultimately,
Bingo.
what you're saying, BGS, if I understand, at the end of the day, nobody has full control over this. And even if you have influence, things don't always pan out as you expect. So you absolutely have to be prepared for every potential outcome, including catastrophic failure, which I thought was a baseline given. So I think that's why I call it a constant, not to demean it or to downplay it, but to acknowledge it. But okay, in the process of coming up with solutions and a response, especially a mitigation response, that has to be a constant, but you need to find other means of addressing it. And in the meantime, having a conscious integration in lieu of a subconscious integration, or at least presenting the intention of that, is a start. I co-sign with.
Well, I have a question about artificial intelligence. And I think, I don't know if maybe BGS and I have disagreed with this, but I'm just always curious as to why we would conclude that a genuine artificial intelligence, something that essentially became sentient, I don't know why we would conclude that entity or that complex of entities would decide that we as human beings in particular should be able to comfortably live here as we have lived here.
Well, Black
I mean,
Cougar,
I
have
can
you
see
ever
a
had
lot
a
of
conversation? Have you ever had a conversation?
Hold on, Complex.
I can foresee a number of different scenarios in which, just I was like, I recall reading, and I noted it in the chat where, Americans are less than 5% of the human population, and we consume somewhere close to about 20% of the resources. Why would an artificial
down from 25%? Okay, that's progress. Yeah.
Why would an artificial intelligence allow us to continue to live that way?
Okay. Have you, Black Rule? I would suggest that you have a conversation with Engineering Cannabis. Okay, he's a data scientist and an AI developer, right? See, so what he'll do is he'll actually break down how artificial intelligence actually works, because it doesn't work the way a lot of people assume that it does. So the first thing we want to
And now you're referring to the way it is at a point in time.
say that again.
You're referring to your
He's
definition
referring to the way it
of
is now.
artificial intelligence as of today.
No, what I'm
I'm
referring to.
saying,
What I'm
I'm
referring
saying
to.
that if
What
you know
well,
an
I
artificial
didn't.
intelligence were to genuinely start to quote think, end
Hmm.
quote,
No.
then you're dealing with a very different thing that with all due respect, your data scientist friends cannot possibly be able to predict how
Well,
they're going to
you say that, and I'm sorry for laughing at that notion. You say that as if it's not already working on your phone right now. Have you ever had a conversation with someone and then you pull up like a browser or something like that, and all of a sudden there's an ad that pops into your view that
Yeah.
has something to do with your conversation?
Yeah.
Okay, so haha. The thing about it is that what you're talking about is already in effect.
Some of it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
But I think there's a difference
One
between
time,
a
one
closed
time,
loop.
one time,
That's
one
sublime.
time.
It is that
One
goddamn
time.
sublime to where it picks up your conversations and understands how to recommend products to you for purchase. Then I would also say that it's far more invasive. And we do also know this as well. There's been a shit ton of hearings, right, with the Senate and the House committee and all that shit with regards to Facebook and information and all
Yeah.
that kind of shit. You see, so let's
They're
not
they're
make it an imaginary thing. That's not what it is.
they're 10 years. They're 15 years behind.
Yes, they are. Mm-hmm.
They're
I mean,
behind.
to me, with all due respect, Complex, is like you're making the argument that, you know, the airplane, the biplane of, 1920 or whatever, that's not the same thing as the jet plane of 19, 50.
I never made any argument
So,
about
I
plane.
mean, while whatever you're describing may, in fact,
Make it
very
relevant to what I'm
likely,
talking about.
I mean, you're not even letting me finish my
Well,
statement.
no, because the plane analogy is completely irrelevant. So
No, it's
make
not.
an
No, it's
analogous.
not. No, it's not.
Well, then he needs further. He needs to further explain that.
You're humorous on this subject.
Well, no,
With
I
all
need you
due
to further
respect,
explain it because I think it's
laughable
relevant
physics of
to
because-
Okay. Okay. One of you guys have no. Nobody can understand either one of you,
Okay,
right?
but be accurate. Be
I
accurate.
can never complete a statement. All I'm
Well,
saying is I don't know how you can
It's
possibly
complex.
predict.
Complex. Come on.
I don't know how you can possibly predict how an AI program of today, of 10 years from now or 20 years from now, will quote think. I don't think
Okay.
it will be the same. I don't think it will necessarily operate on the same principles that exist today.
Okay, can I
mean,
answer that question?
is that an unreasonable conclusion to draw?
Can I answer that question?
Go ahead.
All right. Are you an AI programmer? Yes or no? The answer would be no, right? So if the answer is no,
Hold on.
I let you finish.
Let
I let you finish.
All right.
Hey, all right.
I
We
let
can't
you
be.
finish.
We can't be this
Continue
contentious.
to insult me.
Complex.
You know
No,
damn
I'm just
well
saying.
not
I'm
an
just,
AI
Complex.
programmer.
Hold on, y'all.
I'm going to address that, BGS, but what I'm saying is he cut me off. He cut me off.
You were doing the same thing, so basically
No,
you're gonna have
I
to have a
let
little bit
him
of patience.
finish.
Yeah,
I
you
let him
did.
finish, so now I'm gonna finish.
You did after some
Holy
contention.
fucking shit.
We're trying to calm this down so you guys can get your points across. Okay.
Okay, you know what? Here's the thing. Like I said, once again, we're asking questions as if there aren't sources in the manosphere that haven't fucking done deep dives on this, right? See, so what I don't appreciate is like rudimentary questioning when we've actually explained how the technology works.
No, you haven't.
So what I'm going to do?
Okay, go finish.
Now you're interrupting me.
Get to your point. Get your point. Get your point.
I'm getting to the goddamn point. Stop interrupting me.
Whoa. Hold on. Time out. Get to the point, okay?
I am. So what I'm saying is that there's plenty of sources that have been provided that explain how the shit works. That's why I'm very short on this type of shit.
Dude, I've been listening to this stuff and dealing with this stuff.
I'm not talking to you, BGS.
Right, but
Well,
not everybody is looking at that. Like, I see what you're saying, Complex. I mean, in general, you've covered it already, but not
so
everybody
we
even
have.
has the vernacular. I'm not going to say vernacular, but there's certain ways you have to understand programming works, which is why I brought this up beforehand. It's not unrealistic to present a different basis to have the conversation under. What he's having a question of is the agency issue. So if you can understand the nature of the agency issue, you don't necessarily have to get into the semantics of programming. So Black Uru, ultimately what's happening here is you've got two different kinds of programming that's really happening right now. There's the software, and then there's the closed loop cybernetics.
Yep.
And the real issue that we're having right now is we're in a transition where we're not quite yet at fully closed looped programming, because of the conundrum we brought about earlier with building the road and the anthill versus humanity and the algorithm.
Yeah.
So I think your concern was what we talked about earlier, Black Uru, which is what happens when you have something that's fully automated. Are people able to predict the outcome of humanity getting in the way of an algorithmic solution when human beings aren't in that programming loop? That's what I believe he's kind of making a step towards, which again is the difference between software, which has a human component and has aspects of human input, and closed loop cybernetics, which do not. Like, does that ring close to what you're trying to get at?
Well, I mean, I think you splendidly described what I think I am alluding to. I guess, where it's just shocking to me that we would presume to be able to predict the future of the science. I mean, we're predicting, we're assuming that we're going to be able to necessarily control. I mean, Elon Musk is a hell of a lot smarter than I am, I assume, and he basically mimicked the exact same words that I did here. So, I mean, I don't think the question I ask or the scenario I propose is some ignorant position per se. I think this is a very legitimate and valid question. And again, when you bring to the discussion the question of hierarchy, because throughout all human history, there has existed some forms of hierarchy, very often very oppressive hierarchy, very dangerous, murderous hierarchy to affect some broader agenda. They've occurred as recently, certainly as in parts of Europe and parts of Africa, and to affect certain agenda in Asia. Millions of people die, tens of millions of people die. I don't know why some artificial intelligence wouldn't at some point attempt to draw some similar sorts of conclusions.
Well, we're back again to the culture piece, right? Because again, the culture has to decide how it's going to engage and how far it wants to let the floodgates open. But at a certain point, it's just like we said with Pandora's box. Once certain things are out, they're out. I don't think there is a real answer for that, Black Room.
There isn't one nameless, and like that's my whole fucking point, right? See, so the only thing that can happen here is that I determine the outcome based on how I willed it, and that's the only thing I can fucking control, right? Asking these questions is ridiculous.
But people are going to keep asking it because there's a concern. Like, I don't think it's worth dumping on someone who asked that.
I'm not dumping on it, bro. It's just that, like, when you spent going on 4 years, right, trying to educate people on what the fuck is coming down the pike, and now we're here. Don't blame me, right, for knowing what the fuck I know right now, right? Because this predates the whole brain trust thing, right? Because BJS was there. That's why I'm not trying to argue specifically with him, because we have these. Okay, BJS, am I lying here?
No.
Okay. All right. Okay. So when we were talking UBI and everybody thought we were full of shit, right? Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
When we talked all this shit and everybody thought we were full of shit, right? You remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. That's all I'm saying. So what has changed to this point now? Do you honestly think we don't know our shit today? Somehow we knew it back then, but we don't know it today?
What the thing is, I think you're understating the actual problem than what's actually going on, because when the Westerners had complete control of the system, they could actually slow down the flow of technology.
Right, because the barrier to entry was much higher.
Yep.
much higher. But thing is, when China came aboard, now you have 3 or 4 or 5 different competing systems, right? So you don't have a control over how fast technology goes, what's going to get released, what's not going to get released, where it
Hmm.
goes, who adopts it, right? Once it's out, it's out.
It's
Like case
out.
in point, the
We
Lala and Lulu twins, right? They were the
yeah
result of exactly what you just finished talking about, BGS. You
yeah
have all of these different labs out there that are
yeah.
competing for just millions of dollars worth of government spent money,
We,
and there's no way
we,
they can control all of these rogue labs that are out there.
people think that that the very small, tiny speck of a possibility that we can go back to an agrarian age. We're living through one of those crises that could have easily put us back into an agrarian age,
Now,
back into a dark age,
now,
easily,
now BGS,
easily.
BGS.
We're living through it right now, and that crisis is not over. Okay,
Now
that crisis is
BGS,
not
no,
over.
no disagreeing on that. That's why if you go to my own personal channel, what are the majority of my videos about? About
Growing.
gardening, about growing things, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because these are just intrinsic life skills as humans that we should intrinsically understand and know and have the ability to do. Now to address Mr.
yeah.
D real quick, no, I don't worship robots, bro. I deploy them. But no, I'm not disagreeing. I'm not disagreeing with that point
Listen
about
to
an
me,
agrarian.
listen to me, Complex. Listen to
Go
me
ahead.
really carefully.
No, I'm not
Okay.
disagreeing with you. Yeah,
Hold
go
on
ahead.
a second. Okay, that's an agrarian. Gardening is an agrarian activity. Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
But you're gardening in a modern day environment, right? Okay.
Hmm.
In other words, if you need water, okay, there's systems to get you water. If you need other kinds of minerals and whatever that you
Well
need
tapping.
to
Yeah.
you have that, right? Okay.
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
happens when those systems break down and you're out there by yourself and it's just you and Mother Nature
No,
and
that's what I'm saying. Like things like
and,
well
and,
tapping and shit.
and an army ants. What happens when you well tap and there's no you can well tap as long as you have the materials in the machines that actually tap your well. What
Yeah,
happens
you
when you
gotta
don't
know how
have
to
that?
do it.
No. What happens if you don't have that? What if you don't
Well,
have the
well, I mean, you
tools?
can always, like I said, you can always default to the worst case, but the bare minimum
No,
is that no, I'm saying I literally have shit in my garage to be able to
I,
grow things and all that kind of stuff.
I,
Right now,
Sometimes those are parts of
now
distribution.
here's the
and,
thing.
oh,
I've
okay.
never faced the time, right, in my entire existence, and then neither of my pops and then my grandfather, right, because it all starts with his farm that we had in Texas. So that's how I get to the point today where I still know how to tend to a farm, how to raise chickens, have a coop,
Uh,
and do all that
uh,
shit. But at the
hold,
same
hold,
time, whoa, let me get it out. But let me
get
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 it
it out.
out.
Okay, okay, get
I'm
it
just
out.
trying to get it out. But at
Okay.
the same time, understand the impacts and the implications of technology, right? See, the thing about it is that you got to pick some struggles here, right? I'm not going to sit up here and just not do nothing and just assume that shit's going to go to hell and then I can't get water. I'm not going to do that.
Okay, but you can't argue against the people that do. That's you.
Well,
Yes.
that's
Okay.
good for them.
And
That's good for them.
another okay, well, the thing is that um and and I'll do this and I'll get off, but and Nameless probably knows this. People think that civilizations are very thick veneer. They're not. They're hardened, but they're not thick, right? And once they crack, if you study civilizations and how they fall, once they crack and they start going downhill, especially one as big as this one, and the system start breaking down, it's called a cascade effect. Okay, and people don't realize that. That's how come sometimes they call me Dr. Doom, but they actually put up dark news. People always think that civilizations will last until they don't.
You know, and it's interesting how a lot of those social systems work. Like, you'd be surprised at how many counter mitigation actions get thrown out there to try to slow that down. And I
Hmm.
think we're probably in one of the first periods in history where it's a lot easier to try to present that. So you can be falling, but the rate that we're moving forward is so fast that you don't know we're actually falling. And, this is where this decision has to be made once again on the culture. We've got two clocks: the animation clock and the reproductive clock. And if either one rolls out, it's a wrap for humanity. And we're back to, what is that, Mad Max era goofiness potentially. I mean, we're probably not gonna have a true zero, but we're definitely gonna have a big dialing back. You know, if you can have a market bubble inflation, you know, I'm pretty sure you can have a civilizational inflation,
You
especially
can.
if you don't have a civilization that can retain the progress that you've made because other systems begin showing up and causing problems in the environment like we're seeing now. So, you know, between, you know, situations going on with climate change, situations going on with the financial systems, disincentivizing families. I mean, the list goes on. I, I didn't want to dig too deep into what I call, again, the failure constant, because
Hmm.
to me, that's with everything. So, like, I can see your point of view complex about, okay, if I know what's there, fuck it, I'm going to keep moving forward. But I also see BGS's standpoint on people are sleeping on the potential for failure, and too few people are actually engaged. Which brings
So
us back to the
you have
whole
one of
thing
two
of, well, let me finish,
choices.
complex.
Go
It
ahead.
brings us back to the whole issue of stratification. Certain people are not happy with the level of stratification that's about to go down, irrespective. And I know you're
Okay.
kind of fed up with it on one end, on, okay, I did the prep, I did the investment, I'm good. If you're not good, you had time. I think we get
Well,
that too.
well, what I'm
But
saying is that bare minimum, right? This is why, once again, I push Afrofuturism. The key word is future.
Right.
Okay, so I push that as a cultural concept, right? To sort of leapfrog us. Now, once again, if what we're gonna do is just shit on anything that based on common sense, logic, reason, Occam's razor, that all that bullshit, right? That gives us some sort of indication that this may be a pathway forward. If all we're gonna do is just take a steaming pile of shit on it, then fuck it. Go the Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome route. Go ahead. That's what I'm like. At the end of the day, I could give a flying fuck.
Really?
That
Well, you got a choice, and the thing is, I'm not going to be responsible for everybody's fucking choice. So I'm just saying, pick one.
Really? Really?
Well,
that
we're all adults here, aren't we?
but that assumes that.
Really, we're
But
all adults here, are we not? What the
but
fuck?
that's what we're talking about. You call it Afrofuturism. I call it being engaged with an initiate system. I mean,
I
if
call it.
you
I
can
call
have
it.
it a byline,
I call it a pathway forward,
right?
or yeah,
So it's take initiative or have initiative taken for you.
pick one.
Right. So that's where I think the majority of us are at. The difference is, I don't think people understand the current environment and they don't have a vocabulary to engage because a lot of these concepts have, which generally speaking, are provided for by the culture, are utterly and completely absent. Utterly and completely absent, especially for the majority of people, and unfortunately for the adosocial complex, with the exception of individuals who have this as an interest, like most of us up here. So that's why maybe just the way we have a decorum about this conversation. I mean, again, I get the frustration, but I don't want to present this as though we're not
I mean,
trying to come to a
I
solution.
mean, I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, for years, man, because um, this is back in 2005, man. We're talking about flipped classrooms, getting tablets into the classrooms, getting teachers to actually do their lectures offline, getting assistants, teachers'
Digitizing
aides.
education.
Well, digitized education was happening in the
In the
90s, but
'90s.
Yep.
Yep.
in the
Yep.
90s. But
Hmm.
In
the
the
thing
90s.
is, how do you convince? And I'm sure Art bumps up against this all the time too. How do you convince somebody, a 250-year-old educational model to actually change? Okay, the Prussian school system was actually invented back in the 18th century. Okay, and by by uh, uh, Lutheran monks. Okay, that's what's invented it. Basically, that's what we're still working on 250 years later in a totally different environment through the Industrial Revolution, through computers, and into the modern tech. How do you convince school systems to actually change? One thing COVID did was actually start them
I
to
was
actually
going to say COVID.
well, the environment forced them to change, right? Because
Right.
they
Yep.
had to. Okay,
Yep. Yep.
so now they have to. So now, even though this technology, these ideas are 20 years old, and we've been trying to convince them to actually start the process of actually changing this stuff to so that these kids could actually keep up. Okay, How do you convince people to actually see this, change it, adapt to it, and actually adopt these models? Okay, culture doesn't change that fast. I've been trying to do this for freaking 20 years. I was talking to a teacher in Philadelphia, man, in 2006 about adopting the flipped classroom, using the money that you already have with cheaper tablets. Also, having an educational support for the parents at home to actually start this process, right? It didn't start to COVID. Okay, how do you convince people to do this? That's because culture does not change that fast. That's an example of basically the technology being ahead of the culture. Okay, and how it takes a long time for this culture to shift. In the meantime, you have all these cultural breaks. I can't tell you, I can't tell you trying to sit in with an 8-year-old, 9-year-old on Zoom and try to get with this teacher, try to adopt practices that she's never done before. She doesn't know how to teach it because she's used to being in front of a class under their old Prussian school system and teaching that way. How to adopt this and have the kids that have never been socialized to learn that way adopt a different model of learning, because you just can't take a kid that's been in school for 4 or 5 years and all of a sudden switch their mode of learning and accept them to adopt it overnight. It doesn't happen that way. That's how come you have so many kids behind. We adopted and try to do it overnight. People don't work that way. Okay.
No,
I'm reminded.
I'm reminded. Grades drop, as a result of this shit, right? And then as soon as the kids went back to school, she was back to honor roll.
Yeah, and I had to literally sit down with my grandson's teacher, right? And have her adopt a model that not only that the kid could understand, the parents could understand, but that she can actually roll out and actually get this online stuff working, right? It took us like 3 months. I had to sit there. I had to literally do tech support for the goddamn teacher. Okay, to actually adopt a model, to actually get her to actually use certain tools in a certain way, so that it was clear what the kid was supposed to do, when he's supposed to do it, how he's supposed to turn it in, and how it was graded, right? Had to go through all of that stuff. It took about 3 months. She finally got to a form where my grandson could actually sit down. It was actually pinned out. It was what he's supposed to do, in what order, and how he's supposed to turn it in. It took like 3 months to actually do that. And I had to help her walk through this stuff by having discussions and email and text, actually sitting in on the classroom, okay? And I am not unfamiliar with tech. Okay, I am not unfamiliar with tech. I got my first computer in 1981. Okay, I am not unfamiliar with tech. I've actually kept up with this shit.
San Gabriel computer shops back in the day.
Oh yeah, that was 15 years later, man. Okay, I'm talking about 1981.
Did you turn the power on?
QC in '82, man.
Did you turn the power on?
The issue is still there though.
No, we just will tell you about all the computer shops.
But Taiwanese techs, Taiwanese techs that have taken over half of California.
All back in the day, man.
The issue is still present though, because the thing about the Prussian system is that it still answers part of that biological imperative that's being left out of this new system.
Yeah,
and when we get back to the crux of it. When we talk about the socialization, we were talking about the inability to learn. A human's natural ability to learn usually comes through somebody being in front of them, present and setting examples. And that's what's being undermined here. This is one of the biggest issues that I have with a lot of the conversations that we have on this topic, is that we don't even forget, we just overlook human imperative and the fact that it's not going to change anytime soon, no matter what we do.
Not unless they start artificially manufacturing people.
Yeah, that's what they're trying to do. Exactly. And shout out to was it Royston Gibbs?
Looks like Royston Gibbs.
Yeah, Royston, because Royston Gibbs.
Yeah,
I appreciate the super chat.
That is a Jamaican. He might not. That is a
That's
West
like
Indian
Winston,
name,
huh?
if nothing else. Yeah, Royston.
Right.
That is a West Indian name.
Royston I've ever heard was Jamaican.
Yeah.
But I think, I'm gonna go dig deeper into that, because I wonder if the way these children are going to be coming up in generation Alpha and Beta, if it isn't going to potentially have a epigenetic response to lean towards autism, basically from what we're seeing right now, if
Yeah,
things
it
remain
is.
in
It
that
does.
trajectory.
It
I
does.
wonder.
Ask
That's
that
why. That's
question
why. That's why.
again.
That's why autistic people are actually running Silicon Valley.
Yeah, I was going to say, ask that question again because when you say which generation, what's the age group in that?
So the Z's kids and the kids that the
To
Z's
24,
kids
24
have.
down. 24
Yeah.
to
Twen-
24. I would say 24 to like 25 to like 12 years old. It's
Oh,
like
okay.
Z's.
Well, no, my daughter's 10. So
She's
I
an
was going
A.
to say, there's things that I'm
She's
doing
alpha.
perfect. She's alpha.
Yeah.
That's your grandson too, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
All three of, all four of them. Yeah.
Awful. Shit, I know you got 4.
Yeah.
Didn't
Just
that
but
start in 2019? Was it 2019?
No.
They
uh,
started.
I
No,
think the
no, no.
alpha started in 20. I would say 2010.
Yeah, I was going to say, because my daughter was born in 2011.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's okay. So that's alpha. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll
Yeah.
say this, and
Yeah.
then I want to see what
I got I got a 5-month-old grandson.
Oh, okay. Congrats, man.
Yeah, congratulations, fam.
Oh, congrats. I didn't know that. Okay. So I'll say this, and then he has older alpha grandchildren, right? So maybe our approach is the same. What I recognize here is that my child has to have a healthy balance of the digital world and then the natural world. Right? So the first thing I do is I live out kind of in a rural area of Southern California, right? We do a lot of bird watching, we do a lot of gardening, growing, fruits, vegetables. Even like the science fair project that she turned in on Tuesday had to do with which citrus fruits actually contain the most juice, per weight, right? So it's like oranges, tangerines, limes, lemons, right? So
Greens, beans, tomatoes.
greens, beans, tomatoes. Okay, we did that on that once. Okay, so no, but the whole thing is that I also have her engaged in things like like cheerleading. I'm going to put her in ballet, swimming, like competitive swimming, stuff like that. What I don't want is a child whose orientation in terms of psychologically is like 65% into the digital world and not engaged in the physical world, right? What I have to do as a parent is make sure that I'm providing a healthy balance, because what I can't do is absolve her from tech because I'm in it, right? We ride the scooters to go to the grocery store to go get stuff for dinner all the time. And she knows that what I do with the app, what dad does with the app and all the calls on China and all that shit, right? So she knows about it. So it's not as if she can be feigned or ignorant of it. But I, as a parent, have to be conscious of how much engagement she has of it, and then also what she's engaging in when she's using it. BGS, you tell me.
I mean, you have to keep her connected to the real world. But you do a good job. What about the people that she has to associate with that don't, that can't,
Well, no,
that
I
haven't
want
had
to
that?
address what Namus is saying in terms of that. Maybe
So what?
relate, like what you do also with your alpha grandchildren. Right? Because I think we agree. Because you literally just said it, right?
Well, he's into the arts, so he's an artsy guy.
Okay.
So he's been in a couple of plays. He sings. He draws. So he's tactile. So he's done all that stuff. He's done kickboxing, all that kind of stuff. So
we got like real world engagement, right?
Oh yeah. Well, he actually deals with people all the time. So he has his own. He has a dance crew that's at school. He stays after school to actually engage with the kids. So he's actually very into social engagement. But that's his real personality. We don't have that kind of problem. So
I know
he's
personally.
very hands-on.
I'm cultivating a whole new lifestyle that I'm calling the Nameless Path, and it's really kind of borrowing the things that it's investigating the question of what does it mean to be human, and we're getting into concepts like Budo, the martial arts, integrating it into philosophy to form a worldview, getting into having a different relationship with food and the sustenance that it makes.
Yep.
It's taking that physical element and then digging into the process of mind and learning how every aspect you see physically has a mental representation. And you can have that represented on a frequency and vibration, which can be brought into code, which means it can be digital. So
Yeah.
everything has a interconnectivity to it all. And the
Yes.
key is understanding what frequency you're at any given time and appreciating the superposition of reality between all of these things. I
Right.
think these are the kind of things that get you some sort of basis to interface with this new fourth
Right.
industrial wave. And
Right.
I don't think there's a lot of people thinking this way. I don't think people realize how close we are to having a lot of these things happen, because in truth, what we're already doing now and what people did when they addressed magic back in antiquity, I don't know what the difference is.
Well, you already had one of these bad boys get off the chain, okay? So
Wait, what? Wait, say that again?
you already had one. You already had one. The tech, this new technological age. You already had one of these bad boys get off the chain. We're dealing with this stuff right now. They
Wait,
don't
no,
have
when you
control.
say the bad boys get off the chain, what are you talking about?
In other words, C-19 got off the chain. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, shout out to Wuhan.
Yeah.
We see
Yeah,
you.
okay, you talking in code. My bad.
Yeah. One of these
My
bad
bad.
boys got off.
Nameless, read the comment in the back chat.
In fact, that was a question I asked even before this happened. I was asking Nicole. Okay, we have all these CRISPRs, we have all this tech all over the world, and there's no control center. I said, what happens when one of these bad boys get off the chain? A year later, guess what happened? One of these bad boys got off the chain.
Got off the
Okay,
chain. Yep.
and unfortunately, we didn't get the worst one. What if you had a combination of Omicron and Delta?
I mean, I don't even know what all this shit means at this point.
I mean, they got a whole new one out now, right, in France somewhere.
I'm like, I don't even know.
It's not a new one. Well, basically, and
I'm
shout out
saying there's a new buzzword flying around for the same
Oh, yeah.
thing. That's all.
It was
It's
the same
another
thing.
repackaging.
Basically,
Yeah,
yeah. Well, we're not. I'm saying that's like I'm using coded language, right?
yeah, no, I understand.
Because I asked Nicole almost 2 years ago, right? What is this thing designed to do, right?
Right.
She said it's designed to avoid the human immune system. Guess what it's done over the past 2 years? Exactly what it's designed. Exactly what it's designed to do. She looked at this. That's like when I have experts look at this. Give me the synopsis.
Okay,
of
don't, BGS, don't. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Shout out to Xenophagy. That's all I'm gonna say on that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Emphasis on nameless talking about it flying around because that's really what it's doing.
What I'm saying is, and that is just biological, right? What other bad boys that are on chains controlled right now? What if an AI gets off the chain that we don't know about?
Well,
That's
look,
what I
what
mean,
we're
man.
learning.
Why don't we just kind of cut that one?
Okay, we'll leave that alone.
You
You already know where I was going.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, ultimately what I'm saying is the option of not being engaged on all levels with this, especially on a cultural level, are out the window, because if you don't take that initiative, and this goes back to what we said in the very beginning, if you don't take the initiative is going to be taken for you by something else, and it's likely not going to be in your best interest. But the difference is, I think for the first time in a long time, because people are used to operating on such a low level, these options that will be presented to them under the form of somebody making a decision for them is going to look like a new form of freedom that they've never experienced before.
And you know what the problem is, Nameless? They have never thought what they're going to do with the folks when the shift happens, right? They've never thought of that. They thought of okay, this is cool. It's going to do these things. We can actually save money or make money doing these things. But the thing is, what do we do with the 80% of the people that don't make it? Are they just going to disappear?
Maybe attrition, fam. I mean, look, we're really, I don't know how we're not set up for ABI. Like ABI is gonna have to be
Or
the answer
UBI or
post
ABI.
reset. Yeah, one
UBI.
one of the two, one of those methods. Either way, you're gonna get something static. Like we don't know what it's gonna be predicated off of. Maybe it'll just be the presumed
what's good, guys? Ready.
prospect of what's going on. It may be the presumed benefits of financial compensation made off of the technology that's replacing jobs. It could be just the government's footing the bill after a financial reset / bankruptcy. Who knows, right? But at the end of the day, you're gonna have to have some kind of static. Here's your stipend, and from there you.
That was part of one of the things that we explored on one of these UBI talks a couple of years ago. Actually, was the notion of the idea of a robot job, right? And this was something that was actually floated by Andrew Yang, who was essentially basically a technocratic, presidential candidate. And what he was proposing were things like that. One of the things that Mike V and I explored numerous live streams was a cannabis tax, right? So for like legalization purposes. Now, what we actually kind of wondered if someone was peeking in on that live stream, because you know what happened in Evanston, Illinois?
Oh, they actually implemented something like that?
Did you ask? What were you gonna say?
No, and I said no. I don't know. Tell us.
Oh, okay. No, what they did was, so there were reparations that were paid to the black. So we have to go back to the 60s when a lot of black folks who were living in like sort of like an upper crust area on the north side of Chicago in Evanston suburb, right, where Northwestern University is. Okay, that's an upper crust area, right? It was like black bourgeoisie elite, right? Got all those people out of there to move in faculty, right? And they did it under nefarious means. So what they did was back in 2020, they issued reparations to the descendants of the people who were displaced from Evanston. And the money that's coming from those reparations is coming from what? Weed.
Okay. Yeah. Well, there's one source. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's sort of like, okay, these things can happen across various mechanisms.
You know what's driving the legalization of cannabis, right?
What?
Opioids.
Well, cannabis is actually, number one, it actually helps people with an opioid addiction.
That's what he's talking about.
In other words, the lesser of two evils.
Right. So if you can get people to do that in lieu of getting with this crazy meth, like you're gonna have it's not gonna stress the system as bad. In other words, they know cannabis is not that bad. They know that.
Yeah.
So if you've got the lesser of two evils, and people are going to look for something, you would rather them have something that's not going to tax the system more, and it's much easier to not only control but monetize. Because you can make that stuff off of nothing.
Yeah. Cannabis, no matter how much you smoke, is probably not going to kill you.
No, we'll go look up the original recipe for NyQuil. Okay, before they replaced it with alcohol, it was an indica extract.
Yeah, and in other words, what I'm saying is that with opioids, the way they're made is they're artificial, they're cheap.
They're artificial,
They're artificial, they're cheap, they're potent, and they're deadly. Okay, how do you get people off of this stuff? Because I don't care. Cannabis will never be that cheap. You can't make it that cheap because it's natural, right?
Right.
Okay, but you can. But the thing is, you can mix up a pound, a kilo of an opioid, of fentanyl, for less than $1,000. Okay.
And shout out to
cannabis has a harvest schedule, right? Like you have to grow it. It's a plant.
In other words, it can never be as cheap as an opioid, right?
No,
you can't.
It's a commodity.
There's no way you can get. There's no way a cannabis can compete with a nickel's worth of fentanyl.
There's no way. No.
Go ahead, Art. Because I know you're trying to get this chat off.
Shout out to Mr. Z for the super chat. It says, I don't care about how tech goes. Just want my Z to, was it Lord?
Yeah. He said, just want to take my
Lord.
Z.
Lord have mercy.
Tech is inevitable, but some have legitimate concerns. By the way. Okay.
You're right, by the way. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm not gonna take a Z, bro. I love cars, bro.
Look. I got a real legit
you never
concern.
take your cars.
If I see Elon, hey, what Huey said? Oh no, Riley
Yeah.
said on Boondocks, I'm slapping the shit out of his bitch ass because nigga,
Well,
your
Yeah,
tech is gonna take my Z away.
yeah, yeah,
Well, no,
yeah.
Mr. Z, did you see? Go on the Brain Trust, dude. I just uploaded a video yesterday where I was doing a sim race test session in a Porsche 911 991 GT3. So listen, dude. No, I'm not trying to take your car, bro. I'm not about
I know,
that.
no,
Like
I'm
that.
joking with you. I'm joking with
Yeah,
you.
yeah. Come on, man. Don't
Yo,
make
Z
me a
talking
full-blown
shit.
fucking technocrat.
Right?
Come on, dude.
Thank you for naming it. No,
Z
but I really
talking
wanted to.
shit.
But I wanted to say some stuff because Nameless has this habit of like taking all my shit before I get it out. So let me hurry up. For
Man, he
real.
be trying to hog my bandwidth. That's all.
No, maybe.
I'm gonna let y'all have that one.
No, but no. So I wanted to expand on the idea of people. When you talk to the average person, they really think we're 70, 80, 100 years away from a lot of the tech that you guys were speaking of earlier. And even BGS and Nameless sometimes have to correct me because I'm like, oh, we're like 20 years out, and like they're like, no, we're like 5 years out, right? So
Or we
as
got it already.
oh,
We got it already.
exactly right.
It
So
just
that's
it hasn't been implemented. It's there. It just hasn't been implemented.
and that's what's frightening to me is talking to the average person that doesn't even they really think this stuff is not going to happen in their lifetime. And so what the example I like to use is the cell phone example to kind of bring it down home for them, right? Like 1985 cell phone, what? Like you had car phones, maybe if you had money, but who had a cell phone in 85, right? Outside of like certain politicians and like really, really wealthy people. You fast forward 25 years later, 30
Everybody
years
has-
later, and it's like
Yeah.
everywhere, right?
Yeah,
I worked outside
homeless
of
people. Homeless
I
people.
literally was about to say that. We finding cell phones all over the parks, like supercomputers, essentially, just like rained out, cracked screens, just people just throwing them away. That's number one. Number two, and I want us to expand on the idea of and I call them weirdos, the weirdo artistic people in tech being now the model for success.
Snow
right?
crash.
Yeah. That to me is frightening. That to me is frightening because I don't know if you really want to raise I want your kids, especially as Black people, for us to have our children be as capable in this upcoming techno revolution as possible. But I don't want my son to be Mark Zuckerberg.
See,
I just
they
don't.
said-
That's
See,
why
they
we trying
said
to.
the
That's
mo-
why we trying to get Complex actually get the audio book Snow Crash and listen to it.
Z, they said that the most ideal individuals for using a lot of this tech have all three pillars of the dark triad personality type.
Oh yeah.
They've already mapped them out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we're looking at the
I've never
whole,
shied away from it, but the reality is that we're not going to. Like I said, I hedge on the fact that we are always going to have some sophisticated level of tech overlay in our modern day environments, and I say modern day because in other locales, not so much. And this is once again where I understand the dichotomy, right? Because part of our company objectives is to get involved in the infrastructure development in places like Africa. Okay, where what they're going to do is start with 4IR. They're not going to go back to the 50s United
And then
States
build up from there, yeah.
Americana and do that bullshit. And then just kind of slowly evolve. No, fuck that. That's not what they're going to do.
No, well, nobody does. Nobody does.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They're not going to do that, right? You see, so what I intrinsically understand here is one, there is a need and a gap fill for this type of tech, especially for Black communities and in Black locales, right? If we take it seriously, it can solve some of those problems. Meanwhile, and then in other places where we're not in a modern industrial environment, guess what they're going to start with, right? See, so that's ground floor business over there from an international standpoint.
Yeah, but they did that in the mid 2000 in the mid knots. I don't know how you say mid 2000s. Okay.
Yeah, mid-2000s.
No, you can say aughts. It's right.
Okay, in the mid odds, right? Instead
Mhm.
of building landlines, they just dropped cell towers. Okay,
Yes,
because it,
yes,
Mhm.
yep.
Mhm.
because that was the cheapest way to do it.
That's
So it's
the
not a
cheapest way
matter.
to do it,
It's the cheapest
right?
way to
That's
do it.
why everybody BGS is on what, like feature phones, right?
Yeah,
Over there in Africa, right? Bare minimum, they're using feature phones. They're using some sort of digital exchange mechanism,
yeah.
right? If you go back to about 3 or 4 months ago, BGS, I'll probably have to email this to you. I don't know if you caught the rollout of Cardano, the ADA digital token in Africa, right? This is a
I didn't get the rollout. I anticipated because they're already using Bitcoin.
Oh, I got okay.
So
I'll email it
And
to you. There was a
you
whole. There was
mentioned
a whole.
Cardano.
so
Any
let
word
me
you guys
Yeah,
mentioned the
Wait, go ahead.
Cardano?
I'm sorry.
Any word on Black Torch?
I haven't. You know what? I haven't heard.
Because he always talk about
I haven't talked
Cardano.
to Black Torch in a good minute.
so let me
Mm.
so I was sitting
Damn.
down.
Oh, yeah. You know what? That's a good question.
So I was sitting down, like I said, when I got off, we went to one of the sites, and I was sitting down with an African contractor, and we were listening to the whole thing about the dialogue. It was it's a pretty good dialogue, and as we talked about it, he's like, where you and the thing about it, he made it simple. That's why everybody don't want to jump on YouTube, but I'm definitely going to bring it up to speed for what we talked about. Where we have tech, they have culture. That's the gap.
Mm.
they do now.
Where,
Yeah, so far.
so
Yeah.
no, so when you have, because it's like how it's like, if you don't have the tech, then the system that fills in the gap is the culture.
Right.
Where you have
Mm.
the
Mhm.
tech, then there's no then where you have the
Tech,
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 there's
tech,
no culture.
tech,
Because
tech becomes the culture.
exactly.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
when people, that's why I tell people, oh, we need to go back to the 1950 model. Nobody's going back. Just like
No, yeah, it's
Complex
done.
said, nobody's going back. Like
No,
that.
not
Nobody's going
intentionally. Not intentionally. No.
back unless you were to have a nuclear sub send off a goddamn nuke and EMP the whole continent. Which good luck with that one. Then but see, in the same sense, to teach certain things, you would have to have the acquired skill to actually teach it. This is why you see the beckoning of the fight against the teacher, the teacher or the master who has the set experience versus I've seen it on YouTube. I'm just as good as you, if not better,
Yeah.
because I have the tech gave me the experience and the know-how to do what you're doing. But wait a
But
second.
not really. Mm-hmm.
So this is where we're having the collide of a lot of the arguments is going to ultimately come down to the industry of the culture, which so for men build the nation. We build the nation. But because of lockdowns, they have it where shit, we can't depend on man no more because man can get sick. He's fallible. So fill in the gap with tech, which I'm not gonna lie, tech is a lot faster. You can have a machine do what 10 men can't do. However, that means you're making man obsolete. And when you start making man obsolete, he cannot do his nature. Men are naturally built. When I'm out there in the yard and I'm looking at another guy do his job, I'm trying to get my job done. So in my mind, my chemical is I need to get it done because he's moving faster than me. I'm competing with myself to get my job done. There are different mechanisms going on in a man's mind to doing certain ingenuity of things, building, establishing. But hold up now. When you tell that to the men that are born in this era of the techno era, why do I need to do that?
There is a reason to do it, BMT. There is because it's not as if. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry, brother.
The reason why, because like I said, I spoke to his son. His son was born in America. Okay. If I look at how he is, somebody born outside of the continent that comes from an era sort of somewhat like me, and how his son is, his son
Irv, your background.
Can't go, I'd probably say 20 minutes without that phone, looking at that phone. His dad be, turn off that damn phone. Dad, no. Like, you know, I got like a notification always going on. He can't, if you look at a lot of young people, they can't disattach. A lot of people these days, they can't disattach from the tech. They can't. It's actually a lot of people, they don't know. They're either they're born into it.
It's a way of life, BMT now.
It becomes technoculture. That's all it is, technoculture. And we've been.
Well, that's where BMT was going from the beginning. Go ahead.
So tell somebody to pick up a book versus why do I need to pick up a book?
That's old tech, bro.
There's a difference of reading a book.
Yeah, it is.
Versus an audiobook. There's a big difference. People think there's a
big difference.
Hey, BGS, check the chat there. I put that link in the back for you.
That's what I'm saying. Like, we're now having it where I hit where we're saying, like, how do we save the culture or how do we fix whatever thing? But you can't, because you're born in a technocratic culture now. You're in a whole different culture that is evolving faster than the culture. That literally, they're like, why the fuck would I want to go back to that? Y'all would.
Can I ask you a question? Is it faster? Is it better to read a book or listen to a book? Like, if you can comprehend it, if you get the comprehension, either way, which one is really better?
No, reading gives you different skills. Reading gives you different skills versus listening. Okay. So that's the reason why one of the main things that BGS and I covered on the Black Luddite live stream had to do with literacy, right? The ability for young Black males to read. It is very important that you understand how to recognize words based on sight. Not understanding language based on what it is you hear.
Yeah, it's different.
There's a difference.
But let's break that down real quickly, y'all.
Wait. Let Argo
go further. You got to break down the 4 different learning styles: visual, auditory, reading, writing, and kinesthetics. So you got to take all that in consideration. The way people learn, a lot of people learn different. So you got to be kind of careful about what is better and what is
neither one. None is better. Okay.
Art, let's keep it real. Isn't these Black boys in America not even going past 3rd grade read level? So why would people want to subject them to this audio alone when you don't even got the basics? And usually the basics is the foundation for everything.
Can I ask you that real quick? So if they're somewhat dyslexic and then learn a skill at an early age, you move past that skill, so then you see all the auditory or tactile learners, and can they pick it up quicker?
But the thing is, what you do is in this modern age, you actually limit them. You actually cap off their ability to survive and thrive in this environment. You have to be able to learn how to read. Okay, yeah.
But see, that's the problem. And that's the thing about it, because you see how when we brought, I'm embarrassed because we were brought up in you got to reading comprehension skills. Remember that? That was actually a class. Reading comprehension was actually a class. It's not even a class anymore. Comprehension skills.
Now, don't forget the retention.
Yeah, retention. Reading is you retain more of what you read.
That was a part of language arts, wasn't it?
Yeah, but
that's an art. That's an art. Language is an art. Comprehension is a skill. Those are no longer really classes anymore. Because
that's what I mean. It's like it used to be called language arts, but
the
now
host is trying to talk, yo.
Yeah, because real quickly.
Oh, I'm sorry, my bad.
I had to cover this over the summer at nauseam. You have to the goal was reading and writing, So you have to determine what skills that you implement to make sure that a person can read and write. So that's where we still go into auditory, the visual, or the kinesthetic. You got to find which one will lead them to reading and writing. So it sounds like sometimes people put the cart before the horse, because that's the thing. Like based on them performing, and that's how you determine if it's effective. And that's I think Pastor Dollar was talking about that. $40 is that when you're and I think Chaos too. is that when you don't, if you can't do all those things, then you got to open the hood and find out what's going on with the engine. So if those other things haven't been implemented, then yeah, you won't be able to comprehend what you're reading, and you won't be able to write.
But wait,
So
wasn't art wasn't so back in the edge, so I'm going back to my days in the 80s and the 90s, right? In the educational system here in Southern California. BGS, you tell me. So wasn't language arts, right? That was like the actual course when you were in like elementary, middle, junior high, and high school, right?
Yep.
And so what it was is that it was actually all encompassing. So I remember when I was in like advanced language arts and shit like that, even if you weren't in advanced language arts, okay, it was kind of all encompassing. You had to do things like book reports. The book reports would oftentimes have to incorporate, say, like a cover for the project that you're doing. I think what happened here, right? And so tell me, what happened is that we took language arts, because it's just that, arts, right? That's all encompassing. It's plural. And what we did was we broke it up, right? We broke it up and we split it. And so now that since we split it and it's no longer language arts, I don't even know what the fuck they call it nowadays, right?
Well,
but what I understand is that they don't even teach it the same way. This is the reason why we all have a command of language the way we do.
Well, the problem is the whole thing that we haven't really covered is the cultural disconnect in the language.
Yes.
That's why most.
But Art, is that because they broke it up? Because I don't think they teach it the same way. Or no, I'm saying, help me out. Help me understand.
They didn't break it up. They shifted the way they actually implemented. Okay, they implemented it toward a single white female, and they implemented actually what they did actually stratified it, right, so that the top 20% of students get a certain kind of the more basic and more comprehensive style learning, and everybody else gets a watered down version of it.
Get over just the basic version.
Here's a question for y'all, especially for Art and here's a question for Art and BGS because they're a little bit older than the rest of us. Is when you guys were being taught English and language, was there an emphasis on the etymology of the word? Because when I came around,
no.
Okay.
Basically, the way I was taught, I don't know how Art was taught. Basically, they taught you how to master the basics. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a mastery of the basics: reading, writing, arithmetic. Multiplication. It was taught for mastery, right? Okay. It's no longer taught for mastery anymore.
And by the way, BGS and Art New Style have officially adopted me into the old nigga.
Yeah, you
fraternity.
in? You in?
So next time,
Complex, how old are you?
When you acknowledge the old niggas on the panel, you acknowledge me too.
Wait, no. Wait, you got to give me your age before I just automatically put you in the old nigga group.
He's officially
I'll be 45 this year.
Oh yeah, you old.
You still in the middle age nigga group, bro.
You said that shit, dude. You told me I was the old nigga. So.
Yeah, middle
You're
age.
supposed to be sending me some Hennessy for my birthday.
No.
You're supposed to be Gary.
Eldership starts at 42. You're an old nigga, man.
No,
that's what I'm saying. You're supposed to be sending some Hennessy for my birthday.
One time.
Shout out to 3,000.
I'm gonna tell you why.
3,000 GT Atlanta for that super chat.
So I'll put this out there. Why? Okay, so the simplistic thing that I can remember is coming around the corner is Valentine's Day. And if y'all all remember in school, how many of y'all remember having to write poetry or write a girl a letter? No. And I know a lot of people think, oh man, nobody did that shit. Oh no.
Shit, I did it.
I did it. Listen, that was you were known for lyricism, being able to think and write stuff down. Like that was how.
Shit, I plagiarized Casey and JoJo.
Let him finish.
See, the thing about it is that's a cultural difference. That's a big cultural difference. Like I literally read one of my cousins' girl, your ass so fat. Like I'm like, what the hell is this shit? Like what is this? Like, can you not articulate proper, verbs? How you feel, your connotation of how you of her mindset.
Wow.
No,
You,
what are you talking about? He could not
you,
understand
you
it
know,
was foreign.
you know what ruined that BMT? Text messaging and the shortcuts.
Oh, see,
That
but
Emojis.
see,
it took
I'm not.
auditory.
Listen, I'm not.
Shorthand text,
Yeah,
basically.
yeah. Yeah, go ahead, BMT.
Oh, he come right back. But that's the
Okay.
auditory part because, like, when I remember being a child, being like 5 years old, they'll do
Mm-hmm.
that ding test, and then they will test your eyes and it will test your hearing.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we're overlooking the hearing part. Even when you look at Valentine's Day, you heard you were supposed to, write poetries. You heard you were supposed to give out the little Hershey kisses. These are things you heard. Even how we pronounce words, I think dialect is really auditory. You hear, or you reciprocate, or you regurgitate exactly what you're hearing. So I think that's the reason why books went auditory, because you're able to get a whole lot of information in through the ears, I believe.
Well, that's the oldest form of communication. Well, how was
Yeah.
communication
Yep.
actually passed down from person to person before books? Books are
Yeah, 'cause
books. Got to remember, writing itself is only for the elite.
Ten
It's only
thousand, something like
no,
that.
no, it's not even that old. It's like
No, it's for the elite.
like 3,500 years old, right? And for the common person, it's only a couple hundred years old.
and just to
As
remind you
far as
guys,
books.
just remember this: audio books is nothing but a bedtime story.
It is. It's the
That's
old.
all it
It's
is.
it's the oldest form of communication for humans is auditory, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
But also the most inefficient way of passing down information.
Well, wait a minute.
Right.
Wasn't like, maybe say like one of the most rudimentary forms of that was what's his name? Roosevelt's fireside chats.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah.
the African griot. Okay, the
Aesop
historian.
fables.
Yeah, and fables.
Yeah,
Aesop
yeah,
fables.
where the fables. Right,
Mhm.
right.
Hey, Toya in the comments said texties. It is a language. She's right.
Yeah, it is.
No,
Oh yeah,
seriously,
she's not.
it's an actual thing. It's an actual
Yeah.
thing because, so for example, have you guys ever? And no, this is actually something to consider about the psychological disposition of humans and how social media has affected how we perceive things,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
So for example, have you guys ever heard a person say LOL but not actually laugh out loud?
Yes, of course. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
that is a perfect fucking example of what I'm talking about, right? Where
Mhm.
a social meme has basically replaced.
Is it me?
Language.
Complex, you broke up a little bit.
Yeah, yeah. Well, basically, basically, the word "okay" is a shorthand, right? It used to be all correct, and okay actually found its way
I
into the
didn't know
lexicon.
that.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Well, just to expound on Complex, what he said,
Mhm.
just think about this. I don't know if people catch this, but do you ever find yourself repeating what you text a person when you finally meet them?
Yeah, of course. Yes, yes,
Did
sir.
you get my message? Blah blah blah. It's like, wait a minute,
Yep.
we're here. We met. A lot of people do that.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm sorry, I might have broke out there. Do you guys hear me?
No.
Now we can.
You got cut off.
Okay, no, I was just saying that if you ever hear somebody say LOL,
Mhm.
right, as opposed to actually laugh out loud, that
Yes.
is a clear indication to you, right, that what they've done is actually supplant a social meme as an actual expression or an emotive, right? So, like, for me to hear somebody say LOL, kind of say it to express an emotion, I'm like, well, wait a minute, you didn't actually laugh out loud.
Mhm.
Now, there's a level of psychological disconnect there, and that's where I kind of speak to like the subversion aspects of this, right, and how it intrinsically affects us on a limbic level. That's why I was like, wait, you didn't actually laugh out loud, so why the fuck would you ever say that?
And truth as I know, it says you should play the Stone Ape Theory video. It describes how humans may have come to use language. It's possibly BS, but fascinating. Nonetheless, I'm
Yeah.
gonna get that copyright strike, fam. So I can't
Right.
use it.
No. Yeah.
I,
You can't play it.
I think that's the thing about it. Like, and you're banging on the nail. That's why I said it's a cultural difference of having to write a letter to a girl,
Mm-hmm.
speak to the girl, engage with society versus, oh, hit me up on my Snap. Hit me up
Mm-hmm.
on, let me text you. Let me see. Now it's like, well, damn, what association? Because now
But let's
they're
bring
not
it. Let's bring it back to rudimentary situation right now
talking.
with I'm
Rudimentary.
sorry,
Yeah.
rudimentary. I say rudimentary.
Yeah,
I don't
like
know.
I'm
Anyhow,
just saying,
but
like,
the situation is like we talked about much earlier. A lot of these guys are really engaged in digital stuff and video games instead of
Mm-hmm.
having a letter specifically for getting with the
Mm-hmm.
opposite sex or what have you.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is like why? And I asked, like I said, I asked he's still right here. I asked him, are you interested? Are you more interested in video games, in anime, and manga, whatever?
Mm-hmm.
Even what do you call it? Social media more than getting with having a girlfriend. He's like pretty much.
Yeah, rice eater. Yeah.
It's
He
the
he
it's
didn't even
the
think
it's the
about it.
art. It's the
Herbivore.
hard work.
Herbivore men.
Herbivore men, and
Yeah.
so and me, BGS, and Nameless have spoken about this. Like we saw that coming
Yeah.
when it popped
Yeah.
up in Japan. I was like, yeah, that's coming over here. It's only a
Mm-hmm.
matter of time. Number one, number
The Chinese call it lying flat.
line flat. But something BMT said, I wanted to slight correction, kind of funny, but BMT, them niggas ain't even getting no text messages, niggas. It's Snap, it's IG, it's TikTok. When they talk to the girls, if and when they talk to the girls, they get the social media
that's
information.
who
The
they
cell
get.
phone number comes
That's who they
later.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
So do y'all think
Yeah.
NFT? Do y'all think
Damn, you breaking up, BMT.
Do y'all think
I,
NFTs are going
okay,
to be the new
I just
way
don't know.
to?
Like, there's
Uh-oh.
something. I'm not sure y'all remember getting a letter from a girl and it having that fragrance or that smell, or they might spray something on it, or
Yeah,
they
yeah,
might
I'm too young for that
there's
one.
something special.
perfume on it.
Yeah, I'm too young
There's
for
just
that one. I
something
didn't get
different
that.
about
Yeah,
getting a letter.
they
There's
did
just
that.
something
One time.
different
One time.
about
One
that.
time. Yeah, it was a different age. It's different time period.
Yeah, it's a different time,
It
man.
just right. Like I remember, and I shit you not, my mom made me and my old lady handwrite every goddamn guess to the way. I'm like, why the hell? We could just type this shit up and actually. No, it's something
No.
personal. It's something personal when y'all write it out to every, and that was literally 30. That was 35 goddamn gifts. You know what I mean? We had to write 35 goddamn letters of appreciation.
Yeah.
Then we had to write a whole
That's
goddamn sonnet to the elders. I'm like, holy
Not a
shit,
sonnet.
man!
that's what the upper class did. They're trying to give you basically upper class training by doing that because
But just
people in the upper class still do that.
but keep in mind the subconscious is recording.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to determine what is good for the subconscious and what is bad. Because like if you're doing a lot of letters, that's
Mm-hmm.
overwhelming, right? That's why the conscious mind has to kind of move it around a little bit to get the subconscious mind to take it in because
Mm-hmm.
it only takes in shapes and symbols, colors, and all that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So
it takes it in. But the thing is, but the act of writing is tactile, right? So
right.
you get in more than one. That's like when I actually teach kids to memorize stuff. I actually use as many senses as I can, right? Hearing, vision, feeling, which is tactile. Okay, whatever I can actually bring in. So um, even writing down spelling words, right? Writing them down, sounding them out, and then use flashcards to go over it. Right? Actually, using more inputs, so shapes and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, but you visually you actually get in shapes and colors and all that kind of stuff. But the thing is, the act of actually writing it, the muscle memory, because that's all sensory input. And then
Yeah, because
sounding it out is
the
another.
body's
Because the body's
feeding it. Yeah.
engaged. Your nerves actually engaged, right? Uh, Sounding it out every time you write it. Okay, that's your hearing or your auditory actually engaged. So
I'm gonna throw some meat in. I'm gonna
there's
throw
different
some meat
senses.
in here. I'm
Go ahead.
glad BJ is here. I'm gonna throw some meat in here.
Go ahead.
The money, the currency, it
Okay.
has symbols, pictures,
Yes.
Yeah,
colors,
yeah,
even
yeah.
all
Yeah.
around the globe.
the feel of the money.
The
Okay,
feel of the
Yeah.
money,
is
right?
is it coin? Is it paper? Okay,
Right. So
is it
now we're
rigid?
going
Yeah.
into cryptocurrency,
Mm-hmm.
digital.
Oh,
So
Where you going, Art?
Well, BGS,
Yeah,
Art
you
and
going to
BGS,
use your
I
eye,
also,
Art.
One at a time.
That's
One at a time.
visual. That's
No,
visual.
well,
you
go ahead. Go ahead,
no, I was
Congress.
just I wanted to say, like, okay, when we were talking about language arts, right?
Mm-hmm.
Penmanship,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
That's largely becoming a lost craft.
Yeah, fine motor
yeah, because
control. Yeah.
that's your key
Yes,
state.
yes. That is because I just literally heard you talking about
Mm-hmm.
these aspects of language, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And penmanship is another one,
Yeah.
right? And then if we even break down the subsections of penmanship, we're also talking about different types of writing styles like cursive,
Mm-hmm.
line rule, cursive, right? All these various types of writing styles and stuff, different types of pens that we use, right?
Yep.
Fountain
Yep.
pens,
Different,
gel ink.
Pen. Mm-hmm.
different types of paper. Yeah. All
And,
that.
Yes,
and, com- and
yes. Like
complex.
we're losing. Go ahead. I'm sorry, bro. Go ahead.
No, just real quickly. On that note,
Uh-huh.
remember the big, ugly, fat crayons
Holy
and that
fucking
thick
shit.
line
Yep.
paper
Jesus
when
Christ. And
when you
that
were
big
trying to write
ass
your
line
alphabet.
rule paper. Oh my
Right.
God.
But go
Yeah.
ahead, fam.
No, I'm
Do
just saying, like, these are the things that, when I was listening to what BGS was saying, and then, it sparked the thought. I was like, okay, well, penmanship
Mm-hmm.
is a part of this also, right? And these are all like quickly becoming lost arts
Mm-hmm.
and lost crafts
Do y'all think
because of the advent of technology. Right now, we can replace this with, say, like a Apple Pen.
Mm-hmm.
Not really. My daughter has she has a iPad. She has an Apple Pencil. And then she also does actual handwriting, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And it's different. It is.
Would
It's
that
different.
be the same as a stylus?
Yeah. Cyrus, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
And
do y'all
understanding.
think that's
Okay.
why we have all these NFTs coming out? Because I think NFTs deal with a lot.
Well, it depends how you use them.
Well, I
I personally believe NFTs are like the tulip craze. Personally,
I don't want to go too far from this because I wanted to ask this question to Art.
Okay.
Do they still even teach cursive? Because last time I checked, they didn't teach cursive. Okay, yeah.
No,
well,
they
in
don't.
Florida, I don't know.
They still teach it. They still teach it. My daughter's learning it. In school right now. She's 10. BGS has a grandchild around the same age, right?
He's in fourth grade. He's learning cursive.
Yeah,
that's all I
my
write
daughter's in fourth grade. His grandson's in fourth grade.
Yeah, we actually taught it to him in like second grade. We actually taught him cursive.
Because I only write in cursive, even my notes, everything. I hate writing in print. Once I learned cursive, that's all I wrote in until only when I'm forced to, if you're applying for something or whatever. But I only write in cursive, and it's weird to see people that don't know how to write in cursive. I know a lot of people that don't, so I thought it wasn't taught anymore.
Cursive takes a lot of practice to actually do it well and be.
Well, and it's something that we're speaking to, right? These are things that they're educate. A lot of modern education systems and programs are not looking at these types of skill sets, right, as being fundamental to, let's just say, the future work environment, stuff like that, right? Because see, if everything is a goddamn oh shit, I just dropped my keys. If everything is a damn digital interface, what good is cursive, right? See, so what we don't want to do is spend time and money and resources teaching kids how to write cursive. And actually, what we want to do is we want to get them into what, BGS? Common Core, right? Algorithmic thinking, because we would prefer them to write code instead of cursive.
Yeah, so you're trying to introduce them into typing in third grade
Bingo.
instead of writing. Yeah.
There you go.
Which they're really doing already because they got phones, and what do? They type with their thumbs.
They just type with their thumbs.
So it's an easy translation to a keyboard.
To only do thumbs too. You got to teach them to engage in all their fingers because.
Well, yeah. But the thing is, once you go to a typed medium, okay, it's an easy transition to actually typing rather than writing. Okay, writing's a fine motor skills. You don't need.
It's fine, man. Yeah. You got to write in between lines. You have to write in between lines, and it has to become a memory motor. Or I'm sorry, muscle memory function, right? Where you understand how to do your strokes in between these two lines, right? And what are those lines? I can't remember what I think it's 3 or 4 centimeters, right? The line that you write in between on line rule paper.
Yeah.
That's a fine skill. That's what BGS was talking about. That's why I said penmanship was a actual thing. I remember learning this shit. And I had English teachers that did not like ugly writing.
We did a workshop. Do you want children to have those constrictions in a world with no borders or boundaries? Do you really want them to have those constrictions?
Oh, that's a good question. Or do they really have the constrictions? Like, is it because we're just teaching them how to play within rules, but there'll still be rules. It's not like there won't be rules. It's just
there's always be
they'll
rules,
be different. Yeah, there's always going to be rules.
Yeah.
Number one, but on the flip side of what Complex was just saying, so I'm the last of a dying breed. So yeah, I'm 35, but I type like an old man with my index fingers. I missed that train, and it always feels weird typing in front of people because you look like the freaking artard in the group. So yeah, that's the one train I missed that I'm really like regretful of is the using typing actually the right way. Yeah, I missed that train. It's too late now. But yeah,
no, it's not. You can retrain yourself. It's not too late.
Yeah, probably take some work. It feels weird though.
It's all it is work. Okay.
It's like writing BGS. How many people write a 7? Put a strike in their 7s.
I haven't seen that in a long time.
I write. That's how I write my 7s. That's how I write my 7s.
The people that actually do it are mostly Asians that actually put strikes to their 7s. I don't.
Yeah.
Americans really don't do it.
Yeah, I write. All my 7s have strikes to them.
Okay, that's original. I mean, you don't see that very often.
So Complex is saying he put a heart for the dot on an eye. Go ahead, Complex. I'm fucking with you. Good.
No, you're good. What was that, dude?
You have to put a dot.
I said you put a heart for the dot on the eye. No, I'm fucking with you.
I don't fucking do that. What are you talking about? The Chinese don't accept that type of shit.
Let me ask you guys this: we were in a workshop, and they were giving us a study about the different styles of writing, and the couple of things I took away from it that kind of made me think. They said that usually a person that writes big is very confident, very outspoken and pretty much ambitious, and a person that writes small are pretty much keep to themselves and bad spellers. Have y'all heard that before?
I've heard it. They're not actually bad spellers, but yeah, that's what people that actually analyze handwriting. Yeah, they say.
Wait, BJS, what's that? That's actually called. That's actually there's a term for that.
Yeah, it is a term for it. I can't remember.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember it offhand.
Yeah,
analyzing.
I've never heard that before, Art. That's
old. Yeah.
So if people that write larger tend to be more confident, and people that write smaller,
they're more.
Wow.
They have whole psychological profiles.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. There's an actual. Well, this came about like the 60s, 70s, and 80s before we got into.
Whoa. This is
maybe even say like I was gonna say
the 19th century.
Yeah, this is a thing. There's psychological profiles, right? Based on how you write. So, for example, like when I write shit, my shit is a mix of cursive and graffiti, right? That's what my shit is a mix of, right? Mike V is like the same way. Our shit is like a mix of cursive and graffiti, right? And what it kind of comes off as is kind of like doctor script. There's an actual whole psychological profile for how like doctors write prescriptions.
By the way, Complex, you went right back to the tech conversation. I don't know if you realized it.
No.
We just looped back. I know, but I'm saying
what we're talking about here is like there's actual psychology behind how someone writes something.
Yeah,
but I'm talking about I'm talking about the algorithm being able to read, because when you were speaking earlier, I was listening in, even though I wasn't up. I was listening in when you were speaking about how they can advertise to you because of the things you say, but it's not only that. It's because when you go down a certain road on the internet, so many people have been down that road that they can predict where you're going to end up next. And maybe 8 out of 10.
I mean, goddamn, the predictive algorithms nowadays are so goddamn sophisticated. This is the reason why we were saying that, like, I can have a conversation with somebody, and then as soon as I get off the phone, and I pull up a browser on my phone, there's a fucking ad right there.
Yeah, because they're listening. They're listening.
And I'm tying that to what you were saying about kind of personality archetypes tied into the way they're writing. We're getting so advanced with our technology and how some of the coders are coding the algorithm and everything like that, that it is predicting you to the and Yuval Harari speaks about this. You're going to for the first time in human history, you're going to really, really, really have to know yourself, because the technology is going to even outpace you in knowing you.
But you know, I want to ask a question real quick before you go down that path.
Because when the doctor writes that script, he writes it impulsive. He writes it in impulse. That's the reason why they want him to type it out now, so that the pharmacist can actually read it. He just writes it impulsively. So is the algorithm actually learning us, or is it learning our impulses?
Both. That's a good question.
Both.
Well, yeah, it's actually because your algorithm, depending on the stuff that you click on, how they broke it down for us at Google, depending on what the user clicks on frequently. After a while, if you look at your search engine engine starts to input. So this is what they like. This is their critique. This is why whenever you join on certain apps, they ask you, what are your interests? And when they start asking your interests, that's what they start showing you. Or like if you look at it, like the channel, they'll show you your channel and the mindset of people that frequent your channel and where they go, and that algorithm is put in your algorithm. So
let's do this, BMT. It kind of goes more into so let's just say like an AI algorithm stack has a few layers, right? One is a behavioral learning layer, right? Then the other layer is more of a pattern layer, and then there's a predictive layer. Right. See, so it kind of starts with, let's just say you get a new device, you get a new phone or something like that. Now, if you were to, let's just say, load your backup onto the new phone, then it's going to take all that acquired data, right? And then just basically start where the old phone left off. But let's just say you set up a new phone and you don't put it's going to start from scratch and it's going to learn. So the first thing it's going to do is going to take you through a setup process, right? And it's going to say, well, how do you prefer your phone to be? Do you want, a dark background? Do you want a light background? You know what that tells you? Eyesight. Okay. Tells you, right? And understand that this is also communicated back to central servers, cloud servers, and shit like that. So it's not just native to your device, but what it says is, well, do you prefer a light environment on your phone or a dark environment on your phone? Do you prefer to have, nighttime, what they call like evening or whatever that setting is on the phone, where it understands that based on the universal clock on the phone, it's evening time, so it's gonna do you prefer this or not?
Yeah,
it's learning all your habits and characteristics.
But let me ask you this question, Complex.
It's a profile. It's a profile.
There you go.
Groups of profiles of people, of large groups of people, and it checks you against profiles. It's already database is already there, and then it adapts that to you. But go ahead, BMT. I'm sorry.
But see, now this is the thing about it, that even me and my son, because when we were building our studio, my son and I was going over stuff of setup of building online communities, and he asked me a question that threw me off. Kids have interesting minds. They said, "Well, do people choose their community, or does the algorithm choose them?" And I'm like, "Damn, I ain't never thought of that," because the algorithm picks like what is suitable where you fit in design. You're not really choosing.
It's a suggestion. It doesn't send you there. One time.
But now, we like to believe sometimes, well, it's suggestive.
It is.
But it's like, I feel like, you know how like when you have your kid and you tell your kid you're giving them suggestions, like, Dad, I don't think I like vegetables. Well, why don't you try this vegetable? But you're steering them in the direction of what you believe they need to have. Just like I have communities put in front of me, and I'm like, I'm looking for an anime community. So they'll suggest certain anime communities, Blurred, that. I'm like, I'm gonna join these ones because I feel like that's what I fit into. But the algorithm put those in front of me because it knew those were the choices that I was going to most likely go into.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
like,
But you gave it the initial data. You gave it the initial data to
yeah.
understand things about you to make these. This is where I want to get at,
hmm
right? That's why I made the analogy between setting up a new phone and it says, okay, tell me about you.
Yes, like a
And
good salesman,
Go ahead,
like a good
BJ.
salesman.
no, well, and the most voracious of these, from my understanding, because I watch Social Dilemma and all these other things, TikTok. So we talk about Facebook ad nauseum. People talk about IG and YouTube and Google, whatever, because YouTube is Google, whatever. But
Hmm
TikTok, from my understanding, has the most voracious algorithm. That shit will send you exactly what you're looking for, like 9 times out of 10.
Yeah.
And once again, remember, TikTok started where? In China, and they don't
TikTok
have none of
overtook.
these rules.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
TikTok overtook Google. Like literally, they are now
You
the
see,
top. They
There's
are
more
now
people. There's more
they're the
people
top.
in
it's like
China.
mental
In
drugs.
terms of user
One
base,
time, one time, one
TikTok
time. Yeah,
overtook. Go ahead.
We're
yeah,
selling
No,
our
you know.
kids drugs, man. Like this is attention drugs that your
yes,
14-year-old
yes,
is on.
yes,
Hey,
yes.
they sit in their
digital
rooms by
Big
themselves
dopamine
time.
with
hit.
that.
Say
Yeah,
what?
true.
I said they sit
I
in their
said it's a
rooms by
digital
themselves with
dopamine
TikTok.
hit.
There's
Yeah, they
nothing
do.
wrong with that. Is that bad art that they sit there?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, because you're not seeing what they're watching.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
and plus they're isolating themselves. So and humans are actually built to engage. Well,
No,
That's
no,
right.
per our
DJ,
biology.
I get you. I
Mm,
understand you with that. Like I said, I got a
mm,
Fortnite kid, and
okay.
all my kids, like I said, my son, I had to give him credit that he was building a studio. Like this is a
Mm,
goddamn 12-year-old building a gaming
mm,
studio.
mm,
And the thing about it was, as he was doing that, I'm like, damn, how the hell you know how to do this stuff? But when I was teaching you how to change oil, you couldn't figure that out.
YouTube. Yeah.
And he was
YouTube.
like, I don't know,
Yeah.
it gets easier. And it's some of the simple things that were engineered that we look at as, I guess they call it boomer knowledge. It's literally a
Hmm
thing. That is insignificant.
Fucked
Like, why
up.
do I need to learn that? Like,
Well,
what? Yeah,
now
and I'm telling you, they will.
no, no, no,
already
no. I
covered.
want you to explain
They'll
what
say,
is
why do
boomer
I need to
knowledge.
learn that?
Wait,
Explain
what?
what boomer knowledge
Okay,
is. I don't
so
understand the term.
Boomer? No. Oh,
I'm done.
Yeah.
Okay,
okay.
so
Let's
boomer
have that
law.
one.
Okay, so the millennial type. So boomer is what they classify as what old people retain as certain information. Whenever you
Okay.
deal or whenever you listen to people BBS on panel,
Hmm
and they're like, why do you keep talking about that stuff in the past? You ever heard how they always say that? They'll tell you about the
Oh
stuff
yeah,
that they
yeah.
talk about in the past. But you're like,
Okay.
you need to know this stuff. And they're like, no, dude,
Yeah.
that's the past. Like, let it stay in the past. That is categorized now as boomer knowledge because
Yeah,
Okay.
you're
Oh,
Borg and
okay.
bad for real.
we
Yeah.
have
Okay.
tech
All
now.
right. I get it.
So right, we have tech. Why do we need to know that shit? And like, you
So
need to know,
essentially,
you need to know
Yeah,
this
you're
story.
borging pretty bad,
One,
BMT.
you're
You're
Borg and
borging pretty
BMT,
bad.
but I think what BMT is saying
I'm
is
sorry,
the
I'm
whole
on my phone. Go ahead.
conversation. The whole
He can't hear us.
conversation we just had, about penmanship and writing, yeah, that was some
Mhm.
boomer shit. In other words, that's boomer knowledge. that's
Okay.
that's
All
boomer
right.
shit.
All
Yeah.
right.
So
I just
yeah,
want. I never heard the term, so I just
So
want to
I
know
have
what
a
it was.
I have a
it's
question
just
for
another way
y'all.
of saying back in my day. They're like they're
Okay.
like
Oh,
mocking
okay.
us for
All right.
saying back in my
All
day
right.
type shit.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So with all these algorithms and all these they knowing pretty much how you think, what's your behavior on the internet,
Mm-hmm.
and with these NFTs, you can actually buy digital space. Do you
Mm-hmm.
think that they're going to start having it to the point where we're actually literally living in groups on the internet, or are we already doing that right
We
now?
already doing that.
We're
You're
already doing
doing
it.
you.
We're
This
already
is
You're
doing
already
it.
doing that.
this is the precursor to it. This is a precursor to
We're
it.
already doing it.
The real digital space won't happen until the neural implants actually come, where you can
Right.
actually
You're already doing it.
physically interact. More
Yeah.
like the Matrix is actually an idea, actually the embodiment of a digital space where people are actually living there.
Yeah.
Here goes
But you're
something for
already
y'all.
doing it on a
Like,
rudimentary level. You're already doing it.
Yeah,
So
yeah, you
that's
are.
why, like the conversation
DGS,
like we just had.
One time.
Go ahead.
okay, go let
Okay.
BMT go. Yeah, because you
So
bug.
the
Go ahead.
conversation like we just had about
Mm-hmm.
we choose. I literally I was watching that last night with Morpheus and
Mm-hmm.
Trinity and and Neo. They were talking to the constructor. It was that time when they had the dinner table with this rich fancy class code maker.
Oh,
And you remember?
the
And
yeah,
he
I
was
remember you
like
talking about
cause or
the
causality. Right.
the Merovingian. Yeah,
Yeah, there you
The
go,
Frenchman.
exactly.
yeah.
And he
Yeah,
was
okay.
like, that, and Morpheus was like, no, you have a choice. He said, no, there's no choice. It's cause or causality. Like everything is put before you, but it was programmed that way. And so I'm like, damn, like we're literally having that conversation right now. Are we really choosing things these days, or are they just put before you as a cause or causality? Like, you know, like what are the choices? What are the chances now that there will be a freak of nature world situation that now puts it where everybody is now going into the technoverse? Like, hey, y'all have to stay inside, learn how to work tech.
Right.
I'm just waiting for the
Yeah.
next lockdown. Everybody starts getting neural implants. Like, I'm like,
Oh, it's a
well,
wrap. Yeah, yeah.
let's
yeah.
go.
It's not
I mean,
BT. It's not necessarily. That's not necessarily what it is, right? So check it out, right? So perfect example is on the last cannabis live stream we did on Brain Trips, right? I talked about a company that has a metaverse dispensary.
Okay.
So what you can do is order weed in the metaverse and it gets delivered to your house.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. So it's kind of
use it as an interface.
yes. It's like we have to kind of look at the like literally if we were to really kind of deep dive into like how would your average everyday plebe use this bullshit, right?
They got to dumb it down. Yeah.
They're gonna buy some weed, they're gonna order pizzas, they're gonna do dumb shit, right?
Yeah. 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 Where is that's what you know, the bug actually accelerated. Remember I was saying that it's actually going to accelerate everything? And that's what it had. Now more people are actually order dinner, groceries,
think about
food,
it, right?
online.
Uber Eats,
Okay,
DoorDash,
Uber, yeah, all that
Postmates,
stuff, right? Yeah,
fucking
on steroids now.
Grubhub. Think about
Yeah,
it, BBS.
and
Come on.
now nobody. How many people actually really walk into stores anymore, unless they want to get out and
Thank you.
socialize?
Well, Instacart, shit, right? They order their fucking groceries, right? Right, either curbside delivery or okay, there we go, right?
Yeah.
This is the shit. This is the shit I'm talking about, right? Like we're already here. And goddamn pandemic brought that shit on, man.
Yeah,
But
in fact, the lack of change, okay, the use of cards that you had to use to eat and order out and stuff like that, it actually forced you to stop using cash, right? Because physical cash actually lessened. In fact, they were actually thinking about
there was a coin shortage. You remember?
There was a coin shortage. It was,
yes.
One way or the other, whether you believe it was coin shortage or not. But the thing is,
that's
a different story. But the thing is, they force you to actually use what your debit cards, right?
Debit card.
And so basically. Debit cards and stuff like that are digital currency. Crypto is just another algorithm, right? That's all it is.
That's all it is.
It's a digital currency.
You use a debit card, BJ. Okay,
it's a digital currency.
Wait, Complex, before you go too far in that, I don't want you to go too, because there's something you said earlier I wanted to address. When you were speaking about and BGS and it's true, the technology, especially post COVID, I'm doing air quotes on post COVID, Art Cube, the meme, the gift, because we still living through it, so whatever. But people are still speaking as if though we're pre C19, right?
No, they're not.
What I mean by that, BGS, understand what I mean by that. The way people, when we have the conversation, that whole HVM conversation, all of that is pre-COVID talk. All of that is pre-COVID, because especially when you know
post-COVID, didn't it?
No. What I mean by that is the ideology. Because think about this. Now you know how people are really living. You saw people not be able to afford anything after 2 months of sitting at home, right?
Okay.
Number one. So what I'm saying is, if you're still speaking about certain relationship dynamics like your pre C19, then you're having a old world conversation, and I'm tying that to the larger conversation. Real quick, BJ, because I just want to get this up, because I'm using that as an avatar to talk about what you and Complex are talking about, where the technology is outpacing the culture. This is something Nameless speaks about ad nauseum. That's all I'm really trying to say. Where you have people are engaging in Instacart and they're not going shopping and
Yeah.
brick and mortar stores. Like you put that out a couple years ago, BGS. They were going to shit anyway.
What
But
I'm
look
saying
how
is,
people are talking.
one thing you got to remember, okay, Amazon,
Oh,
Instacart,
there we go. There we go. There we go.
these kind of entities didn't just come, when C19 showed up. This has
Yeah,
been
you're right.
30 years in the making. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
it was already happening.
was already
All C19 actually did was accelerate it.
It just accelerated it. Thank you. Yeah.
Debit. I got my first debit card in 1985.
Like,
Okay?
goddamn, dude, it was back in like the 80s and shit, dude. I
Yeah.
got mine as soon as I got out of fucking high school.
Yeah. In other words, the adoption has been over the past 35, 40 years, right? Okay.
Yes.
The amount of actually physical cash is only like 5% of total cash that we use,
Well, I
and that's
thought it
been
was.
that way for a long
I thought it
time.
was like 10%, BJ.
No. The money supply has been less than 10% for the last
Is it
30
less
years.
than 10%? Because I thought before, like everything had to have a 10% reserve to borrow off of, but we're saying it's now 5.
Well, I mean, but the thing is, checks and other kinds of payments are not cash. Okay.
Got it. Okay.
Cash is I do believe is M1, right?
Right,
M1
right.
has been M1 when I first learned of the money supply was like 6 or 7%. That was back in 1994. Okay.
Got it. Okay.
So basically,
Ooh.
the money supply has been dipping ever since.
It's
and
been
especially-
dipping, yeah.
So I would believe that the M1, which is the money supply, is probably right around 2 or 3%. So
Have y'all noticed? Have y'all noticed
nobody gets paid. Nobody works a job gets paid with it. They stopped doing physical checks for the most part, man.
Dude,
back in the 90s, right?
Like
So
that
nobody,
shit,
everybody gets
direct
paid
deposit. When did that
digitally.
take-
Yeah,
when did
direct
that-
deposit.
when did direct deposit
For the
become
most
norm?
part, for the
Have
most
y'all
part, that's
noticed?
why it's hard to. That's why it's hard. Because like I said, back in the day, you could work. Like honestly, and it was almost brilliant. Like I got to give the government credit when they said, immigrants, y'all come take y'all reparations, and we'll integrate you in the system.
They need them. Yeah, there's a reason. There's a reason
And
for that.
literally, like my Hispanic workers, I remember the older ones were like, Senor BMT, cash. No, you're in the system now. You get digital. It's on your. Look at your debit card. Your debit card's now. And I'm like, welcome to America, motherfucker. Now you go now. Now
you go
you.
to third
I
world.
can
It's
tax
cash.
you now.
It is literally cash. You go in the third world.
So
Yeah, well, they
have
say
y'all
cash is
noticed-
king.
Have y'all noticed every gas station you go into now, it doesn't only have an ATM machine, it has a coin base machine now.
Yeah.
So now they
No,
have
it's
it
a
where
Bitcoin. It's a Bitcoin ATM.
uh-huh. And every gas station is a Bitcoin machine now. So like everyone can now.
I haven't seen that one yet. I haven't seen the.
Well,
Bitcoin
you know
gas
what?
station
Hey, just give me a minute.
You're in every
I'm gonna
gas
get my
station.
daughter. I'm gonna go get my daughter from school, and I'll cam up and I'll show you the one literally right around the corner from my house. There is
Okay.
like legit. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
you know
I
the-
haven't. You know, I'm in LA. I'm in LA proper.
No,
so I haven't seen it
I'm
yet.
just right up the road from you. But no,
Oh, yeah.
hey, real shit. What I'm seeing here is Bitcoin ATMs. There's literally like one at the Valero gas station down the road.
You know the post office wanted to introduce Bitcoin into a post office bank back in
Oh, you know what,
2009.
dude?
Yeah.
I came across an article about that.
I might still have one. Yeah.
You got it, man. I
If I-
came across that shit be just like about 3 or 4 days ago.
I'll send it to you if I can find it. I
Okay,
think I
okay.
saved it. I'm not sure.
The first time I started using Bitcoin, and I'm not sure if people remember, it was on Craigslist. Because that's how that was actually the currency of Craigslist. It was Bitcoin. I'm like, what the fuck? You know, and it was cheap. It was literally cheap. That's why, but literally, you know, the goddamn government seized all our Bitcoins because they were like illicit spending and they couldn't control Craigslist at the time. And but that was the currency. That was digital currency on Yahoo. I'm not sure if people still use Yahoo anymore. And doggone Craigslist and the back forums, that was the currency. And so what's going on now is that everybody soon enough. That's why like everybody soon enough, whether they like it or not, they're going to be put into some type of system. Just like we said, like
I agree.
everybody's gonna be put into the system, whether you like it or not. Everybody's trying to fight it, but I'm like, nah,
You're
bro.
already in it. You're already
Wait,
in it.
Exactly.
wait.
That's
So
why I
what
always try
system
to
are
get
you
person
talking about,
like,
BMT?
we gotta fight the system. I'm like, dude, you're already in the system. How are you fighting something that you were born into? It was like Dog O'Neal fighting the system, and they said, walk him home cancer. Like you never left. You just stepped out and you just came right back in the house. But literally, you're still part of the system. That's why he said That's why the engineer said there was nothing new. Like you've been here before, and so it's always just a resetting of a system. Just depends on where the reboot is being at. So looking at how it's going on now, that's why I always tell people when they say, "Well, how do we bring back the home? How do you bring back the home?" It's just that you're in a different home setting now. Just like
Yeah.
whenever you reboot the computer, it's never goes back to the same reboot station. It gets redone over with the memory. So
Well,
I think that's why.
like. I'm sorry, BMT. Go ahead, finish up, bro. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying like the times where we wiped out our computer. Yes, you can take it back to the database, but the experience of the memory, like we know that some of that memory has been permanently wiped out, and you have to replace certain stuff in there. And so now we're talking about humans differently, because humans and circuitry are not too differently. If you actually start comparing them, and I forgot what study on it, but you got to start asking yourself, well, who or what system of humans or people get replaced, and replaced with what? And we're going into another era of humanity with women thinking that they can do this, men trying to try to equal out to do that, or saying, well, I can get a computer to do this, and I'm like, well, I hope you know, God knows what part of the computer is going to get replaced. I hope you're not on that motherboard, or you're not on that chip, because something will be replaced, whether you like it or not. And so that's what's going on now, even with the current state of the nation. Like Rome will fall. America will have its reset, whether people want to appreciate. That's why they say, well, winter's coming. No, dude, like the reset will come.
No. We're 2 years. We're 2 years in, and this is the reason why I don't like to have the conversations about what is to come versus what the fuck it is that we just went through, and understanding having a better assessment of the time that we're in now. Like literally, we only one
I would agree with
weekend.
you on that. I'd agree with you on that. Go ahead.
Maybe I worded it wrong. That's what I was saying, Complex.
What I'm saying, we're only 1 year into 2022. And just like, let's just say from an industrial standpoint, from my own company, my own business, I can sort of tell you what, just how 2021 finished up, what is in play for 2022. And you look, I'm just in a small segment of all of this tech, right? I'm in micro mobility in terms of IoT. I can expand because IoT is a base platform which you can leverage different things. And what I also know and intrinsically understand is that I can potentially do that. Why? Because we can look at things like, and I want to try to use code language, BJS, and tread lightly on this type of shit. But the mandate situations, right? I want to separate the words. So things like that, where if it impacts things like garbage collection services, snow removal services, landscaping and upkeep and things like that. So you got brothers like Young Grizzly. BGS, you know who Young Grizzly is, right?
Yeah.
Okay. One of the founding members of the Brand Trust, right? This is a guy who literally, he and I, we did an IoT deep dive a couple weeks ago. And he illustrated the technology that he's building out right now, automated lawn mowing system.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm saying either we fucking do it or somebody else does. At the end of the day, that's just really what it boils down to. I'm going to mute for a minute. Y'all go ahead and got it. I'm going to be listening in though.
I think that's why I have a conflict, because for me, and I'm speaking only for me. Sometimes I conflictually, I can't always go with certain groups of men because maybe because of my ingenuity of a traditional mindset of how and I used to fight y'all, you know how I used to fight people on no, dude, like that's not us, that's not how we should be. Because I'm like, dude, like if you don't have the proper tutelage or training when they're starting to do the reset on certain things, then you're going to be left out. Like you got to have something to set the balance of what makes you essential. And when I say that, I got scared when they started picking the essential people versus the non-essential people. People don't understand that that's a caste system. Who's
Yeah.
who's
That's true.
needed, who's
Yeah.
needed, and who's not needed. Yeah, like people are like, oh, I'm essential, I'm non-essential. Like, dude, that's you literally, and literally when you're having to go through checkpoints, I'm like, holy crap, y'all, we're in some Blade Runner shit right now. And
I
like
think
you're like, well, I gotta
Oh,
become essential. Well,
oh,
guess what? Are you essential person? No, but you gotta.
it ain't Blade Runner, but I say Snow Crash.
Oh, that's a good one. Oh, we could do
Yeah,
some
no,
movies off
no,
of these kind of
Blade
talks.
Runner is actually based off of biotech.
but I
Now,
think it's the
see,
new I
we'll,
think
oh,
it's the
we'll
new
get
cast
there.
system
Listen,
though.
when they give me my praying mantis blade legs, then we'll be talking my shit. But however, I'm just saying, like at this point, this is why you're seeing people trying to find their trans identification of what they want to
Mm-hmm.
categorize themselves as, or
Mm-hmm.
who's essential, personal, non-essential. And I'm like, dude, be very wary how y'all tread with caste systems because when you start playing them games of who's allowed to mate, who's not allowed to mate, the
Mm-hmm.
alphas, the betas, the goddamn gammas, like
We're already having that
oh,
conversation, BMT.
no,
We are
we're
having
not
a
we're
conversation.
not having it. We're in that. We're
But the
in
thing
that
about it
world
is,
now.
it's the
Because
new. It's the
now
new.
when they
One
do these
time, one time.
lockdowns, you
Mm-hmm.
now have it where who's the essential person? Or, well, what can you do? It's like whenever the zombie apocalypse, you're gonna ask the question. So what can you do? Well, I can have sex and make babies. Okay, so stand over there. What can you do? I know how to make gunpowder and also I know how to make metal into weapons. You stand over there. You're needed. You're not needed. I need you to do this. I'm telling you, when the shit hits the fan, you're going to have. Just wait, give it a few more times. But they already talking about another lockdown. That's a
Mm-hmm.
categorization of they're
I
putting.
don't think I don't think a lockdown's gonna come. I really don't.
You know what?
I don't think so.
I don't want that, and
Mm-hmm.
we like to bank against that. But
Mm-hmm.
I will not be surprised if certain states pull that shit
But
to
right
find out.
now though,
They can't
you
afford
know,
it. So
but
I
what's
already know.
going on? A lot of our schools, we don't have that many students.
We're trying to
Yeah,
cut them
the school.
down.
Yeah, my school's been doing the same thing too, Art. Like they've been having times where they shut down the schools, and certain
Mm-hmm.
schools can't keep handling the shutdown. Like
Well,
certain
this leads
certain
into
districts are
what they
having to close
want.
down schools.
That's why
This
I'm able to stay on live this long. But go ahead, y'all.
this leads into this. I'm glad you said that new class system. So I think they have a new class system that I was reading up on. It's like they have the high class, low class, and the useless class, but everyone is saying it's useful because you have the high class, then you have the working class, which would be a low class, and your useless class would be the ones that spend all their time on the internet. They'll be the new art. They'll be the new artists because
Don't be talking about me like that, Irv.
I'm just saying, man. That's what if you read it, that's kind of how they have it. And the crazy thing about it is, a lot of the high class is trying to circle around to be in the useless class, not the low class, because the useless class is really where a lot of the money, as you read it, is kind of being funneled to, because they'll be the content creators and they'll be the ones showing you this world or the fun that you could have, spreading ideas because they're useless, as they say. But then the low class will be working, and the high class will just keep it all tied together. And it ends up working together. It's just, where are you going to find yourself at? And each one sounds somewhat profitable. Even the useless people sounds pretty fun. I would have been on the internet creating content all day, spreading ideas and getting and people that's it's like welfare on the internet. I'm not really mad at that either.
But I just see the thing about it is this: you always have to ask who gets to choose who's put into what class, what category.
Exactly.
And the thing about it, and Art and BGS has spoken on this. Are black boys trained to dream to go to college, or are they trained to just go to work? And I literally had the question. I'm like, damn, I was more so trained to work, trained to fight. I was never trained to really. Most black boys are not trained to dream.
Well, BMT, if you go finish, I'm sorry, I'm cutting you off.
I'm just saying, like, no, and
Mm-hmm.
I'm not being rude, but black boys are not trained to really think. They're trained to work. That's and people think, well, that's not
anybody
true,
too.
I'm being dead ass serious. Like, most black boys are more comfortable with, and that's why it's taken as a slight whenever you start hearing black men think, oh, you think you're a white boy. It's not seen as black.
It to me, and this is where we get into the class and race conversation, because I think now we're in a place where, in many ways, it's becoming the bottom 80, maybe 85% of men aren't taught to think. They're supposed to be the worker class, and yes, it's a white man at the very top. We already know that, but that maybe that tier under him is nothing but the air quotes thinking women, right? So what you're saying about black men, I think that's becoming universal for 85% of men writ large in the West. In the West, right? Because they don't really want you competing with them, number one. Number two, in their mind, you are useless outside of your physicality, and that's about it. I mean, yeah, go ahead.
But Mrs. D, when you saw Antonio Brown have that meltdown,
oh yeah, with the jersey, yeah,
right? For me, I felt empathy. Because any other time, if it was another time, they would put that Negro down. Well, the Mandango served his purpose. Put him out, take him out to the field, and put him down, because he ain't worth nothing anymore. And how many black men have issues, mental breakdown, CTEs? Something happened to them where they have. You can't say I'm lying on it. Y'all know this is true. We've seen
right.
brothers functioning at top peak performance, and then snap. And then to white people, well, just get another nigga. Just get another nigga. He'll fill in the spot. Versus somebody could have gone out there and said, hey, we need to go get that brother, cover him up, and figure out what's going on with him. No, we made fucking memes about them
Hey, BMT, low key, somebody did do that. Who was it, BMT? Brady.
I know. No, but I know Brady did go. See, Brady did go out there and went to go get him. You know what I'm saying? But to me, I felt like that should have been a brother that should have gone out. The brother should have gone out there and got him.
I agree.
Maybe I'm overthinking that shit. But
no, you're not.
I'm just saying.
Damn, that dude.
If I saw one of y'all brothers having like.
That dude was trying to tell the coaching staff that his ankle was not 100% after he ran those first set of reps. Those motherfucking plantation slave drivers was trying to tell him, no, boy, just get back on the field. He said, fuck it. What he should have did was just sat on the bench with the shoulder pads on and not come back in the game. Still would have got paid and still been on the team, and then let the people talk about it post game. Yes, he did wrong by picking up those jerseys. They're taking off their jerseys, said I quit. No, I'm not gonna let you just take my money. But what I ain't finna do is I ain't finna let you run me in the ground neither. That's what he should have did. But no, it was an ankle, man. And I seen that white boy receiver coach and that other receiver coach looking at him like, you making up. I played this game. I know how them coaches do. It's politics. Them dudes was looking at him like, how dare you? We telling you get back in the game because we got to appease the head coach. And you saying no to us mean you saying no to him and us. So that's why they would look at him like that with disgust, because he was telling them, man, I ain't full speed. I can't go. And they get on me, just get back on the field. But guess what? He said hell no to all of them. You got to think about it. What this man got to lose? He already got 2 Super Bowl rings. He got money. He was just playing the game for the love of the game at this point and being around the players. He didn't need this shit. We
there was
make
a
it sound like he's having this, that, and the third. Man, he went out on his own terms, and I can respect him for that.
Ed
I just,
Ed a oh I'm sorry, go ahead, I'll go, sir.
the thing about it is this:
Mhm.
black men have been running the field for years, and now,
Literally.
and now, and when you have a breakdown or an injury, you're not trained to stop. I never see my daddy really take a day off. He just kept working and working and working and working. I believe when DC showed that, had us look at the video of John Henryism, and this is why you're getting it where black men do not want to go out there anymore because they're looking at, well, shit. You see what happened to him. Why do I want to be a dad? You see what happened to him. Why do I want to go in that position if they're going to disrespect art? You see what happened to him. Why do I want to go there? They did that to Al. You see what happened to him. Why do I go into politics and see how they talk about Mr. Z? He's a sellout. See, other black men who haven't stepped in your shoes watch you work your ass to the bone. And they watch you break down and get treated like shit. And then they're like, I'm not going to go out there in the field and bring you back in because I see how they did you. Why am I going to go out there? And I'm telling y'all, this is something, I had with my own father. Like, I'm not going to work in the field like you. But then when I watch him start having his back or sometimes sit down and pray and say, man, I can't finish it. And I'm like, yo, bro, what the fuck am I doing? Like, he's out there by himself. Like, this is why we got to ask the question, who's going to fill in the gap for us black men when we break down? And so we're being replaced. The black woman, there's more of them. They'll maneuver more of us. But as far as for the black men, and that said a lot. That's why I said, like, when we looked at it for that man breaking down mentally. And this is why when I said when it comes time for like us at job, we get furloughed faster than anybody.
Yeah.
Fire them
That's a
niggas.
fact.
We easy to replace them. There's nothing covering black men at work. There's nothing covering our black boys at school. There's nothing covering us with the system or any type of law. And everybody think that is us bitching or complaining. But let's be for real. There was no like just like the white bitch said, shut up and dribble that fucking ball.
Hey, wait,
Just
BMT,
like they
wait,
told Dave Chappelle,
BMT.
shut up and just tell your jokes.
Wait, Irv, wait. Before I don't want us to move an inch from where we at right now. BMT. Laura Ingraham wasn't the only one that said that. You know who else told you that? Your black president. You know who else told you that? Your best rapper alive, Jay-Z. Barack told the NBA when they didn't want to play after Freddie Gray's was it Fred? No. The murder in Minnesota. When they didn't want not Freddie Gray. Goddamn, why I forgot the name. I'm sorry, but the players, I think it was LeBron that called Barack. Barack was like, I think y'all should play. Translation, shut up and dribble. Then when they interviewed Jay about Kaepernick, when he said, I think we've moved past that, that's another way of saying shut up and dribble. So Laura Ingraham wasn't the only one that told these niggas to shut up and dribble. I'm just saying. Keep going.
No, you're right about that. Like again, like you're told to stay in line with the quota. You know what I'm saying? Like before the white man check you, they're gonna probably be 20 other black men that check. And I know a lot of people saying that. Some people think that the way how Antonio handled that was wrong, but you weren't him. Yeah, a lot of people haven't made the accomplishments that he made. A lot of people will never get to his level, and you got to think that. I mean, like again, this man has been berated and called all kind of names by social media and by the system. And for once, when he finally stands on his own 2 feet and says something back, people have like I said, it's like, yo, you are not allowed to be human as a black man. You're not allowed to.
Well,
you're not allowed to say, hey, man, like I'm tired. Again, sometimes even I understand sometimes even when black men say, yo, like, hell, I even have time when I'm in the household and I say, yo, man, fuck it. What's the point? Like, I'm tired. Like, daddy needs his fucking break. That I need to rest. You know what I'm saying? But we're not seen as human. So
yeah, that's true.
You know, I'm saying like that's a problem, dude. This is why it's the ingenuity of the program of killing a black man slowly
or quickly. You know what I'm saying? I was happy when they said, what was it? You be happy if you make it to 18. Thank God if you're 19, and if you're 21, you made it. Like, nigga, that was it for that was something back then. If you was young and you made it to 18 to 21, shit, you did something. That's sad, but that was the mind state of how quick we were dropping. So, granted, now we're looking at it where, well, shit, when a black man has a mental breakdown, he's a bitch. He's weak.
BMT, I think Ed, I didn't watch it, but I saw the title. Ed did a video called "A $40 Million Slave," right? And I knew about that book since like what, maybe 07, 09, something like that, around 2010-ish, right? And I remember having this conversation with a highly ranked police officer down here in South Florida. We were having this conversation. We were at an event, and I was talking to him. This is pre-Kaepernick, and I was talking to him because I had this concept already because I knew about the book, and I already had this concept like, just because these people are making money doesn't mean they're like living the greatest life. It doesn't mean that everything is right for them. It doesn't mean that they're not essentially birds in a golden cage type situation, right? I'm not saying, obviously, like, shit, who doesn't want $40 million? But I am saying is like everything isn't all peachy, right? And he was like, well, yeah, they have things in their contract, but that's things so that they don't act the wrong way. Right? So now Kaepernick happens, and the last time I saw him, I was trying to explain to him, this is what I was trying to tell you, where these things may not necessarily be on the books to keep a person from destroying the image of the NFL and blah, blah, blah. I'm tying that to what you're saying by saying what we saw with AB was, and it could have been a mental breakdown, yes, like you said, but it was also a person that the money wasn't going to stop him from doing what he wanted, what he felt he needed to do, right? And I think what ends up happening is we see that, especially those of us regular people, working class people, middle class people, we see that money and we're like, damn, there's nothing I wouldn't do for that money, right? And then the people in those positions oftentimes reach the line where it's like the money, it's not good, it's not enough. This is what you're asking me to do for this money. It's not enough. Maybe I'll sacrifice $1 million, right? Maybe I'll sacrifice 2 million, which sounds absolutely insane to those of us scraping by, right? But to people in those positions, oftentimes they're like, I could afford to not eat. I could afford not to do this, right? And I think that's one of the things we have a difficulty dealing with, especially when we see somebody like AB do that, or we see other NFL or NBA players show their ass, like you were saying earlier, because people really think you're a black man, number one, you're physically imposing, number two, you couldn't possibly have mental issues, you couldn't possibly stand on something or have principles, especially not with a $40 million contract, not with a $20 million contract, 50, 100, $150 million contract. What your principles mean in the face of, a $75 million contract? And AB was essentially like,
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't think he had. I don't think he could afford to have a mental breakdown. That's the thing about it. A lot of black, those issues have been going on his whole career. If you look at it, this brother had gone through injuries his whole career, right? But now he's finally at the position where he can afford to have. I think he handled it wrong, but he can afford that. He can afford to handle it wrong. You know how we all say we want to quit our job and just have a band there,
right?
But you only do that when you are literally
the F it I quit shit.
Yeah,
the F it I quit.
Yeah, exactly. That was his F it I quit moment that he could afford to do. That's what I believe.
Now, here's the thing. Can they?
Wait, I think Art was trying to say something earlier.
Go ahead, brother.
I said this is what happens because you got to remember, children are watching, especially ours. And if you notice, it kind of goes in with the whole narrative, like Burger King when they said we quit. These different places where everybody's walking off the job. So it's not just him. I think it's I don't know if I can't even say it's a new phenomenon, but it's being spread to where if I have to do what you say, I'm going. Regardless of what reasons he had, everybody have other different reasons. But this
Right.
is kind of setting a precedence in this generation to where I don't know how you be able to handle it, but it's something that you have to get ready for. If I don't like what if I don't like, you know what? I'll confess. I think I was about 16, and I'm working at it was a grocery store called Alpha Beta out here in LA, and I'm sitting there like helping out, and the thing was I was helping out my they had three managers, helping out one of them, someone that didn't look like us, of course. And there wasn't that many people there, and he was frustrated because he had many people working with him. So I'm up here like all ready to work, and move that Bosco over here to the other side, and I didn't hear him at the time. And I was like, which one? He said, you heard me, get your ASS and move that over there. I said, excuse me? Like that. He said, do I have to tell you again? I walked out.
Now,
I left.
now, Art, do you feel that you are wrong for walking out, or did you leave out on principle?
Well, the follow up, I'm sitting at home about to take my uniform off. This dude called my mother. He said, and my mom told me to go back to work. But
I thought he had principles. Not that day.
But we're dealing with one of the most strenuous labor forces at this given time we ever have. You're not going to just go out here and find another Brown. Like, and we're finding out you just can't go out here and find a burger flipper either. They want 20. So we're dealing with one of the shortest labor forces ever.
Well,
Yeah,
I hear you with that. No, I hear you with that. And I remember, listen, I had my days where I was disrespectful to some of my workers. And I got checked by my brother. He was like, who the fuck are you? He said, don't you forget, these are men also. So
Right.
before you start disrespecting them, just remember you a man too that put your pants on. Now that was my brother that told me that. And see, the thing about it is, I think some people get in a position where they feel that they can talk down. Now, granted, I get it. You are the employee, but there still is a line of respect that you do need to give to your people. You understand? You get what I'm saying? And see, and what we have going on, that a lot of these people saying, yo, like, listen to what some of these stories are. They're like, yo, man, I was working there, and you see the horror story of what some people do with having to make people coffee, and they told shut the fuck up, or clerks that say, have a nice day. Yeah, whatever. Like, after a while, that starts to chisel at you. Like, you got to think, you didn't stop being, listen, man, I'd be praying for them women at the goddamn DMV, but boy, they be taking a lot of shit for stuff that they didn't do. Well, you took away my license. Hold up, I didn't give you the ticket. I'm just doing my job. You got to think somebody on the other hand is the receiver, and they have to stand there and take
Of that verbal abuse.
Right. So I get, yeah, Antonio, he could have handled that differently, but I know as a player and as an athlete, and you're told to suck it up, suck it up, suck it up, suck it up. How many times as a black man we've been told to suck it up? But then after a while, when the minute we hit that bowling tipping point, whoa, how did he get there? Why is he acting like that? Why are these men talking like this? Well, hold the fuck up. So everybody else gets to vent why they feel the way they feel. But the minute I speak my piece, it's a problem. The minute I say why I don't agree, or I say, fuck it, I'm taking off my jersey, and I'm saying, y'all can kiss my ass.
So let me ask you this, BMT. This might sound funny. This might sound lighthearted. But should black men take acting classes?
Shit,
listen, go into why you asked that question, Art. Go into why you asked that question.
Listen, I played the Victor card plenty of times with them white boys. When they start saying shit to me at Walmart, they start saying, boy, hey, you heard what he just said to me? This dude just called me a boy. Well, hey, I listen. Shout out. Hey, listen, boys. I learned how to play a victim real quick, boy. He gave me 2 days off with paid leave. Yes, sir. I sure enough played that
Well,
card when he tried to play that. Call me a boy. I said, "Oh, he's talking that slavery talk."
Yeah, because you
oh,
have to really, I mean, because shout out to Rael for bringing up Booker T. Washington. He
mm-hmm.
took a lot on the chin for Tuskegee, for the donors and all that to make sure that they kept the investments going. I think it was it Ford? They talked to him like trash.
Mm.
And that's the thing is like, I don't know. I think maybe the acting class helps you to get into character so that the person is talking to the character versus you. Because I think
Mm.
that's the problem. We take a lot on the chin, but we
And
don't know
keep
how to
going.
move it. Yeah, we don't know how to move it to another direction where he's talking to that character, but he ain't really talking to me because I didn't show him the real me.
So, Art, I think we're also dealing with, and this is going to what BMT was saying earlier, and Irv about these employees not coming to work, even to work at Burger King or whatever. Are these all lower middle, poor, working poor people deserving of dignity? Is the guy that works behind the counter at Burger King, is the lady that works at the return counter at Walmart, is she deserving of dignity from a person that, let's say, makes 80 grand, 100, 120 grand a year, right? And that might be frustrated because she just bought this fan and the fan don't work. So
Well,
that go ahead, I'll go.
a lot of people that are quitting
Hmm.
are millennials and younger.
Yeah,
But
I
the
mean,
people that are the older people that are leaving the jobs, they're retiring because they're just too old.
yeah.
And there's an article on that. And these positions are not filled. That's why so many now hiring signs. And nobody's like, forget that, I ain't working there.
But and that's my point. Like, why work at Walmart for 8.50 an hour? Um, People barking at you, bosses being assholes, people slamming money on the counter, which one of my biggest pet peeve. I used to work at an AutoZone by my crib, and one of my biggest pet peeve is people that don't put the money in your hand. They put it on the fucking counter and then slide it to you, or they just put it on the counter and then look at you like, aren't you gonna pick this up? It's really damn, that should drive me crazy, right? Because it's so dehumanizing in my mind. But so I'm saying years of that, like BMT was saying, years of that. I think that scales up too. I don't think it's just the people that's making $8 an hour. I think you find that even with the ABs of the world, which is like, yeah, I might have this money, but could you not talk to me like I'm just like what they call it, combine? What like kick like this, jump here, do that, do it like. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna give you a back in the day. I wish BGS was here. He would have gave more. And Black Huru.
Mm-hmm.
Back in the day, those jobs you're talking about, like the cashier and the what's the other one? Burger flipping. Those are
Yeah,
supposed to
yeah,
be
yep.
temporary jobs until you get your stuff together.
Mm-hmm.
They weren't supposed to be jobs that make you comfortable. It's supposed to make you They're supposed to make you feel like I can do better. And then the next person, when you leave and do better, the next person replaces you and continues. So there was always a teenager. If you look at like the old fast food pictures,
Mm-hmm.
a lot of them
It's also a
they were like,
teenager.
yeah, a lot of them were really young. Like the old McDonald's pictures and all that. And then sometimes they either went off to go to college and became president or something, or they became the manager of that and owned franchises. So I think the problem that maybe us, I think we think that we can take these jobs, stay in it for a long time, and hope they give you some raises, and then you raise a family, have a picket fence. It's like, dude, you're
Mm-mm.
flipping burgers.
But was that by
You know,
design though? Because we hope, or Burger King, McDonald's, these burger joints can hope that you go to school, get your business degree, go to law, and then you invest more into their company. But what if you do that and now you become a competitor? And let's say you don't want to go.
Ooh, I see where you're going with this, Irv. Mm-hmm.
So you had to create this ideology where you can stay in this job or this position, and they had to lengthen it out. They had to make you a fry daddy to get to the to the grill, to even get to being a shift manager. So so they made these things very slow and gave you small increases, because if they knew if they progressed you that fast, the likelihood of you being a competitor. No, they didn't want another Hardee's. They didn't want another Atkins or Mr. Z's burgers and more. You ain't want none of that. They didn't want that. You know what I'm saying?
It'd be Wills and more, but yeah.
I think that's the whole reason why they did this.
Pass the $40 fish fry.
right next to Mr. Z's Wheels and More. Come get your rims. We do oil
Go
changes
ahead,
on the
fam.
side for you too.
But go ahead, fam.
But no,
Is he there?
so no, he's still there. I think he had mute up. I think he done. But
That's all I had. That's all I had.
look, so and Irv makes a really good point. So y'all know I like to throw out numbers. Half of Americans make less than 32 grand a year. Entrepreneurship pre-COVID was at a 40-year low. We don't talk like that's a thing. Like now, as Black people, we understand that entrepreneurship has been the thing that has floated us in between jobs. It is like one of our go-tos if we got a racist boss, which many of us do have. And contrary to popular belief, I think it was what between 92 and 2012, Black people started something like 2 million businesses or something like that, give or take. And so we were attempting to like kind of live this American dream, and I would argue we still are, but we don't oftentimes acknowledge the social and definitely the economic landscape even outside of the Black community. That's why I bring up the fact that half of Americans earn 32 or less, and what they said 44% of Americans earn like $15 an hour or less, right? That's the environment that we're living in. So
And they're
even
raising
when you look at
prices.
and then you got inflation. Exactly, right? So
Wow.
like you see what I'm saying? So like when you see that and you just even when you take our Blackness out of the equation for 2 seconds just to make the argument, look at how the masses, the majority, if not at least a good, let's say 40% of Americans are living. We know 40% of Americans can afford a $400 emergency. So what does that mean for Black people specifically? And then ADOS even more specific, right? Like that's the environment we're living in. So that's one of the reasons why Burger King or McDonald's or Walmart, it's not enticing, but I think people get complacent. Now, do we have tech jobs? And Complex can come up and probably list a zillion different tech jobs for us. Yes, those things do exist, but we still living in. But even entrepreneurship, I actually finally looked it up, y'all. Self-employed people, entrepreneurs, on average are making 60 or less. It's not but when we talk about Habib down the street with the corner store, and we act like this dude is making like $200,000. Probably not, right? Not saying he don't have a good maybe 70 he make it from the store a year or 80, but he not making no $250,000. Probably not. This is just the reality of American life. Go ahead.
I rock heavy with you, Mr. Z, because you're saying something that I've been trying to get a lot of people to understand, especially from the 2-parent home. Like,
Yeah.
listen, y'all, and they're like, "Well, I'm going to start a family when I get my life together." I'm like, "Yeah, good luck, buddy, but I wish you knew what the Bible
Yeah,
is right
man.
now." Yeah.
Dude, and BMT, I wish you were. I don't know if you were here on Tuesday when I asked, can the family today generate wealth?
Ooh. BMT, before you go into that, let me talk about that 2-parent household thing. And I said this to Art before. I said this. Art, was it your panel that I said that to Black Uru in BGS? You're for Xers like you are, and for boomers, y'all walked into adulthood with children in tow in many ways, right? In your early 20s, y'all were getting married and having children. For millennials and Gen Z, we were taught no. That's the finish line. Get your money, your education, become stable, make sure, and this is where you get the high value man talk, and you get the you're not deserving of a family and children because you don't got everything perfect yet.
That's a good
And
point.
so when that's why you see so many millennial women and men well into we turned 40 this year. So the oldest millennials are turning 40 this year, right? If not 41, something like that. And we still not having kids well into our late 30s and early 40s now because we don't have that finance together in many ways. Because some of the boomers and Xers who I guess felt like they didn't get to live their life because they had children and got married so early and then got divorced sometime in their mid 30s, and then it just been all downhill from there. They taught their kids different, and their kids did listen to that, and that's why you got women out here with 60, 70, 80 grand in student loan debt, no man, no kids, and she's 36 years old and she don't know what she's doing with herself, and she only make like 40 grand a year. I'm just saying. Right? So that's just go to kind of what you were saying about forming the family. It's we have to tell people life is not going to be perfect. This is where I agree with you. I agree with Black Uru. I agree with BGS about millennials being like risk adverse, and it is a fear you're going to fall on your face. And so we're like, I'd rather not even engage in family if there's a possibility that I'm gonna fall on my face, right? And I'll pause right there.
Thank you for saying. Thank you for finally saying something that I that's probably why I've always been getting frustrated more and more with the space. And whenever I hear people talk about the family, I swear to God, I must be the hottest topic. When I say that, I say, y'all know y'all talking about me, right? Yeah, but the family this, the family that. I'm like, dude, I'm trying to tell you, if you're waiting for it, the cheat codes, they're never gonna come. Like, I had my kids at an early age, and and that was like her belly was ready to burst when she was walking up that aisle. You understand me? But the difference is, I was the child. I was the child support. I was the welfare system. Okay? And so I was like, either we crash and burn or nothing at all. We crash and burn or nothing at all. And I know, like, I'm trying to tell a lot of you guys, I get it. It sucks. It sucks. Like, it's a cultural stoicism of a man being able to stand in the storm and hold up the mast while your family floats through. When y'all talk about that shit, and y'all say, well, I remember how granddaddy, and I'm like, dude, that you want to be like your granddaddy? I'm telling you, this is what you're going to go through. Hell nah, BMT. I ain't going through that shit. Not with these women, but I'm like, well, damn it, I don't know what else. But
is it worth it though, BMT? So the stoicism that you spoke on,
I have, because listen, but but damn it, it is. The reason why I say it is worth it because I am the culture. I am the Cosby kid now. I am the goddamn. Listen, even with Cosby having a perfect family with his wife and all that, the kids. If you didn't notice, when the kids got out of the house, they still struggled. Nobody knows that. The kids, they came from a good household. They all still struggled. They all still got their ass kicked. The daughter who got with her husband, they still moved in a shitty apartment and still had to work their ass off. No matter what, you're still going to have to build.
I got another one for you, BMT. And I said this before. Not too many people talk about the Huxtables before the kids were born. They didn't have that house. Shit. No.
Like, they never talked about them before they got all the nice shit. They didn't have all that shit.
Or even the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Remember when the couple episodes they had the flashback when they were before Will moved in with them, when they were living in that shit apartment before when Uncle Phil found out he was gonna be a judge and shit. Like, you know, that but going to that. So oftentimes in this space and actually in real life, when I speak to some of, you know, the city I work for at one point before COVID, we just were a bunch of us, you know, before work or after work, especially, we would have conversations about random stuff. And all the older heads who kids are like 15, 16, I'm like, you know, it's very possible your sons and your daughters will be living with you until they're like 28. And they would look at me like, hell no. I'm like, bro, you know what world we're living in? This ain't the move out at 18 and find your way and you'll, like, we don't live in that world no more. Go ahead.
But Mr. Z, even as a grown man, I still call my mama. I still call my daddy. Listen, I'm a grown man and I'm raising my own family. And I still call them mommy, daddy. I got a question. Listen, kids, as old as we get, we will still be calling our parents, asking for questions, still talking to them about certain shit. They'll still be checking up on us. They might have a feel, hey man, I'm just checking up on you. I'm just looking into you. You know, my mom just popped up on by and like I literally I didn't know my mom took me my mom and dad. My dad was talking to me about going to CDL school, and my mom and him had a talk, and then after that, then they start
working their little magic of manipulation. They should be able to go to college. But however, that's that's what culture and parents do. And the thing about it is, I don't know. I can't. There's no easy way. Like, listen, y'all. If y'all think, like the way and the stuff about it is how we're describing the culture, and we say, well, there is none. I'm like, dude, y'all gonna have to build one. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's no different than the slaves when they got out of slavery. You know they had. You know they understood that they had to go do. Well, shit. We don't have a tribe. Well, shit. We're gonna have to build one. We don't have a culture. Well, we're gonna have to build one. I'm sorry, but you're going to have to just build. Well, I can't build. Well, you gotta do something, or just lay and perish. You gotta do something, or you're going to perish. And so, life with the world is not going to stop. And a lot of people think, "Oh, well, BMT talking that bullshit." No, I'm talking humanity survival 1-on-1, man. Like, and I'm not cheating. I'm just telling you, like, to the brothers who are still out there, like you got to just keep going, man. Like, it is possible. And there are sisters out there that are willing to work. There are brothers out there that are working. I'm telling you, I run into them every day.
BMT, pause right there.
Yes.
Pause right there. And this is where I think I align with Black Uru and Art. BMT, I think you were in this space before I was. I don't know if you remember, Brothers was, especially 1.0, Brothers sounded a lot like the sisters, right? It was a bunch of hurt brothers in this space that claimed to be the educated lame types, and they were just spewing some of the most vile anti-Black rhetoric about the masses of Black men, right? And it was coming from this hurt boy space, mentally and psychologically and emotionally. And they were speaking like the masses of Black men aren't working, aren't busting their ass, aren't doing the things they need to do to possibly get to where they want to be, right? And that's why I paused you, because I'm happy you said that. Like, the masses of Black men are working their asses off, are doing the best they can. The masses of Black men are not that 5 or so, maybe 6-7% of Pookies. That's not the case, right? And I'm glad you say that, because in Manosphere 1.0, there was a whole lot of talk about the Pookies. And if you were on the outside looking in, you would have thought the Pookies of the world were freaking like 50% of the Black community, right? At least. So I'm sorry for pausing you, but I'm glad you said that.
You're good. No, see, here's the thing about it. They weren't killing Pookies. They were killing Black men. They were killing Black men going to work. They were killing Black men going to school. They were killing Black men defending the home.
Yeah.
Let's keep that a buck. Those were the things that were in the newspaper. They were shooting and gunning down Black men that were walking down Birmingham, Alabama, walking down the street, literally saying, "Hey, man, I want the same pay as that motherfucker right to the right and left of me. Why should I not be allowed to have what he has? I raised my kids. I put my woman into sewing and all the other stuff. I'm doing everything, even getting forced to draft into a nation that don't even accept me. So why should I not have the same access?" So I get frustrated because the people putting too much energy into one guy who is not putting any energy into our society of black excellence, but they put more energy into the other motherfucker. You don't look at the man that's literally working the grinding stone. You're looking at the man who kicked over his grinding stone.
I got one better for you, BMT. They looking at the dude that took Keisha when they were 16. Art know I bring this stuff up all the time. Men and women in this space, mainly Black people, are really in this space because they mad about who was with who in high school and college. Everybody in the comment know I'm telling the truth. Most of this is some hurt girl, hurt boy shit. That's what this is.
Leave Keisha out there in the street with goddamn Pookie. Period. And I have no problem saying
but she don't understand I could change her life though, BMT. Why she want him?
God couldn't change them. The white man can't change them. I can't change them. I'm sorry. And that's literally my sentiment. Let the white man change them. That's the only person that can get through to them. And because honestly, listen, See, the white man did not whip you. He would go get another Negro to whip you and beat you. Like I said, I was blessed to get to see that pole covered in strips and blood of my people, to understand the emphasis of just how powerful that was, and also see an actual whip, an actual bull's whip used, and that understood that literally that was used. And so the thing about it was, you have to start asking the question of these type of people that literally, when they talk about fuck the community or fuck that, they're literally saying, I want to see you dead. I want to see you dead.
Just to just reflect. Oh, stretching everybody left. Just to reflect on that. It's frustration. I mean, obviously, it's frustration on different matters, and sometimes you punch at the people that you love, or you punch at the people that you're supposed to love. It's like, wait a minute, why you taking it out on these brothers when the person that's doing the main damage is somewhere else? That you have to put in a little work to take them down.
Snow King.
Yeah, so it's like, I have to. I think the problem too, because some people say that it's laziness. I think it's a combination of damn near everything.
Yes,
and
there
because
is.
I think it's fear. Because think about it. And I talked about this before. We fear the people that fear us. I
And
mean, make that
they
make
fear
sense.
us.
Yeah, they fear us, but we're like, hey, Mr. White Man, how's it going? Man, it's a good day today. I mean, we go out of our way to show that we don't put it this way. We don't make our voices deep around white women. We don't make our voices deep around our white bosses. We tell a joke. We kind of like, back up a little bit, do a little shuffle. We don't, I mean, if y'all listen to Dr. Tiosan Johnson, he went over that. It's like we do whatever we can to show these people that we're not a threat. And the thing is, but we're around our brothers. What's up, my nigga?
Yep.
What's up,
Yep.
homie?
To show you're not weak. To show you're not weak.
I trip me out, man, when I see that. It's like, oh well. But I don't bother. It doesn't bother me because I make my voice deep around everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you. Nice to meet you, sir. You know, I'm. I don't know, but these are the
No.
times.
That literally is the thing. That's the thing. Art. Black people naturally get uncomfortable around black people because it's and I'm not gonna lie. Listen, I know some people. I don't get like that. I love niggas. Stop. Like it's a tendency of how we get when we get around each other, especially when we start seeing people get excited or dancing and shit. Don't get me wrong. I love being around people, but sometimes I gotta watch my people closely. I said, shit, I don't know what the hell this nigga thinking. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know what this girl thinking. You know what I'm saying? I shouldn't be like that, but we're here. We're here, and so I gotta just take my chance. I gotta take my chances. Like I don't know about y'all, but listen, man. I get nervous as hell around. I don't get nervous. I'm not scared of them, but I'm very mindful of. I never forget the time when I worked at goddamn Zaxby's, and I got angry one time, but the man messed up my goddamn check. Now I done seen no white girls and white boys cut up plenty of times. I hit a steel table with my fist. I got fired. Like literally, all the white folks looked at me at that damn restaurant, and they literally. I mean, I never had so many white people stare at me. That shit made me feel uncomfortable.
Wow.
And I was like, and after that, the girl said, "Joe, I think it's best you leave." And I took my stuff and I left. But I understood then, real quickly, I was not definitely one of them. And you start to realize that when you go to certain apparatuses or room or spaces, I don't give a damn if y'all damn push out a baby or not, or goddamn put one in one of them. You
Mm.
will still always be reminded you are not one of them.
Yeah.
And this is not no pro-black talk. This is real
Right.
talk.
Right. You
This
don't
is
have
just
to be rah to realize that too. That's the other part.
right. This is just a reality. That's just a reality check. And so when you try to tell people, hey man, like, listen, you got to learn to make peace amongst your own. You got to learn to make peace amongst your own or with yourself. Meghan Markle got that quick check real quick with the royal family when they say a monkey was born. Oh, right. So your black card got ran out. All of a sudden now they let you know you a monkey too. But hold up now. They all were saying, oh my God, we have the new goddamn the queen was saying, who is this nigga at my damn dinner table? Why is the slave sitting down with us eating? Oh, grandma, that's my wife. What?
But that's the thing is that they're not, no matter how much we as black folks will say, I don't see race, I don't see color, or it ain't about race, everybody else is saying different.
Yeah, everybody.
Everybody, Chinese, everybody saying different, but we got to be the Jesus of racial blindness. It's like, and I would like to eliminate that as well, but we matter of fact, we try to, but they keep throwing it back to us. You black
Yep. I
in
think
different variations.
that's how they forget. That's how they get simply put, I always tell people. But I remember one time I was talking with some conservatives on a panel. And they stopped the show and said, BMT, what's that flag behind you? And I said, oh, that's my flag. Well, why ain't you got up the American flag?
That is the American flag, nigga.
I was like, well, damn, why can't I have up my flag? Well, ain't you American?
But the Gullah flag isn't that in America?
Just listen. Oh no. Listen, as a nigga,
Oh, you can't tell them that.
As a nigga, you still property to them. Well, how dare you have any other flag but their flag? As a black man, how dare we fly any other flag? But do you ever notice that whenever you fly the RBG, you fly the red, black, green flag, or any other non-American flag as a black person, they side eye you like, who the fuck are you? Contribute to our country, but don't you dare put another flag above our country. But now any other goddamn group has no problem putting another flag above the American flag. But you as a black person have no right to have any type of pride in your culture.
That's programming. That's why I keep telling people.
You have no right. And when you start realizing that, I'm telling y'all, you're gonna start seeing them turn up on you. Even black people say that's why even sometimes black people even say they hate saying that, even hate talk about pro-black, or even the defining of pro-black, because you don't have the right to have pride in oneself, especially as a black man. A black woman could say, I'm black and I'm proud. But then you also have to question, and I even ask the women, when you say you're black and you're proud, as a black woman, who are you representing?
But it's okay for everybody else to represent themselves.
Not you as a black man.
Yeah, so
and this is why.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They say, oh, that's so beautiful. He's representing Hawaii, or he's representing, Japan. Oh, that's so nice. It must be a nice culture.
but now black culture, as it's told, is naturally dysfunctional. It's dangerous.
Yeah. But you know what? It brings good comedy. It brings lots of money. Hell, the fact that the dude walked off the field is making lots of news.
Mm-hmm.
It makes good news. even the ones that's denying racism makes good news because white folks are looking at you sideways too when you say there ain't no racism. They may be applauding, some of them applaud, but at the same time, they looking like, damn. I know this is the psych. Listen to the psychology. I know I've been calling this dude nigger all day, but I'm so glad that he doesn't think I'm racist. Think about
I've
that,
seen that
fam.
happen, bro. I've seen that happen. I think this is why our people, our women and children don't have no faith in our culture. Or they're now programmed at a young age because the young men they're going to eventually grow up. And the young girls are engineered now to adopt another culture as if it's their own.
Hey, wanna
But not
why?
own.
Do? Hey, there you are. Yeah, sorry, but I'm up.
No, you're good. You're good.
Motherland colleagues. She only taught me this little bit of Nigerian. Beautiful lady, I'm on the phone. Beautiful lady, y'all. Take a bow. Take a bow. Well, we have a new year. Same to you. You too. Trying to like mope to my car here.
And so black men are afraid to believe in the culture. Black men are afraid to believe in the culture. Your culture is your system, is your protection,
right?
Is your right. And so that's why a lot of men feel they don't have any rights as men because they don't believe in their culture as a black man. That white boy, he's trained to believe in his God-given rights and freedom of his culture. So when he does things, he steps out in his faith. This is not me. I don't want y'all to think I'm being racist, but I believe sometimes y'all gonna think I'm weird. But I actually appreciate racism. I do. I hit an epiphany. I appreciate racism art because some division.
Give me a breakdown on appreciating racism.
The reason why I like it when sometimes people say, I'm white, you black. These are my people, those are your people. It forces me to have to depend on you, Art. See, I understand that you are me and I'm you. And I understand they're them. I appreciate they make sure they make a defining line in the sand where they take, listen, stay your black ass on that side of the town. Cool. I get you. I understand that. Cool. That means I have to deal with you. When y'all black women saying y'all going, so where the fuck you going? I don't have no problem telling you. Where the fuck you going? You my woman. I'll deal with you. Sit your ass down. Same thing for the black men. Well, we gotta get out of here. Where the fuck you gonna go? Ain't nobody want you. Nobody's going to accept you in their culture if you can't create and build your own culture. And that's something that a lot of black people, y'all need to get that in y'all mind. I'm not. See, this is not no pro black. This is real shit. Nobody's going to adopt you as a bastard in their culture. They rather you go fix your own goddamn culture because they're not going to. They're never going
I think
to.
it should get better when I get around the corner here.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm about to get on my computer, Art. But see, nobody is ever going to fully adopt you into that. Yeah, I hear you, brother.
Okay, good.
Nobody is ever going to fully adopt you in their culture. They're never going to fully accept you. You're good enough to sit on the porch.
Mm-hmm.
You're good enough to sit on the porch. You good enough to walk the nag. You good enough to probably fuck their lowest goddamn daughter or their lowest bride. But you will never have the top echelon or the cream of the crop in their culture. That is not your
Haven't
right,
heard
and that
one
is
yet.
not your thing. Shit, but you show me a nigga that has conquered the white man's culture. Show me a nigga that has conquered the Asian man's culture or the Hispanic man's culture. There is no Negro that has ever conquered another man's culture, but they will never allow you or accept you in their culture. You allowed to be a guest. You allowed to step in it. And I know a lot of people, that's not true. I went over to Japan, but I bet you there's some place they're never gonna put you in a seat with you. See, that's the problem. But I'm gonna tell you right now, black people, we too fucking forgiving. We are trained to be so goddamn forgiving. It's a problem.
And forgetful.
And forgetful. Oh shit,
Yeah, we're
that
the
shit.
biggest forgive and forget.
I don't. I'm not one to say give it to Jesus. I'm like, give me my vengeance. Shit, I'll let y'all judge me by that part. I don't. I never say give it to Jesus. I'll say, give me my vengeance.
And shout out
Fuck
to
it.
being Crump, my frat brother, by the way. The shout out to being Crump. That's the king of forgiveness, man. That's $1 million forgiveness.
I don't know why black people so forgiving about shit. When people listen, it's not a sin. It's not a crime not to forgive people or to say, you know what? Thank you for showing me your true nature. Thank you for saying you don't fuck with me. Thank you for saying you don't want. All right, cool. Now that I know it is for what it is, you got you, I got me. And I'm good with that. I'd rather somebody openly say, I don't like your ass. Good, thank you. I'm glad we got that out the way. I don't like you either.
But I keep asking people, if they were so fair and balanced, they wouldn't be running stuff. You have to have some kind of imbalanced way of doing things, and you have to be able to, what's that word, discriminate, so they say. You have to have a level of some of that kind of stuff to stay on top. Conniving, you gotta have that for the most part. And then the thing is, look at the history. Damn, it goes way back. So put it this way, you talking about damn near every other country is looking for this quote unquote man or whatever to show his weakness. They all got him in striking distance, man. I mean, Korea, damn near all the Middle Eastern people, even the ones that they supposed to be allied with, they waiting to stick a knife in them. So it's like everybody's they don't forget.
No,
they'll play with you a little bit. Hey, business, sure. That mother,
But they're looking for that weakness.
They wait for that striking distance, fam. And I'm like, that's why I'm like, people actually think that they're gonna put World War II behind them and Vietnam behind them and Desert Storm and all these other things that they put their hands in. You think they're gonna put that behind them?
I think even listen, y'all should. This is why when everybody be saying forget about racism, what did y'all think the white people meant when they said the South shall rise again? Y'all thought those motherfuckers forgot that shit? Did y'all really think they forgot what? Listen, I remember them shirts in the. I remember people who would wear them shirts, have them flags. The South shall rise again. I remember that. I remember people.
Okay.
Yeah, I got you. But I remember people would say that. I'm about to switch over to mine. But I remember what people will remind y'all. Y'all think it was by design when they let Tyler Perry become a billionaire and the majority of shit that he wrote about was black men fucked up? Y'all think it was designed when Lee Daniels became as successful as he was, but he showed majority of black men you gay and fucked up? Y'all think it was by design that they show goddamn Oprah? Majority of everybody that's literally a gatekeeper has done something that has fucked up the black man.
And they got a lot of success.
But maybe these goddamn edibles I be eating, and maybe they open up my damn third eye. Maybe me sitting up about getting a cultural flag and meditating. Maybe that shit woke me up. Maybe just sitting there. But I'm like, well, goddamn, every Negro that has fucked us over has been accepted. It's like a goddamn rite of passage. You have to do some cardinal sin against your own before they really accept you. To say, okay, you're ready to come in. You're ready to come in. We can accept you.
Wow.
Look at every black billionaire in America, and you tell me how the hell they got to the top. Now, they don't let you into the club unless you play the game. And now y'all got to wait up. Well, fuck the family, fuck the culture. Oh, yeah. Come on in. Come on in. Because you said fuck your power. You don't hear them saying that. You don't hear them say fuck white culture, fuck Asian culture, fuck Hispanic culture. You ain't gonna never hear no other group say that shit. They ain't gonna never say fuck their culture. But they got y'all crazy motherfuckers out there saying that shit. You know why? Because they don't give a fuck if y'all kill yourselves off. They don't give a fuck. It's like y'all can say that shit all night long, all night and all day long. They like when black people say that shit. Because that means you have to depend on them. That means whatever power that you could contribute to your own people, you have to contribute to them. Because you don't believe in your own people.
Well, I would say this, man, and I think it's across the board. I think people can't have an honest race conversation. A lot of people just really can't. Because part of this conversation has a lot to do with what you want in life and who you're willing to step over to get it. I think that comes first. I don't care if you're Asian, white, or whatever, and we hear it in these spaces from certain black men. You know, and you know what's funny? It's kind of almost like these rainbow people as well. They put orientation before race, whereas the white alphabet, they put race before their alphabet or their orientation. So there's a sickness there, and you know, and the thing is, it's all encompasses a language as well, because sometimes you gotta speak the language. You gotta speak the language. This dude can't even stay in his lane. God damn. You gotta speak the language to either the disingenuous or the uninformed. There's a certain language, because even if they have language of disingenuousness or whatever, if that's a word, even if that's a language, you got to be able to engage to where you get something out of the conversation. Because if it's something to where it's not going anywhere, why engage in a conversation? You know, what's the motivation? What's the end goal? Right? I think some people want to be able to say some certain things to make them feel about the decisions they made. But the problem is sometimes you may be stuck with a decision where you can't come back. That's the other part too. That's why I do well talking to older white men versus younger white men.
Right.
Older white men, they probably had their whole, you know, you niggers go home, go back to Africa moments. But I think they've seen a lot to where they at least be able to see the bigger picture. They probably still have those tendencies, but they'll at least have some sensible conversation based on their experience.
I tend to
remember. I was warned about some colored people in my neighborhood. I'm joking. Go ahead, fam.
No. Like I think some of the most interesting people I have had conversations. Some of the most interesting people I have had conversations with are the older blacks and whites. Like, they don't forget. Like those motherfuckers ain't forget shit. And their conversations are very straightforward. Um, and like I said, like they know what to say. Like I said, man, like my time in the military, I met some racist motherfuckers. I'm like, God damn, how did you get to this seat or this position? You know what I'm saying? And like, I mean, who the fuck is gonna fire him? I mean, now the military's pushing them out now for a lot of shit that they done did, but they done did their goddamn hell on earth wrecking ball. And so, you know, when you ask the question to a lot of men, like, yo, what position of authority do you have, or do you run? You know what I'm saying? A lot of black men, and you probably seen this in your classroom. Look at how eager the black boys are to raise their hand and step up versus their counterparts. And that's very telling. I mean,
maybe where you at, but a lot of black boys, I don't know if they've been beaten or what. They prefer to be in the back and not noticed.
That's why I said what I'm saying. Art, like, they listen, man. Like, I have to force the black boys into uncomfortable positions to make them okay. You know what I'm saying? Like, Trey, you're gonna be the leader today, so you're gonna start reading. Michael, it's your turn. Hey, I'm gonna have you start the workout. Start getting everybody set up. Wait, me? Yes, you. Yes, sir. Get to work. I have to get them used to stepping up because they're not normally used to that type of positioning. I want them to be yearning
That
to
was part
actually
of my
learn.
that was part of my study over the summer. Is the cultural conditioning and the cultural disconnect. You know, like if you really have this quote unquote white ideology about life and using the lens, then you have a little bit of a a little bit more of a chance to bypass all the stuff that's holding these us back. But when you have a different lens from your own experiences and things that are tied from Jim Crow to all kinds of stuff, because it does. I mean, even though kids are not saying Jim Crow and all that, they still have remnants of it, right? So when they're in the classroom, they're supposed to really decode this and bring it to their experience and then solve it. They don't have these tools, but you know who do? Give you an example. You got you never took classes with like Asian people in high school, huh? Because you're in the South, right?
Go
Well,
ahead and say that again.
I said, have you took classes with Asians in high school?
Yeah.
Like traditional Asians?
Yep. I had Koreans.
Have you seen them take notes?
Yes.
When they're taking notes at times, or it looks like it, what are they writing?
They're not writing in English.
They're writing in their own language, right?
Yeah, I couldn't even copy my goddamn. And we sat out, like they put the 4 tables. Well, I could never copy his fucking notes. He said, "Oh, I'm sorry, Joe." And I'm like, "Nigga, what the fuck is this shit that you writing?" And he was like,
and that's
"Oh,
because they're taught to decode from their experience. So the way it's being taught, they actually have people to come to their homes and show them, okay, well, this English stuff and this European or Western stuff is not really working. So let me decode it in Korean or Japanese or whatever. Later on, they go back to class, and put it in another lens and then go right back to the actual lesson that's being taught and then solve it. You have tools. for years, even since integration. See, before integration, we had the tools. I don't think people understood that. We had the tools, but we didn't have the resources. We knew how to. I mean, we had some of the smartest people in black schools back then, but we didn't have the books, the building, the structures, and all that. Matter of fact, there's a. I mean, I gotta find that book. They had. Uh, they had. They were like black professors from the HBCUs and black teachers when they had integration. They were moving it specifically for white schools to give them that same quality education for the white students. I gotta find that book so people understand. Some people don't understand the quality of education that you get. I just, I think that people got to be realistic about the cultural aspect of it, where you have to build that bridge to understand what's being taught and how you be able to use multiple lenses rather than just one or trying to force one. Black and Latinos it kind of had an issue too though, but not as much because they can go from they can actually go from another area, but the problem is their area is still European infiltrated.
You know,
So
the like the Dominican kids that would have that went to my nephew's school after school, they go to the community center where other Hispanic kids would meet up at, and then the older people would show up there at nighttime, and they would be teaching the older people and catching them up to speed. They'd be catching them up on what they learned. So they had that fair exchange of, okay, I'm gonna show y'all some English and show y'all some stuff in school, so that way some of y'all can go take y'all GED test. Wow, I'm gonna like it was kind of passing on information, and I found that very interesting. 'Cause, I asked my nephew this. I said, "What do they do? What are they doing in there?" And my brother and him told me, "Oh yeah, that's where they go in there. They have like we call it second school or immigrant school, and that's where they literally, but they take it. Some of them be taking tests, for like certain simplistic things that we take for granted. They try to capitalize on. So, I just always find that was very interesting. Same thing, certain groups or what I'm saying, would actually probably start doing these types of stuff. Where they would have it, where they would have different nuances. The Polish, they have their own setup of stuff. Asians, a lot of Asians, if they could help it, they don't like to go to school. Depending on the type of black school, if it's a lower income or like a public school, if they can help it, they rather not go there if they can help it. Depending on the type of Asian, and I didn't start seeing Asians until I started going to like a more predominant white school. If that makes any sense, like the all black school, shit. You see the white kids, you see the poor white kids sometimes, but you ain't gonna see no damn. I probably saw one kid, and that's because his mother was Asian and his dad was Indian. Other than that, nah, it was
well, when
all
you had the
black.
predominantly black schools with predominantly black teachers that pretty much know their stuff, schools always thrive. It's a no-brainer. But for some reason, you got to go through hoops to get those kind of schools. People act like it's so easy. Even out here, we have a school, people can look it up, King Drew Medical Magnet. That was designed for an all-black school, but when they start getting state funding, all that changed. You know, but at the same time, you have Korean and Chinese schools out here. They get state funding, but they don't have to have different types of teachers. That's it. But hey, We can still play blind all we want,
Look,
but
listen, man.
again,
I'm just like I
uh,
said, man. It was very obvious. Like that's why when talking about these mandates, the schools like just last year were getting shut down left and right. They were getting shut down left and right. Doors open, doors closed. That hurt a lot of schools, especially lower testing score schools that were already struggling. Your doors keep closing too many times. Guess what? You start seeing a lot of teachers had to quit.
we're going in that direction again. Someone told me, well, it's Thursday. Someone said, probably after Thursday, they're going to start really making a decision if they're going to shut down these different districts.
And see, a lot of people, and they don't talk. And see, that was something that a lot of people weren't speaking about. A lot, and it wasn't so much about the shot. It's just that, like we're not making Holly. They weren't making enough. We spoke to. I spoke to quite a few of them. Some teachers, I'm like, hey, where's he at? Where's he at? Oh shit, he left or he moved on. They don't. You know what I'm saying? Some of them have second jobs because the doors were not opening up like that. They weren't getting enough work. So they're like, yo, I gotta go do something else. That's a wasted degree that person had all that experience and knowledge, and they're like, yo, I can't make enough off of this. And I ain't nothing I can do about that. And that was something that I seen a lot of, and that's why I said, oh, don't worry, they do it again this year. I'm telling you, man, it's gonna be felt. We're gonna feel that. It's gonna have a sting. And that's going to be the greatest crippler ever. That's going to set back a lot of men, a lot of women, and children. It's going to set us back a lot.
Okay. So now I'm over here. Let me see. Oh, we got Hood Server the Contrarian. The teachers are the ones who don't want to go to work. Okay. So America just following in the footsteps of Rome. I've been saying that for years. So Joe Average Brother says, Issaria, she went there. She went to King Drew Medical Magnet. Matter of fact, I heard she does workshops and visits the school still. Let's see. What's going on, Free Zone Lou? I think I saw Trey earlier. Can y'all hear me?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Uh-oh. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, bro.
Sirael says, well, Republican tried to force school board to keep schools open because children weren't affected like that. But liberal school boards, blacks vote for, said, nah, we ain't coming to work. Let's see, Trey, there he is. This victimhood. You notice, Trey, you got a wrench on my channel. Wink, wink. This victimhood talk makes me want to smoke. Boy, yeah, I don't like reality. Let's see, blacks voted off of liking someone instead of what policies affected them every day. Lots of children have become obese over. Dude, I kind of started talking about that here. When China finally takes over, all this race crime will stop immediately. That's very American like. Let's see. Matter good or evil, debt must be paid. Thank you, Omega. Yes, that's what I'm seeing. It says conservative, yup. Boy, I'm getting all this here. Ninjas and lefties don't want to work. So they'll try to give him a wrench. Let's see, what's the other one? You don't need a wrench if you never in the chat. Uh-oh. Tell him, Trey. Set him straight, Trey. Yeah, I handle anti-black people too, so it's all good, man.
Mhm.
In black
Now,
spaces. But
now, I
oh,
always
what he say?
like I said, I go
Blacks
to
voted off. Oh, he can clarify.
no, like
Blacks
see,
voted off
mhm.
of liking someone rather than actual policy which affected their everyday life. Many children have become obese over remote learning. Yes, yes, and under re-educated, many kids won't catch up. That's right. Democrats, liberals will say communism is so good for blacks, not used though. Hmm. How many black people that we know these days talk about communism? So art don't side in the gulag. Slide in the gulag. I don't know what he's talking about, but it's all good, man. I finally made it home to my own plantation. Oh my God. But yeah, I started this live stream based on the conversation because I think people just not getting in here. Probably that's why I see all the, the troll like comments, but it's all good. We family. We got those people coming in, but y'all still like soul food, right? Anyhow, um, we were just talking about the conversation I had with my students when it comes to how the guys, and we're talking about black and Latino, all these different types of what do you call it? All the nationalities, right? A lot of these guys, they're not into girls. They're more into they choose video games. They choose video games. They choose anime. They choose social media. They choose all these things instead of paying attention to the girls on campus, in school. They can look like an IG model. They can be fine, whatever it is. These girls not even. These guys ain't even give them a second look. You know what I'm saying? They don't care, right? And the thing is, the girls. When I was talking to them, I get my alarm. When I was talking to them, they said I heard a little bit of frustration. I heard a little bit of they all playing the video games. They all in the corner over there, blah blah blah. And I'm sitting there like, but did you make him feel like he had a chance? That ain't my job. I was like, oh, okay. I said, damn. So the only thing that I got, one of the big things I got out of that though, that conversation, because one girl did kind of speak up when she said that the guys pay more attention to her when she's playing video games with them.
Oh yeah.
When she's going back and forth with all the anime characters and all that, she said she has more attention. And I said, I said, wouldn't you think that would be the way to go? They're like, So I'm like, hey, because the other part too was I was asking, can y'all give me a percentage of the guys that have this masculine, massive build, big hands or deep voice or you know, just a masculine delivery about themselves. These girls said about 5%. And I kind of saw it. So the average guy around this campus is pudgy, skinny, soft, even damn near feminine. All that stuff, right?
Right.
So, but they like video games. They like, and I'm gonna stop saying what you like is a bad thing. We just talking about their priorities. And I thought about it too about I mean, sometimes when you're too much in the video games, you can't be a Charles Faulkner, right? I think according to the Charles Faulkners, or even Artisan MC, Dead Set, I believe these guys are still in shape, but still enjoy video games and anime, and still make good money, right? So I think let me see. Let me read this stuff here. And Hammer, I think as a young dude, you gotta tune into your listening skills. Let's see. He said, all right, black female. I don't know, man, because these were like a mixture. I have black females and Latinos talking about this, Latinas. So this is one of the best times to be a male because society's developed in such a way that you can pull your son out of high school, place them in a trade program at 16 and get them started early in life. He's laughing. It's not the girl's job. Yeah, that's what they said, man. It's not my job to get their attention. I said, all right. And her service said, saying the girls won't save the community. Saving the girls, okay. All right. Said Becky going to get that, be like fools. Going to see that and be like fools. It's deeper than that. They are lying. Masculinity has scarce in the U.S. And that's the thing is that, okay, when they're stuck in this other world, they don't go to the gym. They don't work out. Can you explain that, Hammer? So it's like, why should I? And that made me really think. I had to put two and two together. I had to put two and two together because back in the day, a lot of guys be trying to work. I'm just gonna keep it real. A lot of guys be trying to work out to get the female attention. Y'all notice that? I think. Let me see. I'm gonna put a few more minutes in this, so I'm gonna put this in there so y'all can speak in absolutes like older people don't know what they're talking about. Let's see. We'll throw that in there. We never seen nothing. Let's see. And Black Huru Strike says, how many thoroughly masculine black males can make it through the modern American casual? Man, I don't know. Because they're under the control of teachers that constantly try to take that masculinity down, right? So there is no benefit in pursuing females today. Now, before you come up here, Hammer, we had this conversation. I ain't trying to talk you into it. So I'm gonna need some questions, but please don't act like I'm trying to say, get a girl, get a girl, get a girl. It ain't that. It ain't about that, fam. Okay? Welcome, Hammer. Speak your piece.
What's up, yo?
We were talking
I'm
about
not.
you all day earlier.
Yeah,
Well,
apparently
this
so,
stuff
because
ain't
I was
working.
with. I know you guys are talking.
Hammer. It's not working.
Yeah, 'cause I know you were BGS and
Let me
Complex,
see.
and we were having a conversation in regards to full
And
investor
we got the
revolution.
wise one here, Black Huru Strikes. We can't hear Hammer. I think his speaker's not working because he's off mute. Dr. Hammer in the building. Paging Dr. Hammer. Okay. I guess you got to go out and come back in, Brother Hammer. Oh, yeah.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Part
Hello?
of the family.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, you talking
Yeah,
to
we can hear you.
Raphael. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, just on my
Yes, as
my
I was
internet.
saying.
Yeah, my internet cut off. I don't know why. But since
Oh, we
y'all can
got
hear
some
me,
Zolu in the building. What's
wow,
going on?
wow.
We had to wait for the quote unquote lefties to go so y'all can come up. Huh?
It's not even a.
Oh God.
Th- I'm not gonna make this a
Anyhow,
political. Yeah, I'm not gonna make this a political talk. I just wanted to address
speak
what
your
was said.
piece.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna be able to download. I'm trying to do a live stream afterwards. But
Is it me?
I
Can y'all hear me?
I
yeah,
can hear you,
I
Art.
can hear you.
I can
We are.
hear you, Art. Do you
Uh
hear us?
oh. Okay, I think that's what it is. Hold
Yeah.
on.
Oh, you can hear
Can
me?
you guys?
Testing.
Yeah. Okay, we can hear you, Art.
I think
I,
it's
I
me.
hear
I
everybody.
think it's me. Let me go ahead and
Art, can you hear
Yeah.
me?
Yeah, I can hear you, BMT.
Okay. Okay.
hold on here.
Okay, let me just say this real quick, and then I'll just hop off fast. So I heard the conversation that was happening between BGS, the protagonist, and the comp design, and like I said before, when I came with that panel art, all I was simply doing was sort of giving voice to the plight of the Gen Z male and the phenomenon that you're seeing. A lot of time when folks
Testing.
talk about it, they don't really understand the point of view as to why a lot of these, Gen Z alpha dudes are doing what they're doing. There is, and I'm not, and this is not about you, or this is deeper. This is about just, what I've been hearing in the space in general.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Art.
Yeah, we can hear
So
you, Art.
We
so
hear
on
you,
record.
Art. Do you hear us?
Okay. Yeah, I can hear you. So
Okay.
on record, you're speaking for all the Gen Zs, correct?
Obviously, I can't speak for everybody, but I'm trying to
Okay,
sort
go
of
ahead.
give voice. I'm trying to sort of give voice to the sentiment that's going on. Right? Obviously, any Gen Z male can come here and give his own perspective, but I'm trying to kind of help you guys understand why they're viewing the world the way they're viewing. There's a reason why. It's not just because these.
Hey, Hammer, can I ask you a
Yeah.
question? Um,
Yes.
when
Yes.
did
Yeah.
you,
Yes. Go ahead.
when was it, at what age did you clearly see the estrangement between you and your female peers? I mean, where you could
That's a good question.
feel that, you weren't going to be able to connect with them. At what age or what grade level or whatever did you say, this isn't gonna, it don't look like we're gonna be together?
Well, to be honest, on Black Guru, and maybe you guys have talked about it before, but I would say really around when you start to see kind of YouTube, Facebook, Instagram,
No, understand. I'm asking you, what was your age? What was your grade level? I'm trying to get,
specific age and
trying to
grade.
get some sense of who you were or where were you in life when it was clear to you that there was this estrangement with your female peers.
Well, I would say the process really began around middle school, but I would say the grade when I really kind of knew it was really senior year of high school. I think, but when my senior year of high school, when I graduated, I was going towards my first year, a freshman, major in computer science. That's when I knew it was that year of graduation. That's when I kind of knew I
But
stepped on that podium.
let me ask you, Hammer, and I'm going to interrupt only because I'm trying to kind of get to specifics without
Mhm.
us going too far away. Because I was in high school too. We all were in high school, and
Mhm.
we all were interested in girls much more prior to our senior year in high school.
Mhm.
So my presumption would be that that sense of separation would have occurred well before your senior year in high school.
Well, okay. Let me answer the question. Right? Are you asking me when I started seeing it or when I accepted it? Two different questions.
When you started to really get a sense of, not necessarily when it was clear to you that it wasn't going to happen, but more so when maybe you attempted to connect, or when it just
Oh,
was
that's easy. Elementary school,
yeah.
fifth grade, fifth, sixth grade.
Okay. Okay.
When I attempted, yeah, I know exactly fifth grade and sixth grade from
Now,
last
can
year
you
elementary school.
describe what was happening that made that quite evident to you, or what sort of experiences, or
It's hard to. I mean, that was a long time ago, but it's hard for me to pinpoint one specific experience. I think for me, I remember. I don't know how to, but during my physical grade, there were many times I had attempted to kind of, pursue females, and just something was just not clicking. And I
well,
think it
let me
wasn't.
ask you this question, because sometimes, do you remember liking a particular girl
Yeah,
and
I've
having
liked
a
many, of course.
no?
That was a very important.
I
That
was
was
a
a very
boy, right?
important statement, Hammer. He said something was not clicking.
Yeah, I've obviously liked a lot. What? Obviously,
Was there a particular girl, maybe the first girl you liked or whatever, where you attempted to connect, and can you describe what specifically happened in that situation?
Well, there's a lot of examples, but I guess the earliest I can remember is maybe when I was like fourth grade. Had this girl, I think her name was Melanie or something, and I don't know exactly what unfolded, but I was trying to pursue her, and that interaction essentially ended with me being slapped in the face. So I'm
Wow.
like, there's a lot of like
Why?
me
I
pursue.
mean, hold on. Being slapped in the face, that's a belligerent response to presumably something that would have occurred to provoke. It's one thing to be
Well,
rejected. It's another thing
okay.
to be slapped. So what
Well,
happened?
let me tell you what. Well, let me tell you what happened, right? So essentially, was so I, during that time, right, fifth grade, I was always the sort of I don't want to sit you as pet, but I was always the favorite in the classroom, right? And the girl that I was pursuing she was a white Hispanic female, and she was not doing that well in class at all whatsoever. So, being the sort of smart kid in the room, especially, of course, this is before I even knew the concept of black and when I think about it, I kind of see what it was. Um, every single time they can't get something, it's always, oh well, Hammer, explain explain to the class this type of stuff, right? So it's a certain level of envious, right? So I sort of became a little bit kind of seen as like the I wouldn't even say like the outcast, but like, okay, this guy think he's so smart, all that stuff. So it got I don't understand
So
why,
are
but
you saying you were perceived to be kind of a know-it-all, or
yeah, exactly. I know it. And I didn't.
and the girls resented your being the know-it-all, or some of the girls at least?
Well, a lot of people in the classroom wasn't that because the teacher was sort of. I didn't do this, but the teacher was kind of used me as sort of this shining example for the class. So
Right.
anytime like you
I'm
need to
getting it
be
now.
you need to be more like this person over here, and so that. So
Did any of the males resent you, or was it exclusively the females?
obviously the males too. I'm like it was.
Yeah, they
I'm like
had
it got
to.
to a point. They were making false allegations on me, right? But obviously women and boys are going to react differently to that,
They turned you into
right?
a
So
teacher's pet.
yeah, exactly.
How did the males respond?
The males they try to fight me. You know
Yeah,
how to
I can
know.
see that.
I'm
Hey,
like
where you grow up at, Hammer?
I don't want to disclose my location,
I
but
mean,
what I
like
will say is
general
like
general
What
area.
region?
oh okay
What
general
region did you
area
grow up?
DMV area.
Okay.
Unity?
He want to
Oh,
know
what do you say?
if you're in a poor, were you in a poor area or an affluent area or middle class?
I will say I lived in the okay. I lived in a working class area, but my sort of where I was living at allowed me to go to an upper class school. I don't know how to explain that. Where the school you were going, like the county we were in were mainly upper class, but
Yeah,
but we were
DMV. Got it.
But we were
You got
living in
swag?
areas.
He had
Did you have swag, bro? Were you an athlete? Like, what stood out?
No,
I know you.
I was not. I was not an athlete. No, I was, and I stood out very, very, very much because a lot of the black men, boys at my age, were not. They were the opposite end of the spectrum. So that's what kind of.
Did you have an African accent too?
No, no. I actually very
You
much
sound
sounded. I had
like a
sounded.
regular person. I
Yeah,
mean,
meant.
American.
In fact, the
So
only
you
giver
were a
was.
smart kid, even amongst the non-black kids.
Yeah, my school was mainly non-black. It was mainly white children. I thought what, but the county I'm not gonna say my county, but the county I was in was very much upper class neighborhood. Just that I lived in some of the poor areas within that county. But because we're part of the same county, I was able to go to these upper class schools where mainly white children. I'm like, my
Let me
my
put
best
you onto
friend.
something, Hammer.
That's
Put you
an
onto something, bro.
economy. He went off a bit.
Yeah, them kind of females, bro, they ain't feeling you, bro, till after college and stuff like that. In high school, it's a wrap, bro. If you ain't got that, if you was a nerd and socially awkward, it just ain't gonna work in high school unless you were an athlete. You got something else going for you. You know how to code or something cool, and then you get with the girls that rock with the stuff you rock with. But now, bro, you got to move on. You just got to move on from it, man, and move on from the area you're at. If you're still in that area, you're around an area with a whole bunch of leopard chicks.
Okay. This I don't understand.
Trey, we're attempting to use Hammer, if you don't mind my saying it, Hammer. We're attempting to use Hammer to profile his generation, the mindset of his generation.
Hammer ain't
Hold on. Let me finish. We're attempting to use Hammer to profile his generation, and maybe the approach they need to take in terms of going forward.
Well, Hammer isn't the norm for his generation. He stands out. Like
Well,
Hammer's generation.
I don't agree. I don't agree at all.
Well, here's what I would say. Okay, yes, I may not be the norm because in terms of intellectual ability, I am in the top 10%. But in terms of, I'm like the majority of the boys in my cohort, right? Whether they're majoring, in business administration, in the arts, most of these guys are essentially what I would call default bachelors. I'm like, you're not really seeing outside of the athletes, they're not really approaching female. Most of
I
them.
think Hammer does, from a sociological standpoint, represent his generation.
Yeah, from what he sees as well, not just his experience.
Well, what he sees, but as far as how he conducts himself, no, he's far off. It's cool.
Yeah,
to be a dummy now.
okay.
It's cool to be a complete idiot now here.
Okay, I understand that that's why I don't want to personalize things, but I understand that I'm getting my own person. But I'm talking about the common traits you're seeing across the males, Gen Z, and really the Alpha generation is that there is this growing. I call it the same phenomenon you see in Japan with the grass eaters, but in a different way, where where do me, do you do me? That's kind of the new sort of way of thinking now. You're gonna have every issue. You're gonna have guys who majoring in other areas, but that's kind of what it is, really.
So based on what I said earlier,
my bad, Art.
No, because he's not looking for anyone. That's why I said I don't want this to turn into let's get women for Hammer. That's not his what do you call it, his priority.
That's not who I was here to be.
So
what I was attempting to do was to create a sociological profile for Hammer's generation, particularly from a male standpoint.
He's a nerd.
I mean, he said, I thought it was interesting that he said that his estrangement from his female cohorts started at around 5th grade. I think that's very important. I mean, look, if you become estranged from being able to connect with girls at, let's say, age 10 or 11, you're going to have problems going forward in your life with females.
Right. I think they made peace. I think hold on. I think they made peace with that according to what Hammer's saying. The thing is though, like from us, outside looking in, the thing that the reason why I started this live stream earlier was the conversation I had with my students, mostly female. And a lot of the girls are still doing the IG thing, trying to look dolled up, all that kind of stuff. But damn near I ain't gonna say all, but it's a great number of guys that are mainly into video games and anime and all that kind of
There's no
stuff.
point. There's no
Well,
point.
hold on,
That's
fam.
that's for
That's why I said you
you.
got the part. You got to learn to listen. Because I ain't trying to talk you into it. Don't put it this way. Put your arms down. You in the safe zone, fam. You don't have to defend nothing. Okay, just be comfortable. Now, but I start picking their brain more, right? Because that's when I found out if it sounds like, and then you can come in with this one, Hammer. Does it sound like if the girls are into video games too and anime and stuff like that, they got a better chance than the quote unquote IG model?
You mean with the average guy? I would say yes, but that's only because of
Mm.
but that's only
All right,
because
all right.
okay, but
My
that's
younger daughter
okay.
is very much into comic books,
Mm-hmm.
and that's mostly because of me. I grew up reading, comic books as early as the late 1960s, and we would go to Comic Con and C2E2 and my younger daughter is interesting. She has very good relationships with men, not just black men, actually white men, Asian men, whatever. In large part because they relate on that whole sort of comic book cosplay, all that stuff. I mean, she knows all the manifestations of Loki and all that kind of stuff. I mean, it's actually much deeper even and kind of strange to me, but because of that background and it's very authentic to her. It's not just her getting up in a outfit with her ass out kind of thing and that whole kind of cosplay thing. She's really kind of into that sort of thing. So she kind of managed to connect with boys in large part because of that early in life in a more authentic way than just the IG route, if you will.
Yeah,
Well, let's take it back to like the basic level. Like dudes like Hammer, what you were saying around the age group, 4th and 5th grade, you don't need to be trying to get out there to get at females anyway, man. You need to be concentrating on boy stuff
He
and
agrees
handling
with you.
things. Men and women don't need to be, excuse me, boys and girls don't even need to be in classes together at that point. It needs to be total separation, especially for the community. Now, Hammer, dudes, in y'all generation, as you get older, it's been said a million times. Focus on you, man. Go build your stuff up, doing what you want to do. And the guys, fellow cohort, as yourself. And you do that, and trust me, they'll come to you. You ain't got to worry about all this.
okay.
Oh, these thoughts, IG models, this, that, and the other. You know
It's
me, Hammer.
Trey, brother. It's like I said before. It's so much more deeper than that. I mean, the
Oh,
environment is
I was
so
out here, bro. I know. Trust me, I was out here. I know what you're
the
going
the
through.
the environment is. I'm gonna give you an example, right? You have people who were born before you even had social media. A lot of these dudes were born in social media. They're born like being. I was talking to Mitch a couple of days ago. He was telling me, well, you should go out there and the process. Here's the problem with that, okay? So when it comes to Instagram, that's become the new like social marker. They will ask you what's your Instagram. There isn't. You'll have a
Don't
conversation
give
with a
it to
female.
them. You tell them no. I ain't got no Instagram. So
And,
what?
but here's the problem: if you have an entire social hive that is built around that, that literally becomes your entry point to even communicate on that level.
No, it doesn't, Hammer. If that's the
Yes,
entry
it
point,
does.
you're dealing with
Especially,
the wrong females, bro. Guess what? You tell them I ain't got no Instagram.
what
So what?
percentage of women do you think?
Boom. So what? You
What
tell them I ain't got
percentage of
one.
women?
So what?
What percentage of women do you think on Instagram? So you think it's
Bro,
just
you gonna let a
5%?
woman dictate to you, Hammer? You come on, Hammer. You
It's
know
not
better than
about
that.
them dictating, bro. It's a
I told
combination of the
y'all
environment, the laws,
Man,
and
come
the
on, Hammer.
technology working
No, bro, it's an
simultaneously.
excuse, Hammer. Stop making
it's
these
a
excuses,
It's
bro.
not
different type
about
of
making.
ball
This is not
game.
a pull yourself by your bootstrap argument.
It ain't a
Come on,
bootstrap, bro. We ain't talking about
Hey,
business. We
hey,
talking
that's
about
literally
keeping it
what you're
whole,
saying.
bro.
Ignore
hey,
the
can I?
environment, ignore the laws, and just bootstrap your
Bro,
way through it.
guess what?
No, no,
You'll
no.
get
Trey,
carried
Hey,
away from
Trey,
it.
hey,
Trey, hold on, Hammer. Trey, how old are you?
Man, I'm 46, man.
Okay,
Dang, you old,
What?
Trey.
Oh my god!
Hey,
how old
guess
are
what?
hold
I still
on,
Come
pull.
on, man.
hold on,
Hey,
hold
I
on,
still pull.
hold
18
on.
and 19 year
How
olds.
old are you, Hammer?
I still pull 18 and 19 year
He's
olds.
How
20.
old are you, Hammer? Hammer.
Hammer? I believe Hammer is either
Oh, me.
19 or
20 years old. 20.
He's a kid.
So,
I kept
so
telling y'all that.
hold on, Trey. I mean, you're almost talking about like two different separate, generations in between. I think it's easy for I'm 60 years old, right? So it's easy for us to come in and kind of try to dictate how somebody who was born 20, 30, 40 years in this case, from us, how they should think and behave. I think we should be a little more understanding and respectful.
Fuck understanding, man. Guess what? No, fuck understanding. He don't need
Oh,
no
really?
empathy. He need to grab. You need to grab your nuts, Hammer.
Oh, really? Okay.
He saw like he have a cigar and some cat.
Bro, Trey, you literally sound like the red pill dating coaches out here. You need to make 2,000 approaches a week and drink Kool-Aid and buy this book.
That. You do what
Oh,
I say,
really?
they'll come to you, Hammer. They will come
Oh,
to you. Bro.
That's a fact,
Bro, I can't do it, bro.
That's
Wow.
a fact, though. But no, I kind of look. Here's the deal, though. I think I feel where Hammer's coming from. Where it's basically he's in this place where like the masculinity is a bit lacking, but overall, it seems like he just like the traits of the culture that we live in today. He's just not compatible with it. Like it looks whack. It looks trash. But here's the other side of that. When you're the right kind of man, like when you're a masculine person and you're interacting with a chick and you say, listen, I'm this type of way and she really wants to be with you, she'll forego some of the things that she wants just to be with you if you're worth being with. So there is that side.
See, this well, let me ask. Go ahead, Art. Sorry.
I said this is the part that because I know what you're attempting. I'm trying to be your voice, Hammer, but you ain't letting me. This is the part that the people are not understanding. These women are, I don't care if they fine, whatever it is, they're not a priority to a lot of these people in this generation. They're not a priority. I don't care. It doesn't matter how fine they are. They might even get them attention here and there, but the fix is already in. It's whatever their interest is, which is probably, for the most part, the top of the list, not all of them. Top of the list is usually, video games, virtual reality, digital, all kinds of different things, anime, whatever. That's their world.
Right.
So some chick gonna tap him on the shoulder to make him put that down to be with her for what? Think about that. Matter of fact, in that world, he's the winner. In that world,
thank you.
In that world, there's nothing that's gonna make him feel like a loser. He feels like a winner. He feels like
I'm in complete control.
So that's what I'm trying to explain to people, because I got that from these girls that I was talking to today. I was like, and then the thing is this. All right, say matter of fact, it probably bring put it this way, these girls would probably have to conform to what these guys want. And so far, the one that's winning that we're not paying attention to, just like Black Huru said about his daughter, is the one that has the same interest as these young boys.
But you know what?
Here's part of the issue
I
with
want to say this. Hold on. So the thing about I want to say is this. And listen, from somebody who is like in depth with the gaming community, I can't see Hammer at the top. I really can't, because you got all these other guys that coming in that are playing in these fields that literally, like, it's okay to be that dad that does gaming. It's okay to be that girl that I play Grand Theft Auto with my man. Like, I'm sorry, like, he's not gonna have his pick of the litter there either anymore. Like, literally, because now it's become a formality of a generation of people playing it. Like, I'm just saying, like, you're definitely just listening to you talk, and when people are asking you questions and hearing how your confidence was, when Uhura was asking, hold on, Hammer, just hearing it, I could tell the social awkwardness, and people pick that shit up on online. They're gonna pick it up now. Granted, you're still gonna have to meet these people. That's why you forget. Me and you did have that conversation about the automation, did we not? And I said,
yeah.
I get why you would choose that automation because there's no confusion. You can be whatever you want to be, however you want to be. And I'm not mad at you for choosing that. Hell, you got women that are now choosing goddamn vibrators over men. So, I mean,
it's been that way, bro. Most wives are doing that.
But now, if that's Hammer's choice, I respect it because that's honestly what a lot. Did we not talk about that, Art? That literally they're choosing the cyber.
They're buying a mate. They're buying a friend.
You remember what I said?
Man.
BMT.
Mhm.
I said, nah, bro.
Yeah, no. Well, I don't think his issue is with girls. Like I'm not hearing a girl problem. I think he needs to focus on his purpose and stuff. Like whatever you. But I'm saying y'all like niggas sound like dating coaches on here, and that's not even his issue. Like,
it's awkward. You gotta have confidence. I mean, confidence
first
does
of all,
matter.
look, let me respond to all this, right? And let me just clear this up. I don't care about what these chicks are saying. I really don't. I've already accepted that was a long.
What does it matter?
Okay. The whole point is that a lot of dudes in this space do not understand why the Gen Z and the millennials just don't give a fuck, why they don't care. And what I'm trying to do, and I'm trying to kind of give a voice as to what's going on. What's happening? I broke this down, right? The environment is set up in a way in which these dudes are growing up realizing the probability of me finding a woman, getting married, and her staying on my program, it's that is so non-existent at this point. There's no point even trying.
All right, Hammer, real quick, man. Enough with the nihilistic talk here, bro. Let me tell you what's wrong, bro. I'll tell you what's wrong for the most part, including you, bro. Y'all masculinity is lacking. And my man Chris.
Okay, you know what, Trey? Let me ask you a question. Is America a gynocracy?
Hammer, hold up, bro.
Is the U.S. a gynocracy?
Bro, hold up, bro. Hammer. Chris 3-5 in the Realty put it. No wonder 20-year-olds are trying to holler at 30 and 40-year-old dudes. Bro, it's an issue of masculinity. A lot of y'all was raised by your mamas or soft dads. It is what it is, man.
Once again, is America a gynocracy?
Bro, it is not a gynocracy, bro. You got a gynocracy in your head. The gynocracy's in your head, bro.
The U.S. essentially is a de facto gynocracy at this point.
My advice, Hammer, leave these females alone and go do you, bro. Straight up.
And that's what these young guys are doing because they're starting to realize everything is set up as a way to transfer resource from the men towards the women. That's really what that is.
Bro, that's the excuse, bro. I just say go do you.
It's not about an excuse, man. I'm like, if I can bring you to a child support if you want me to, but that's cool with you, bro.
Hey, Hammer. Hey, Hammer. Can I ask you a question? Because you were talking about gaming and stuff. Did I hear you say that you prefer the virtual world because in the virtual world you have all the control?
Well, here's what I'm saying.
Right? You get metaverse pussy out there?
No, I'm not in the Oh my, y'all. Okay, you know what? Wow. Let me just cut this up because you guys. Okay, I'm not in the metaverse. Right? I don't even play video games. Most of my time, I spend most of my time playing the piano and writing music. So I'm not even in that. But what I'm saying is that when we start seeing the designer baby, when we start seeing the artificial womb, when we start seeing, synthetic companions, a lot of guys, especially Gen Z, when they become the majority of the population, they're going to go towards that. If they're given the ability to kind of, pass down the lineage and they're in full control and they don't have to worry about going out here, spinning game, they can just pay money and purchase a design. That's what they'll do. And if you add a synthetic female, they'll do it too. That's what I was saying.
Right.
So let me
Right. No, I got you.
Because why? If I have the ability to be in complete control of the reproduction process, not have to worry about any interference, I am the control, and I can purchase, a synthetic companion, a female companion that's gonna do whatever I say. I don't gotta use game. I don't gotta do any of that.
Hammer. Let me hold on real quick. Let me answer the question for you because that is a good question. But here's the answer. The reason why is because when you do what you just said, you lack the basic skills of life that allow you to that are setting you up to be awkward in this situation right here. The reason why you're socially awkward right now is because you're in this world where you control everything and you don't know how to step out of a world and bring things that are outside of your control into your control. You don't have those skills, and those
let me
skills are
ask you a question,
necessary.
bro. I
What's
even
up, bro?
look. First of all, let me get some look. I am in sales, man. I'm majoring in computer science, but I'm working both in IT job and I'm doing sales, so I'm interacting with people all the time. So social skills, that's something I have to develop to even do my other job. But the thing is, that does not mean my world needs to be centered around a female. And this is what folks don't want to center.
No, then we're in agreement, Hammer. That's what
Yeah,
everybody up here saying
Hammer.
the same thing.
Hammer, what I'm talking about has nothing to do with females. I applaud you for focusing on what you're focusing on. I'm not talking about females. I'm just talking about in general conversation, like the conversation we're having right now. It is very evident that there's a lot of social skills that you're lacking, and those social skills will not be formed in the virtual world. You have to step out in the real world and actively do things. Hold on.
Where is the
What's up?
proof? Where is the proof that what Hammer is doing will not benefit him? How old are you, Hammer?
20 years old, at least.
There's no proof. There's no proof that what we think of what is effective as a social standpoint will not be effective for a 20-year-old. There's no proof. Everything about us in the current world is changing. Everything. We're conducting all of our business virtually via Zoom, StreamYard, these assorted virtual mechanisms.
No, we're not, Black Guru.
There's
We're out here in the
no
streets.
proof. There's no proof.
I don't agree on that.
There's no proof at all that someone who was born 15 or 20 years ago, with the way Hammer conduct himself, will not be effective going into the future. There's no proof.
Here's
of
the
that.
deal, Black Guru.
Hold on,
Bro,
wait,
humans
let me
have
say
done
this,
the same thing for like 10,000, 20,000 years, bro. It's just not going to stop because all of a sudden Zuckerberg made
There
the
were no
internet
robots 20,000 years ago. There was no artificial
and
intelligence.
robots don't lead the world now. Nobody online like that, Black Guru.
There was no artificial intelligence 20,000 years ago. There was no data science 20,000 years ago. To presume that how we're going to live 10, 15, 50 years into the future based on what happened when we were fucking, rubbing rocks together is not a valid comparison.
Well, going up and just say hi, my name is Hammer still works.
Wait. All I'm gonna say is this.
Go ahead, BMT.
Hammer. All I'm saying is, you do know your same conversation is in the LGBTQP transfiguration realm of what they say. Hey, I identify as this. I want to mate with this. I can breed with that. Like, you do know that's what you're in, right? And you're talking this kind of.
Oh, you talking? Okay, let me, as you just said, yes, I do, but I do definitely believe that in the gender identity conversation, the whole idea is that they're going to use essentially transhumanism as a way to go beyond biology. By the end of the day, man, I'm gonna keep it real. If I'm given the option to buy a designer, maybe I'll do it. And if I'm given, so I understand that, but that's not gonna change the fact that if these dudes are given the ability to purchase the perfect female, as a commodity, that they don't have to go and approach. It's just gonna be there to serve the will. I'm like, I'm sorry. There's a lot of guys who are not gonna turn that down, especially if it's affordable.
No,
what I'm saying is,
I'm just saying. At least thank you for your honesty. But I just wanted other people to understand the level of what you're talking about. Like, I know, but I've had these conversations, and I just wanted them to understand that is the level of what I want Black men to know. That is the level of that conversation. When they're talking about what you can mate with, what you identify with, that is the level of that conversation. So, Art, you understand that now? What they be talking about on your panel. So,
well, here's the deal,
BMT.
Let
me ask you this question, BMT. So, what else should Hammer do?
I didn't say he should do anything. I didn't tell him what to do.
Nothing. He should continue what he's doing.
I just literally just said this is the level of the conversation now where men and women are choosing of a different lifestyle of what they identify with. This is what they're doing.
This is the old versus the young way of thinking. Like, hey, I don't have to identify or mate with this process. This is what I choose. I'm not telling Hammer. Am I telling you who you got to lay down with? I just said I just want y'all to know this is the line that people are going to cross.
Well, first of all, look. Let me just look. I do not believe in LGBT or that type of stuff. Okay. All I'm simply saying is that I don't believe in that. All I'm just saying that when it comes to the strictly technological advancements, once we get to the point where the average male is given that option, they're gonna take it. And I think that's something a lot of dudes are struggling to
option, like you said. They would take the
No. Not the root. What I'm saying is no. What I'm saying is where the average male is given the opportunity to purchase designer baby and purchase the perfect synthetic female companion, they'll do it. And I think a lot of these older dudes, I get it. They grew up in a time before that, but it's like what I'm saying may sound crazy, but that's gonna be the reality. And whenever these folks say this, they never want to address the environment that they're in. They never want to address OnlyFans. They never want to address
Can I ask you guys a question? Because hold on, Hammer's not making bad points, but I want to ask you guys a question to sort of back Hammer up here a little bit. Can you guys tell me with any like numerical stats or whatever? What is the like say you're 18, you just got out of high school, no criminal record, like the world is your oyster. What is really your chances of getting married and raising your children to adulthood?
Well, I'll tell you like this, bro.
That's a great question.
Give me a number, bro. Give me a number.
I'll give you a number. The number is 50-50.
Less, bro.
No, it's not.
Because here's
No,
the
it's
deal.
not.
Hold up. Let me explain why.
Hold on.
Hammer, stop, bro.
Trey,
Here's
you're
the deal.
citing statistics for married people overall.
Hold
You
up.
are not citing. You are not citing
statistics, bro.
Trey. You are not citing the statistics of somebody who marries under the age of 25.
I'm telling you this. First off, don't do it. If you're 18, chill the hell out. Don't even be thinking about it till you over 26. Go out there and experience the world. Go see the damn world. Get away from your own neighborhood. Get away from the scrags around you. Go see what other cultures are like. Don't be like, oh man, I got to be like my uncle. I got to be like my cousin and them. No, if that don't work out, I just got to, the women around here don't like me. I'm just going to be an incel. No, get out there and experience the world. Build yourself. And all we saying is, Hammer, keep living your life. And if you doing that, that woman will eventually come to you. And if she
won't.
Fucking well.
She's not.
Fucking well.
So we're working on the Field of Dreams model. If you build it, the hoes will come.
Exactly, man.
Gonna have, by the time Hammer finds her, that female peer in the current environment is going to have 200 bodies.
Man, here's the deal, man. We done gave options, man. Passport Bros done gave options. SYSB gave options.
Well, it's not so much that your options are bad, because this is the problem I was trying to highlight yesterday when I was on the Bernard Riley show, and he had that guy Before the Billions, and Before the Billions is telling a story about how he had to reconnect with his dad as an adult because his mom was on some bullshit. And so I asked him, the first question I asked, knowing what you know and seeing what you've seen, that doesn't change how you view women in relationships. It has to. And this is what we're suffering through. What do you think happens when 3 generations of men watch other men get their asses handed to them over and over again by women? It might make you cautious. It might make you question the value of women in general.
But here's the deal, David, is they're not listening to the guys that been through it. Me and you got almost the exact same story. And it's like, oh, don't listen to them dudes. Oh, don't listen because of this. It's like, all right, don't follow what we tell you. Don't listen to freaking the shit that happened to us. And that's what these dudes are happening.
They can see what happens around them, and they can see the environment. They can see the law. I'm like, you got intersectional feminism running through everything. Come on,
I saw what my mom did to my dad. I saw what other people's moms did to the other people's dads. I don't need the internet to see what's going on all the time. The internet explained it for me, but I saw it already.
But here's the deal with Hammer. Hammer thinks that all women, all this whole environment, the whole freaking world is that way. It ain't.
What I'm saying is that the technology paired with the environment, paired with the economics that we're in, is gonna push everybody that way. And it's starting to be exported everywhere else around the world. I'm like, China's going through the same thing now. South Korea is going through a feminist movement right now. So passport bros, but I would say you have 15, 20 years max, because by the time these other countries industrialize, these females are going to be doing the same thing over there too. So be warned.
All right. Hey, nihilism. Like I said, man, if you want to get under pessimistic
Oh my
go
God.
buy your robot, Hammer. Go buy your robot and be happy.
Wow. Okay.
Let him live his life, man.
That's what I'm saying. Live his life with his robot. I'm cool.
I support him. Like, hey,
But-
we fought for your right to have that freedom, bro.
But here's the problem I have, right? Is that what a lot of those folks that this is going to be the norm. This is not just gonna. It's a lot of a lot of dudes want to make it seem as if it's just Hammer. It's like, no, this is what unless the Great Reset fails and market-based capitalism cannot be reformed. That's going to be where the norm is going to be. And I think for a lot of dudes, because they have not been able to find a way to deal with this technology and how to articulate it, anyone who speaks to it is just, they're just a nihilism. No, I'm just saying what everyone can see with their own eyes. You can see it happen already, right? I'm like, you're not going to force these people into submission when they're under a gynocentric system. That's just not going to happen. And you
Hammer,
can
that's
cry,
what
you
you're
can,
saying, bro.
come on,
So
man.
why are you talking about it, Hammer? That's what I'm saying. You keep talking about it, yap, 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 over and over. Versus, you know what? I'm just gonna do me and just shut the hell up.
You
about
already
it.
out, Hammer. You already made it out. I don't know why you out, bro.
Wow.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying. Like my whole thing was.
I mean, are we saying that Hammer shouldn't even express himself and men of his generation shouldn't express themselves? I mean, I think it's very interesting that, not only should he not be nihilistic, whatever you would define that to be, but he shouldn't even, he's a 20-year-old man. He's a 20-year-old man.
And that's what I was.
Why should he not at least attempt to understand and express his life experience?
Because he ain't trying to learn, Black Guru. He's just
what is the point of this environment? What is the point of this environment if a 20-year-old man cannot express himself about what he see and experience of the world?
Okay, Black Guru, should the 20-year-old man be expressing or trying to learn? Which one should he be trying to do?
I think he should be doing both. Why should he not? Why should Hammer trade? Why should Hammer not express himself? What disqualifies a 20-year-old black man from expressing himself?
Bro, he's expressing but not willing to learn. He got dudes up here with over about 500 years of experience, and he don't want to hear
it. You made that statement. Where is the proof? Where is the proof that he's not willing to learn? Just because he happens to not agree with everything you say.
It's not about agreeing, bro.
You got to learn.
I don't agree with you or BMT, but I got an open mind with y'all.
Understand, accept everything that Trey says and BMT says. That means he's not willing to learn. Is that what you think?
Hammer has no open mind. Hammer is completely.
Okay, Trey. Let me ask you a question. Let me answer one, Trey.
If you out, then listen, bro. I'm just like this. If you're out, bro, you're past that field. You don't need to worry about something that you're no longer in that field to deal with. Like once you get out and you know what I'm saying, hey, I'm done with human pussy. I got my animatron babe. I respect you. I respect your choice. I'm not trying to judge you. I'm just like, if that's behind you, go live your best life.
He's 20 BMT, he's 20 years old. Why are you presuming that the sum total of his life will result in him fucking robots? Why are you doing
that?
That's what he's saying. He's not saying that. He did not say that.
Okay. Look, once again, okay. All I'm simply and I get it, right? A lot of folks out here, they do not have answers to the new environment. They don't have answers to the new technology that's coming. So anytime, and I've seen this in the panel too. Anytime a young brother tries to give voice to what's happening, it's always, it's not the gynocentric environment. It's not a technology. It's just you just giving voice to it is a problem. My thing is this. At the end of the day, BMT, y'all can put you on, but your child and your child or your grandchildren, they're going to grow up in that environment. And they're going to face the same thing. And when they're trying to explain to you their environments and you just tell them, well, just pull yourself up, son, and just power your way through intersectional
Right.
feminism.
What's the
That's not
solution,
gonna work.
Hammer? What's the solution? Problem. Your solution is go out and get a robot. And me and
Well,
and this is crazy. I'm on BMC side and not Dag on David's side. This is freaking bizarre world.
No,
So
here's the thing.
where's the robot?
I am probably not. Look, the furthest I'm probably, to be honest with you, but the furthest I'm probably going to go is me buy a designer debate. To be honest with you, man.
Well, hold on.
If when it comes to a companion, the only thing I'm buying is genetically engineered females. It's got to be flesh and blood.
No, but see, listen, y'all making fun of the idea, but you got to
Bruh,
be able to.
that's
You
the
need
future,
to
man.
push.
Genetically
How else are you going to
engineered
negotiate with?
flesh and
How
blood
else are
females.
you
Come
going
on,
to
it is what it is.
negotiate? What else are you going to use to negotiate, bro?
Buying
Seriously.
a designer baby when women in this country have been able to go to fucking clinics and get designer sperm for fucking 50 years now.
And you mad at Hammer though,
And we've
right?
all
Nobody
accepted
mad at
that.
Hammer. I'm like,
Nobody
you
has
with
ever,
robot
nobody
baby.
has had a problem with that. But
Wow.
because a black male decides to pursue the same options for himself, now that's some bizarre and crazy thing now.
I
Hey,
literally
just don't plug her into the internet, Hammer. Don't plug her into the internet, bro. Do her
Hey, look.
upgrades manually.
Trey, look, you can cover your ears and bruh. When this technology comes along, you're not gonna be able to run from it. And this, like you guys are pretending this is just like some like Disney Marvel. This is what's coming.
What happens
and y'all
when
have
your
no
what happens
answer
when
to
your
it, but just try
hold
to
up,
tackle.
Hammer? What happens when your robot girl gets hacked with the feminist code? Then what you
What are you
burn
talking
her and
about?
buy
Okay,
a new
now
one.
when wow.
She's a robot, bro. You burn the
No,
program and
man,
buy a new one. But no, all
she's
seriously.
what do
Oh,
you
no,
not understand about genetically engineered? She's not a robot. She's just flesh
no,
and blood. Like
dude, it's
there's
too
a
sci-fi.
difference.
Hammer is too sci-fi. They're not ready for that yet.
Yeah,
Let's pull it back a
genetically
little bit.
engineered means like blood and blood, like flesh and blood, like human female. It's not.
Let's pull it back a little bit, all right? After like umpteen years of the manosphere and men talking about the problems that women present and the problems that the courts and everything present, the reason why this shit won't change is because most men are physically addicted to women. And as soon as you get a guy who says, you know what, women cannot be the priority and I will not set my life up to make women the priority, all the men who want women to stop being evil, they're like, oh, get him, he's bad. Like, dude, this is what it's going to take. It won't take anything less than cutting women off and being able to replace them. Then maybe we can readdress the balance of power. But until then, dudes are going to have to suffer through this shit and think Hammer's the bad guy.
But see, we're all talking about walking away in a different way. Like I said, I'm just walk away from completely, just remove yourself from the environment. But man, the whole genetic thing, like I said, hey,
Trey,
if it works, let me know.
Trey,
I got
Trey.
some money, man. I'll get me one if it works.
Hold on, Trey. Let me ask you a question. So let me ask you a question. If you live long enough, right, to see and I'm gonna ask you this one by go, right? If you live long enough to see the full realization of the genetic female, meaning flesh and blood, human, genetically created from scratch, flesh and blood female, you can customize how she looks like, how tall she is, how she is. You can order her from a factory and they'll bring her to your house, and it's not a robot, it's flesh and blood female. Would you do it?
Bro, I just want to cooking and cleaning, bro. That's straight up.
Okay, well, thank you for your honesty. Okay, we can.
Yeah, if she can do like Rosie on the Jetsons, all that stuff, I'm cool.
I was just thinking about Rosie from the Jetsons. That's all you need, bro. But look, most men could probably be satisfied with a loyal maid.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Oh, and see, like, once the conversation goes from robot to flesh and blood based, like human based, then all of a sudden the answers sort of change. And I've noticed that. As long as in their minds they're thinking of like wires and metals, they're like, oh hell no. But once you start telling them, no, this is gonna be genetic thing, she's gonna be human based, it's gonna be flesh and blood, all of a sudden, oh yeah, I could definitely buy that. And that's how I know what's coming from. These dudes don't know.
Question.
Yeah, these dudes don't know how to deal with technology. So because you have no cultural response to it, the default becomes you're the problem.
Hey, y'all have it. Y'all got it. Hey, I'll
What happens to the relationship between men and women when men can actually grow their own child in an artificial womb and you no longer have to whine and dine and listen to a bitch for 9 months?
we have something called
I'm curious, what happens to the relationship when that happens?
surrogates, right? Y'all, do get
No, a surrogate involves you still having to wine and dine a woman for 9 months. You still have to listen to her complain for 9 months. When you can totally cut that out the process and just you can order a baby on Amazon, what happens to men and women's relationship? I'm curious to know how women will respond.
So you have it where some men actually travel out the country and
No, BMT. This is
you telling me fucking no, and I didn't cut you off. I just listened to your story about robots.
all right. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
There you go. So literally, I already met men who have literally gone out, literally actually had the interview and already talked to the women and literally say, okay, I will pay you such an amount of money. We will artificially inseminate you. Bada bing, bada boom. It was done. They paid for the visit, took their kid, and came back to the U.S. Like, people have done that. People do that.
That was not the scenario, bro. That is not what I just said at all. That's why he cut you off, because it's not. It cuts the women out totally. Imagine the process with 0 women involved, just you and a scientist, and you get a baby after.
Okay, so you can always just go to the clinic if you got the money.
Think Matrix pods. Think about the Matrix pods. How do they make babies in the Matrix? You ever thought about that?
Conservative. They already have that. I'm just
right. So what happens to men and women when the Matrix pod becomes the norm? See, women can have babies anyway. They don't need a Matrix pod. But once men have access to that shit, how do they look at women?
I mean, if you got the money, yeah, go for it, bro. I'm not stop. Listen, do it. Any man who got that capital, get your money up. Do what you do.
But the BMT.
I don't give a shit. I don't really.
The BMT. But what I'm trying to tell you is this, right? Because you're starting to see, right, most post-industrial countries go through fertility because these women are free now. Like they no longer need to have children anymore. State governments are going to face a choice.
I respect.
No, I mean, women are not having kids because they now have economic independence in market-based capitalism. They don't need to quote unquote submit to a man. They don't.
I respect your LGBTQ ways.
But here's the problem, BMT. State governments now, post-industrial state governments, are facing a weird struggle because, in other words, in order to maintain market-based capitalism, they have to economically empower. But by doing so, it cuts down the fertility rate. So they're going to have to eventually go full force with this artificial womb if they're going to want to stop a complete annihilation of the population. But go ahead.
It's a certain population, not a
I just want you to know. All of y'all are now supporting of the LGBTQ.
No, we are not. Oh my God! Oh my fucking God! Wow.
You know it is.
No,
dude, that is the most suspect take ever. How does this make you support the LGBs?
Wow.
You want to know? You want to know who's funding that? You want to know who's funding those programs the most? I'm just trying to.
What programs are you talking about?
Okay, man trying to impregnate man trying to impregnate.
Who said anything like that? That's what I said, bro. That's the most suspect take ever. Nobody said anything near that. I said Matrix babies, bro. We all saw the Matrix. We all know how the Matrix works. Somehow you saw the Matrix and thought dudes are getting knocked up.
Yes. I don't know. BMT is just I don't get it.
You don't want to be realistic about who's having those type of arguments, who's pushing those agendas more harder. That's on you. But
the technology is going to be here anyway. I'm like,
Asians are pushing this technology, like the Chinese communists are building.
The Chinese are doing it too, man.
BMT is making too much sense to me. Why am I on your side, BMT? I gotta smoke, man.
Yeah, oh my God.
BMT is making some good points, actually.
God
damn. Y'all can go ahead and play the game and act ignorant if you want, but I'm telling you, the ones who are backing this kind of shit up with the most, we can impregnate this. We can get this pregnant. We don't need a woman.
Dude,
it's
okay.
Y'all got to get away from.
Okay. Look. How about this?
Y'all got to get away from the face of things and who's actually funding things behind the scenes. So BMT is making a good point on that.
Okay, but
I don't disagree with that. Yes, the gay people want to have babies too. Yeah, I don't disagree on that. So here's the thing: either we take women's rights away, or we just let the gays make babies. Your choice. Go.
You're not taking women's rights away, Gabriel.
I
So
support you.
Well, then gay babies for everybody, because you niggas don't want to do what it
For
takes.
everybody.
You niggas
You
don't
get a
want to
gay
do the
baby. You
fucking
get a
job.
gay baby. You get a gay baby.
Wow.
It's gonna be the Oprah show of gay baby.
I
Gonna be the Oprah
think
show
we'll
of gay
catch
baby.
y'all on that one.
Wow, that is a.
No,
Wow.
that's seriously the problem. Nobody up
No,
here
he's
wants to
straight
do
up.
what it takes, but you don't want to stop the gay babies either. You got to pick one.
Are you doing what it takes, conservative?
Yeah.
I made
But,
my kids the
okay,
natural
okay.
way. I
You
made
know what?
3 natural babies.
Conservatives, right? Okay, because here's the thing. Okay, here's the thing. Look, what you guys fail to understand is this: is it true that people, in the gender identity and sort of the LGBT are trying to use? But look, technology is a tool. That's all it is. Yes, all the LGBT are gonna use this, but don't. Yes, but it is. It's just a tool. It all depends on who's using it, and it's not just gonna be done. China is pushing it. Nation states around the world that are having demographic issues are going to go through it because either you roll back the women's rights. If you're not going to do that, then you have no choice than to go ahead to prevent a demographic crisis. So this goes beyond what the LGBT are doing. It's simply a tool, and if they want to use it the wrong thing, that's fine. But my thing is that when dudes have the option to not have to quote unquote approach 3,000 females a week, they'll choose that option. Go ahead.
I'm back, fellas. I have important phone calls, but I'm back.
I'll just say, y'all, y'all, when y'all go down that rabbit hole and y'all play these games, I just want you to understand. You better know who's at the other side of that damn. Who's on the other side of that damn?
I don't care who's on the other side, man. I'm with me over here on this side.
I know you don't give a shit who's on the other side of that damn thing. But see, now when they hold on,
I have no power over that.
Now, Hammer, when they start getting in school, telling, hey, little boys, you don't need a woman to have a baby. You can blah blah blah.
They
blah,
won't. They won't.
All right, no.
Bro, they already are doing that. We didn't create
They're
that.
already doing that. So I don't.
We didn't create that shit. They did that themselves.
Y'all want that energy. So guess what? Now y'all want to entertain. Oh yeah, we want our robot baby. Okay, get your robot baby. And I support you.
Just because I support the artificial womb does not mean I support homosexuality, bro. Why are you trying to link those two things together, BMT?
Okay, Hammer. All right.
But it's actually, I'd agree with BMT because it's all one and the same. Because these homosexuals can have kids, so they can be pushing.
Dude.
And most Negroes.
So, okay. Let me ask you a
This is a ridiculous argument. This is
That's what I'm saying.
This is almost akin to saying
This sign language.
This is almost akin to saying we shouldn't have jobs because some of the jobs will go to gay people. I mean, this is crazy.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
This is crazy talk.
That's literally what they're saying, man.
This is crazy.
This is beyond
what
trip.
cars. We shouldn't have cars because some of the people who drive cars may be gay. I mean,
exactly.
Come on.
No, that's not the same thing, yo. I can see that, but I don't think that's necessarily the same thing.
Look, hey, gay people
I hear
have
a
bank
lot of
accounts
alphabet
too,
defense
so
up
we
here.
shouldn't
Man,
have
there's a
banks
lot of
because
defense
some
to
of
the
the people who have
alphabet up
bank
here.
accounts are going to be gay.
Hey,
I mean, come on.
Exactly.
Come on now.
Well, no. It's
crazy
really
talk.
it really boils down to this. Like the other side is like what's the difference between having sex with a robot chick, completely robot, or just like a dude that be a chick with a robot vagina?
What?
Okay, you're asking that question. You're asking that question in a world where if you go into every other female's dresser, she has probably about 5 or 10 different toy devices in there. I mean, come on now. You guys
Where
act
is
like
this
you don't know what
going?
the hell kind of world. Look,
Where is this going?
All manner.
What they got to do with men though?
All manner of sexual devices. There are 30 different reproductive choices that women have. They can put children. You guys want to give.
Man, where are y'all finding women at? I'm glad I'm away from the
I have no
guys
clue,
want to give
man.
all
Is
the
it this bad in the
sexual
community
and
right now?
reproductive options to the females and deny all the sexual and reproductive options for males. You guys
But
are
we
part
know-
of the
we know.
problem.
No. Hey, Black.
You are contributing.
Realistically,
you are part of the enslavement of men in general and black men in particular. You're part
Get
of
him,
it. You're
Uru.
contributing to that.
Oh, the alphabet's got black men.
They're trying to put us back on the plantation, Uru.
Hey,
They
gay
want us
niggas
on the
from outer
farm,
space.
Uru.
Gay niggas from outer space got us on lock.
Wow. Okay.
You guys
Wow.
are more
Wow.
gynocentric than the women are.
Wow.
You guys are more gynocentric than the women are.
Exactly. Wow.
Like
Okay.
seriously, what is your guys' solution for men to maintain power and leverage in the modern
That's what
dating
I'm saying.
scenario?
Give it up to women. Give everything
Exactly.
up to women. That's their solution.
Like, I would love to hear your guys' solution
No,
about power and leverage in the modern
well,
scenario.
Go, y'all join.
The problem is the problem is that the obvious solution can't be done. Like you already gave the option, Hood Conservative, is either roll back women's rights or
The Muslims do it
gay
every
babies.
day. We watch the whole country defeat feminism live on TV. I think we can do it. I think the American man is man enough to defeat feminism, but that's just me.
That's it.
Here's the problem with defeating it. Conservative. You have to kill a certain number of men. That's
Exactly.
the problem.
So what?
Niggas get shot every day, B, and none of y'all cry about that.
Every day,
Oh, none of
B.
y'all cry about all the niggas that get shot every day
Oh
on a
my
regular.
God.
The women are
Come
not.
on, man.
In
Good,
fact, if
right.
you listen to this discussion on this panel, it becomes quite evident to you that the women are not the issue.
Yeah, exactly. It's mainly the men. Let's just keep it
I've
real,
been
y'all.
saying
Look.
that. That's why I'm not even mad with women anymore.
Yeah,
Women
that's
are
true.
doing what women do. All women
Yeah.
are just women.
Yeah, these
But-
magos, man, run the show, man. Y'all magos in the community, man, they running shit, man. They letting the women take over.
Yeah.
But here's the problem. Let's keep it real, okay? A lot of these dudes out here, they have sisters and daughters and mothers, and essentially the fear they have is that if these young dudes get to a point in which, because let's be honest here, women only have one card in society, and that is sexual acts and reproduction. That's real. That's kind of the only card they really do have to play. And if that gets taken away, it's just going to be completely erased. And that's what. And let's keep y'all are talking to us in the eyes of your daughters and your mothers. Let's keep it real, man. Just say how it is. But guess what? I don't give a fuck. And to be honest, this, unless y'all are ready to roll back all of this shit, roll back capitalism, roll back the infrastructure, you're gonna have to.
What the fuck does capitalism got to do with it? Capitalism didn't cause this.
Because feminism can
gay
only
niggas and
exist
feminism brought this
within
shit in.
market-based capitalism. It
No,
can't exist in the
I
agrarian
disagree.
age.
I disagree, and here's why.
you went too
Our,
far.
our capitalist system actually provides artificial allowances to women. Make women compete like any other bum ass nigga and see where she washes out at.
But here's the problem, though, right? That's baked in, right? Because the reason they do, because market-based capital is based on what? Profits and consumerism. So in order to keep the system going,
capitalism, Hammer.
The issue is that women, that in the modern age, women can vote and they're the majority vote. That's really the
exactly.
Hey, take away their voting rights, straight up. Solution one, right there.
That's where we started, bro. Y'all said we was crazy, but that's the only way forward. I'm telling you. I'll wait till you guys get here. I'm already here.
You're living in an environment where women can essentially make as much money as you, man. Like they have no
goodbye voting rights.
Huh? What is it?
Yeah, what's your solution? Hammer to capitalism.
To be honest with you, there's only two ways out, right? Either capitalism right now is actually really slowly coming to an end. That's what they're panicking. So either they're gonna have to reset this entire global civilization into a technocratic age, or it's just gonna run into the ground. So you only have two paths. Either they reset everything and we enter a technocratic age with artificial wombs and we move forward, or if they're not able to fix capitalism and it crashes, we may be sent right back to an agrarian age. And a lot of these niggas online.
No hot robot for you, bro.
Much of y'all thinking is
That's gone, bro.
much of y'all thinking is based in that agrarian age, though. I mean, because
capitalism is how we get the robot.
Like
but capitalism is also what causes.
Hold on, Hammer.
It's a two-story.
Hammer. Hold on. Chill out.
Who's here? Ralph. Go ahead.
First of all, you have to take into consideration number one, when you talk about things from the educational perspective, the educational system is set up in a way that was designed for a more industrial based economy.
Yeah.
So now that you have an information innovation age, you're going to have to evolve from that. So when we were talking about the young men, for example, I actually think I actually think this is a very powerful time for men, because men are going to be the ones who are primarily responsible for majoring and getting the certification and technical skills to be able to take advantage of the new wave of employment and business opportunities that are coming from this fourth industrial age. So I was talking about earlier in the chat that when I was because I was actually in a master's program before I started doing it to focus on business, instructional design and technology program. And these are the things that we talked about, how the public education system is going to go down in terms of funding, because what you're going to have take place is a more a la carte design educational curriculum for people who have the resources to pay for it. And so we saw this actually Elon Musk had did this a few years ago. At one point, he had started his own school and had his own children going to his own school that he set up for his own children. And so the people who will devote instead of females paying for weaves and eyelashes and things like that, you're going to have to focus that money on educating your especially your sons if you want to really, if you're going to be leaning on them to try to survive, which is wrong too. But you're going to have to invest more in your children's curriculum, because now, especially with this coronavirus, the remote learning aspect has picked up, and not just from a public school perspective, but from a private online teaching model. And much of the curriculum that you're getting in the public school environment is not going to allow your children to really compete in this new age. So I was saying earlier that if you have a 16-year-old son, for example, if he's in school, one of the things that you should be trying to impress upon him is the trade. I don't care what he says. If he don't want to do it, he don't like, I wouldn't give a shit. Make him do a program that's either joint enrollment based, where he doesn't have to spend a lot of his time in that environment around them knucklehead, knuckle dragging clowns, or completely take him out of the program, make him get his GED and send him into a trade program, because he from about 17, 18, he can come out of those, depending on the trade, making some pretty damn good money off the rip coming out of there at a very young age. And so, and then when you have the technology that allows you to communicate with women over the world, like, with all due respect to Hammer, like I think he's thinking in more of a lack mentality, because when we were 18, 19, and 20, we didn't have apps at our fingertips to be able to communicate with women in all these different places in the world. The world has shrunk in such a way that you can actually communicate with because I've done it, communicated with hold on, let me finish. Communicated with women in places like the continent, South America, like where you can actually have the conversation. And so you're talking about, if you look at South America, you're talking about 325 million women. If you look at Africa, you're talking about 519 million women. So for all the people that like to say, oh, well, you know, feminism is going all across the planet, like that's 520 million women. And I've had the conversations with some of these women, and many of them, there are women who have bought into that feminist bug. But the thing that you have working to your advantage in places like Africa is that there's still a cultural competency there, which means that there is a penalty to pay when you go against your family structure. And that works in your advantage, because you can use that cultural competency to keep them in line, because they still value the family structure. The reason why we're having this conversation here is because many of the women in that particular range, and you have to take into consideration, we are a developed country too. So there are going to just be different aspects to this as opposed to more developing countries. So while other countries are still in an undeveloped capacity, If you're in a developed country and have all these things to your fingertip that help you, what Trey was talking about, because I was agreeing wholeheartedly with him, get to the skill set first, because now it's a race to the skill set. It's not a race to the broads. It's a race to the skill set. And once you get to the skill set, now you're putting yourself in a position economically to have much more power and influence to be able to get the outcomes you really truly do want.
Okay. Let me respond to that. Okay, and I'm happy you brought Africa, because for those who may not know, my family came from West Africa, Cameroon, which is West Coast Africa, right? And I'm happy you brought Africa, because my viewpoint is not just informed what's happening here with ADOS. The same thing is happening in my home country and the African continent. This is an economic issue, right? Because for those who may not know, right, we are now living in the Asian century. The center of the global economy is going towards Asia. In fact, by 2050, the top 20 economies in the world will be in Asia and not in the West. So China, along with the Asian economy, will sort of lead this century. But when we enter the 22nd century, it's going to be Africa, and you're already starting to see how what determines a woman's behavior is the environment and how she can sort of take advantage of that. The reason why a lot of these areas the women are because they have to rely on the men there for survival. That's the only reason why. And it's so funny because a lot of my uncles and the African men from
you want
my
your
family,
robot woman to rely on you, Hammer?
my robot woman, first of all, it's a genetic engineer woman, and she's going to be genetically engineered to serve me. So I won't have to rely on. I will not have to rely on.
Hold on, Hammer, if I may, because you have a perspective that should be elaborated on. I mean,
yeah. But let me break down
your family is what
yeah.
you describe in terms of the experience of Cameroon.
Yeah. Let me break down. Yeah, let me get to that. So that uncle, father, grandma, like I come from a tribe in the west coast of Cameroon, right? A lot of these men are really complaining that the women back home are changing now. Why? Because they're starting to realize the reason why in these third world countries the women be because they still rely on the men for the survival. And because Asia and Africa are next in line for industrialization, factories are coming in, jobs are coming in, infrastructure is coming in. And so now for the first time, they're having money in their hands. They can buy products. Hold on, let me finish.
Let Hammer describe Cameroon.
Yeah. And it's not just Cameroon, it's happening all across Africa too. As these countries catch up to America and the West and they're starting to become industrialized and market economies, the women now for the first time are able to have their own money, spend their own money, right? Why should I listen to you?
Do they have handouts over there in Cameroon?
It's not. It's deeper than just It's deeper than just hands out.
Hammer. Do you have a family that is in your country vetting women for you to marry based on your traditional customs? Because I know they get down like that over there. Do you have members of your own family based on
all of those traditional customs? That's been completely rejected by the younger generation of women over there, especially the Gen Z females, the ones coming up.
Damn.
In fact, the younger cohorts are actually.
Does your family have familial?
Me, I'm not ADOS. No.
Over there, hold on. Does your family have familial connections for you? Have they ever came to you and said, "Hey, we got some women over from the homeland set up for you to marry"? Because I know I got videos on my phone now of multiple African weddings on the continent from different places.
No,
sisters over there.
They've never came up to hold up. They've never came to me directly, right? But what she understands is right. A lot of my uncles, right, only my family. Though many of them, when they will come to America, they will try to go back to the homeland, seeking a much more submissive wife. That's not working anymore, for the most part, because a lot of these younger women coming up, they are now what they have. It's not just about the handouts. They
Out of
can.
1 billion women, did
Well,
Rael
I
describe?
think to
I
address.
mean,
my
that's what I'm
God.
saying, man. Like
I
that's
think
what
to
I'm saying. It's
address.
a lack mentality.
I think
It's a
to
lack
address
mentality.
Rael's question,
I
we
am
should
literally
ask
telling you what's.
That's a lack mentality.
to address
It's not
Rael's
about a lack.
question. To address
This is
Rael's
going.
question,
Dude,
I
dude,
think
hold on. I'm courting multiple females over there for marriage. Dude, you're wrong.
Yes.
You're wrong.
Okay.
And
Yes.
hold on.
Right now, what I'm telling you.
Hold on. Hold on, Hammer. Hold on. I'm 43. You're 20. Let me say this. And you want to know
Okay.
why I know what I'm saying? Hold on, because when I talk to these women, the main reason I tell them that I'm willing to come over there and look at them as potential wives is based on the culture. So they know from the beginning, there is not going to be using me as a Black American man to rebel against your culture. That's not going to go down.
Okay. Let me ask you. Why?
If you rebel against your culture, that's showing me everything that I need to know about you. That's not every African woman. It's 520 million. That's not every last one of them over there. Are there some that are doing it? Of course there are, because especially when you start talking about major cities, it's a major difference between the major cities and the villages. It's a big difference.
Yes, but
Rael, can you describe the profile of the typical young Cameroonian woman when she marries? I mean, what's typically the background?
It's not a typical, bro. Every woman is different. You just
well,
can't put them in a monolithic bag.
Okay, let me bring this down, because a lot of folks are missing what I'm saying. Okay,
hold up real quick, Hammer. Let me respond real quick, because you got an excuse for everything, Hammer. Hold up real quick. this is the problem.
I'm literally telling you what's happening on the continent I came from, niggas.
I mean, you guys are quarreling with him. We're asking him about Cameroon, and you guys are quarreling with him about Cameroon. He's the only
dude.
on the panel.
Fuck Africa. Fuck Cameroon.
Let me answer you the question, okay?
There's billions more women out there, Hammer. You're making excuses for everything, bro. It gets old after a minute. Every time somebody says
what separates Cameroon and America?
Fuck Cameroon.
It's very obvious what separates
bro,
that.
Do you
what
get
separates?
Me, bro? Fuck Cameroon. If you want to go to Cameroon,
what separates Africa from America?
Bro, it don't matter, bro. Fuck Africa.
No, when you leave the U.S. and you enter Africa, what is the noticeable difference?
Bro. I've never been to Africa. I ain't trying
Infrastructure,
to go,
technology,
no handouts, Camera.
Oh my God!
Handouts. When hoes don't
there
have
is an obvious infrastructure deficit. The women rely directly on the men for the resources. That's why they have to stick.
Go back home, Hammer. They don't have handouts, bro.
So Hammer, you're from Cameroon?
God.
I can't tell.
All I'm trying to tell you is this.
You know the thing about this? You know the thing about it is I hear that Hammer's not tapped in. He's not tapped in because men that I know
tapped into what?
No, listen. I know young brothers that I know that are tapped in. That literally they make calls. I see them on their WhatsApp calling back home.
Oh my God!
Like they have stuff set up for them. Like they literally are sending money home and doing things. Like I've seen this. I've watched this. I've watched the video. I mean, yeah, they're a girl. Listen, man, they literally have articles where they have to tell Europeans to stop going over there and buying the local villagers. Okay. So how the hell?
So we're telling. So Hammer is Cameroonian. Right, he's the only one that's Cameroonian on the panel, right? Okay, so and we're telling him how the Cameroonian society and culture and marriage and mating works. Is that what we're doing here?
No, we're not.
Hammer, no.
Let me.
Hammer's the only one that's done.
I've actually talked to women from Cameroon over there.
Okay. You guys are completely. Look, let me clarify what I'm saying, okay? Because you guys are. Yes. Is it true that right now, as Africa is still an agricultural society, yes, you can go to a lot of these pre-industrialized areas and get a poor village girl? Yes, you can, because she relies directly on the men for resources.
Would she be fit for
what I'm saying is
hold on. Would she be fit for marriage right now for you? Would she be cultivated in a way that she is raised to be a wife from the ground level up? Would she be a wife?
from a poor village. Yes, you can. But here was
So why aren't you? Hold on. So why aren't you going over there?
because I know what's coming down the pipe.
Oh,
pessimism. Nah, man.
Pessimism.
Nah, I'm done.
Because
he knows what's coming. He knows what's coming, but he's saying there are women over there that's traditional now. Come on, bro.
Hammer, let me say something.
Wow.
Hammer.
Come on, bro.
This literally happened to my uncle already.
Hold on, Hammer. Hammer. Hold on, Cass. I was in college with a Nigerian brother. And he was complaining to me. He was complaining to me that his grandmother kept trying to set him up for potential wives while he was in undergrad. And I said, wait a minute, bro. Are you? I said, is that really happening? He said, yeah. I said, dude, why are you complaining? You should be taking advantage of that. He said, what you talking about? I said, dude, would you rather be learning? I said, would you rather be learning from trial and error?
Okay,
like we do over
right.
here,
Let me ask you a question. Can multiple things happen at the same time?
Who's currently on the panel?
I'm not finished what I'm saying. Let me finish first.
Wow.
Let me finish first.
No, you guys let me finish.
Let me finish first.
Has an African wife. Who currently on the panel went to Africa and
I thought you told me you were going bowling.
I was gonna go bowling, really.
I don't know in no bowling alley stay up until 4 o'clock in the morning. What are you doing here? Quite obviously, honey, you just came to pick up that spare. But let me tell you one thing. I don't see how you could pour that little thing out in front of a stranger anyway. You know every time you go to pull it out, you gotta get the tweezers. Baby, I seen more meat on the neck bone. I see you.
Based on the cultural standard. And I just asked him about the villages, and he said that there was traditional women there that's ready for marriage right now. And he said, but what's coming down the pike? Like, come on, bro.
No.
I actually remember.
Let me give you
a drunk in a bowling alley 4 o'clock in the morning. I actually remember doing that
question.
Back in the early 80s.
Hammer, how long you been in this country, United States?
It probably maybe like 15 years max, probably.
So you came here from Cameroon when you were like a boy, and you're adult now in America, right? For 8 years now, right?
Okay.
You're about to you came as you're a boy.
I mean, it's amazing to me. None of us none of us on this panel went and acquired an African wife. You know,
been there.
Hammer's the only guy from Cameroon, or his family from Cameroon, and we're
Would anybody want a freaking African booty scratcher wife for?
How he's supposed to acquire a Cameroonian wife?
Look.
Hammer. The reason why I ask you this is because now you've been in this country not long enough, but just by the years, and you already seen by listening to these panels and through YouTube, social media, because that's where your young cats now get your information. Now you listen to this, and now you have to draw a conclusion that you're going to have to my fault. You're going to have to manufacture a wife. You're not about to take the wife that's offered from your home Cameroon.
Okay.
Correct? No,
Chaos Ring. Chaos Ring. What?
That's what you're playing, right?
What are you? I don't know what you're talking about right now. What I was saying is this, okay? And like two things, yes, right now, right? Because Africa's industrial, but it's not there yet. Right now, as it slowly beginning that process, but to the help of Chinese investments, yes, most parts of Africa are still agricultural.
How long do you think it's going to take for Africa, the whole entire African continent, 54 countries, to be industrialized? How long do you think it's going to take?
Say it again?
How long do you think it's going to take for the whole continent, 54 countries in Africa, to be completely
to fully industrialized? I would say probably by 2070, 2080, like definitely, but yeah, by the end of the century, it'll be fully probably up ahead of America. To be honest.
I know they're gonna take them a while.
Okay, so you're 20 years old now. That means what age you looking to really start to think about starting a family? What age you think from a litmus scale?
I don't know, maybe 30 or something. 30 years old. Okay. I don't know why you asked me this question, but
okay, so you're already projecting already that you're going to have to pay and manufacture your own wife instead of taking the offer from your own hometown of Cameroon preparing
Oh
your
my
wife,
God.
right? Now you say, "Oh my God."
Okay, let me just say, okay, right? When I say 20, 20, that's like
Told you,
the
like
entire
mentality.
continent, but it's gonna be going. But Southern Africa is already going. Like the majority of women in Africa are already single mothers. You're seeing the thing that happened in Kenya. It's gonna slowly creep throughout the whole continent. It's not just gonna be all at once. You're already starting to see it in many parts of West Africa. So that's the reason why you're seeing more and more African dudes enter the manors or even enter these spaces, because it's happening. It's being exported everywhere. That's what you guys are supposed to understand.
You know, it's crazy.
The
about
only
this, like,
people I know from Africa
okay,
that's
so-
jumping the master are not from Africa that long term. Some of them left Africa a long time ago and
Oh,
indoctrinated.
Now,
oh,
now
God.
here's the thing about
You know what's so funny?
Yeah, many of them
This
from the, many
literally
of them are
happened to
from the
my
West.
uncle because
Yeah, many of them are Western.
he went back to he went back, right, to Cameroon. A lot of them will come to America, right? Having friends, right? He went back to Cameroon. He got a wife, right, who was African, right? Came to the United States. As soon as she got here, thank you very much. Wanted to be a feminist, took half his shit, divorced the dude, and went home away. Just like that.
Because he brought her back.
And
You're not supposed. You don't
a
bring
lot
her
of
back.
and a lot of hold up.
And now,
And-
thank you. Now this where it comes in.
You don't bring
You gotta
Umfufu
understand
back to
gay
the
right
state.
off the bat. So how the hell
Eve, oh my. What I am saying is this: the only difference between when she was there and here was the environment. And once that environment changes, they'll be doing the same. My God, but you're really seeing it happen in other countries too, man. Ghana and some are already trying to put in place child support
God
law.
damn, your tears, Hammer. Hammer, these tears though, bro. God damn, bro.
What are you talking about?
No wonder you need a robot,
You
bro.
know what?
You need a
If
robot
y'all
program.
niggas
Man,
want
you
to,
ain't got no beliefs in your culture, man. You ain't got no belief in your culture
no,
whatsoever,
it's not.
bro.
Look, I believe in my culture, right? But the thing is this:
No, you
I
don't.
understand.
No, you don't. No, you
No,
don't. I mean, y'all went hold on. Y'all went through colonialism, bro. Y'all and that's one of the things that makes me respect Africa is the fact that they went through all that harsh colonialism and the respect for the culture. Are there women who rebel against the culture? Of course there are. But don't try to make it seem like the whole of Cameroon is filled with rebellious women. Like stop it, bro.
Now,
like, you don't believe in
okay,
your
obviously,
just ask you, could
yes,
you get a wife
right now, no, because there's still an agricultural.
You said yes, so that means you
Man,
don't
I
have to
changed
get a
what I
blow
said.
at all.
No,
Hammer, you know what, Hammer? You just
what I
can't get
said
no
is
picture, bro. That's
right now, yes, as right now, Africa is still an agricultural civilization. So yes, you're gonna be able to find village girls to marry because they still belong to men. What I'm saying is, it's already starting to change based on where you're looking at. As countries industrialize
Hammer,
little by little.
what's the problem, Hammer? Is you're complaining, bro. Everybody is telling you something. It's like, oh, I gotta cry. Every time somebody says something,
It's not about.
let me
First of
cry
all,
about
it's not about complaining.
bro,
Okay.
get your robot pussy ready.
Me telling you.
Says you're crying, Hammer.
Me telling you that culture is informed by the environment in which you're in, right? Tied in with technology.
But here's the thing. I'm gonna just try to now listen to fellas. He's not the only one saying this or feeling this way. He's not the only one. It's a lot in his generation, and I keep having these conversations with these young cats, and they saying the same exact thing. So I don't think it's just complaining. This is how they think, fam.
The lack of masculinity, Art. That's what it is, bro. Men are supposed to be stoic. Do you know
you're not going to bootstrap your way through capitalism,
Hammer,
okay? You're not.
What the hell does stoicism have to do with grabbing yourself by the bootstraps? What is that?
No.
Come on, bro. Stop.
Because whenever I bring up the reality of the environment, what dudes want to do is you can power yourself through it.
Grab your nuts, Hammer. Reach down, grab your nuts.
Go into the future.
Grab my nuts. Okay. Oh wow.
There you go. Reach down, bro. Get some bass in your voice, Hammer.
I'm not mad at you, Hammer. If you aren't hurting nobody, you living your best life.
Oh my God.
I'm not. Listen. I'm just saying. It's not me attacking you. If this is where you and other millennials are going with y'all and Robot Bay,
this is not even. No, this is Gen Z. Alpha. This is the next generation.
I'm just saying that only thing I found interesting was when I was coming up, and maybe some others will tell you. Now, usually the Africans would tell
their kids not to fuck with the black kids. Like, don't mix with them. Because they didn't want to
This is why. This is why.
Well,
this is
that's
now, Trey. Now you know I'm not making that shit. They would tell them. Come on,
okay. That's much more nuanced than that. It's a lot of nuance. There really is.
Kids, don't mix with the black kids. Don't bring them.
There's a whole lot more nuance to that. Come on.
Now, hold on now.
There's reason for that shit.
A lot more nuance.
You went in too deep down the rabbit hole, and now we got you at Robot Bay. Now I'm not mad at you. You are so
That's not going robot.
First of all, this
a
has
sentient wife. Man. A sentient wife.
Yes, I will purchase sentient wife, and I'm gonna make that very clear to all y'all.
Now, Hammer, I want to ask you a serious question. Do you think your family would accept you if you brought them? This is my robot spouse.
It's not a robot. It's flesh and blood, genetically based. There's a difference.
But regardless of that.
Hey, Hammer,
there is a
stop
major
that, bro.
difference between flesh and blood, genetically engineered, and a robot.
So
Hammer, not really. No, it's not really, because if you control her, she's a robot.
But okay. But here's the thing. There's a difference between human flesh and blood and wires and machines. Even if I'm controlling, two different things.
Is your sentient wife a free thinking robot?
Is
she gonna have
no, she will do what I told her to do at all times.
And she's a robot, bro. She is a robot.
Come on, man. You're a computer science. You should have more common sense than that.
Yeah, okay. She's an organic robot. Yes, she's an organic robot.
There we go.
Okay. BMT, go ahead. BMT.
Will your family accept your choice? Or have you openly said, hey, this is what I'm bringing home. This is my sentient baby. This is my sentient woman. Will your family or your culture, because you know how Africa is about gay people, will they accept your
What does that have to do with, oh my God, bro? Oh.
I'm just saying, bro. Are they going to accept you when you bring your robot?
Hold up.
A genetically engineered female is not a man. What are you? Those are two different things, man.
Do you want robot Keisha or cyborg Becky?
I know what I'm saying.
Like, do you want robot Keisha or cyborg Becky?
Damn, you just admitted
like, yo, bro, like something's not right about her. Why she need batteries? Like, am I the only one who else is gonna be like asking questions?
Dude, this is why I keep saying there's a difference, right? A mechanically based, right? You know, a sentient being has batteries, right? It's not the same thing as flesh and blood, right? That's breathing and can, breathing and living. It's two different things. In fact, on the outside, it will look. Huh? What is it?
Maria one day and Ling Ling the next. Is that what you're going for?
Look, it's going to be human based, so it's going to be flesh and blood, living and breathing. The only difference is going to be engineered.
What race do you want your robot to be?
I will probably order and customize it to be mixed race. To be honest with you.
Serious?
Yo, you guys are laughing, but that's mulatto. It's gonna be the tightest and wettest pussy ever out here, man. I'm telling you right now.
That shit gonna play music when he stick it in. That shit gonna have a jukebox.
I don't know about that, man.
You're not serious, right? You're not serious, right?
But
bro, it's dead serious. Who said if he's not serious, he's dead serious? Have y'all got that?
No, okay, but to be honest with you guys, yes, I am fucking dead serious. When this technology gets here, this is what dudes are gonna be on, especially if it's human based.
He can't wait, boy. He can't wait
to be able to purchase bruh, it's not a oh my God. To be able to provide the perfect organic, companion, yes.
Oh my God.
Now I want to ask
Cameron, come on, man.
It's the future of a black man.
Hey.
This is the future.
It's gonna be a female, bro. Y'all have to stop. This is unbelievable.
Hey, but no, being
accept y'all children coming with sentient babies, saying this is your.
Could you explain to the chat what is a sentient wife?
Oh, okay. So okay. think of a genetically engineered, right? A woman, right? Flesh and blood. So she's human flesh and blood, right? But she essentially she's created to essentially follow your commands. Like, for example, they recently created the first ever living robots. These are not like mechanical machines. They're organically based, but they have no free will. They're simply there to serve whatever they're commanded to. So they're going to be flesh and blood. They can bleed. They have a heart and everything. They have breasts and womb. They have all these sort of organic components of a human female, except they're completely genetically engineered, and you completely own them. That's the difference.
But isn't that? I mean, that sounds like it's man-made.
Yeah, it's man-made. Yeah,
yeah, it is. Yeah,
man-made. It's man-made.
absolutely. Hey, Hammer. I have no problem with your sentient being. The problem is that when you create, well, no, I'm pushing that to the side because my argument with you in the very beginning wasn't even really about women. That's just kind of a byproduct. The problem is when you create this world artificially that you control, it causes you to lack the skills in order to create or control what you need in the actual world. All of this stuttering and all this shit that you're doing, this is not going to be elevated if you have a sentient wife that just, oh, you speak wonderful, baby. Anything
but
that
here's
you want,
the problem,
baby.
right?
Anything that
this
you
is the
so you're not. So
this is the
hold on,
power of the environment.
That's the whole point.
No.
Okay, but
you're sacrificing your. Hold on, real quick. You're sacrificing your whole masculinity to achieve this. You're not.
What are you talking? What are you?
The difficult.
What do you mean by sacrificing my masculinity? What does that even mean? This genetically engineered female is going to be there to do whatever I told her to do.
This is some of the most gynocratic bullshit
exactly.
I've ever heard.
Future, my nigga.
All you guys are talking, all of everything you guys are saying is triangulating back to him submitting to some bitch. All of it.
No, it has nothing to do with
all of it. All of it is about whether or not what he needs to do to quote be a man, to quote be masculine. All this bullshit all triangulates back to a female. All of it.
Black, I said nothing about females. If he wants to do business, if he wants to move forward in life. Hold on, Black. Hold on, Black.
What does masculinity mean?
Hold on, Black. Well, let me say it, bro. In order for him to move forward, push women to the side. Let's just say men. In order for him to move up and develop the social skills and everything that he needs to be the man that he needs to be, just to socially, he can do that in a world that's completely constructed to by him. That's what I'm saying. It has nothing to do with women. It has nothing to do. If he wants to have a sentient being for it, I don't care.
Hold on. No, you mentioned social skills.
How do you have that with us? How do you have that in a
sentient
world?
You mentioned social skills. It can Hammer be productive at whatever his chosen profession is? Can he be a leader? Can he be creative? Can he be thoughtful? Can he be productive?
And
if he can do all those
he's
things,
talking
all this notion,
he cannot.
All this notion
he cannot.
Of social skills, all this notion, particularly for black people, and particularly for black men, is a grossly.
Yo, I'm not talking about race. Hold on, time out. Hey, hold on, real quick. I got it. Train coming.
Overvalued.
Okay, let free zone.
Most times when we're talking about social skills. Most times when black men talk about social skills, we're talking about the ability to entertain some damn women. Let's be real. We're not talking about whether or not those skills. We're not talking about whether or not those skills benefit us in business. We're not talking about whether or not those skills facilitate our relationships with other men. We're talking about whether or not we can entertain some female. In most cases,
Black, we're talking about the discussion of all men right here, right now.
Yeah,
there's no women here.
But
what does that have anything to do?
But the
like,
discussion prior to that,
I'm not talking about him.
Hold on, Free. The discussion prior to that was about whether or not you can get some African chick.
Yep.
So when we were talking about social skills, we weren't talking about men. We weren't talking about. We were not talking about building. We were not talking about being leaders of men. We were not talking about being leaders of men. Building relationships.
What if you don't want to be a leader, bro?
Building businesses with men. We were talking about whether or not you can get some chick in Africa. That's
Bro,
what we were
Hammer wants
talking
to be a
about.
leader of himself. That's what he said. He wants to lead his own show. He didn't say anything about congressing with other black men. He said he wants to
yes.
do his own thing.
And what I'm saying is that look, to the answer to free zone, I understand what you're saying in terms of the source. Well, here's the thing. This is why I understand the environment matters, right? The same way a woman does not need to submit to you because she can make a home. The same way, if I can purchase the perfect wife who does what I says, I'm not gonna be trying to use game or talk to. I'm just not. Either she does what I'm not going to entertain with her. And that's what I'm trying to say. Once these dudes have the option to have a female who cooperates off the jump, there is no game. There is no quote unquote approaching. She is there to do that. So that's it. Go ahead.
Let's move women off the table, bro. Let's move women
All
off
right.
the table because that's catching everybody up. So we have moved on from women from what I'm saying right now. Let me ask you a question. Do you intend to, you said you're doing sales and all that stuff. Do you intend to do business with people and move forward in ranks in your life and elevate like that?
I'm in sales, so yes. That's a prerequisite skill.
In order for you to be an excellent salesperson, just take that. You have to have good social skills and sales ability. You can't do that if you're in a world or you're pushing for a type of world where you control everything, because part of going as a person is for you to confront things that are outside of your control and bring them into your control.
Controlling the female. Hold on now, bro. He's not talking about being insulated from everything. He's talking about regulating and controlling his reproductive process. That's what he's talking about.
And the women who are in my vicinity. That's all I'm saying, right? Yes, when it comes to going out, look, I'm working both a sales job and an IT job at the same time. But yes, obviously, men are gonna have to go and product them. That's why I'm getting insurance now, right? I'm gonna be getting degrees. I'm gonna be getting certification. I have to produce. That's what a man does. What I'm saying is, when it comes to the area of reproduction and finding a female, I'm not gonna be out here entertaining 1,000 girls a week. It's gonna be, if I can order a chick who comes ready out of the box, does what I told her to do, that's what I'm gonna do. She comes here, you're here to cook, clean, do all that's gonna be it.
Right. And I got that. You got your Rosie from Jetsons. Cool. What are you doing out here in the real world right now to overcome to elevate your social skills and abilities so that you can expand? What are you doing?
What does I mean expand for? What are you talking about? Like for females?
Okay, what I mean? No, not females. Just in general. Like you're on this podcast right now, and I understand that you're 20, and I'm talking about you leveling up as a person. That's all I'm talking about. But you're on the right track.
Okay, but leveling up to was what?
What I'm saying is,
Hammer.
Hold on, real quick.
Hammer, do you have friends? Hammer, do you have friends?
Yes, I have friends. Yes.
Do you go places with your?
It don't matter if friends and
do you hang out with your friends?
His.
Do you hang out with your friends in real life?
Yes.
Outside the internet. Do you go to clubs? Are you involved in any associations? Any?
We don't go clubbing. Like that? Well, we don't do clubs, but yeah, we will go to places, talk about life, and ironically, most of my friends are actually
any sporting kind of things you share with your friends.
There you go. He says most they're all
IT. Sporting,
which means they're all socially awkward as fuck.
Yeah. Oh my god!
I mean, you guys are making presumptions about this guy.
Hammer, are you in a mixed martial art?
You're not even asking him about how he lives. Trey,
okay, Hammer, are you in a mixed martial art? Hammer,
you're not even asking him about how he lives his life. You're making assumptions about him. You haven't even asked him questions about what he does.
Okay,
you haven't asked him about
his mixed martial art.
You haven't asked him about his interaction with his family.
Damn, Black.
You're just making
Can somebody ask him a question, bro?
Okay, let me answer. Let me answer, Trey. Go ahead, Trey. Where you at?
Are you in a mixed martial art, or have you been in one?
No, I've never been in mixed martial arts.
I just suggest you take one, bro. You need to learn what it feels like to get punched in the face a couple times and how to deal with adversity.
I've been into fights with 10 to 20 guys, so I know what it means to be in a fight.
Okay, so you know how to control your aggression.
Yes, in fact, because I've never told y'all this, but people talk. Look, for those who may not know, right, especially in West Africa, right, especially in the more like northern regions, there has been for a very long time what I call an Islamic insurgency, especially in the northern parts. And so before I even came to America, I was living in those areas where you would have bomb vest explosions. So I actually did see people die. I've encountered situations. I've actually been in situations where we had to essentially carry weapons and walk down the street because it was a threat, a suicide was going to come. So funny to understand, like, just because I sound this way doesn't mean I know what's violence.
How
I've seen
old were
real
you,
violence.
Hammer, when you did those things?
I was like, what, 6, 7 years old? I was very young.
How many 6 or 7 year old ADOS folks here in America have had to carry weapons and watch out
All
for
of them that live in
terrorists?
Chicago, the ones that live in Chicago, Baltimore, St. Louis, Little Rock, Memphis, Nashville. Where's the cap? Where's the cap, Black Guru? Where's the cap?
Don't even try.
Where's the
You
cap?
guys
Stop,
made
man.
Where's the cap?
assumptions. You guys
Where's
made
the cap, Black
assumptions
Guru?
about this guy based
It's
on the little parts you know
it's
about
not
his
it's
background. You didn't ask him any questions about
Black
how
Uru,
he got
fair
to
point.
this.
Black Uru,
Trey, let me ask you, bro,
Black Uru,
dude.
that's a fair
Ask
point.
anybody who's been in a war zone or been in these areas where you've had terrorists. It's not the same thing as being in America. It's so fucking not.
You know what?
You
I
have to
felt
worry
safer.
about anywhere
Hammer,
you look over
I
your
felt
head.
safer.
You know, you're living in
Hammer,
a
I
tribal
felt safer,
community.
bro,
Somebody could
in
walk in one day and
Afghanistan.
boom, explosion. Everyone's dead. It's
Hammer,
not even the same thing.
Hammer, I felt safer in Afghanistan than I did in Camden, New Jersey, bro. It is what it is.
Okay.
Hey, okay. So let me ask this. Let me ask this question, Hammer. When is the last time that you were scared to do something but you did it anyways?
Last time I was scared, I was. What was that? There's very few things I've been scared to. I would say sales. I was scared of doing sales a little bit, but I chose to go into it. So
What do you
that's what
sell?
What do you
Insurance.
sell?
Did you get with Alonzo Hall yet?
No, man. I just recently
Yeah.
started, man. I'm still a rookie, but anyway. So my thing is this, right? And to kind of answer Trey and look, I understand, right, that you guys are concerned about the cultural effects, but my entire point of view on this panel is to say this one thing, which is that look, the environment is what's dictating these changes, right? The environment with technology, right? And culture is being displaced as a result. And unless you guys address the underlying technological changes, none of this matters. You're not going to stop the artificial. You're not going to stop You're not going to stop Asia, Africa from industrialized. You're not going to stop these women from being feminist.
Okay, Hammer, question.
All you can do
Hammer,
is
real quick.
okay.
May I
This
get you real quick,
technology
Hammer?
is coming. How
Okay,
can
Hammer,
I
you
wield
said
it to
that
my
over and
advantage?
over.
That's all you can do.
Hammer, no, enough of the technocracy stuff, bro. You ain't doing it. You know, you said that's 10 years from now when you get robot freaking whatever mulatto girl. Today,
But
you
here's
got
the
two
problem.
dudes.
I'm 20
Hold
years
on,
old.
Hammer,
I'm going to live through this, Trey.
Hammer, real quick, bro.
Go
I'm
ahead.
telling you right now, you can remove yourself from those environments and it does not matter. And you're telling us negative. And we're saying,
No,
hey, here's an
no,
option
because
right
here's
here.
the problem. But for how long, right? How long can you escape the inevitability?
Bro, it's
That's the whole
working.
point.
It works for me. It works for Free Zone.
Well,
What am I
it
gonna
works
do?
for you guys because you guys are what, 43 years
The
old?
sky is
I'm a
falling. The
20-year-old
sky is
male.
falling.
I'm
The
going
sky
to
is
live
falling.
through all of this.
Bro,
That's the
Joe,
difference.
the sky
I'm
is
30.
falling. How do you know?
I'm in my early 30s, so
Well,
I
thank
get.
you.
I'm
But
probably
guess
gonna
what,
live through
brother?
some of it
You're
too.
going to
You know what I'm
live
saying?
long enough to see all this come fruition too. So,
Well,
Bro,
shout
so
out
what do
to
you want to do?
shout out
You
to
want to live
Chris.
your life in fear of something that might quite possibly, maybe, somewhat happen, or are you gonna live your life for you?
what are you talking about, bro? This is happening all around you. Like, the artificial woman is already here. What are you talking about?
Okay,
All
so
this stuff is already here. It's just being under wraps.
so
It's
shout
the
out.
only thing that's holding it up is ethical issues. This is not some 20. The technology already exists. That's all. It's already here, man. What are you talking about?
Okay, so real quickly, shout out to Chris 3-5 Realty Team, the Michael Group.
Yeah, I'm Rick James.
It says the key is to just say savvy in the real world. Why every goes everyone
When
why
everything
everyone
goes
goes
virtual.
or everything goes virtual. They are asleep, and we have access to the power cord, but we need to be virtual sex.
Chris, that is the most retarded shit I heard in my life. First of all, when we enter a virtual sort of international economy, are you going to be using cash? What are you going to be using, Chris? Because the Chinese one is the future.
There's another super chat from BMT. Let me hook him up.
Yeah, I'm Rick James.
He says, "Hey, dude, how dude went from culture and carrying firearms to robot sex.
Oh my God,
the only salvation. You want to bet art,
bruh? Okay, BMT. So what? Just you. So out of the hours, you just ignored everything I said, right? It just went right back to the.
Really
once again, we didn't get here out of nowhere, right? We went through a process of industrialization, market economy, right? And we're being pushed this way. None of these niggas are talking about taking women's rights. None of these niggas are talking about changing the environment. All they want to do is, well, since I have no solutions, I'm just going to be angry about technology. You're not going to stop what's coming. And to be honest, there's really only two paths going to go. Either they're able to reform more capitalism and transfer into a technocratic age, or if this system falls apart, we're just going to go right back to the agrarian age. But is that really going to work? Because we're going to end up right back where we are now.
You've given up, Hammer.
Right.
Guess what?
It's not about giving up, man. When this technology gets here, y'all niggas are going to have no answer to it. And just talking about how Hammer is just out there.
Brother man, before you go in, brother man, let me ask you one more question, Hammer. Okay, go ahead.
I got to get out of here, so I just want to make a comment, and I want to run. So, all right, thanks for having me up. Ham, what in the small wonder Westworld bullshit do you got going on here, bro?
What does that mean?
Regular women. We like women, not robots.
Yes.
Not none of this other shit. Now, I think that I'm sorry about that, Art, but I think that part of what he's saying, I think that we're missing out on is technology and democracy. It is coming to Africa, right? So this whole traditional woman, is going to become very scarce very soon. So he is right about that. But bro, just to automatically just start putting us into robot women, hey, that's a little bit far-fetched, and that actually should be rejected.
Let me ask you, brother man. What do you typically see in countries that go to post? What is the number one sign that you see in a country that reaches what I call post-industrialism, right? Market. What do you typically see with the women and the population?
Okay, do me a favor. You just got to make your point.
No, it's a simple question.
Just make your point because I got to run. So just
tell
me what you got to say.
Countries that do go to post-industrialism, right? The women no longer need to rely on men for survival, so they're typically going to prioritize their career over reproduction. So typically, countries that go to post-industrialism, right, they're going to have to economically empower the women to kind of fulfill that sort of consumeristic need, and typically it leads to what? Lower birth rates, demographic decline. Many of these societies are going through a debt cross.
God damn, bro, you worse than a horror movie, Hammer.
Let me finish,
bro.
No, dude, this is the reality in Italy. This is the reality in Germany. Stop calling just
You need a robot.
Because what he's talking about.
Oh my God, this is
what he's talking about is economic. So Hammer, go ahead.
Wow, we're just gonna ignore facts. Okay.
Describe the entire European continent.
Exactly. Come on, man.
So make your point, Hammer. What's your point?
What I'm saying is that this technology is not just coming out of nowhere. Okay. They now are really in a horrible position, right? Either you're going to have to roll everything back to the grid side to kind of get the population up. They're not going to do that. So the only other way you have is this. You're either going to have to import migrants to Europe, which is causing a lot of problems, or you're going to have to push forward this technology to essentially transfer the reproduction process completely towards the state. That's the only way you have left.
Does that mean that you have to support it?
Well, to be honest, if they do not do this, guess what's going to happen? You're going to go to essentially demographic extinction.
I'm asking you, does that mean that you have to support it?
Yeah, he's gonna support it because he's scared. You just scared.
No. Actually, you're literally asking me, genetic engineering or extinction? That's literally what you're asking right now.
No.
Because if they don't use technology, that's where we're
people will
going.
survive. Because people will survive.
Oh, okay. What is the birth rate in what is the birth rate in Europe right now?
Hammer, you sound like a clown at this point.
First of all,
Oh my God! So we're gonna ignore facts. Let me ignore the birth rate. We're gonna ignore
Let me make this point. Here's the facts. The fact is that the birth rate, this whole negative birth rate idea, is being controlled by whites. If they wanted to make more babies, they will promote people having relationships. So right now, good relationships. So right now, they're not promoting good relationships. So
it's all fake.
So they're controlling the population. They can get rid of birth control. Yes, they can stop birth control.
So you're telling me Europe is purposely suppressing the population, right?
Birth control for a reason.
Really? Wow.
Thanks, Art, and I gotta get out of here, fellas. But thanks, panel. I gotta get out of here.
Describe is true unless they are going to stop with birth control. Unless they are going to collectively stop, then there's no point. Your point is mute. Unless Hammer can stop them from conducting birth control, then what's your point?
Nobody has to listen.
To keep having sex and keep making more babies.
Nobody
That's what we need to do.
No,
We need to keep
the
making more
women
babies.
are not
having
children.
Okay.
And you can't force them because you are now in an industrial society. You can't get around that.
Bro, you can't. It's not every woman, Hammer. That sounds silly and retarded, bro. Here's the
Oh
deal.
my
Put
God.
yourself in a better environment. That's key. If your environment don't work for you, if the robot freaking female environment is the type of
Why? Okay, Trey.
Go there.
Hammer.
That's your choice.
Hammer, I can sum it up in this. Alpha your way through it, Hammer. Exactly.
But Trey, let me ask you, Trey, why?
Hold up, Hammer.
Why is Germany? Why are European countries importing millions of migrants? Why is the U.S. importing millions of migrants, Trey?
Hammer, we're not, Hammer. It's all part of this fucking.
Oh, we're not.
Plan. Hammer, can I speak for a second? God damn, little young nigga, shut the fuck up. Now,
okay, go ahead.
The problem is this. Everybody up here want to listen to these Marxist ideas, these small hat motherfuckers that support the fucking alphabet community. That's the ones pulling the strings.
What does this have to do with the alphabet community?
That's it, Hammer. They're pulling the strings.
This is simply pure demographic decline. That's all that is.
They, like I said, young niggas don't want to listen. We tried to tell you.
Okay.
Bro. Hey, you get what you get, bro. That's it.
So they're just importing millions of migrants towards Europe because they just want the people over there, right? It's just there's no reason why. Come on,
I'm gonna say this.
Hey, Hammer.
Go ahead.
Let me ask you a personal question, Hammer. So you're 20, right? Let's fast forward and you're 50. How do you see your life at 50?
50 years old. Well, by 50 years old, what's gonna happen? 50 years old, the center of the global economy probably will be in Asia at that point. 50 years old, I'll probably see the full, if not beginning of the Great Reset, that they would have already sort of moved towards a more digitalized economy. Hopefully it works well, because if not, then we may go back to the golden age. And 50 years old, I'm probably designer babies will probably be a reality by that point, more in the open. So that's what my future is going to be. And when it comes to these young kids, you're going to start seeing the redefining of what it means to be a human, because they're going to start growing these test tube babies. So that's what 50 years old is going for me.
I'm just saying. Listen, all I'm saying is this, because y'all not going to change his mind. And this is why you're starting to see more and more young men. There's more and more young men like Hammer out there. I'm telling you right now. And this is where they're having an ideology of they don't want to deal with women. They're going to go their own path. And I wish them, just like the women who said, I don't need a man, I'm going to go my own way. And I said, well, best of luck to you. Y'all have fun. And I hope to God y'all figure out whatever the freak y'all figure out. So they're going to go do this. Let them do this. This is not the first time. Hell, the Romans tried to do the same shit. Everything. So hold on, hang on. Now, listen, Hammer. We're not judging. I'm literally saying, hey, because we know there's more guys like you. We've seen them online. We've seen them on PlayStation, MMOs, and D&D, and all over, and IT, and tech, and all kind of world, hot Hot Topic. We've seen them all over. So we definitely know the weaves are coming out. And so when they have these talking points, they're not going to be able to change their mind on the current climate of what they believe in. And so science is going to answer and pique their curiosity, because some of these people are going to get jobs into tech, into other fields. That's why in Google, they're changing up the definition of family. They're changing up what is a makeup of a family, what's a makeup of a man, and a makeup of a woman. Because these people, like from Hammer's lineage and on down, they're going to redefine that of the situation of men and women. And so you got to just let them hate.
Okay, BMT. Let me respond to that.
Let their space. Let their space be. You know what I'm saying? Let their space be. However,
what do you mean by their space? This is, oh my dude. Do you live in the United States?
Why do you think? Listen, Hammer. Everybody's not gonna be on both Robotron pussy. Like,
no, man. No.
Going down that
dude, like you guys are pretending to, dude. Why do y'all always go to the extreme? Look, once again.
Hold on, Hammer. You can't say that when you said all women, but then when we say, well, everybody's not going that route. Somewhat there is.
Okay, you know, fine. I'll give you that. But here's what I'll tell you, BMT. Okay.
If society would fight the jab, why do you think they're going to just willingly accept the goddamn sentient life? Like literally,
I am not saying that everyone's gonna accept it, right? You're gonna have it's gonna be a growing pains, like with all new technology. I mean, we saw this with Industrial Revolution, right? It was a tough process. But once again, they're going to have, just like with the COVID-19 thing, they're going to have to accept it, because unless they have an alternative dealing with this demographic decline, this is the only way out. And it is what it is.
Okay. Now look at this. So hold on. Look at this. So have you ever heard of the sheep called Lucy? The sheep called Lucy, and when they cloned and made a sheep, and how the whole world got upset about them doing that they didn't never want. Now that was just a sheep, mind you. Lucy didn't live that long after that. She probably had a few, like 2 or 3 or 4 years on her. But literally, this is the thing about it, where nature, just like everybody was not willing to accept that of the jab, the same thing, like you're gonna have some people push back against that of the nature. And so this is why I'm saying, like, I get what you're talking about, but me, Art, and a lot of us were already talking about this. But then you're also gonna have it where some people are gonna be like, listen, man, like, you're gonna have to just get over it. And then other people are gonna be like, nah, I'd rather just take this way out. Okay.
Well, here's the thing. Let me respond to what you just said, okay? Well, you know, if you look at, I don't know, America, right, 1776, right? You know, for a woman to have a child out of wedlock, that was dishonorable, right? You know, a lot of these countries in Asia, you know, in Africa, right? It's, oh my God, single mother. But what happens when the environment changes, right? And you start seeing more and more, it becomes a norm.
But who get? Okay, I got a question.
Niggas start acting like you, Hammer, when we deal with all these single moms, bro. It is what it is.
Dude, come on, man. Let's keep it real.
Out, Hammer. No, I'm calling it out, Hammer. A lot of dudes that act like you come from single moms, bro.
Oh, no, I did not come from a single mother. I don't know what you're talking about.
That act like you, Hammer. And guess what?
Okay. Oh my God. Okay.
It is what it is, bro.
Well, here's the thing. This is anything that intersects with state interest must go through, and that's what you niggas want to accept. This is going to intersect with state interest in a way in which it's going to be survival.
Intersectionality, bro. Get the fuck out of here with that.
No, not. I said intersect, meaning that there's a difference. It's not. I said intersect, meaning that in order for them to save the little population, they're either going to have to roll everything back to an aggressive side, which they're not going to do, or they're going to have to use technology to essentially transfer the reproduction completely with the state. And essentially, you know, the state will be able to dictate the birth rate at will. It will be the Matrix, essentially. Think about that. Otherwise, they're going to slowly die off and go extinct. That's what they're facing.
I want you to understand.
And
the
as a way to
Here's
survive.
why Hammer.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hammer. This is why what you're saying is not true. You have completely left human agency. You have completely left humans' agency and the ability to choose out of the equation. You're just like, if the government says that this is going to happen, people are just going to roll with it, and that's what BMT is saying. BMT is saying that you have an option not to accept this, and you just don't see that you have that option.
Yes, you do. You do. If people wholesale. What I'm saying is,
it's not even an issue with you, but what I'm gathering from you is,
I know.
It's like, it's not even that you're accepting it. It's almost like you can't wait for your sentient. You can't wait for Rosie to get here. You can't wait for your sentient.
Well, let me say,
wife.
look,
like
right?
you're actually in
understand.
support of this.
Well, let me say this. Well, look, here's the thing. If obviously with all new technology, there's going to be growing pains. Yes, if people want to push back against the, that's fine. But what I'm saying is this: the reason why I know it's inevitable is because even if they succeed in overthrowing the state governments, and guess what? Unless they are willing to roll back all the women's rights, take away all of the benefits of modern society, industrialism, right? The birth rates that these women are still going to be doing, the birth rates, and they're eventually going to die off. And so the societies that don't do this are going to die off. That's what I'm saying. So it doesn't matter if they want to revolt or not, unless they're willing to essentially take away. I'm gonna give you an example, right? If you watch the show, I forgot what it's called, the Handmaid's Tale, right? If you look at that series, right, in order for them, it was great that they were in decline, they were having less kids, they overthrew the U.S. government. But if you look at that show, they had to remove a lot of the modern day technology they were used to, because they understand if you want the birth rates to go back to where they were, you're essentially going to have to go right back in many ways to the Great Society. And are you willing to give up your modern day appliances, your modern day living, all of that just for this principle? Because it's easy to say that now, right? But see, when the shit comes to and you have a choice.
Chill. Let me give you a quick solution real quick before I dip, bro. Hammer, we already told you. It's this easy, Hammer. You take away the women's rights, bro. The feminists are the problem. You take their rights.
And are women going to? Are they going to accept that?
Hammer, chill out, bro. Hammer, chill, bro. You take them away and you don't give them back, and there's no negotiation in it. That's it.
So how? Okay, tell me, should it be? How do you do that?
Let Chris get in.
How do you do that in the model?
I mean, I got a question for you, Hammer, man. I mean, you're
Go ahead,
talking
Chris.
about. I mean, you're talking about the birth rates declining because if we don't create this technology, but you're assuming that who's going to actually raise these children? Is this sentient being going to, or this robot thing, or whatever the heck, this artificial being going to raise these children?
Nobody ever thinks that far, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, because I'm like, if you think birth rate's going to increase dramatically, that means men would have to want to have children. It's a two-part equation. One of the reasons birth rates are declining because men don't want children. They want to have sex.
What? No, it's no. The reason why you're having less and less children is largely because of women don't want to have the
really?
kids.
You think
yes.
so?
Yes. It's a drag on their career. But here's the thing. Even if I was for the sake of the argument, right? Even if I was to sort of for the sake of the argument, even if I was to say yes, let's say the men don't want to have the kids, it's not going to matter because they're going to have genetically engineered sperm too. They'll be able to completely generate a child from scratch anyway.
I'm out. This nigga retarded now.
So it doesn't fucking matter.
Hammer, you didn't answer Chris's question about who's going to raise the children.
Yeah,
I'm probably going to be. I'm like, it's probably going to be honest with you. It's probably going to be machines. To be honest with you, man.
Wow.
Probably machines.
And you don't see a problem.
It's going to be a combination of the humans that are there in conjunction with advanced technology. That's going to be.
You don't need the people at all. We don't need men or women. We just need these synthetic beings with their super sperm.
Welcome to Man 2.0. Thank you. Man 2.0. Yep. Welcome to Man 2.0.
I feel like
faster, stronger, more intelligent, superior.
Yeah,
without any of this.
Yeah, we're not fucking with you. I'm gonna blow you and Skynet up. I don't give a fuck, bro. Like y'all done jumped off the deep end.
Y'all done submitted cuckold full butthole style to I rather.
Oh my! What are you, dude? There is no sex involved with the artificial womb. Why do you keep bringing the LGBT to this conversation?
No, hold on. I ain't saying about LGBT, but y'all type of dudes are more afraid to literally compete and try than I rather just submit to any old system so long as I don't feel threatened. And that's not. I don't know what the fuck to say about that. This is why
It's once again, it's so much more deep in that BMT, man. Because once again, bro, you're not going to overthrow unless you're not going to power your way through a gynocentric environment. You're just not.
I got a question. Who makes the laws? Who makes the laws? Who makes the laws at the end of the day? Who makes the laws?
The government.
Okay, now who runs the government? Is it robots or men?
Come on, man. It's way more nuanced than that.
No. You already done saying
it's men. The question
is men.
So that would mean you as a man would have to go to men.
The question, BMT, is whether or not Hammer is willing to kill enough men to make the change. Because that's what will have to happen.
Exactly.
Hold on, let me finish now. Understand, what will have to happen is Hammer, I think it was Thomas Jefferson said, the tree of liberty is, refueled by the blood of tyrants and patriots. And so to address your question, BMT, Hammer would have to be willing to essentially overthrow the status quo, which would require being willing to kill a certain number of men, not women, because the women will submit once the men are bleeding in the street. So that's really the question.
The women will start submitting as soon as they have been replaced by these synthetic beings. I mean, at the end of the day, if there's competition for them, for men's attention, at some point, the same thing that we were talking about earlier.
Chris, then why not allow Hammer his synthetic women?
Well, the only problem with what I see with Hammer's thinking here is that it eliminates the need for humans as a whole in general. So it's like,
but
it is literally the complete social degradation between men and women. Literally.
What do we have now?
Look, we're 50 years into women killing tens of millions of children. Mm-hmm. We're 40 years into a woman being able to go to a clinic and have some Nobel Prize winner or some NBA basketball player's sperm injected up her hooch. And we're talking as if men having options over their reproductive progeny is just some bizarre thing, and women have been doing this shit for 50 years.
It's not that. That's not the problem. The problem is that the reason we have that the abortion rates are so high is because they're unwanted. It's being used as a form of birth control in situations where there was an unwanted pregnancy. They never wanted to be pregnant in the first place. So it's not like they were asking.
Maybe they wanted to be pregnant. And maybe the guy didn't want. I mean, come on now, Chris. I mean, there are a whole lot of.
There's various situations.
There are a whole lot of reasons why women abort children. It's not just this scenario, that scenario. It's all kinds of reasons why women abort. Some chicks abort children like they pop chiclets.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, I get that, but at the same time, is that there are still situations where people want to actually raise families, and regardless if men are controlling the reproductive cycle or women are controlling the reproductive cycle, you have to want to have that children in order to have it come to birth.
Let me ask you a question, okay? In this environment, who owns the kids? Because I hate it when they're going to.
I mean, the women do. I mean,
who? Okay, exactly.
The government actually owns the children. And the women are the stewards of the children.
Right.
Thank you.
We get that.
So, in this current social arrangement, you are not living under sort of the traditional patriarchal family. That's gone. That's already gone.
Yeah, I get that.
Right now.
We get to plant the seeds. We do.
What I'm saying is, if you can't even make that happen in this current environment, don't tell me this imaginary, if we just power that wave. No, I'm not gonna believe like these dudes. They've seen too many guys try to do that and be burnt by the same system they thought they could overthrow. As far as I'm concerned, in order to raise a family, the women need to be in it too. It can be this thing where the men want traditionalism more than the women do. I refuse that. If they're perfectly fine with this environment, then whatever comes with it is what it is. And nobody wants to just the fact that the women are perfectly fine with this environment. And as far as I'm concerned, yes.
What I find amazing is, I mean, again, the last 50 years, we have given all reproductive, all sexual, everything that a woman might do with her box, we've all signed off on.
Yeah.
Whether it's the toys, whether it's the 30 different prophylactic or reproductive options, the morning after, leaving a kid at the fucking fire station, we've signed off on all of that shit. But whenever we start talking about whatever sort of reproductive controls men should have, then motherfuckers start losing their minds. I think, and men lose their minds. I can understand women doing it. I mean, I can definitely understand why women would want to have unilateral control over reproduction. But it's just really amazing to me that men would want to preclude other men from having reproductive options, even if they're weird and bizarre and exotic. Because any of us can go in any room, in any chick's bedroom, and find 50 different damn dildos and all kinds of things in there. And we don't say anything about it.
No, I get that. Hey, you know,
But
and
if
I'm not against
a
the
robot, then he's the craziest guy on
No,
earth.
I don't think he's crazy at all. I mean, I'm
it's
just trying to really,
logical
I'm trying to really
understand.
understand the nature
Go
of
ahead,
like,
Chris.
where it's going. You know, so I mean, I think you should have the option if it's available, and you know, and you want to do that. I think you're open to doing that. The same way that there's a lot of different sexual or relationship situations that people have that, and it's up to adults to define what they want to do in those situations. So I don't have any objection to what Hammer is proposing. It's more questions about like, how does that work, you know, as a whole. So when it does come about, you know, that's why I had questions on like, well, who's actually raising the children? And then it doesn't necessarily preclude the more traditional or even the steady state of things as they are right now, where we are having dysfunctional relationships. I mean, there's going to be and there's probably going to be a host of other complications that are unforeseen in Hammer's scenario moving forward.
Chris, let me ask you this question. Question. Who's raising the children in the world of Section 8 and food
exactly
and foster care and
they're
all
raising
that?
themselves,
really
man. A lot of times it's so mixed.
Not
a
women.
lot of kids are raising themselves, man.
Grandmama, big mama, auntie,
teacher,
the government,
the school.
the Section 8, the schools are feeding them. So I mean, we talk about, we have this kind of idealized view of how the world works, but when you look at, or how we would want it to work, but when we look at what has gone on the last 50 years, the fuckery, it has been very diverse, very deep. It's been bizarre what we have, all of us have signed off on, have voted for, have championed. We've all supported it. Right. And all of it, almost all of it has been unilateral. Almost all of it has been unilaterally suited to whatever women want to do. Almost all of it.
I mean,
I go back to this.
A lot of things. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I go back to this, Black. The reason why that they can do this is because masculinity is at an all-time low. Men aren't standing up for themselves at all. Period. Like nothing.
This
just
has
rolling
nothing.
With shit.
This has
you ain't
nothing.
Shut up. You have no masculinity whatsoever, so you're irrelevant.
Oh, okay.
So
let me ask you a question, right?
Aspect of
when
has completely gone out.
You have men.
Situation.
No, bro. Let me ask you a question, right? You have men all across the world, right? In these sort of pre-industrial countries. In South Korea, right now is going through a transformation. All across the world, as the world industrializes, men all across the world going through the same thing, right? When you're seeing this gynocentric model being exported everywhere, are those guys non-masculine? Like, what are you talking about?
Yes.
See. When it's just hammer, it's easy
If
to
you're
do
letting
that.
women
When
run,
we
if you're
start,
letting women run your life, then yes.
okay,
And I
hold
don't
on, let me
blame you,
ask a
bro. I
question.
don't blame you. This has
What
been
country do you live in,
gradually
Free
going
Zone?
down.
What country do you live in, Free Zone?
Hold on, Hammer. You think these are?
You
I'm
live
in
in
the
the
same
most
country as you are, sir.
gynocentric country in
You
the
think
world.
these are
Why don't you
exclusively?
take a
Not in
gun
my
and
life.
go and fight the state of
Not,
America?
not, not in
No.
my.
Since you want
Hey,
to be
look, I don't have these
masculine,
problems, bro.
take a
I
gun,
don't have these
go to the
problems.
Capitol, and fight the United States of America, right? That's what being a man is,
No, I don't
right?
have. No, that's
Oh,
not.
you don't
That's what
have
I'm
to do it.
saying. That's
Oh,
not what being a man is.
so you're
No,
gonna be manless and
no.
accept this gynocentric America, Free Zone?
I'm not accepting anything,
Oh,
bro.
no,
I'm running my
because you
household the way
not
I
taking
see
a
fit.
gun and going and committing murder, meaning you are not masculine, right, Free Zone?
No,
Take
nobody
a
said
no
that.
until
This is
you
what I'm
no,
saying.
Free Zone.
This is what I'm
Until I
saying,
hear
bro.
you
You have
say
no
I'm going
concept
to go and fight the
conception of
state.
what
Don't
being
tell me
masculine
masculinity.
is.
Free Zone, are you married, Free Zone?
No, I'm
Okay,
engaged.
so are you in any sort of position of? I mean, if you're not married, then I mean, what sort of
I'm
authority?
engaged,
He's not
bro.
married. Oh my fucking god!
What
I'm
authority
engaged.
do you have? What
Like, what the
authority do
fuck?
you have over women? What dominion do you have over any
I
woman?
control.
None.
I control my house, bro. I have me a
Oh
woman.
really?
I'm in
No, you
control.
hold on, Hammer. That didn't
I don't
answer
have
my
to control all women, bro. I don't have to
I didn't
control
say
all
all
women.
women. That's
That's what you just said. I don't.
Did I say all women? I did not say all women. I asked you what sort of relationship
women,
do you have
bro.
with a woman where you have dominion. You're in your 30s, so you're definitely in a maritable age cohort. So where is the woman and the children that you have dominion over?
They right here with me, bro. They're right here with me. Like, what do you want me to
So
do?
you're unmarried with children?
With children? Yeah.
I have one on the way.
You have one on the way, and you're not married.
That's correct.
Sounds like he's engaged
So
in living with
if
the
that woman chooses to no longer be with you, then the court is going to decide whatever happens or whatever sort of access you have to that child. You know that, right?
Of course.
Okay, so then do you have power in that situation?
I do.
Really?
But if the judge says you don't, then what power do you have?
Look, man, the judge ain't gonna say that, man. The judge, I don't have that issue.
I mean, come on, man. The vast majority of child custody cases go to the women.
No disrespect to you.
Then it is what it. Then it look. Then it is what it is, bro. We can have the kid, and I'm gone, bro. I'm not giving in to my woman like that, bro.
I didn't do that to embarrass
I'm not
you,
gonna do it.
demean you. But let's be real about. We're not in Saudi Arabia, brother. We're not in that guy. We're not in some
Saudi's on the
place
shit change too.
men,
Anyway.
We're not in some place where men have.
Hey, look. My passport.
Women and children.
My passport. Look, my passport is ready. If I got to dip, I'll dip.
You think that's gonna save you, bro? You have an Australian man in Israel, right? Who essentially left Australia because he was trying to avoid child support. Literally in Israel, they put a $120,000 fine on this dude for him to even leave the state. This is now international gynocentrism. If you go anywhere else, they'll say, "Hey, look, if you want, hey, look, this U.S. government, find this guy and put a fine on him." They'll go find you and bring you back to America.
Are you gonna take your child with you, Free Zone, if you try to bounce?
Come on, man, this is gonna be retarded.
No, Free Zone.
Yeah,
are you
bro.
gonna try? Are you gonna take your child with you when you try to bounce?
We are out.
Oh my god. Good luck, bro.
So I
Good
mean,
luck.
because did
wish
you
you the
all see
best.
the was it the second Equalizer movie?
Yep.
They
You
got-
saw the beginning of the second
They got
Equalizer
labeled you
movie.
a kid.
Let me ask you. Okay,
Oh my goodness.
yeah, but let me ask Freezone one last question, Freezone.
If I
Let's imagine
if
your
my
let's,
woman, no, I'll accept your situation. I'll accept your situation.
no. Let me ask you one question only, right? Let's say your woman goes left, and you're in the courtroom, and they say we're going to give your home and everything to this woman. What are you going to in that situation, please? Are you going to be a man and shoot the judge, or are you gonna be lose your masculinity and walk away? What are you gonna do?
Judge? Yo, why
you're gonna shoot the judge?
That's a valid question. No.
I think that's a valid question.
Are you going to be a man and shoot the judge, or are you going to quote unquote be non-masculine and walk away? What are you gonna do, Frieza?
Oh Lord.
Since in order for me to be masculine, I need to be in the streets. No, what are you gonna do, Frieza? Are you going to shoot the judge, or are you going to walk away?
No, yo.
No, are you going to engage in violence or walk away?
If the judge denies you your child, what's your option?
My option
You're the man, you're the father, you're supposed to be in control.
Exactly.
And if the judge says you can't have this child, what do?
You taking this kid and leaving the country.
Okay.
He told you.
Oh my God. And you know what? They're going to sanction him abroad too and bring his ass back home.
Then I'll leave. I will leave.
It doesn't matter if, bruh, this is international, brother. They will go where Cape Verde, Indonesia. It doesn't matter where you go. Okay? Because other countries are starting to put in place child support laws too. This is what I keep telling you. As the world industrializes, they're going to put in place the same gynocentric model. They're all working together now. They're literally all signing treaties. Hey, this person is running from child support. Okay, where is he? Indonesia. They'll go free zone, capture you, arrest you, and send you back to America. What are you going to do there, free zone? Are you going to alpha your way through that? Are you going to man your way through that?
By the way, you better hop in the Uber as soon as that decision is made and get out of Dodge because they may count
exactly
the passport.
They can have the money, bro. They can have it. They can have it. Simple as that. I got money. I'm good. Like they could have.
Hold up. Are you choosing to not be masculine, free zone? Just gonna let them have it, free zone? You need to be a man, right? You need to go out there and die in the streets, right, free zone? And be a man. We can accept this environment. We need to go out here and fight, right, free zone? What's going on?
What is being a man to you, bro?
Oh, okay. Exactly. They have all this stuff to say when you ask them the real questions. Nothing. I'm tired of this, bro.
No, because you're saying because I'm trying. Like I'm understanding.
20 I'm a 20-year-old nigga.
No. Listen. I understand what you're saying. But it goes left when you say, "Are you going to be a man and do something violent?" Like I don't understand.
Because you told me that me essentially breaking down the environment was me being man. That's okay, fine. What are you going to do about it? And see, when I ask dudes, what are you going to do about it? Right? They become quiet. Because the only option left is violence. That's the only thing left.
But
so if you're not really willing to go out there,
I will destroy everything.
Yet you're going up against people making decisions about you who have guns on the sides of them.
Don't be like that dude that was on the news, man.
No. But
and so when I tell dudes that this is inevitable,
Chris, that was, whether you like it or not, that was a masculine decision.
Man, yeah.
That was a man truly taking his life in his own hands. We don't necessarily like it, but that was a masculine decision. As masculine as they get.
You know what? You want so funny, Black Guru? Yeah. The reason why, I told you guys how, I was unfortunately born in a very, war-torn area in Cameroon, in Africa. So I had to do some things, go to some things that I wouldn't wish on anybody on this panel, especially that young. Yeah. I know what violence looks like, in what it really looks like. So when I hear dudes who want to come here and just say, dudes who've never even seen that kind of an environment, who want to tell me about what they will do when it comes to violence, I know you don't know what you're talking about. Because when blood starts going on the floor and it gets real, they all get quiet.
I mean, nobody's trying. I mean, honestly,
nobody said anything.
I hear you, Hammer. Violence. Nobody wants. I mean, I know me personally. I don't want to see no shit like that, man. Because, that means all hell breaking loose. I like the fact we have a civil society, even though if it's unfair, at least there is a process in which we understand. We know what it looks like. You know what you're getting into. There ain't nobody popping up at your door, dragging you out, shooting you nowhere in the streets, for justice. Man, we don't need all that kind of shit. But what I will say though is that even given that, Hammer, with the situation you're talking about, it is still very possible that your child, even with your synthetic babe, can still be taken away from you, and you still be forced to pay into the state to raise that child. I mean, those are
no, come on, man.
Well,
It's
look,
still
there's no
possible.
guarantees. There's no government can kick in all of our doors and drag us off and rendition us to Afghanistan. I mean,
we got select the services for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
You know
Yeah,
the difference, right? The difference between then and now is that in this situation, right, the women bear the children.
Right.
So they can claim ownership in a way that men cannot. They have full control over the process.
Yeah.
In this situation, you are purchasing a designer's child. It's now your property. It's not the same thing as what you're seeing now.
Yeah, it's not the same thing, but I mean at the same
So
time.
no, it's not going to be the state break. No, it's not even going to be. There's going to be no family court involved because you purchased that child.
Well, I mean, you don't think the state gets involved in situations
In
now?
regulating they may get involved in regulating the situation, but no. Once you purchase your property, that's how it's going to work.
Well,
See, the reason we have
what
this
happens
system now.
is instead of there being 3 parties in the negotiation, there are only 3.
There's just 2.
Instead of it being
there's only one.
in the state,
Exactly.
it's you and the
Well,
state.
there's 2. The state.
No,
the state's always involved.
The state,
They just-
it'll be the state.
They're
Let me
silent
ask-
usually, but
Let
they're
me
always
ask you
involved.
this, Hammer. When you said something, what are those things? I mean, they called robots or whatever. What are they called?
Sentient beings.
Synthetic companions.
Okay, so do
synthetic
you think that a lot of the teenagers are planning to do that as well?
Well, many of them don't even know this is coming, but based on how they're being socialized, yes, I mean that's what the program too. So when this becomes available, just like the iPhone, where they will have access, yes, that will become normal. I mean, if you tell a young
All right, let
teenage
me
boy,
ask you this question. All right, what's the likelihood of somebody who spends 8-10 plus hours a day dealing in the virtual world would
That's where I was going.
accept and embrace what Hammer? I think it's a very high probability.
That's where I was
that
going.
they will.
Yeah,
Because
absolutely.
For them to like really ignore the presence of an IG model that the average person likes just for the staying within the virtual reality.
Yeah,
that's where it looks like it could be going.
Yeah.
now keep in mind,
And,
the synthetic companion is going to be a human-based entity. It's not going to be in virtual reality. So,
But
something like
essentially,
that.
what
But-
you're saying is
where it
what you're saying is that you would be the only human being in your family.
Now Hammer.
Well, based on I'll be the only.
I'm sorry. I said it like a statement, but I actually meant to phrase it like a question. I'm sorry.
I will be the only, I guess,
being in your
human
family.
1.0. Yes, human 1.0. But
Hammer,
probably
have you observed the
And you know what? I would rather take what possibly could come with the judge and all that. Let's say my girl go left. I would rather be in a relationship with a woman and it possibly go left than for me to actually be the only human being in my family to where I come home
Okay.
and everything.
once again, right?
Listens
Human
to me because I
2.0,
programmed
it's
it.
still going to be human based, just genetically
So
enhanced.
it will still be organic. Is that what?
Yeah.
You're saying?
Yes, it's going to be flesh and blood organic. The only difference is that they're going to be genetically engineered from a lab. You're going to go from a womb, but it's the same thing. That's the only difference, right?
How is that
So they're going
organic
to be
if it's-
faster,
how's that
stronger,
or-
more intelligent, but it's still going to be organically human based.
I mean, 'cause he's saying that.
So you would
it's
essentially be
basically-
like the weakest person in your family then, because all your wife is
Well,
stronger than you,
no.
your kid is stronger than you.
Well,
They're sentient beings. Like, yeah, they're gonna be strong.
Well,
You're
I'm
literally
like,
the weakest person in your family.
That's exactly what I was gonna. I was just gonna ask about. that.
So
Is
you're
that
so
what
you're
you-
basically
Honestly, that's
so
not
you're
bad.
basically
I'm glad
in no
you
better
I'm
position
glad
than
you
I am.
posted that.
That's not.
But here's the difference.
I'll see this to you, bro. I may not. I honestly, when you ask me that question, I'm gonna be real. I'm sitting here trying to tap into that mind because I honestly did not think that far. So I did get a little grippy with the words. I admit, because my immediate mindset is that, like, the judge says that in the fucking house, like, I'll destroy all my shit before she gets the thing. That's what. That's.
But you're hurting your kid though too. If
But
you do that. You know what I'm saying?
Well, no, I'm not. The kid won't be in the house. No.
I mean, but anytime you destroy your assets, you are hurting your child.
I understand that, but that still seems better off than me coming home to a house where everybody's stronger than me, and the only reason why they don't.
Dude, once again, right? Because these are going to be genetically. Yeah, but here's the thing, right? Your female synthetic companion is going to be there to serve you and do what you ask her to please. So she's essentially going to be
this.
Huh? So, what if it's some? What if it's on some iRobot shit and they get to upgrade and you?
Hold on.
They're not, dude. They're organic.
Y'all hear me at all?
Not robots. Go ahead.
Yeah, Hammer, did you see this series before?
No, I have not seen it before.
Yeah, you should watch the series because it's kind of.
You need to see this series,
kind of
man.
what we're talking about here.
Yeah.
But that's cool.
Yeah,
but once again, these are going to be
it's on Amazon. If you have Amazon Prime, you can see
it's
it.
in this series, man. Oh, it's on Prime. Okay, it's in this series. Everything you're describing is right here.
Exactly.
Are they organically based?
Well, in a way.
Then it's not the same thing about.
I think they're synthetically.
I mean, it's not going to.
Yeah, it's not the same. I'm talking about organically based. It's not.
Watch it, dude. You're trying to say was it red or light red? No, just watch it, and let's talk
You're gonna
about.
have you're gonna have groups like PETA coming out for your synthetic beings, man.
Every single guy is going to have the ability to purchase the perfect synthetic female. You can choose how she looks like, how tall she is, organically based, and go to your house. You know, you want an IG model, you can order her online. It is what it is.
They're like Hammers abusing synthetic.
Okay, so let me describe this for a second here, and this is only a series. After they did what you're talking about, Hammer, later on they start to somebody got to lower their somebody's eating styrofoam or something. Anyhow,
I'll open the envelope.
The thing is that after you guys know about British films, they take a long time to get into the story.
Yeah,
but. You know, it got to the point, like, for example, one that was hooked up with the female robot that was hooked up with the male, she broke up with him. She was unhappy, and she was a robot. I'm telling you,
they start getting right.
Yeah, they going to
and it's like, and that's why I don't like That's why I don't like watching movies, man. They're gonna go into the absurdity. These are gonna be organically based, tailored towards the user's needs. So it's gonna be like buying it.
Here's
the question.
Hey, Hammer, this is what you got. If it's gonna be organic, then it's gonna be a lot of legal questions you're gonna have to resolve.
They've already created living robots, man. They already have it in place.
I'm just saying, when you get to the point in which organic beings are reproducing,
we're already there.
That's going to be a major legal issue.
It doesn't matter.
There was also
There was
also another movie
there
was also another movie.
It's they're gonna have to push it through. It is what it is. They'll find a way, like they always do.
What makes it organic, fam?
Carbon based.
It's genetically engineered. It's flesh and blood, right? It's like cloning a lamb.
Yeah,
from another
human.
It's
essentially human. It's just made
another human, right?
Yeah, it's human. For example, right? Right?
Hold on.
It's a difference between
DNA. It's synthesized human DNA material.
Yeah,
but organic means natural. Organic means natural. How is this natural? How is it genetically?
When I say organic does not mean natural. Organic means that it's carbon based. That's what.
Yeah.
You can be synthetically carbon based. You can be synthetically carbon based, or you can be naturally carbon based.
And the way I define it is like
different definition.
yeah,
different
and the way I really see it is like is the difference between like a flesh and blood lamb and a robotic lamb. That's how it's it. It's not gonna be robotic. It's
Yo,
gonna be flesh and blood. That's what I mean by
there's
organically based.
there's actually a movie out there where this dude basically he basically got himself a robot just like you were describing, but he realized that he wasn't good enough for the robot, and so he ended up it's a long sloppy romance like that. And basically it ends up with him leaving the robot chick to get with an actual human being because he was depressed with his robot.
So you're telling me that
performance anxiety with the robot?
Yeah. So you're telling me.
I don't know.
So you're telling me, right? So you're telling me, right? Young boys who are going to have the ability to order human-based females who they can customize to look any way they want to, serve their interests, do whatever they ask. They're gonna leave that to go to some uncooperative female. Hail to the no. That will never be me anyway.
Yo, not every female is uncooperative. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Women are more susceptible to the environment than men. I'm like, what you're seeing now should show it to you. You are relying on her good nature. That's all that is. I don't have to rely on her good nature. She is genetically programmed to do what I told her to do. That's the difference.
Does the robot have emotions?
Yeah,
that's going to be up to the user, right? The customizable.
Whether you can get that groove that past the feminist.
Is it a self-learning robot?
That'll be something.
Does the robot learn?
It'll learn what the user wants it to learn. Once again, it's all up to the user.
No, I'm asking you, is it so it's not a self-learning robot?
Well, it's not a robot, right?
It's not a self-learning sentient being.
Sentient organism or something like that.
Yeah.
So for example,
but anyway, look,
a number of Supreme Court decisions.
I'll give you an example. So like, let's say you create your sentient being and you want your sentient being to cook. Is the sentient being going to be able to learn on its own how to make better food or more efficiently clean the house and stuff like that?
Yeah,
you just upload it. Okay, cool. I'm trying to understand because
you can stop it from you can ban it from learning laws.
Y'all need to stop, man. Y'all are just look.
Just make sure she doesn't get headaches.
Y'all are just come on, bro.
Make sure she doesn't get headaches or a period.
Because
wow,
the idea,
y'all are just
no, because the idea of like I don't think that you'll be.
Let me stop.
No, Art. That's a good question. Would you cheat on your sentient being? What did you call it? Sentient wife?
Yeah, you can't
no. To be honest,
are you loyal to
what I would probably do is I would probably order 2 or 3 more. We can have a foursome together.
You just get some extra.
Can you rent some? Hey, can we rent one? You can rent them.
And I'll have like 3 synthetic wives, and I'll dig them down every night.
You gotta feed them still, dude. I mean, you don't want 3 of them.
Hey,
look, I'll feed them some food, and they'll call me daddy, and I'll dick them down. It'll be a great time, man. It'll be fun.
Are you a virgin, Hammer?
Yes, I am.
Oh Lord, don't say that, Hammer.
Dude, I don't give a fuck. I really don't.
Don't say it on the panel.
I really don't. Like I'll tell for I'm a virgin.
So
no. That's nothing to be embarrassed about. No, hold on. Time out. Hammer.
I really don't care. To be honest with you.
It is good.
No, you're good, bro. That's nothing.
You ever really had a girlfriend, right, or that kind of thing?
I mean, honestly,
I've had a fling off, but no, not really like a serious relationship. Never been big.
There we go. I'm not.
But
I
don't care. So what does it matter?
No. I didn't ask that question to embarrass you. I'm simply stating that you. First off, you don't know how that feel, bro. You could hit that robot. You could hit that robot shit all day, but I'm telling you, bro, you don't know how I feel, boy. You don't know how I feel, man.
What does that even mean, bro? Like, oh my
That's what I'm saying.
As long as it's organically based human pussy, bro, I'll fuck it all day. It is what it is.
Y'all made him a target. Hey.
No, man.
I'll take my chances. Hey, look. I'll take my chances in court, y'all. I'll take my chances. I'll take my chances in court. I'll take the child support. I'll take the chances with child support and all that, bro. I'll take it.
Oh, really? Okay. But anyway, I refuse to do
Hammer.
that.
Hey,
Anyway, thank you, Art. And you guys have any last question you want to ask me? I
do got a question, man.
It's a brave world.
We're gonna talk behind your back.
I'm gonna drop off. I'm gonna drop off, but I will say to you, first off, I commend you for being up here and holding the line, bro, holding it down. I actually did learn a lot from you that I'm actually gonna take with me. Keep doing your thing, man. I like how you focused on your purpose. I was just saying that, like, there's things that will make you much better at your purpose that you just can't learn from, it's from stepping away from the computer, stepping out of the quote unquote metaverse and actually engaging with other human beings. And the more that you do that and mix that in with the future that you see, I think that you'll do mighty things, man. Chris, Black Guru, Art, great time on the panel. I'm actually going to think about that question what am I doing when I get to court? I'm gonna think about that.
That's a hilarious question.
Hey, go look at the lead attorney, boy.
Yeah. So yeah.
I'm gonna have to holler at him.
Yeah. And so. Yeah. So before I go, does anyone have any final questions? Because I know for some reason, whenever I hop on panels, I just draw all this energy towards me. Niggas just, oh my God, Hammer's in the panel. Niggas gonna hop on.
It's gonna get worse now because you just told me that you're a virgin. Now they're gonna all come at you.
I wish they would. I told them straight up yes, and I will still buy the synthetic wife. Anyway, Chris, you had a last question. Any last question for me?
Yeah. Hey, can you put them to work? I mean, what can they work? You know what I'm saying? That'll be.
I guess I got them to work.
Hell yeah! Then it's all worth it. I need like 5. I need the whole team over here. I'm with you. You just got me on board, Hammer. I'm in.
Aria says, I don't know. Can you get a computer virus from her?
The only thing I'm going to be getting from her is some hot head. Okay, that's what it is.
I guess if somebody snuck in and hit it, man, they could spread something to you.
Well, I definitely have to have a structured. I probably have to just be me and you because when we had these groups on Hammer, it's hard to even get something linear.
Art, what is it about me that causes so much controversy? I'm just simply saying what's coming.
You're the source. Like a lot of people talk about your generation, but they don't hardly get to have these conversations.
Oh, okay.
So you're giving, and that's why I asked you at the very beginning. Are you representing all Z's?
I think I am trying the best I can to give voice to what's going on. But anyway, I need to go anyway. Thank you, Art, and thank you, y'all.
Yeah, female side is a lot
more. Talk about you behind your back, so get ready.
Thanks for sharing, Hammer.
Thank you, man. So, what y'all think?
Well, look, I'm very empathetic to Hammer, and I attempted as best I could, although it was difficult to defend him because I don't know. I look at Hammer not in terms of anything he does or whatever, but I'm looking at what he does as a product of a lot of other things that have occurred well before he was even born. So if you just look at what he's doing and you say, well, that's ridiculous. But then, we can kind of put aside, how many Black children in particular have been killed off in this country the last 50 years. I'm like, what the hell are we talking about? How is fucking a robot more bizarre than that?
Well, I don't know, man, but but I think we got Charles in the building. I'm joking, Charles. Anyhow,
I was gonna look at you and be like, you know what? That's why you got dry ass Jerry curls. But anyway, dry ass Jerry curls, feet doing gang signs and shit.
So my thing is, I don't think, me personally, teaching so many different, I taught 3 generations, I believe. I don't think he's gonna go through with it. I don't think he's gonna go through with it. I think, and I know he's listened to me. I think basically once that success hit, and he already admitted what he's a verge, right? I mean, and he's at Howard, man. So
once he graduated, dude.
So it's like, okay, so and I think he might be a junior.
But isn't that an indictment of Howard though? I mean, because I went to an HBCU as well. I couldn't get through like my first week without hitting something.
He's doing what he's supposed to do, though.
So I'm just saying. I think he represents a
very unique.
He's a product of an overall degradation of society, particularly black.
I don't know, man.
I
think he's supposed to go to school and study, man.
I'll say this. See, there's people who can achieve a lot and still be multifaceted. There's some people who can only achieve things one brick at a time. For a lot of their generation, they use a lot of things as excuses. You can't use the excuse of, well, these women out here and they're doing this as the measuring stick of dating and mating. Your experience might be different from mine. I'm just telling you, hey, you might want to look out for this.
I think he wants to be. Oh, go ahead, Charles.
A lot of those brothers out there want to put up the excuse or the wall that says, hey, well, what's the point of talking to them since they all terrible anyway? But it being, you need to get some experience in dealing with women. Period. It doesn't mean sexual, but just talking to them and knowing their intentions and knowing their ways. Because when you start making money, and I don't care who you are, unless he's gay, and even the gay guys in Atlanta getting it in with some of those women, you're gonna be played like a fiddle.
Well, what I'm gonna say, and I said this earlier. Welcome back, Chaos, and then we got Shiwi here and AL. I think what I said before was, I think people from his ilk want to be winners, and he wants to control everything from the beginning to the end. In his world, whatever he can control, what it sounds like, he doesn't want a woman to be the base of him being a winner. So if he has to do the virtual reality, the video games, whatever else it is, until he gets to where he wants to go, it has to be to the point to where a woman wasn't an indicator why he won.
Throughout history, we do judgment like that. We
didn't have a problem with a woman deciding she didn't want a husband or even a man, and she can just go to a sperm bank and get inseminated. We didn't have a problem with that. I mean, we don't have a problem with women having the control you allude to. We've conceded that to women for 50 years. And we've had no problem with that. And the only thing I hear him describing is essentially through an artificial and a very new artificial means, essentially obtaining the same or some degree of reproductive leverage that women have had for 50 years now. Why don't we ever talk about you can talk about the robots and the humans and all of that, and it all sounds very bizarre until you really start to look at you can hardly even talk to a woman in the workplace. I mean, there's been so much bizarre shit the last the whole 50 years has been a major damn cock block on men. All across the board. And everybody signed off on it. You look at a chick, you whistle at her, at a construction site or whatever, she sue you, call the cops, all this kind of shit, crazy ass laws. You can't even holler at a chick on the streets. And you guys don't think that this is gonna influence young men coming up?
That's what I was gonna ask you guys. Is what you guys heard? is that a reaction of the things that happened in the past?
I mean, let's be real. I came up when guys felt up on chicks' ass, man, in lunch line. You can't do that shit now.
And he got a slap, and then that was it.
Yeah, that was it. Or better than that, she smiled at you and passed you a number.
And nowadays,
can you do that now?
Hell now.
Nope.
You get that happy.
So I mean, we don't. You can talk about how bizarre his behavior is, but we're not talking about how all the restrictions, a lot of things that we used to do, a lot of shit we used to do with girls that are like crimes now. I mean, we would have games where the girls would run and hide, and we would go and find them and do some shit that's illegal now.
Hey, hide and hunch. Hide and hunch.
Catch a girl, kiss a girl, whatever a girl.
Knock it down.
But you know what, fellas?
I mean, these were games
Break
that we played.
in the bottle if you want to now and see what the hell happened.
Exactly.
Remind me of
So
Japan.
we've taken all those things away from boys, and now we're expecting them to be as manly as we
Art,
were.
you
Come on
right.
now.
Art, Japan. Oh man.
Spin the
It's
bottle.
almost the same stuff that's got happened in
Catch
Japan.
a girl, kiss a girl, a girl, all kinds
And,
of stuff like that.
And the thing is, look at the culture that's feeding this. This didn't come out the clear blue sky. He didn't make this up. This stuff has been fed to him. It's been, this is the stuff that the direction that society is most likely pushing these young children into.
And then you got dames going back to the 60s accusing you of doing something to them.
Yeah, that's another one. Yeah.
So I mean, it's a crazy ass world.
This is because you got a lot of ugly bitches out there who didn't get any attention.
Old ones too. Old ones. Don't leave out old, Charles.
And they get their
Old
way.
bitches. Old ugly bitches.
Oh, that's
Black Uru. Those are the ones who's been leading this goddamn charge. The old ugly ones.
Exactly. Because you're not hollering at them anymore. You're not trying to grab ass with them anymore, and they pissed.
And guess what? You never heard one pretty bitch ever talk about I'm being sexually harassed. But she knew that was par for the course.
That's why I had that panel, what was it, Saturday? About, if they're afraid of failures and success. Why should I be successful if, somebody can lie about me 30 years later? That's a better reason.
That still is a fucking cop out though. That is a fucking.
I'm just saying is that.
I know what you're saying, but that's not a cop out.
Let me tell
that's
you,
a cop out
all of
because
you
they look for
are
excuses.
2 women. All of you are 2 women away, disgruntled girlfriends, or just some chicks you work with. Y'all are all 2 chicks away from being fucked for life. All of you. All it takes is 2 or 3 that they're gonna decide I'm gonna take his ass down. You done.
And
The
then you're
truth
gonna have
don't
a
matter.
person like,
History don't matter. None of that matters.
and then you're gonna have a person like Mark Lamont Hill say, "Hey, 2 girls can't be lying. You had to be doing
Exactly.
something."
That's why I say ideally 3 or more. If you can get 3, and who amongst us who have dealt with women don't have at least 3 women in our history that hate our ass for whatever reason?
And my ex-wife.
What's the likelihood that some of them chicks, and if you really been out here, Charles, if you really been out here, there might be a dozen chicks that might point a finger at you.
They can try, but they all fail.
Not even a donut chick. No, I'm joking.
No. We know that you the chubbiest of the chubby chasers. We know that you want to bump some more with some big fat woman.
And then even when they prove to lie, they don't get punished for it. So there's nothing for them to lose.
But it's also a fact of the matter: the person who was accused don't go after their asses.
But how can you go after them when they? I mean, the other what was it? It was a celebrity that sued the IG model for slander. Y'all remember who it was?
How do you prove? Look, unless there's an issue with, like, you can prove that you weren't here on this particular day type thing, where she said you did this on this particular date and you were on a fucking plane to Nairobi at that particular time. Unless you got a situation like that, even if she's lying, you can't really prove she's lying. So even if you're exonerated, you can't necessarily punish her for it because you still can't really prove that she's lying in a way in which it would be actionable.
Mm. Yeah,
you can. It's just that people don't go hard for it. People let shit alone.
I'm afraid
that's
that
one thing about those. That's the one thing I notice about those cases. Men tend to not go as hard on women, and I'm sorry, you got to if they say they want equality, you treat them just as hard. Because if it was a dude accusing them of something like, oh, he stole all this money, they're gonna go at that dude's neck. And that's why I said the simp shit goes a lot deeper than what people think. But go ahead.
Yeah, but I think that I think eventually he gonna get caught up with his first piece, and I don't think he's looking at robots' direction. I
think that's the brutal part about it, right?
Yeah.
You're 20, almost 21 years old, and you never really had any real interaction with women. And she is gonna dissect you like a high school science fair pearl.
She gonna eat him alive, especially a cougar. Hey, Hammer, don't tell a cougar that you're a virgin. Please. Don't do it.
Unfortunately for him, she'll know.
It'll be like misery.
She'll know real quick.
She'll know. And then too, he can't stop talking, so he's gonna blurt it out anyway.
Yeah, she'll know.
Don't do it, fam. They gonna get you, dog.
Like, oh my god, what am I supposed to go left or right?
No, she gonna tie him up and everything.
But here's the sad part: by the time the way it is now, if you get to college and you're a virgin dude, man, you're like lamb for the slaughter.
I look at it on this other end though. I think he's safe ground.
At Howard.
In his generation, I think he's a safe ground. So I think he has more time to really reflect to make more mature decisions if he wants to go ahead and go down that road as he get older.
I'm on shaky ground.
Because you never know. I mean, shoot. I mean, it's one thing to be a virgin, but be a virgin in your 20s. That explosion. So, bro, you ain't going to no robot after that. Sorry.
Oh, you gonna hear from him?
I don't know. You got guys buying robots that have been married and have families.
That's married.
You got some guys who got wives and you got some guys who currently have wives and got robots.
You gonna hear him when he get his first piece. He gonna be like, all he gonna hear is skeet 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 skeet.
Yeah, so he's he ain't but hey, I mean, this is the first time I heard about this. They said sentient beings. That's what's called.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be some legal. If that thing is organic, I think it's gonna be some legal issues with that.
I'm like, damn. So, and then the thing is,
because the argument is gonna be that that's a living being.
But the thing,
Black Guru, you know who's gonna be the first people to rail against this shit?
Feminists are going to have a legal field day on that. Because the feminists are already trying to give rights to the sex dolls.
Yeah, because I'm trying to figure out, okay, like I'm just going by with my students, right? Most of my students are pretty much to themselves. They on their phone or their video, doing all kinds of videos. Sometimes got their little iPads, and they don't pay anybody. You gotta like literally shake them up, and say, "Hey, I was calling you." They're in this real like deep zone, and if you look at the lunch interaction, you know how people walk by and some people kind of look around. I used to see that back in the day, like maybe a few years ago, where like a girl walked by and you got guys that against the wall and they all turn at the same time. I don't see much of that. I don't see much of that at all. I mean, there's a few, don't get me wrong, but like the girls were telling me today that most of them in the video games and blah blah blah, and and I'm like, and at first I was going to the little ugly thing. I was like, well, I mean, you guys look kind of ratchet. Or I said, no, you see how people are, blah 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 blah. And I thought about it. I said, okay, some of them try to be IG, high school style, and they having problems.
Some of them are ugly.
They having problems. So I'm like, and then this biology thing, because that's the thing. Women or even girls in general, they do make themselves available for the guys in damn near like middle school, high school. But the thing is, and oh man, Charles, you're here. Damn. Okay, we were talking about you earlier. Because the thing is, a lot of these geeks and computer nerds and all this kind of stuff, they grow pudgy, muscleless, soft, goofy,
lazy,
whatever, right? So most likely they're not taking care. They're not going to the gym. They're not doing sports. They're not doing activities. All their whole world is that. So basically, when they walk around without it, how attractive can you be?
Well, that's their fucking fault. I don't feel sorry for you because you're a fat ass.
So when they're not that attractive, it's like, okay, why worried about me being attractive when I got my computer?
Hey Charles, take me as I am. Take me as I am, Charles.
Fuck that. I don't even take you for your accent. Fuck that.
Hey man, you don't want to wrestle with me? You don't want to wrestle with me?
Look, I empathize with them from this respect, because I mean, look, when I was younger, everything we did to enjoy ourselves involved being physical, being outside. I mean, you guys talk about working out.
My man had
Bro,
a wheel
I grew up across the street
wheel
from
with a stick.
I grew up across the street from a park that had a quarter mile track, had a basketball court, we had a sand pit where we would practice our long jump and broad jump, and I mean, so many things that I did, and the most important thing, the most prestigious thing I recall growing up as boys, the most prestigious thing you could be in the neighborhood I grew up in, and even in surrounding neighborhoods, was you were the fastest guy. You had, if you were the fastest guy, you had a level of prestige, and people would talk about you in other neighborhoods.
And Black Guru, I'm gonna put the icing on the cake.
And they would talk about you beat whatever this other guy who was this considered to be the man. Can you believe he beat?
Yeah, Black Guru, he was always that one guy in every neighborhood. I bet you can't be me doing this. I bet you can't be me doing that. I bet you can't. He was the motivating factor. That cat was the motivating factor for making the whole neighborhood go.
And people who didn't even know him would bet on him. Right? I mean, so I grew up in an environment where it wasn't about going to a gym or lifting weights. Man, we were boxing on Friday night with Everlast gloves in the park.
You got to think about it, Black Uber. You had the 300 club, you had the 250 club, you had the 400 club. Mm-hmm. It was funny because you got to think about it. I was one of the most premier athletes in the state. I mean, I was one of the most premier athletes in the state of Maryland. Like when the newspaper knows your name, when you go overseas and you're only one of two black guys out of 120 to 150 wrestlers, and you show your ass, like the problem with this.
Charles, I bet you've had this weird experience. I bet you've had this experience that for whatever reason.
I was in there too. Don't act like
for whatever reason. Charles, I bet you've had this experience that for whatever reason. For whatever reason, maybe even as a cop, I bet you've had this experience where some white guy knew who you was because you were a wrestler 10 years ago or whatever. Maybe a cop or Trooper,
funny
just
because
whatever.
I'll tell you this crazy part. The cigar lounge where I took Dr. Dunbar and cousin T-Taw, there's a couple of guys who retired. There, you want to talk about cops are naturally athletic? This guy was an NCAA champion in track and field, and it's still run down criminals in his late 40s. And you had me there, and you had whoever there. Matter of fact, another guy who's a member of the cigar lounge. We were talking, and we talk shit. We had to drink some cigars, and I was like, man, I used to wrestle and do all this shit. He was like, for real, what school? I was like, Lake Clifton. He was like, what's your name? Fallen. And he just walked away, shaking his head, and came back. He was like, you wrestled my boy Minor in the fight. He was like, Lord, I wish they had YouTube back then. Y'all would have been famous. He said, he said, I'm gonna tell you how great the athletes of me and Sheeds Day were. If we would have had YouTube, we would have had like about 20 scholarships a piece.
Yeah. And you'd have been making money before you even got into college.
Push-ups, go.
Me and my teammates, we just celebrated our 30th year state championship high school football journey we just went through 30 years ago. We had people running up on us at the stadium. I remember when y'all did this and y'all did that. We were like, damn, y'all still remember what we was the only school around these parts in Central Texas that did that during the Lubies match.
You want a football championship?
I love to hear AL talk, man. That's so
you
tight,
want a
man.
football championship in Texas?
Yes, sir.
God
Class 5
damn. God
Y'all
damn.
class 5.
You're a god, and it's like
I mean, that's shit.
You're a god.
You solidified for life.
And I'm gonna tell you what's crazy, Black Uber. My school doesn't have a Hall of Fame, and I asked the athletic commissioner if you won 3 championships, 1 private school championship, was voted most outstanding wrestler in the tournament, meaning you were the man in no matter any weight class, top 5 in the state, top 2 in the state for freestyle.
I did that.
Top 2 in the state for freestyle wrestling. Top 3 in Germany for freestyle wrestling. That's a Hall of Famer, wouldn't you say?
But let's go back.
When you said you wrestled over in was it Russia or whatever? I'm like, well, that's it.
And shout out to Jedi Focus for the cash app. Appreciate you, fam.
I mean, I kind of went off on a tangent.
But to answer you real quick, Black Uber. The problem is that we don't put the guys like Ashid and I who done all this great shit. We don't put them at the forefront. Just like we don't celebrate a lot of the black guys' ingenuity and intellectual prowess. So when you have a guy like, it's gonna go back to Art's question. Think about it. You took gym, you minimized recess and you minimized gym.
Yeah.
My son, I just made my son do 15 push-ups right now coming from the bathroom. Just 15 go. Why? Because there's nobody pushing you to be great. You have to be great physically, you have to be great mentally, you have to be great emotionally, you have to be great spiritually. You have to build your body up to be the ultimate. Why? Because unfortunately, we don't pick our roles, we just pick our situations. Sometimes we don't pick our situations.
Charles, I'm 60 years old. I do 4 reps of 50 push-ups every day.
Nice.
Hey, I'm gonna give y'all a name. For the people that want to look this up, this is one of the dudes that wrestled for me, that wrestled on my team. You look him up, Zurban Singleton. He was on Steve Harvey show. And this guy, phenomenal wrestler, man. This guy, he was an underclass, and this guy straight up nerd, straight up geek, everything. He had a computer science class with my coach, and he was the only person in the class because he was so advanced. When the senior class left, he had no one to go in the class with. So for I think a whole year, he was by himself in the class. Coach said, look, just design me a computer, do this and that. You good. Got the guy in the wrestling, changed his life. The guy ended up supposed to be going to the Naval Academy for wrestling and ended up going to Georgia Tech because he broke his collarbone senior year in a car accident. Ended up playing for Georgia Tech, ran a storm over Naval. Naval said, "What you doing? You supposed to come to us." He said, "Y'all didn't want me because, my collarbone." Guess how he got into Georgia Tech? The dude had a 4.8 GPA. 4.8. He took all AP classes. So when he got into Georgia Tech, it was just on the academic scholarship. Went out and tried out for the team, good enough to make it. Naval Academy seen him, pulled him back. You can see him in the highlights. He played for the Naval Academy. The guys want to be an astronaut. This is what we produced on our team, man. Nothing but Rhodes Scholars. I mean, we had another guy, Chucky, Charles. Charles was an AP advance. All of us, we excel because that's the biggest thing our coach told us. You can't be a stud on the court, on the mat, and a dummy in the books. So if you step on my mat, you got to have the grades. Without the grades, we had to do 103 wrestling. Number one in the state, killed everybody. Got all the way to the second half, lost because he got an F in Spanish. And that was the key ticket, man. When we started off,
y'all know how many guys I had to drop from the team, or temporarily, till they got their grades up.
Exactly. That's the key, man. Coaches always, man, they get them. See, a lot of guys, that's why I was telling guys on different channels I be talking to. I said, man, you as a coach, man, you play a key role. When I did coaching, when I got out of high school, I came back in. I did it for about 4 to 5 years, man. I love the sport so much, came back, dedicated my time for free. Didn't get no pay, just came out there, helped my coaches because they inspired me to be a better man.
That sounds familiar. I love that.
Yeah. And so when it came down to it, man, even now, they just had a
stop being a copycat. I did that too. We all did that.
But man, you got love for the sport, man. And then you come back into it, man. You got all these young guys, teaching them, molding them. That's why I told you.
Oh yeah.
I don't care if nobody write the book. I'm gonna write it Our Fathers, man. Because I had coaches, I had people in the ministry.
You remember a player named Chris Houston played for the Falcons and the Lions?
Yeah.
He was a cornerback.
Okay.
A few years back, I coached him in Little League. He was a corner running back. He was a DB.
So going back, because y'all keep talking about yourselves.
Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Real quick, I have to announce this. I was going through a real long, lengthy battle with the VA, and they finally announced through the email that I got my benefits. So these motherfuckers got to pay either my mortgage or my rent, including whatever school I want or choice. Woo. Yeah, that's how it's gonna be. Look.
So the thing I'm trying to, because what's happening, I think, is pushing them further away when we keep using our experiences as a motivator. Every time we say, "Well, when I was your age, we did this," this is a whole different ball game today.
Well, and I mentioned it because I think like earlier when Hammer was talking, and look, I mean, obviously some of the stuff he says from the perspective of us older guys can seem rather bizarre. But when I mentioned what I did or what we did, I guess when we were talking, I mentioned that to shame young men, but more just to give a perspective because look, everybody was going outside running track, playing basketball, playing softball, doing long jumps and broad jumps. I mean, again, you're talking about, I came up in an environment where we would do long jumps and broad jumps and high jumps, and nobody was making us do it. We as a form of competition, and as I was saying, as a form of bragging rights, and girls would be around seeing us do these things. So not only was it just a bragging thing amongst boys, but you
got some actual romantic reinforcement for how well you performed athletically, just
But I
as
put myself,
a general cultural thing.
I can put myself in their shoes. They go respond to you that, what if, why should I do all that wear and tear on my body when I can sit at home and get the same results doing that on a video game?
That's true.
That's what they were.
You,
That's how they
you,
respond.
you can blame Atari for all of this debacle shit that's going on. Got a whole generation, 3 generations of fucking couch potatoes, me included, my hands raised.
But that's
But I
the
got
thing.
muscles in my video games. I can pick the kind of head I want, the shoulders, the chest. I can pick the gun if I want to have a gun, a knife, whatever it is. I could do all that instead of doing all the stuff that you older, you old niggas or whatever.
Old
niggas
heads.
brag about.
Hold up.
I could
Say
do
that
all
again
that
because
in my video.
hey, Art, say that again because I was stepped away from the phone to use the bathroom. Say that again.
What part? What part did you hear?
The beginning of your statement that you just made.
What did you hear about Black Guru?
I didn't hear it because I stepped away.
You mean break it down, Art?
Go ahead.
Because go ahead.
Basically, to a degree, he was saying this for all the guys talking about working out, running around, being the life of the party, being the life of the neighborhood, the jock at the school. When it come down to it, these young guys said, "Well, you doing all this? I could just start a video game, and I can customize my body to the Charles Faulkner exclusive." And I could be a champion online. So what do you say to that, Charles?
You guys are too kind. What I can say to that is, what you can do in fantasy, I can do in reality.
They don't care.
See, this is the part where they don't care. This is where it goes back into when I was watching the video. I love this guy. Life's a special operation. You have a security risk of young men who can't pass the PT test, the bare minimal to get inside the Army, not the actual test to end the Army, but to get inside because they're a bunch of soy boys. There's no masculine presence around them. Mama just bought a video game so to shut the fuck up and let her sleep whatever bed she got. Or she too busy working her 2 jobs where she could have got one job that actually sufficed for both of them. And you're basically tearing down masculine frame.
But Charles, I can pass the Fortnite I can pass the Fortnite test to where I can become a scholar and I can get $10,000 contest reward because I beat everybody in the state of Virginia.
But here's the thing. I've won tournaments too with Street Fighter and Fight Night Champion. Hell, with Fight Night Champion, the first 2 weeks I was the top 100 in the world. I'm great at Madden. But yet I can still bench press 300 to 400 pounds for reps. I still rescue people. I've lived the life that you would hear in Call of Duty. Okay? When they were Marines in Fallujah, I didn't do that on a mission in fucking Call of Duty. I did that in real life. See, we gotta actually say what you're doing in life. Is it live or is it Miramax? See, you can't judge yourself off of fantasy. Okay? You can't. And we gotta wait for
they do that on Madden all the time. Fantasy football.
I'm about to do something. I'm about to do something. All these guys y'all talking about don't even have the courage to do. I'm about to get off this damn line with y'all. Call.
Damn, he just
he wasn't playing.
He said, "Get the hell out."
You like bye.
It is sad because it's to put it even more in perspective. When you keep looking into the fantasy, like I could make this person look like this. What's better than reading about your favorite comic book or anime character than looking like them? There's a lot of guys who love anime. When I went to BlurCon, worked out, did the bartenders workout where they're at the bars, did body weight, physical fitness, weightlifting, were athletic, and just as much as a genius with computer science as anybody, but look phenomenal physically. So that's a bullshit excuse when here it is. You have people for decades. You had people who were fucking cooks in the military who were phenomenal. You had some people who became a cook and then went to special operations because of their physical fitness and their mental prowess alone. So that's I'm sorry. Some shit is just bullshit to me. You're not doing anything new that any other man had to transverse. Now because, oh, well, I don't need to work out. Yes, you do, because there's still physical dangers out there in the world that you have to handle. Your grip strength. You'll live longer if you have a powerful grip. There are people who can't do 2 push-ups. That's weird.
But my grip strength is when I do my controllers, you know, I got finger coordination.
Well,
so what do you say to that?
And their grip strength is masturbation too.
Hey,
So,
but they can control it. They control it,
don't
right?
matter. Yeah,
Not
it don't
really.
matter if you don't like that grip strength, but the grip strength for
I'm
me
just gonna say.
with masturbation
I'm just
is
gonna say
getting
this.
me the number 1 in Madden. So what you say about that?
Okay, do it in the physical realm. That shuts out a lot of conversations. Well, I got 15 kills on Call of Duty. Okay, here's a rifle. Here's a Kevlar. Here's a vest. Okay, go out to the war games. Matter of fact, we won't even put you in war. We'll put you in the paintballs.
Hey, I'm a killer at that over there.
Paintballs and semi-missions.
Hey Charles. Hey man, I got a $1,200 paintball gun. That's just one of them.
Nice. I got a $1,200 rifle.
Oh, $1,200 rifle. I got an AR. I got a 410. I got a deuce AR. You know, I got a couple.
I gotta get me an AR paintball. Good
Man,
shit.
they are a paintball. You got to go with damn, my son.
Oh boy, so I guess y'all see where our future is, right?
Yeah, I mean, I just think it's you know, it's kind of, you know, it's kind of inevitable. You know, you ever notice? Well, it was always interesting to me how whenever they would show like the future of humankind, and they would all have these oversized heads and these diminutive body frames, and you know, I always wonder, well, why is there this presumption that we'll kind of evolve into that sort of thing? And I mean, you think about it, like it or not, it kind of makes sense. Where it's all going to be brain, or you know, whatever's going on in the mind and the body. You know, I guess there'll be robots or, you know, cybernetics or whatever, I don't know, androids to do, you know, what we used to do with our own bone and consume. So
Here you go, Charles.
He's good, but I was always a Frank Zane man.
Right.
Frank Zane is probably to me, pound for pound, he was probably the best proportionally cut, muscular Mr. Olympia ever. Like,
I think I'm the only one here that do cardio.
I like cardio too. I mean, you got to get the elliptical. To me, I think you should do the elliptical.
Yeah, I do. I have to do elliptical. I can't do a regular treadmill.
Like my thing is, I've been running for so long. People think, "Oh, you never ran." Oh, I ran all the time. It's just running beats on your fucking knees and ankles. So elliptical and bike. Matter of fact, when the taxes come in or my settlement come in, I'm getting me a nice little bike where I can do miles and miles and miles. A lot of guys don't particularly like. I think you should be all encompassed. Like your body should grow the same way as your intellectualism should grow. So a lot of it is a scapegoat. You should be thinking the same time you're lifting a fucking heavy object. You should be thinking and using physics as well. I just think that the future is just looking. When you're wrapped up and surrounded by feminism and everybody they believe that your masculinity is not needed, which is a cop out because guess what? When shit happens in a time of danger, I don't care how independent and how strong she is, she's running to you for answers. I think that a lot of these guys were told a big face lie. They don't care how they look. If that's you, okay, go into the corner and be happy. Sorry. Stop trying to. Well, they're always chasing the Pookies and Ray Rays, the jocks, and I said, yeah, you know why? Because they physically look better. 9 times out of 10, it's not even about the money. Do you physically attract what you want? That's the reason why niggas looking Lizzo crazy. You're not attractive.
Wow.
Well, everybody don't talk it all at one time now. What's going on now?
I was over here because I'm over here multitasking still.
Yeah,
I'm down to my last 2, and then I can get my check.
I'm actually doing a live right now, and I was just sitting here talking with you guys. But yeah, hey.
So this is an announcement for the 30 people in the chat or whatever.
I'm just happy the VA finally gave released my benefits. Yay.
Yeah.
You
know you could have talked to Gold Professor on that. You know, he deals in that. He's over there and he can guide you. He worked in that department, but not in that department. He knows people and can talk to you and work with you. Because you're not going to get 100%. Most of the time, most people are not getting 100%. You know, my uncle, he didn't get 100%, but the point of it was, hey,
for this portion of it, for the education, I got 100% for the education, and they actually have to pay they have to pay your rent or your mortgage too. So, kind of made out with that one.
That's cool, man. Yeah. So I'm going on Sunday. I have an interview or a one-on-one with Radical Latino. We're gonna be talking about he's a champion for the Afro Latino stuff going on. We're gonna talk because he's big on this whole black and brown thing. So I'm gonna pick his brain about that.
Say it loud. I'm black and I'm brown.
I joke with him. I said the true black and brown unity is black man Latina. That's your black and brown unity. I don't know about no groups.
You mean black man, Latina woman? Is that what you mean?
Latina woman.
Yeah,
that's your black unity right there, man.
That's certainly what I see at the recent family reunions. I tell you that.
Yeah, that's the black and brown unity, man.
Yeah,
that's what I tell people. But
so wait a minute, I have to ask Uber this: how many of the nieces the same age or the little cousins of the same age were they single?
Well, even though that's a running joke, but that happened a lot in the South back in the day. I had uncles / cousins, stuff like that. My mom grew up with her nephew. Matter of fact, her nephew was older than her.
I mean, that happens. My mother's older than her uncle and aunt, one uncle and aunt. I was saying, how many of the nieces and female cousins were single at the family reunion? Your parents?
Oh yeah, that's always the thing. You see the young men with the Latinas and a couple of Asians, and then you see their female peers, and most of them are alone.
You see your Asian girl.
Too many of them have children as well. So it's become a very bizarre experience.
You see an Asian girl eating collard greens at the same time. I mean, for the first time.
What's that?
I said, then you see an Asian girl eating collard greens for the first time at
Thanksgiving. Exactly. Well, no, I mean, now here's the thing too that's interesting in that those girls are, from what I've observed, are pretty aggressive about learning how to do certain kinds of soul food, and appear to take a kind of pride in it, and almost in a. Remember, you had your panel, and I was kind of debating with the ladies. Was it a couple of days ago or whatever panel about featuring the women, and we were kind of going back and forth over the competitive, whether Black women should be competitive, and there was some pushback there. And what I have observed about the non-apes of my younger kin is they are competitive about adopting and brandishing certain cues of Black culture. So they'll make a point of showing you how well they do green, for example.
Yeah, it's one thing. Yeah, because I trip out when you see like people that are really non-Black, not or period, that taste adults' food, like the certain food, like the mac and cheese, even the good stuff, peach cobbler, eyes, the faces light up. Ooh.
And then, like I say, next thing you know, they like, I'm gonna learn how to do this peach cobbler.
Yeah, what this is cool. I'm like, this is pretty good. I gotta take this back.
And the thing is, those women are very, like I was saying, competitive in that they're very nice, but they're nice in a way where it's clear they are very often showing up the Black women. That's what I've noticed. But in a way, like it's clear that from what I see, and I could be, misinterpreting things, but I definitely observe how they will, for example, one of my cousin's son has a Venezuelan wife, and she's very pretty, and they have, I guess they have 3 children now, 2 or 3 children. And she just makes a point of her children, they're beautiful children, mixed children, I guess. And she just kind of makes a point of making herself and her children, or sort of spotlighting herself in certain family gatherings, but in a very nice way, but in a very kind of showy way. And I've noticed that, and they'll make a point, and again, I could be misinterpreting what's going on, but they'll make a point of demonstrating how feminine they are in juxtaposition to the Black women in the environment. That's something I've definitely have.
Yeah, they do hold their head on that.
Yeah,
they do.
And the sisters, because sisters are so honorary, instead of taking them on to fighting fire with fire, they'll highlight their resentment of that and their rejection of that, which just then makes those women all the more appealing. It just don't, and that's why when we're having the discussion with the women on your panel, that's why it bothers me, because they don't. A lot of times, Black women don't really get. This is a game. This isn't just you have some certain position or certain status, and you're supposed to prevail over me just because we happen to, have grown up together or supposedly are Black. Those women are playing to win.
But you know what? And I think I heard it before. It just seems like, not all the sisters, not the sisters on my panel, but it just seems like that they're really fixated on, they think that we're all about the looks. And I'm like, no.
I mean, the looks is only going to get your attention and maybe catch you some pipe, but that's not for any sort of decent, productive man. That's not what gonna win a man over, and especially over the long term. I mean, and the weird part is they got to know that just by looking around and looking at the batting averages of all their peers. But they're so stubborn about what they're gonna make. It's like they're gonna make you accept what they want to do or what they want to be.
Like she
And when they say they don't want to compete, that's what they're saying. They're saying, I'm going to make you adapt to my standard, accept my standard.
Yeah, and what's so good about what Asada said was the fact that her upbringings, you know, got her prepared for, you know, her future was competing.
Exactly. It was batting practice.
Right.
It was pitching practice. It was fielding practice. You know, you don't compete. The real competition is not in the live game. The real competition is all the preparation leading to the start of the game. That's what a competition is, because the real competition is more even than that other person you're competing against, is maximizing your own individual preparation. And so once you get out there and it's clear you can field and hit, catch and pitch at a highly proficient level, then, you know, others are going to see that. You know, in case of men and women, you know, a man's going to readily see Asada is very different from the majority of black women. He's going to know that right away.
Mm-hmm.
That's a huge advantage for her. A huge advantage for her. You can't tell me you're not. You can't tell me she's not competing.
He's definitely not turning that down. And
No.
the thing is, I just have to remind people, you know, about the whole SYSBM. I think one of the most popular SYSBMs, probably in the 80s and 90s, was a Southern Girl. People don't understand that. That was being. Remember Maze? Frankie Beverly and Maze did a song about that Southern Girl.
Oh yeah, I mean, I remember growing up. You know, that was the thing. I'm going down south to get me a wife. That was a very kind of popular sentiment.
Yeah, and then guess what? A lot of ladies out here in the West Coast and the East Coast, you gonna get you a country girl. You gonna do this. You know, oh, I know what you want. You want somebody to be nice and soft. You're like, damn right.
Look, I went to a HBCU school in the South, and one of the things I had to get accustomed to, coming up from Chicago, I had to get accustomed to how. Now this was, you know, you're talking about late '70s, so I mean it's a different time.
Oh, the good old days.
But I had to get accustomed to how so much nicer the women were, and you know, like, you know, I would have these, we would greet each other, and they were almost always would hug me, and I had to kind of unlearn, you know, because I gotta admit, you know, my initial response is, you know, that ass, right? So I had to unlearn, you know, a certain degree of sexual aggression when I dealt with them, because they were being nice, they were being hospitable, you know, grab you, hug you tight, and you know, these are country girls, so they like stacked, right?
Yeah.
So you got this country girl all, you know, bow everywhere, and she hugged up on you, and it's a real hug. It ain't one of those, you know,
church hugs.
Well, it ain't one of those. It's like a real full body breast hug, right? You know, so I had to unlearn a certain amount of sexual aggression when I dealt with them, because they were just so much nicer. Again, that was back then. I can't.
Yeah, that was the SYSBM at that time, and I think probably late '90s, maybe it just kind of started to diminish.
Yeah, the Freaknik and all, the Freaknik and all that took that.
Yeah, man, all the bad habits went over there, and all of a sudden, you got Southern.
Too many Negroes from New York and Chicago start moving back down south.
When I went to Mississippi, I'm like, what them damn tattoos? God damn, y'all got it up. I said, hell no.
Yeah, the hell came down to Clarksdale.
And it wasn't that big in Mississippi, man, back in the day. I'm like, when I went, like, what, 2000 something, or hell, 98. 98, I was like, oh, shit. Then after that, it was
I was born in the Mississippi Delta, so. I'm a Mississippi. I'm a Mississippi boy.
They had reason where they
in the home of the blues. Yeah,
they were pretty small. Yeah, because my folks stayed across from the bayou, so all I did was go about the bayou,
All
go
right.
in the woods. So that's I remember that like it's yesterday. That's my roots, Mississippi.
Yeah. So hey, you're right. It was like the original SYSBM for a lot of brothers in northern and I guess eastern or whatever, and I guess you say West Coast. Because there was a cultural back then. There still was very much a kind of a cultural difference.
Yeah.
Between the quality of the
I'm telling you, I just remember the sisters really resenting Southern sisters.
Oh yeah. Oh no, they hated that. They hated that. And I remember like events where like a sister from the South or whatever, and they'd be, cooking and hi y'all, and that real kind of cooing and somewhat flirtatious Southern graciousness that they used to have, at least. Right?
Like Ella from Rock. Like Ella from Rock.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just very kind of sweet and supple,
She goes, Rock, come on, Rock. We were like, oh shit, I'm getting me
kind of almost kind of a lyrical kind of way in which, sisters back then at least used to speak.
Yeah, man.
I mean my mothers and my aunts, they were all Southern, I always loved those kind of women,
Hey, Black Uber.
Yeah.
Is that the reason why Frankie Beverly Came with that song Southern Girls?
I think so.
Yeah, that was the reason. Yeah, that was definitely the reason, bro.
You listen to that
they
song,
were
bro.
they were sweet. They were sweet back in the day. And so, like, I mean, look, all women are women and black women are women, but look, there are all kinds of ways in which a woman can with any woman you risk the potential of destruction. But there is a difference between a woman building you up and tearing you down, and then just tearing your ass down. At least build me up some, before you take your pound of flesh.
And I'm going to ask Radical Latino if they have some kind of SYSBM in his culture. I want to find out about that because I asked him about if he knew about it, so he did. So I'm gonna ask him that. As far as like, man, I'm tired of Dominican women. I'm gonna get me a such and such woman. I want to find out if he has that kind of attitude.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking earlier about the spread of the dysfunction, and I think it almost does seem like the whole world, to some degree, is on some sort of timeline of the feminist infestation.
Yeah, nobody wants it. I don't know why they try to make it popular when nobody wants it.
Well, I mean, what do you mean nobody? Because somebody wants it.
Real men.
Somebody wants it because they sure don't have much problem spreading it.
Yeah, because they got supporters. They got what do you call it? Sponsors and all that. It's to this day, NWA, WNBA makes no money.
I think one thing that men don't really want to accept is that all women to some degree are going to have some sort of innate hostility towards us just because of biological reasons. And so if you present to them certain opportunities to usurp control or even dominion over us, there's going to be a strong compulsion to take it.
And, our masculinity puts somewhat of a lid on it a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, that's why religions were, there are reasons why our religious texts and administration evolved a certain way. Certainly, cultural mores. There are reasons why even in the past laws would impose certain limitations on what sort of property women can own and under what circumstances. because it has been presented as though men were out to control and demean and take advantage of women. But if you look at it, what men were doing was, to a large extent, protecting themselves from certain basic elements of the female nature. I mean, when you have, for example, in the past, where if you gave favor to men in matters regarding custody, you knew that was going to control how the woman was going to behave towards the man, in terms of whether she's going to leave the man or be particularly defiant towards the man or whatever. Because if things go wrong, he gets the children. She sustains the biggest possible loss she could sustain. That's the potential loss of her children. So it was kind of a balancing thing. And that's why you could have or maintain marriages, because that woman knew that, if she go awry, she can be bounced out on her butt, and he keeps the kids. Well, if you change that and give her the primary custody and dominion over the children, yeah, you're going to have a lot of divorces, which is what we have. Because, again, there was always that level of resentment amongst women, of men being bigger and stronger and more fierce. And, I mean, that it's a natural thing. It's a natural thing for them to some degree resent us. It's natural. If I came into a world where half of all the people were bigger and stronger and faster than me, I'd be kind of resentful too of them.
But that's why the problem in this country, there was too much attempt of alignment of what men do and what women do, rather than trying to appreciate what women do from their strengths, and the same thing with men.
But the interesting thing is, they let a small population of women get in their heads in that regard. Because men, I don't remember men collectively demeaning the roles of women. No, they lie about that now, because people, there's all this talk about men degrading women and men abusing, having no respect for women. But where is that? The question I always have is, and Kevin Samuel says it, the color purplification of history. Where there's this narrative about all this dreadful things that men did to women. Like I say, I'm 60 years old. I don't remember all that abuse. And when my own father became abusive, or my mother, she got up out of there. And my uncle, her brother, came and got her up out of there.
Yeah.
So I don't remember this time where you had just all this oppression and I don't remember sisters walking around with black eyes and broken arms everywhere. I don't remember that shit.
If anything, let's be honest, they walked around with more freedom than black men.
Well, definitely white men let them do that, or white people, yeah, sure.
And then on top of that, when you look at domestic violence, 67% of domestic violence, the woman is the aggressor. You have to look in your logical mind. If she's calling because she's afraid for her safety, but she's still trying to get at the man, you're keeping her from trying to jump at the man. You're not really somebody who's in fear of their safety.
And you put me in jeopardy trying to help you out.
Yeah, because domestic violence calls are very dangerous.
My cousin did that to me. I was like, man, you can have him. Because
what happened?
But I love him. I said, but did you just call me and tell me to pick you up? But because I had some words with her boyfriend, doing the whole, simp thing, I guess. And this dude looked just like he looked like Romy Rome with a curl though, from Martin. And he was like, I don't care what you do, blah blah blah. I said, dude, you talking to me? Because and then when I was walking to him, She got out the car and tried to jump in front of me and say, "Hey, you know, you can't do that to him. Blah, blah, I love him." I said, "Hey, you want to stay with him?" And she stayed with him. And I said, "Next time something happens, don't be calling me them over here."
Exactly.
And that's that.
And the women don't like to admit. Women do not like to admit that they like that behavior.
Yeah, I'm like, when you call, and I mean, I know ladies know that when you calling us to try to, you know, at least pick you up and help you out or whatever, don't put us in the middle of the stuff. Get in the car. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
If you want to leave, leave. Don't be. Oh man.
Yeah, you know, so I don't remember this you know, war, especially amongst black people. I mean, I think white people had different kinds of, you know, if color purple was a thing, it was more a thing of white people than black people. Maybe it should have been called the color pink or whatever. I don't know.
They don't want to hear that.
You know, because I've spent enough time around them to know some of those dudes do get down like that. You know, or at least they did when I was younger. You know, but this whole thing of just, you know, I mean, I remember, you know, seeing, you know, aunts or, you know, elder women, you know, in the family. I remember seeing them abusing their husbands, slapping them, throwing stuff at them, breaking stuff. I mean, I remember seeing that, taking money from them or stealing money from them, shit like that. I don't remember this. I don't remember seeing many black men brutalizing black women, and when there were a few who did it, I remember there being a very strong response to that.
Except for one person, it's Jerome Whiteside. He used to get beat up by Girl Scouts all the time and run his pockets. You know, he's one of those people who like to wear dresses. It makes him feel powerful. But anyway, go back to what you're saying.
He said he's gonna stop trolling.
Just like he said his mama gonna stop hoeing. That ain't gonna happen.
Oh man. So I'm gonna go ahead. I did my time, y'all. 9 minutes and 9 hours and 30 seconds.
Oh yeah.
30 minutes.
I appreciate you letting me hang out with you.
Well, I appreciate you too. I always appreciate you coming up because we only have people, just you and BGS. That's it. Damn. Like, you know,
what
it's
you mean,
pretty
like
much
in terms of like old folks? Or
well, as far as wisdom.
Oh, well, yeah, that means old folks. Okay.
Yeah, because when I say something, I need like some wisdom to come after. So at least I won't sound like I'm from outer space.
Yeah, I empathize with young people. I empathize with Hammer. I tried to defend what he was saying. Like I said, I can't really relate to the actual living of a 20-year-old today. I mean, that's like shit. I mean, he's younger than my youngest child, so I can't, you know. And he's a male, and I don't have a son, so that's a perspective I haven't lived with in my household. To some degree, I regret that. But I empathize with them because, I mean, when we were talking a little bit earlier about the lack of athleticism and fitness, I mean, we talk about that as if that's what they chose to do or be, and I don't view that. I don't view it that way. I view it, what they're doing and what they are, as a natural response to the environment that they're in. You know, as I said earlier, you know, when I was younger, you know, when I was a kid, everything we did for entertainment was very physical. Everything. There was no sitting at a computer, you know, all whatever 6, 7, 8, 10 hours, you know, flipping switches or whatever. You know, you left the house, you know, obviously, you know, you went to school, but you come home, you maybe do some homework for an hour or so. You go outside, and you're back in the house, you know, maybe when the street lights come on.
Yeah.
You know, and during that time, you're, like I say, basketball,
football. You know, I grew up across the street from a park. So I mean, we were always climbing trees. Everything we did was physical. It wasn't okay. I got to go and lift weights and do cardio, whatever. No, it wasn't. It was a part of how we entertained ourselves as children, and it had the dual benefit of, to some degree, helping to maintain a certain level of fitness.
See, you see that right there? But what Chris said, he said, I played a lot of video games. Look at this. Late 80s, 90s, and early 2000s. That's a lot of time, dude.
Yeah, I mean, that's a whole lot. I mean, there's so I mean, it's hard to I can't assume that Chris is gonna probably have the same type of physical fitness experience that I would have had.
He said he's also on the basketball. So I'm guessing he played, but he didn't probably play it as extensively as these younger dudes now. So we probably have to clean him up on that one.
Yeah, I mean, he said maybe a lot, but hopefully, or maybe the number of hours per day or whatever were lesser.
Yeah, because he had outside activities in addition.
Yeah, because I mean, you were on basketball teams, football teams. I mean, you couldn't necessarily play, Fortnite.
Yeah, so I'm glad we're able to say that because, you have. How could I say this? It kind of reflects to what we're looking at with these young folks right now. Because if anybody knows about these young folks, and you talking about like their grades as far as their reading levels, they can't read well, but they know how to play them video games.
Yeah.
So what's the priority?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they're all kind of set up to get plugged into something, and God knows what that'll be. It just seems very sort of natural that they are going to be kind of easily maneuvered into some sort of virtual scenarios.
Yeah, that's the thing, because I think the stuff back in the day, I think the graphics has a lot to do with how it works with your perception.
Mm-hmm.
Well, so
I mean, as much as I can wonder why, as an older man, I can definitely wonder, like, why would you not want to be with a girl and all that? But that's from a very different. I mean, I do see enough of young females to think, look, does my biology say I would want to be with a girl, want to have sex with a girl or whatever? Sure. But I'm not sure what I see beyond that. I mean, I remember, when I was young, I remember thinking that girls were special. I don't know if you did, but I remember thinking that there was a magical quality to girls. Now, that was bullshit, but I believe that.
Yeah, I always did that whole I'm the man, you the woman, I do this, you do that. I was always like that. And I think a lot of the people in my generation, we were pretty much was looking forward to doing that as a grown man. And the girls went along with it too. I don't think people understood that. Mm-hmm. A lot of girls went along with it. They try to be they play the whole submissive role when they're like growing up. You be okay. I'm your wife. So what do you want me to do? And all this kind of stuff. And those were just games. Now when we got older, they kind of went in. They went in with it for they played the role, but later on they switched up. Like damn. And a lot of them did it during the marriage. Older generation.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, took a hard left.
Yeah, it was like, damn, what happened to
and it was usually right after the mortgage, and you got the kids in private school and all that shit. Yeah.
Right. I thought you loved me, but love don't pay the rent. All this different stuff. I'm like, what? So we're gonna let Hood Assertive say his last words or last rant. Go ahead, Hood Assertive. Going once. Hello.
He came all the way up here just to be mute.
Go ahead, say what you want to say. What do you call it? Pretend like we're white people. Go ahead.
Uh-oh. Are you talking, Hood, or because we can't hear you if you are, or I can't hear you.
Nah,
I heard something that
I just wanted to say. I just wanted to say that. Sorry, I was messing around.
Oh man, something wrong with your.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I had something on my phone. No, I was telling you guys we are watching like the literal physical death of the blue pill world. Like you need guys like that. Like you guys were just sort of mocking how you fall out of the blue pill fantasy, but nobody ever considered what happened when most of the men make that a reality.
What do you mean, like blue pill? What were the guys talking about as far as blue pill?
Well, what the joke you guys were just sort of making about how you would play the man role and she would play the woman role up to a point, and then she would snatch the rug from under you and burn your house down on the way out. Like that right there is some brutal shit.
Yeah.
No, that was the early Gen Xers when we went on trying to continue what the parents weren't able to do. So we were the ones that felt we could do it better.
But the thing I'm trying to highlight though is that you're watching that world die, and nobody ever considered. I'm sorry?
It already did in your generation.
Exactly. And so nobody's ever asked the question, what happens after that? Everybody's sort of proceeding as if men will carry on and be this brave new, millennium man, and he, he's in touch with his femininity and he wears dresses and all this new shit. And it's like, no, men will always be men. And as it turns out, we want women to be women too. And if we can't untie that knot, I don't know how this shit's going to work in the long run.
Nah, it sounds like you're trying to replace women with something else.
Well, who's trying to replace women? I mean, you got dudes literally trying to replace women right now, bro.
No, I'm saying that kid earlier was like replace it with some kind of women-like creature.
Well, yeah, the physical part and Uru was right. Once he started talking about making it like an actual physical woman, like now you're talking about a slave, and you're getting into weird morality with that.
There's gonna be some legal issues if it's organic.
Yeah, and that's why
it's a problem.
I had to sort of try to nudge him off that point. It was too far. But the substance of it, you have to understand. Nobody can negotiate without leverage, bro. Until you can actually threaten to replace one. Like say you got an employee and nobody else can do this one employee's job. How are you really gonna fire that person?
Yeah, I agree with you.
Right.
And that's the problem we're in as men. Is like, okay, well, it's creepy to think about, robot sex and having a womb and having a Matrix baby and all that shit. But like, what else are we gonna do? This shit is really requiring drastic measures, and I don't think it's healthy to just mock every drastic measure that's put in front of us to consider.
Well, and what bothers me, Hood conservative, and I've said it repeatedly. I just think it's interesting how we cherry pick the bizarre. I mean, I can highlight many bizarre things that have happened the last 50 years that and they've all been exclusively for the benefit of females, and we all have had no problem with signing off on them.
Well, hold on. There was something. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm on my phone. I think something worth considering is the fact that, he was talking about the degradation of society and the way that we're headed. I mean, ultimately, even with that being the case and people trying to look for alternatives to women, I mean, it ain't just him. I mean, this is a phenomenon that's happening across the world. Yep. I mean, you got to understand there's so many policies that have been, I mean, I'm sure Black Uru knows, there's so many policies that have been put into place where we've essentially, I guess, men in that age bracket and probably around my age bracket are found ourselves in a situation where women aren't performing their roles, where instead men are still expected to perform theirs. So the alternative and really the road that we're headed down means that there is no other option except for replacement or die. I mean, ultimately, what the situation on the global front in terms of governance, I mean, is looking more and more bleak every day. You know, in terms of how much authority a lot of governments across the world are gaining. So, I mean, a lot of these, the topics that were brought up earlier and mocked to some degree, even with the mocking nature of it, the truth of the matter is that the government's got their hand in your pockets and around your throat. And they're essentially having women behave in such a manner that creates the conditions in where we are today. So, I mean, there's no way around this problem if we don't get any sort of handle on our governments and our women. There's no way around it. This is a reality that we will be facing. And no alpha your way through this or lift your way to a better outcome is going to get you to where we need to be. Not as a society, you know. But that's just my 2 cents.
Yeah. No, I agree. And to me what's most disheartening is that, you know, well, the reason why I'm pessimistic about any resolution is not because of the women, is because we men don't empathize with each other enough to even get to a point of coming together to formulate a solution. You know, we'll make fun of Hammer, 20-year-old guy trying to figure out his way in this hellhole of a world that we've helped to make for him, you know, and we'll point the finger at him and we'll make light of him and make fun of him and whatever, and we'll look for and we'll do all this posturing because some of us have had more women, some of us have bigger muscles, you know, some of us are good with our hand, you know. I mean, we do a lot of this kind of dick measuring.
Yeah.
And it just makes it so much easier for the powers that be that use women as a tool to control the masses of us. Because in the end, we have to really kind of show up each other.
So, you know, from my viewpoint, the fact that he wants to create his own environment by him being the winner, we were supposed to create that environment for him to be the winner. So he's figured that he's going to create his own lane. He's going to do it.
I mean, that's why I said earlier, Art, to me, I'm assuming he's a smart, productive young man. To me, him being a virgin at Howard, that's a failure of Black community.
I don't know.
That's a failure of Howard. That's, you know, I mean,
it's a failure all the way around.
No, listen. If we were really thinking about shit from the position of like elder men, we would make it a priority that our sons have women to marry. Period.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm like, and you know, I don't think him being a virgin is necessarily a bad thing, man. Because I don't agree with just guys out here just conquering women for the sake of just having sex, man. But what I will say though is that I do find it sad that he doesn't see any prospects of any actual real women that he could have a committed relationship with or build anything for the future with. And I think that's really the saddest part. That's the failure of it, not necessarily that he hasn't had any sexual conquest.
Well, I only use sex as a symbol of intimacy with a female. I mean, a 20-year-old male, the most natural thing a 20-year-old virile male would do would enjoy sexual congress with a female. I mean, throughout human history, that's what 20-year-old males did.
Yeah, but
so I'm not. It's not so much about him being. It's not so much about whether he's slaying everything in DC. That's not what I'm saying at all. But you know, 20-year-old male, and you've had no intimate relations with a female, and don't foresee having intimate relations with a human female, I guess, or natural human female.
Yeah,
that's a scary thing.
Well, I think the scariest thing, though, man, is that his 20-year-old female counterpart has probably had multiple sexual partners at this point. I mean,
wow.
And that's
what's going on.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's what's going on right now, and that's the part of the why he. That's the part. Oh, That's a part of why he's having the extreme response that he's having.
Yes.
He don't feel like share. He's not entitled to share these women.
Well, listen.
Well, I mean,
How can
he's
we?
not. I mean, in the
How
real
can
world,
we
in the
honestly?
natural world, he's not.
How can we
He's
honestly
not. I mean,
shame
we've
him for
actually
being a
created an
virgin?
environment where we think that this shit is normal, and it's not. Never has been.
Right.
You're going to shame him for being a virgin when he's telling you all the women around him are whores. Like, that's such an ironic position.
It's very ironic.
That's what I'm like. I'm like, dude, we
Yeah.
shouldn't be doing that. I mean, look. I mean, like, so he has to put himself in a freaking cesspool in order to not to lose his virginity. That doesn't even make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the reason why, like, when I asked him that question, and he said yes, the objective was not to shame him in any way. It just kind of further demonstrated that it's like there. It aside from when you were young and you were on the hunt per se, there's a gratification in something that happens to you outside of actually getting the vagina that you get from that. You know, you go to talk to a chick and you're in your mind, you're just like, it's not worth it, so I'm not going to do it. Like, that's a dangerous precedent to set. It's like, you know what I'm saying? And that's what when I was talking about the masculinity thing, that was one of the aspects of it, where like when you're afraid to talk to that chick, but you talk to her anyways. Yes, she might shoot you down, but at least you went for it. And then when you succeed, you're like, yes, you know what I'm saying?
The unfortunate issue with that line of questioning is that you're assuming traditional masculinity out of him without assuming the same for the female counterpart. Right. So that creates a disconnect in his mind. And it would create a disconnect in anybody that's logical. The issue is that if you have the expectations that he perform his traditional role without expecting that out of the counterpart, you end up with the divide where he is expected to perform without any sort of payoff or reward at the end of it.
Right. And that's why
I mean,
it was
if
throwing
he's
me
a
off.
20-year-old virgin and she's got 60 bodies, man, it's a fucking mess.
That's disgusting.
Damn,
dude.
yeah, man. It's
Right, and it's like we're mad at him for not loving that woman. Like, seriously, he's supposed to be like head over heels for that.
No, I think it as much as I don't know if we'd like to admit it, but what he's saying is that, like, his response to everything that's going on is a very rational response. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's unfortunate, but it's rational.
This is what I meant. Like, you need a certain element of that blue pill fantasy to actually be true on like a for productivity's sake. It's for no other reason than productivity's sake. Because when you cannot
this whole
offer,
world is built on the blue pill paradigm. Yeah. You don't
Really
have a
is.
modern human society outside of the blue pill paradigm.
I mean, you do, but you don't really want to consider what that means. Like, because outside the
I'm
blue pill
saying
paradigm, it's
don't
like
have-
all the holes
you
are
don't have
mine and you're
bridges
mine too.
built. You don't have men going in coal mines and all that type of shit. If they ain't got no families, if they ain't got children, nothing to believe in, nothing to
Right.
want to aspire to,
We be living
and,
off the
and
land.
build for the future. If none of that means anything to them, man, you don't have men building skyscrapers and taking all kinds of risks and railroads doing all that kind of shit. You know,
It's like, we kind of mock that era.
This modern human society is predicated on men getting something out of the deal.
We mock this notion that men back in the day used to buy a wife, right? But you know what that did for the man? That meant he had to go like slay a dragon and then snatch the gold from a dead dragon's belly so he can come back and buy him a wife. Like, that was supreme motivation right there.
I mean, that dude got black lung disease. That guy lost fingers and dynamite. I mean, that guy did all kinds of shit. Fell off of shit, building bridges and all that to get that to buy that
I
wife.
just read something real quickly. Y'all heard of Jim Jones, the rapper?
Yeah.
He confessed that his
Yeah.
mom used to tongue kiss him.
That's kind of sucks.
Yeah, bro. These rap dudes are weird.
you know
I
what?
can't
That's
listen to
gonna
so
be-
much rap like I
that
used
shit-
to.
You're gonna start hearing a whole lot of that kind of stuff in the years to come. That's one of the biggest so-called secrets
you're gonna hear a lot more of that kind of stuff.
Oh my God. Ugh.
Oh, just ruining kids, man.
Damn.
You know, I mean, I remember growing up, and one of my best friends, his mother would walk around the house nude all the time in front of us.
I mean, here's the question, man. I was actually talking to somebody else about this, man. I think that this comes out of American culture because in different cultures, that ain't. I mean, shit, you got African tribes that, you know, used to walk around butt ass fucking naked in front of their kids. Let's be honest here, you know. So, I mean, I don't know. This is kind of an American paradigm in a way, or a puritanical paradigm. We don't actually, there's a separation in between, at least I believe, everyone's not going to believe this. I believe there's a separation in between nudity and sexual explicit nudity. There's a difference. You know, you can be nude without being sexual, and you can be sexual without being nude, can't you?
Well, yeah, but we started this line of conversation because the dude was getting tongue kissed by his mom. So let's keep it clear.
Yeah, that's different. That's different. This is the time.
I don't remember as her being authentically African at that time. I don't remember that. And he definitely didn't view it that way.
And then, bro, none of us right now are authentically African, so nobody should be walking around in the nude. That whole argument kind of rubs me the wrong way.
Nah. It ain't about just African. I'm not making the argument that only Africa does it. This is actually more across the world. This ain't just, you know, ain't just here. I mean, shit, you go to many places in South America, like Venezuela, Guatemala, that don't have the same sort of nudity laws that we do.
Where people are a lot more poor too.
Up until the I want to say up until the 60s, you know, you used to be able to go to the gym and, you know, you had literally female gyms that were butt ass fucking naked. I'm sure Black Root knows what I'm talking about.
There's all females though. You can't have no men coming there.
The point still remains though. There's a difference in between sexuality and nudity, in my view. That's all I'm saying. But I mean, I guess, but ultimately, though, the tongue kissing shit is fucked. Don't be tongue kissing your mom. That's sexuality. Don't do that. That's wow. That's horrible on all levels.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that whole kind of thing is much more prevalent. But that's the kind of secret that a black boy, is going to take to his grave.
Yeah.
That's abuse, man. It's child abuse, dude. It's sexual child abuse, dude. And then, you know, in a way, when you hear something like that, man, the guy's venting. He's kind of using the public for therapy and that shit, man. That's terrible.
There's a lot of child abuse going on nowadays too, and I noticed because I've been watching some stuff lately, and a lot of it comes from, especially like this whole gender fluid movement. Like, there's parents out there who are listening to their, let's say, 2, 3, 4-year-old kid who they're raised, they're in a boy's body, but I feel like a girl. So okay, we need to put them on puberty blockers and all this hormone therapy and all this other stuff. As a kid.
A free zone. Imagine a parent saying that.
Parents do say that. They argue for the right to do it.
I had
here in America.
Had a couple of students that had that situation, and he was an A student. And when the parent, matter of fact, the parent changed, did the whole trans change, and he was only in the 8th grade when she did it. And I got him in the 12th grade. He broke it down, man. I was like, damn, bro.
How did the student react to that? Like, did he express any kind of like weirdness to you?
It was trouble because he was an A student before that, and he made it to the 12th grade, but he always had bad grades after that. He had attitude problems, and I saw through it. I was like, man, you ain't no bad dude. What's going on?
Yeah.
And he still had attitude.
And a lot of like,
you ain't gonna lead till you tell me the truth. And then he broke it down. I was like, oh damn.
Yeah, and then a lot of these kids, like the younger kids, like before puberty, they'll do these to these kids before puberty, and then it ends up with them not being able to have kids.
Fuck.
They're like infertile by the time they turn 12.
I say this too much, but it would be so much simpler if we just took their rights away. I'm just telling you, we would solve like 85% of our issues right now.
it's just a slippery slope, though, man. You got to be careful with even doing stuff like that, because then people start making excuses to take parental rights away from people as well, too. So.
No, I meant women across the board, not parents.
Oh shit.
I'm talking about like the 19th Amendment type rights. Like, no, you do not need to have voting rights over my wallet. That doesn't work for me.
I find it hard.
That's better than sentient beings.
Yeah.
It's better than sentient. And you know what? Hey, Black Uru, you actually did make a good point earlier. Black Uru, you made a good point that I did not think about until I hopped off this panel when we were talking to Hammer, because you said something about you would have control over your sentient being or whatever, but the government would as well, would they not?
Yeah,
they would have some type of play in that.
Assume some authority over everything, and like I said, I think you are going to have, especially if that being is organic.
Yep.
Then the question of it being life is going to be a hotly contested,
and that being is going to be hacked as well.
Yeah.
You better believe that thing is going to be hacked.
So here's the scenario. Here's the scenario. You come home from work, or you get off work, or you wake up, and overnight the government uploads some new program into your robot that you now no longer have control over.
The feminist 2.0 program, yeah.
Yeah. So now you thought you were in control. Now you're not.
Yeah.
It's like, and again, the weakest person in your family, because your whole family is sentient. That's a bad move, man.
No, guys. Listen. You got it all wrong. Look, you have to make the women sell you their eggs, bro.
Ooh.
Yeah, how about that? I want to have a baby. You want some money? Okay, sell me your egg. I'm going to take this egg and this sperm and drop it in a little matrix bot. 9 months later, poof, little black baby Neo.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
I guess, when would the rights of the egg fully transfer over to the man?
On the dotted line. You sign on the dotted line. It's like a full legal contract.
It's like a surrogate, kind of.
Essentially what you're doing is signing away your parental rights to this future offspring. If in the off chance that the egg does fertilize, because it's not a guarantee. So let's say you sign this egg away. Hell, let's say you sign over a dozen eggs. You sign over a dozen eggs, so that way I can spread my odds out. And now out of these dozen eggs, I have 2 babies, and you get no rights.
Yeah, you could just go either in vitro or something like that. They'll do that.
Unless then now the question is, or maybe the question is that some form of slavery?
Is raising your children a form of slavery, sir?
Well, yeah, no, I'm talking about the whole selling of human material.
No, I think that's
you're raising a child. I'm not. All right. How about this? It has to be legally restricted, so it's only for the express purpose of an actual in vitro fertilization. So, I see what you might be trying to get at, but the purpose of this is to actually have an arrangement between a man and a woman, where she can sell an egg that she will otherwise never even notice is gone, make 5-10 grand profit of it. So imagine how much money for every egg you sell. Imagine how much money beautiful women will get for selling those bad bitch eggs. So you do that, you get your money, and you go off on your merry way. Go be a bad bitch. Take this bag, and I now can raise my family however I feel.
But it absolutely does happen, though, man. Because there are plenty of women that are infertile, and they do have stuff like that. It's done today. So it just I never really hear about men doing it and then having another.
Well, I think, Chris, it only will become an issue because of our gynocratic system. It'll only become an issue when men start buying the egg.
Yeah, I agree with that.
That's when it'll become an issue.
It'll get regulated.
Well, men would probably be the main customers, though.
God forbid men have any reproductive control.
Yeah. But I just don't see right now. It's just not a huge market for it, man. Because a lot of times, man, men ain't trying to have no babies, man. They trying to just smash. He
Well,
wasn't going to have babies.
there's a lot of old fathers now. A lot of older fathers. So
Sure.
it might even get older than that with years to come. It might be.
I consider myself an old father.
Yeah, I think as men age, we probably embrace that fatherhood role a little more openly. But like young men, yeah, they're not trying to make a baby on purpose for the most part now.
Yeah, my dad had my last brother. I think he was in his 50s. Yeah, he was in his 50s. Yeah, he was. I think he was like 53. Something like
I
that.
wonder though if you take women out of the equation or the pursuit of sex out of the equation, without that being a distraction, maybe you would have more men thinking more proactively at being a parent. I think to a large extent, our involvement with women, even though we end up having children because we have sex with women, is a byproduct of that. But I wonder if you take out all the stuff that you have to do to get with women, to keep women or whatever, we still want something to love and take care of to some degree.
Companionship.
We might actually be better parents in some respects without the women.
I might make that argument to a certain degree because when you look at comparisons between outcomes of single fathers versus single mothers, like that's a huge stark difference.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I think men, we take a logical approach to certain things and very often apply certain efficiencies to certain things. It's not as much cooing and eyeing or whatever with children, but certain practical aspects of life, we tend to not become as encumbered by because of emotional stuff.
Yeah, but I also think that a single father is intentionally wanting to be a father. That right there makes a huge difference in motivation. So you got a lot more vested interest as a single father than probably a woman that just happened to get pregnant and then didn't have an abortion.
Well, and all I'm saying is I think because Hammer's 20 years old and he's actually talking about being a parent. That's apparently an important thing to him. If that is actually true, then he's probably going to be a good parent.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think he would be. Yeah.
Well,
That's the sad truth of this day's state of affairs. The best people for the job won't take it.
The reason why I say that I don't think he's going to go through with the robot. If you go, Godspeed, but the reason why, because he's going to get his degree. I'm quite sure he's going to be around some good company. And I believe that, something is going to go, one thing is going to happen and another thing is going to happen. And pretty much he's going to have that access. So once he gets his, the cat's out the bag. Once he gets his first, I don't see him going back. I don't see him going back to the robot thing, in my opinion. I keep saying that, but I just don't see it.
I don't think the robot thing is really the main crux of it all. It's shocking to the mind, and so it's interesting to hover on that. But what is the problem that makes this robot thing even a plausible solution? That's where the action is right there.
I just said that was an aspect that I just can't see someone like him.
I tend to agree with you.
But I was questioning the people after him, though. The teenage boys that I was talking about, because remember that whole thing about, being the winner and choosing their own destiny and controlling whatever and keeping it away from the women that could take it away. I can see these teenagers going in that direction.
Yeah.
Especially the ones that are 15 and 16.
Well, now we're getting to the part of the conversation where, and this is a question I've been sort of playing around with in my own mind and even on panels occasionally, but you really have to ask yourself, like, as a man, and take sex off the table, because like everybody, men love sex. We like women for that reason. That's fine, but let's set that aside for the moment. If you cannot honestly see yourself having a stable relationship and with the possibility of raising your children, what value do women provide? Because all there is sex after that. Listen, without that, like, this is the problem I'm having in relationships now. Like, I'm not gonna sit around and go back and forth and be arguing with some chick. Like, a bitch, I already got 3 kids. I can argue with my baby mother. What I need you for that? Like,
So
this is not gonna
put
work
it
for
on the
me.
table. What do you want?
But that's kind of the crux of it. Like, if I'm not gonna have a family with you, you don't pose the same value, the same intrinsic value of womanhood. And
But what do you
that's
want
I
in,
think
what do
that's
you
what
want
he's
in the
getting at.
family? That's what I wanted to find out. What do you want in the family? What do you want her to do?
No, I'm saying it's like, be the traditional role as the woman in the family. So what I'm telling you is that once that is totally off the table, all she is a sexual object.
Yeah,
And
I'm
then,
just
like,
trying to
a lot
figure
of
out.
guys will say it's probably not even worth that.
I want to lay some of the items down so we can understand, like, how to address what they're not doing. So basically, we're talking about cooking, cleaning, sex. What else?
Well, all right. So all the domestic shit, all right, fine. Basically, I think this idea of who's really in charge, the power struggle has to end, bro. The power struggle must be resolved.
Submission.
Period. Call it what you want. Call it what you want. But this state of affairs where, like you guys were saying earlier, the man is expected to operate within certain, universally assumed he's not doing his job as a man. But women have no objective definable parameters. They can just exist and float from fucking flower to flower like a drunk butterfly and never be held accountable, and the men have to clean that up. Like, this state of affairs can no longer exist. And if you change that, if we can solve that, we will naturally get back to something more like the basic male-female dynamic.
So let me ask you this, and then everybody else can jump in. Do you think any of these young dudes want the same thing that we were just talking about?
I don't know that young dudes want it at 20 years old, but by the time they're 40, they'll probably start feeling a pinch of never having built the family.
That's honest answer. Anybody else?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think you get to a certain point where you start envisioning your future from a standpoint of your legacy, obviously, which your children, your progeny are a critical part of that. What sort of mark you're going to leave on the world, who's going to speak about you, I guess, when you're gone, that sort of thing. So, yeah, I mean, I think that's a natural human, and very much from a male standpoint. I mean, if you look throughout our history, it's all been about, for most of us, just, can I put something together while I'm here? And other people say, like, in our home, we have a picture of my wife's great grandfather, I believe. So it's like looking, and he's a very handsome man. He had big mustache, very sort of masculine, and the it's kind of grainy, but it's almost like looking back in time, and so I like to look at that photo of his, because I imagine who that dude was and what life he lived, and apparently he was kind of a badass type. Didn't take no shit from the white folks type.
Bass Reeves.
So, he was a Bass Reeves type guy. Exactly a Bass Reeves. Kind of looked like Bass Reeves. Now that you mention. So I mean, that's legacy. I don't even know. He's not even my great grandfather, but I know of him. And
I think
and his my wife's grandmother, who was his father or grandfather. I kind of lose place of of that, but she knew him briefly when she was very, very young. She knew him briefly, and her grandmother lived almost to be 100. So you're talking about a lot of time, right?
So I knew a person who knew that guy in that picture. That's damn. I mean, that's legacy, man. 100-some years later, man, and people talk about you. I mean, what man don't want that, man?
And you know what you almost never see? That same picture of the old woman who was like the family matriarch, and the whole family, like the family was built on her back. Like, you almost never see that. And you know why? Because legacy is a man thing. Baby mamas don't make legacies, bro. That's just the sad reality, and that's what we've been robbed of.
And
This whole baby mama culture has robbed us of legacy.
When that picture was in my wife's, when that picture was in my wife's grandmother's home before she passed, and we took the picture, that would be the first thing you would see when you would walk into her home, the picture of that man.
You had to respect his house.
And she was,
You had to respect
she
it.
was proud of that picture. She would talk about him. She would talk about things that they would say about him. He didn't take no shit from white folks. They think he may have even killed a white man. I mean, she had all these great stories about this guy. So no, you're right. You're
essentially,
right. It's that old man back in time that we talk about.
And you know what it boils down to as well. It's a sense of immortality that with the legacy thing, where it's not necessarily you living forever, but you're living forever through your kids, and then their kids, and then their kids. It's a sense of immortality.
Exactly.
Men want that.
I mean,
How else can you achieve that? Like, anything other than that is like this fucking computer digitalized pipe dream shit. You can only live forever in the metaverse or through your kids. I pick kids.
I mean, that's kind of the whole purpose of life, right? I mean, is it just to genetically leave a legacy that continues to proliferate? If you can't establish yourself in this world, then if we're in a more animalistic, less civil society, then you would not make it to the next generation. Your offspring would not survive. You wouldn't even have offspring. You wouldn't survive. So, I mean, that when we look back into the past, a lot of times we get reminded of how brutal the world really was, and in a lot of things that we have going on, and the fact that women have such a critical role is a product of us being a more civil society, So, and we tend to forget that.
When the women aren't calling themselves savages, the women are calling themselves savages. I mean, I'm telling you. Hold on. Now, y'all don't know what that means for a woman to refer to herself as a savage. I remember when I first heard that. I mean, even now, it's just something about a woman calling herself a savage that makes me cringe.
And
now they got whole songs about it.
You mean like Cardi B types, or I haven't heard that. With the Cardi B types?
Hold on. Now, listen, SKC gets on panels and they cry when he used the word animal. But women that we're supposed to love and cherish are like, I'm a savage. Like, I don't see much difference. I really don't.
Nope.
Wow. I didn't even. Hey.
Yeah, that's Meg Thee Stallion. That's
so she's the one that says that.
Meg Thee Stallion and Beyonce.
Meg Thee Stallion. Yeah.
And that's
you just imagine that person raising your children.
Yeah, man. Because like I guess myself, Black Huru, even before that, we have variety. We had Anita Baker and we had Vanity at the same time. We had.
But Vanity was, we liked Vanity, but Vanity was a boutique option. Vanity did not in any way represent the majority of women. She was this exotic looking type of thing. She wasn't the preeminent image. My preeminent image was Shaka Khan.
Well, I don't have Shaka.
Shaka Khan was that girl, man. Hey, a young Shaka Khan.
Kiss me in the lips, man. So.
You know who Shaka Khan? Shaka Khan looked a lot like Nicki Minaj, only without all the extra bullshit.
They do look alike.
What?
Yeah. Pull up some
Dude,
old
how
pictures
far back in
of-
the time machine do I have to go to see that type of Shaka Khan?
Oh, you
pull
never
up
see
some
Shaka Khan when she was younger?
1970s Shaka Khan, brother.
Hell no, I really
Pull up
didn't
some
see her when she was in her
1970s
prime, so I'm
Oh
like
my
blown
God.
away.
Shaka Khan was
Ugh.
like
Yeah,
that,
when she was
brother.
younger, she did have
And it was all
Tell
real.
me
Coming
something
out of
good.
Chicago. It was all real.
He was the. Oof. Let me see.
They fall through the
Nah, it all fell apart for me after En Vogue. That was the peak for me. After En Vogue, all the women just fell off. They got pregnant and got fat after that.
Art. Hey, Art. Yes, sir.
You gonna put in like another 4 or 5 hours? I gotta step away and do my little thing.
4 or 5 hours. I was supposed to wrap it up in about an hour.
Art, you're
I be
not wrapping
trying
up. It's already 10 hours. You might as well push this to 15.
I be trying to
Right.
show a courtesy and
I got the wrap it up vibe when I came back on the panel.
I mean, you have to be courteous. We all know it's 10 hours. Some people say we just come up and talk. You know, we're not gonna let you stop the program. But you say, I'm not gonna do it. That's no, we're gonna come in. We'll make it keep going. All I know is I gotta do my thing on my channel, and I'm not gonna be back here later because y'all gonna talk.
Well, do your thing, man.
All right, I'll see y'all later. I'll come back, and I'll be coming out in a few hours to, give more.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Khan, brother. Shoot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she was.
Shaka Khan was the business,
Indian
brother.
outfit.
She was the business. And this was all pre the bullshit.
Where's it?
No plastic.
Fire.
No plastic back then.
Through the wall.
Hey, go back to that album cover. Scroll back down.
Was Axe Rufus? Where is
Yeah, right there, baby, in that red dress.
Mhm.
Right there. Yeah, baby.
Yeah, she's from Chicago, huh?
Yeah. What's her name? Yvette. Her real name is her original name is Yvette.
Yvette
something.
Stevens.
Something like that. I can't Jenkins or something like that. Something basic like that. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Oh,
That
yeah,
was the
yeah.
time.
That, man. Doctor was a
'Cause
bad girl.
This was the same time around like your Tina Marie's, your Patti LaBelle's,
A little bit
your
before that.
Patrice
A little more
Russians,
Patti
Yeah, it was
LaBelle,
Anita.
Yeah.
Yeah, this
No,
is still
okay.
disco right
Before
here.
Anita Baker. She was
Anita-
Yeah, this is the
before
disco
Anita?
era.
70s, mid
Yeah,
70s.
she was a little older during Anita Baker's time. She was what in there?
Anita Baker was more like the mid 80s
Yes.
or early mid 80s. Yeah.
Because
Ah.
Anita Baker used to be with
Although
Chapter
Anita was a
8.
little fine something too. She was a little fine.
Yeah,
Mm.
man, Shaka was.
Sister Sledge.
Oh, the AKAs. Yeah, they were. Cool.
Yeah.
I don't even think they're AKAs. They got to have that archetype.
But they seem like AKAs.
Was this before?
Like the stereotypical AKA.
Yeah. Every time I
of the
see it, like,
70s. Yeah.
AKA.
Was this before? Was Diana Ross in the same time?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Diana Ross. 60s.
Way
and then
before
coming
that.
up
She was
70s.
66.
Yeah.
65?
Yeah. Somewhere around there, 65, 66, and
that's Detroit.
starting with the Supremes, and then of course she.
Yeah, but Anita Baker was the shit when she was young. Ooh, let me find.
Yeah, Anita was fine with something.
She was in Chapter 8. Oh, see, y'all don't know about Chapter 8. I just want to be yours.
So y'all, what was the feminism like during that time? Because I know it was, or was it non-existent?
You know what? I didn't pay attention to it in my, when I was younger. I really didn't.
It all seemed kind of strange back then, like in the 70s, because it just seemed, they were burning bras, and it just, I didn't really get what was going on. And see, here's the thing that was happening too. Disco era, was a lot of fucking going on. So I think a lot of us got kind of distracted by the poom, because this was the same time. Okay, they were burning bras on the one end, but yet they kind of giving it up at the same time. And I think we didn't really, during the disco era in particular, like around I came into my teens and started moving towards later on. We didn't really know. We didn't think a whole lot about the political side of it, and we should have.
Right.
Well, that's the thing. You got to put your tinfoil.
And all that shit.
You gotta put on your tinfoil kufi, bro. That was the plan. Like, as long as you're out here chasing your dick, you are not watching what's going on in the real world. And like, that's kind of like also the black men, like his reputation. Black men, they out here fucking everything. Like, okay, well, if you're fucking everything, you're not learning anything either.
Although to be fair, white guys got caught up too. I mean, the white guys are fucking too. I mean, everybody was.
No, it was the whole nation.
Yeah.
It was the summer of love for everybody, and it never really ended. You know.
Sexual revolution.
Yeah.
The white guys went on to become congressmen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. They can get
lying.
They can get
You ain't
cleaned up
lying,
on the
dude.
back end. That's good. Yeah.
Well, no, not necessarily. Listen, their kids went on to shoot up schools. Their kids are walking around with purple hair, saying that they're girls and they're really boys and shit. Like, their kids got fucked over too.
But that's
It
what
just
I'm saying.
You're talking about
differently.
It goes
the
like
next
with it.
gener-
They were
You're talking about like the next generation or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, so them flower children went to become congressmen. They kids,
And they always
you know?
brag about Martin Luther King to get in the
Yeah.
office. Come on, fam. That's the typical.
they kids was out here, doing all the wild shit. You know what I'm saying?
Real stuff, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were doing
So and then
real
their
wild
grandkids is the one doing heroin and shooting up schools.
That's why these people are not leaving office, because their grandkids ain't worth shit. Little kids. These people
I
die.
think you got a good point, because it's interesting. You don't see like you'll see the white politicians. They will the
They
white
gonna die in office.
politicians a lot of times. Well, but some of them will like kind of pass, from one generation to the
How
next.
many of
I mean, you
some,
got like the
people?
Bushes,
Like
you got
Dick
the
Cheney
Bushes
and the
Kennedys.
Cheneys.
Although a lot of those
Kennedys.
Kennedys, kind of fell off and drugged out and crashed into.
They got
trees and
rehab,
all
though.
kinds of shit too, and crashed airplanes and yeah.
The Kennedys tried it, but man, shit, they all come up with tragedies and stuff.
Yeah, they were cursed, man.
And then the
they were really
Cuomo's, that wasn't working.
Yeah, that it is interesting what happened to, because the father Como, he was, I think he has something in his background or something, because he was actually supposed to have won that election that Clinton won. Everybody expected Cuomo to run in '92, and for whatever reason he didn't, because he was considered to be the real star of the Democratic Party at that time. But for some inexplicable reason, he didn't run. And I think he has some stuff going on that we see kind of got caught up with his son. That's what I think.
But wasn't he part of that ilk where the mafia was making everything legit?
Yeah, I think there was some of that too. I think it could have been some of that too. Because they all kind of tried to, send their kids to Ivy League school, that type of thing.
Yeah. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like
the Michael Corleone plan before,
right.
Before he
he's gonna be a lawyer.
He had to adopt it. I never wanted this life for you, that type of deal.
Hey, let me ask y'all this: What do y'all think? Because I hear this floating around a lot. I don't know if have y'all ever heard the idea that the politicians that are in the White House should be of the same age or of the same generation of the people around them, something like that?
I haven't heard that.
I don't necessarily agree with that.
Okay, yeah, I've been hearing that quite a bit, and because their argument is that these politicians, they're too old, they're out of touch with today's time, so we need new politicians who are a lot younger to update and it's just like I do think it rubs me the wrong way.
I do think honestly, there's a rot in Congress in particular for because of I think you can't have a whole it's like all of them are septuagenarians or whatever. I do think you got to break that at the leadership, the highest leadership level. Everybody's one coronary away. I do think there's got to be some turnover there at some point.
And plus, if we keep everything the way it is or whatever, that means that all these people that 70 plus or what have you are representing us. They know our needs. They know what we supposed to get.
And of course they don't. And they're so inured in all the gamesmanship associated with the current political system. And I mean, and you see how dangerous it is. You really saw how dangerous all that was during this COVID thing.
Oh, and happy
It
Insurrection Day to all those people out there. Happy Insurrection Day.
Yeah, yeah,
Well,
yeah,
I
exactly.
mean,
Yeah.
on the political spectrum,
It is
though, I
Insurrection Day,
mean,
yeah.
on the political spectrum,
Hey, speaking of which, hey, y'all heard that they dragging Kamala Harris right now?
whichever
Oh,
way
tell
you
me
want to
about
look
it. Tell
at
me
it.
about it. What happened?
They are dragging Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris said, and I don't want to take her words out of her mouth, but she said that the tragedy since 9/11. She compared January 6th to 9/11 and the Pearl
Oh,
Harbor
wow.
attacks. They are
wow.
dragging her for that
They're
shit.
not trying to win,
Come on,
man.
man. Jesus.
They're not trying to
Come
win.
on.
You know, Kamala. I mean,
What's wrong with this lady,
God
man?
damn,
She
Kamala.
she can't get shit straight, man. She just can't get right.
They are not
I
trying
mean,
to win.
you know, all right. What the hell was going on in California?
With her?
Yeah.
You saw the stats? It was
What?
like, what, 3,000 and something black men arrested or in
Yeah,
jail.
I don't get how did she I mean, was Willie Brown, did he carry her that much?
I guess because Willie Brown was, I mean, he kind of still is in a way, but he was the man out here.
He was a kingmaker. Yeah, I mean, wow. Wow.
But the thing is, he was the man all over black politics between him and Vernon Jordan.
Yeah, that's true.
They came up with this what they think called you should I think you heard of BAPAC. Where they were
Yeah,
going
because
around.
Vernon Jordan basically put Clinton in the White House.
Yeah, he was. They're all
Ross
pieces of
Perot put Clinton in the White House.
Well, yeah, that too. That's true.
And the thing is, I'm because my stepfather was a political consultant, and he was a part of that thing. I'm gonna ask him how they pull that off, where you take your black politicians from one state and then and then they all go together to another state and rally over that one politician that's running and make sure that they win. They were doing that in different states, and that Willie Brown was over that. That's probably what made him powerful.
Yeah, I mean, it's just amazing to you would have wished he would have picked you would have wished he would have picked a more talented woman.
Yeah, she was talented. Wink, wink.
Well, yeah,
I gotta tell you,
walk her way to the top.
The selection of Kamala Harris and the fact that enough of the black community just accepted her, it only shows the lock that the Democrat controllers really have on their black voter base. Like, they will feed the black voter base anybody. This is damn near a white woman in blackface, and she is fucking the black vice president.
Do you think that okay? Do you think she's running?
Do I think she's running again? God, I hope she does. I want her to run again.
Yeah.
I want her to run for the presidency. Yeah, I hope she runs.
She's running for president?
Yep. Yeah, I'm asking.
She's supposed to. She's the VP. It's her right. So I mean, I want her to do her thing. Like, go listen. Don't go all this way to punk out now. Run for the full office.
That would be suicide for the Democratic Party.
They already hate them after 1 year.
Why would I give a shit about that?
She might not get out the primary.
Well, no, I'm just saying. I don't really care about it either, but that would be suicide for the Democratic Party.
Yeah, they are thoroughly dissatisfied with both of them after 1 year.
Because I'm very curious that who they're going to bring. I keep asking different panels, but I'm very curious who they're going to bring up for the 2024.
They weren't there to be successful.
I thought it was going to be Newsom until he had his fuck ups.
Yeah.
I still think that my theory. I still think it's going to be Newsom because of Pelosi. That's her nephew.
But speaking of Newsom, you mentioned the thing I was just thinking about, and this will likely apply to any Democrat governor you can name. COVID is a giant anchor hanging around any Democrat politician's neck. It might poll well with your base. It might poll, and even among the base, you're going to get some heat. You're going to get heat among your own leftist base and the liberals and all that. So, I don't know how that's going to fly with anybody. This is the big problem Democrats are having across the board.
You mentioned it too. I want you to explain. Please explain.
Yeah.
Can you explain the Candace Owens Donald Trump interview when he talked about this, the the shot and how it.
Well, all right. I can't explain Donald Trump per se, but I'll tell you this. The fact that he said certain things, it pissed off a lot of people, myself included. One, he said the vaccines are like a big, like the greatest creation ever, or something crazy like that. Like, bro, I don't buy that. And then two, he was saying like nobody was dying after taking a vaccine, which is like, dude, you're speaking way too off the cuff now. Like, I think I know what you're trying to say.
He's not saying off. You know what he's doing is that he's the one that speed wrapped those vaccines into play. See,
Yeah.
he was supposed to be reelected. And it was supposed to be a big win. He can't go back and say the vaccines don't freaking work. They'll be like, dude, you the one that fucking made these damn
Yeah,
things. Go there.
he's in a box. He's in a box now. COVID is fucking him up too, and DeSantis is gonna run away like crazy with the election if he plays his card right. Like Trump still got the hot hand right now, but like that was a huge misstep in my opinion. That COVID thing, like this is what I'm telling you. The country is getting sick of the COVID shit, and you know, right wing people with the MAGA hats, we weren't really fucking with it from jump, and now leftists are starting to crack too.
But are they turning on him because of that statement though?
We're not turning on him. It's not that serious, bro. But people are kind of like shaking.
I think the whole thing, like what the only thing that Trump could really do right now is like if you get another presidential candidate that's strong enough, he could throw his followers behind it. But I don't think he has the enough pull right now to try to get back in the office at all. I think it's dead for him.
My theory, I get poo-pooed on when I say this, but my theory is that's what's going to change the game for him is his social media. That's going
Well, look, if you get a Trump DeSantis ticket, that would be a great long-term ticket because the minute Trump gets in, you could be the lame duck Republican president, doesn't matter. DeSantis is now going to campaign for 50 states for 4 years, bro. That's what DeSantis will be doing if they get in, and I think that's how it's going to play out, in my opinion. Trump can get the main ticket. He'll ease us in. Everybody wants him there. He'll do all the stuff that people hate him for doing, but you know he's got to do it anyway. And then DeSantis will just slide right in.
DeSantis is Latino, right?
He may be Italian. I'm not sure. I really don't know. Because DeSantis sounds like more of an Italian last name.
If he's Latino, then he can use him to play the Latino vote.
Well, he's already from Florida, so if he's polling well within his own Cuban voting bloc, I think he could sort of parlay that across the Latino base. You know, obviously there's huge differences as you get away from Florida Latinos, but still, you could probably parlay that somewhat if you ride that wave.
Hey, DeSantis is Italian, y'all.
He's Italian?
Italian descent. He's from Italy.
Hey, but
his family's from Italy and stuff.
But I don't think a governor from Florida can carry the entire country, man. Like, you know, people don't necessarily look at Florida as a bastion of hope. They look at it as a fucking bizarre place that all types of crazy shit just happens.
Dude, don't ever discount what Florida man can do.
Florida man is amazing.
Say hello to my little friend. Oh my god, that's huge.
Yeah,
but I think because and I always say this because remember I was at Instagram, Facebook, all these different other social medias are really censoring people, stuff that they really, and it's not just people on the right that they're censoring, they're censoring everybody, right? When Donald Trump says, "Hey, I got the same social media, same platform, same exact thing as Facebook, IG, whatever, and no censorship," how many people you think is going to go over there and set it off? And I think it's going to be under some metaverse as well. Because the reason why I'm asking this because I was looking at a little documentary about not just his social media, but other stuff. And they were talking about how it could definitely sway voters. So he can have all the people that he's endorsing under him in that social media.
I don't, you know, I think the biggest problem on the social media political standpoint was that literally the government got involved in that and kind of forced a lot of these companies' hands to make a decision on some of this stuff. You only hear about Republicans challenging it as a free speech issue. But the noisemakers, the real noisemakers were a lot of those in the on the left wing of the political spectrum, and they were calling in a lot of these heads of these social media companies to congressional hearings, and these guys are like, man, fuck it, like we'll just go ahead and censor that shit, and that's why you get all these things like you pop up on YouTube with the little COVID disclosures and all this other type BS like that, because that's a lot of government regulation that put pressure on these guys. So I mean, and when you remember Parler, that was another thing that happened with Parler. That's why Parler got shut down, man. They put pressure on Amazon about what was going on over on Parler, and Amazon dropped it from their servers.
Well, the fact that we don't see him much, he's up to something, man. That's what I'm saying. It's something gonna come down. I'm gonna be like, wow, this is gonna be. I think that's where it's gonna really. Even though the media try to villainize him, I think they like the fact that they have something to write about. I think he's going to give people something to write about, talk about, because we're only like what? We only just passed 1 year of this last administration, just 1 year. So we got 3 more years left.
Yeah.
Hey, you talking? I think you talking about Trump.
Yeah. Well, as far as the whole presidential. Yeah, and I'm talking about Trump. Yeah, as far as us not hearing much from him.
Well, Trump right now is busy suing everybody so that he can be in right standing for when he runs again.
I think that's a distraction.
Yeah, he also got to get over that. What happened with that tax situation over in New York?
Yeah, they got his kids in there too.
Yeah, he got to deal with that shit.
Yeah, I think I saw a distraction, man. I think I don't know. I don't believe. I'm not for those people that listen, whatever. I don't have a dog in the race as far as either side. I just call it down the middle, and I'm just looking at the big picture. I think the big picture is leveraging the young technology. I really see that. We talking about health. That's that COVID thing. That's technology. You got politics.
Leveraging in what way specifically? I don't see how you are applying this.
What did you hear?
No, when you said the next big thing would be like leveraging the technology for like the young people.
No. Leveraging the young through technology.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No,
that's what I want to know. What did you hear? Yeah, the young. So think about it. Because I'm talking to I'm talking to like maybe 15-year-olds right now. In 3 more years, they can vote.
Yep, that's my son right there. 15.
3 more years. And
then, how often do 18-year-olds vote as like a general rule?
Well, right now, weed is legal in a lot of states, right? That's your answer.
Well, that doesn't. That just means the 18-year-olds are less likely to come out on voting day.
They're gonna be too high to go.
Come on, really, the 18-year-old voting block isn't the most reliable, from what I understand.
Depends on what you can say to them. That's what I'm saying. What can you say to them to make them come out in drones?
They say it's about, like, according to some stats, that they say it's about 50-50.
There's one thing, and that's the problem with that, and this is why I hate this type of politics. This isn't ideological based politics. This is like bribery based politics. Now it's like, so basically, what are you gonna do? You're gonna give them, you're gonna give them that free college bullshit that all the girls are asking for now. That's what you have to do. Like, seriously, that's what you will have to offer them. That's the one thing they're crying about.
How often political promises are fulfilled anyway?
They're not.
Well, listen, there's ideology, and then there's horse trading, and the two don't always agree.
Yeah, I went back and forth with my mom about that because she was, going on every word that my stepfather was saying. I said, these dudes. I said this years ago. I said, these dudes are crooked, Mom. He said, well, not my baby. And I was like, Mom. I said, everybody's a hand. You can't. What do you say? You can't walk straight in a cricket game.
To me, the biggest thing on the political spectrum is some form of stability in what's going on in the political arena. That way, you could go ahead and, especially if you're a business person, man. Like I'm a real estate guy, so I spend a lot of time on, in that factor. And if we have too much, random change between ideologies, man, it can really fuck up an industry, man. And then also other things that you want to do business wise. So, if I could keep a relatively, not too wild swings between, giving away everything to everybody and, and then not making it where there's no liberalism at all. We got to have some kind of balance there, because both sides have to be able to do something.
Right. Right.
So,
I don't believe you leverage one. I mean, I had to be fair is fair, and there is some leveraging on both sides. The part that I don't like is when things are hijacked over things that don't really help us. I'm like,
right.
That's the part I really don't like.
Like passing $1 trillion spending bills and blowing up inflation. Now,
or like the Department of Education is pushing rainbow stuff in the elementary school.
Yeah,
right. And that's what I mean about horse trading. Like, why, if you have an idea, and this is how corrupt the whole system is. But if you have an idea that is valid, and there's a problem you're actually trying to solve, I shouldn't have to sign off on this pork budget thing so you can have a factory in Nebraska somewhere stay alive. That's the type of shit that happens so you can do the thing that is actually necessary to get done. Like, you have to get away from that type of politics. This is why I said there's like ideology versus bribery, and then the two meet in Washington.
Yeah, but that stuff is absolutely necessary, man. Because a lot of these lower level politicians will never get shit done for their states. They'll never see bills see the light of day without that kind of shit. I mean, it's just, you're never going to get rid of it.
Yeah, because you got to go with it, and just for the sake of everybody else getting some milk for a certain price, or gas price or whatever. And it's sad, man. That's why I'll never go into politics, man. Never. It's a headache. Yeah. And then even when you're doing the right thing, the people that you work with is trying to take you down because your hand's too clean. That's a horrible. I don't see how people can do it, Ruru. I don't see how people can do it, man.
Man, it's a dirty man's game.
Office. He ran for in Chicago, by all places too. Chicago politics.
Well, it wasn't in the city of Chicago, the suburbs. It's actually a thrilling process. I gotta admit, it's almost addictive.
So it wasn't. What do you call it? Brutal as Axelrod and all the people.
Yeah, I mean, I look all through. I mean,
what county?
Illinois, we've had what?
I heard some stories about that.
3 or 4 of the last 8 governors have done federal prison time.
Exactly.
So,
and I like Blanco,
man. There's
Blanco
a certain degree of gladiator sport in Illinois politics overall, especially Chicago politics. But it is a thrilling process from the standpoint of meeting people, debating issues. It's weird because, I ran for office close to 10 years ago. And even now, I'll be, at a local store or something like that. And people will walk up to me and remember that I ran for office. And they'll ask me, are you going to run again? It's too bad you didn't get in there because I was really supporting you. People, they say, the reason why I voted was because of you. That's a very seductive experience. You have no idea when people look at you and say they voted because of you. Very seductive experience.
And
so I understand.
What county were you in?
And the other thing I'll tell you is, ironically, and this is the part you all may not appreciate, but when you run for office, you develop more of a sense of respect for politicians because you understand what it takes. You understand the risk to your person, family, your reputation, working through all the logistics of meeting people, getting on the ballot, getting your ballots challenged by your competitors. It's a very interesting, it's a very competitive experience. It's very thrilling watching the election returns as a politician. Very thrilling. It's like It's like being in a major sporting event.
Yeah.
So what is the difference between between an alderman and a mayor?
Well, in Chicago, I don't know how it varies.
Because we don't have aldermen here.
Yeah, I mean, you have the city council, and Chicago has aldermen, and certain larger villages or towns in Illinois and areas surrounding Chicago have aldermen, but they essentially are the equivalent of Congress.
Congress, okay.
Yeah, they're in terms of they're your primary lawmakers.
Because you know what I'm gonna throw in there, Alderman Davis from Good Times.
Yeah. Yeah, you got a lot of. It's funny. I grew up in a part of Chicago. Our alderman, his name's Alderman. I think it was based on that. In fact, I grew up not that far from the projects that they would present in the intro to Good Times. I grew up not that far from
everything.
There. Yeah. So yeah, we had an Alderman Davis. I would have guessed that area would have it featured in Good Times would have been a part of his district, and he was very similar to the guy featured on Good Times. And actually, my uncle knew him. My uncle knew him very well, and did certain business with him. My uncle was. Thank God he's still here. He was quite an operator back in this day. He used to run clubs, and you'd have a few of your pimps, and my uncle was not. My uncle was an operator back in the day, in the 70s, in the black exploitation era.
Okay.
Yeah.
You had an uncle over there.
Yeah, you'd have Mr. T and those guys come through that type of thing.
Hey, when you were
Mr. T was by, I think even Ali came to one of his clubs back in the day. I think Mr. T was like his body.
You guys had the Vice Lords, right? In the GD.
Yeah.
In the area I was in, we were in the Gangster Disciple area, but there was a diplomatic arrangement because it was kind of in the nexus of the Disciples, the Vice Lords, and then southeast were the Latin Kings. So that was
Max my guess
nice.
about the Latin Kings.
Yeah. In fact, I went to high school with Latin Kings and Vice Lords.
Hey, so they go back that deep, huh?
Yeah. It was the 70s, man. The 70s coming into the 80s, baby.
Yeah. Hey, Black. Like, when you were doing your political stuff, like when you said you were involved in the Burrs, what county were you in? Were you like in Will County or
Cook County?
Like Cook County. You still in Cook County? All right.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I was in like when I was in my 20s. I got married young as well too, but I got involved in a little bit of the political side. I was more involved. Illinois is a Democratic state, so mostly everybody is doing that. I was out in Will County.
Yeah.
And I was a precinct committeeman for a couple years out that way. And I agree with you. Like when you're helping these guys get into office, it is completely different than as a voter. Because I mean, you can literally, in some cases, like depending on what's going on, you can give a call to these guys. You can call them. So you're seeing them like a couple times,
and you can call them, and you got some problem, and you call them, and that problem's gone.
Yeah. So you don't know judges.
It's a very seductive experience. Seductive experience.
So I help,
you see some guy, some dopey looking politician guy, and a whole lot of fine sisters surrounding him because he's the state senator or whatever.
Yep.
He's a state senator or whatever.
Yep. So you'll know like your county commissioners and stuff, and they'll know you by name and face. They'll be like, "Hey, Chris, hey, what's going on?"
Yeah.
And so at the time, like when I was there, I helped one of the state reps get involved, get elected. Linda Holmes was out there in like Naperville, Plainfield. I hope they get elected. We had the Will County Treasurer at the time was Pat O'Brien, I think it was name.
Yeah, I know.
Yep, and Larry Walsh was the president of Will County. He knew him, so that was, and I knew his deputy.
You get invited to these dinners, and $100 handshake type thing.
Right, yeah. It's really it's a donation.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a fundraiser.
But I'm telling you, man, and women are attracted to that kind of environment. It's a different kind of world.
Yeah, it's interesting.
But like I say, I found myself having more respect and regard for politicians, and a little less respect and regard for your typical citizen. Because because everyone's very judgmental towards politicians, and I'm not saying they aren't to be judged, but it's a hell of a thing to be responsible for a $50 million or $100 million budget.
Yeah.
And
everybody needs something too.
Everybody needs something. Everybody does. And which streets get fixed, and just so many things. And of course, if there's ever any kind of crime issue, it's not necessarily easy work. And it's an interesting kind of thing because it's not like most politicians get paid a whole lot of money.
No.
Which I think, by the way, kind of creates or contributes to the inevitable corruption. Because you have, say so, over a $50 million, $100 million budget, and you get paid 30 grand or 40 grand or whatever. So it's kind of a, of course, there's other amenities as well. A lot of other
you get cars and
travel,
stuff like that, depending on what road.
But it kind of contributes to, and I think it contributes to creating these sort of career people who then create all this infrastructure around them, but this infrastructure of corruption around them, and you end up with some guy who's been in office 55 years.
Right. Now, one of the things that I ran across though too, when I would go to those committeeman meetings, a lot of times like they'll have the deputy director of the county, out there and they're talking, and a lot of this stuff, or you have the head of the local political party, right? And a lot of things they were talking about was like, you help them raise funds, you help get these certain people in office, and then here come the jobs behind that.
Yep.
So they were literally encouraging you. The more influence you had in your particular county and your particular precincts would literally put you in position to start a career in the government. And so it was a very interesting thing to experience. And as a 20-something-year-old guy getting involved in that, man, that opens your eyes up to a lot of how the world really works.
Oh yeah, all the logistics of the decision making, the moving of money around, especially putting together the budget and the contracting, all the contracting associated with that budget, who's getting the janitorial contracts, all that good stuff. It's like I said, it's a very interesting insight into how things really work. I wish more of us, we talk, in the Black Manosphere in particular, I wish more of us would run for office. And I think what we should start doing is grooming charismatic young Black men in college to run for office. And obviously support them financially.
I think it's critically important to start like when you're younger. Like, so, I mean, for instance, I think there's two phases where it makes sense to get in there. One is like when you're very young and you don't have a lot of responsibility and you can focus a lot of time because there's a lot of legwork involved in it.
Yeah.
And the other side of it is that,
and it gives you more time to lose, because in the beginning you're gonna lose probably more than win. Right. So you start out 20 years old, you lose this election to be on the board to the library, that kind of thing. But you're not worn out and dejected by the process as a young person. You get older, like myself, since I didn't really get started trying to go into politics until much later. I became somewhat disheartened by losing, although I barely lost the first election. But yeah, I agree, Chris. I wish I had started younger.
Yeah, and then the other side of it, though, the only other time I could look at doing it, like right now, I would lose money running for politics. You know? But like once you get to a point where if you're an entrepreneur and you got that established business, it makes sense. Like guys like J.B. Pritzker run for office or Donald Trump.
I mean, look, J.B. Pritzker was in the Lucky Sperm Club, so I mean, he, you know, I mean, you're up $1 billion the day you're born. You know, come on.
I mean, because like they're established. They don't have to worry about making a living. You know, it's expensive to run, man. It's expensive. And right now, I got a person I went to college with that I don't know how the hell she's doing it, but she's running for Congress. She was in the state in Illinois, and she's state legislator. Ran for governor, lieutenant governor, Letitia Wallace. Okay. And I forgot who her running mate, who was running for governor under, but because I don't live there anymore, so I don't really follow it as much. But she's running for Congress now, for a representative out of Rockford. So you know, I see people like that doing. I'm like, man, you know, good on you. But the thing is that the problem with somebody like that is that she's going to be like a career politician. She like never did shit else. You know, it's like.
Well, you know, that's a common thing now. But like you say, unfortunately, and this is a problem for a lot of black politicians, since most of us do not come from money or have some sort of business infrastructure, major business interests kind of backing us. Right. That's why a lot of us end up in some kind of trouble, because you know, I mean, it's easy to be, you know, if daddy, you know, owns, you know, whatever, you know, car dealerships or whatever, you know, you're not looking necessarily to cut a deal, because you're already, you know, already have family wealth, and that's why you hear black politicians very often get into trouble of some sort.
Yep. Now, one of the things I looked at though, because you know, I'm in Texas now, so. And I'm pretty established in my career. I've been, you know, I do decent. So, what I'm thinking that potentially once our children get grown, or at least, you know, older, both of them, I got a younger one, that my wife might go into politics, and I'll back her, so that way I can kind of still, you know, keep the finances going. So I mean, that's another strategy. I mean, these are kind of strategies.
I wish more of us would run, and particularly as black men, I wish we would run for school boards.
Well, that's where it starts. Yeah, it starts with the school board.
I think we need to target and take over these school boards, because you know, we talk a lot about education, black boys in particular not getting the educational training they need, and you can easily go in districts all over the country, well, particularly those of black communities, and very easily can see an entire board of females. I mean, and they're gonna make all the major contracting decisions, and usually what you see, or very often what you see, you might see a board full of black women, but all the people who are bringing 7 and 8 figure contracts in front of them are white men.
Oh, you just hate black women, Uru. That's why you say that.
Exactly. So you know, it's a weird kind of phenomenon to see. This $20 million building, this $40 million bond issuance, and they're just kind of rubber stamping shit, man.
And the thing is that, I mean, I think a lot of these people don't really understand how that game works, man. Like, I mean, it's real easy to. Typically, when I said how to sell to the government, a lot of time those bids were really written for a particular vendor, and other people were allowed to bid on them. And that's a game that some of these predominantly black areas may not have gotten. Now in Dallas, they have definitely mastered that area. in Dallas County and DFW out of Dallas.
Yeah, bid rigging and
yeah. So I'm like, who's going to get that is going to get it, But in other areas where it's predominantly black, I don't think we necessarily understand how to do things that better our community with giving the business that keeps it in the community, and it's just unfortunate, man.
Well, they come in with a lot of stuff they have to clean up, and by the time they get close to cleaning it up, it's time to run again. That's how bad it is, man. And then the fact that you weren't able to clean it up fast enough, that could be used against you. That's why it's easy for you to be replaced.
Or it can be very expensive to clean it up, which means you got to raise somebody's taxes.
Taxes, right?
Which is not going to help you at the polls either.
Yeah. So I mean, there's a lot of different challenges, that go into it, and it's at some point.
But it's a thrilling. Let me tell you, there's nothing like going door to door to get petition signatures. Yeah. People invite you into people invite you into your home. They give you coffee and coffee cake and argue with you about the school system. It's a wonderful experience. I gotta say, very seductive experience. Very seductive.
What about them signature votes? I mean, them not.
You go to to get your petition signatures, and here's the thing, Art, and this is the thing that I was pleasantly surprised by, was how gracious most people were. I think that's the part that really I expected people to not want to be bothered, but like I said, I spent like an hour in some old white woman's house, right? And we were just going to talk. She was talking about how the neighborhoods changed over the last 40 years, that kind of thing. You know what I mean? And I did that though because she knew everybody in the area. So I knew if I could get on her good side, she was going to talk me up to the whole community. Because she had seen everybody grow up, come and go, move in. The woman keep the house after the divorce and marry the next guy. She knew everything about everybody's business, everybody's children's business, just sort of, and you discover that when you're running for office, like who are the sort of town criers, if you will, who spreads the information in the community, who's got the ear of the people that matter, sort of thing. Yep. So it's a thrilling experience. I wish I had done it when I was younger, though. I wish I, like Chris said, I wish. It's definitely something I would definitely encourage if you got some young man, a son, nephew, or whatever, who is kind of political, charismatic, obviously well-spoken, ideally, maybe good-looking.
Me, Mr. Z, me. No, I'm playing.
Get them to run for the local library board or, something, the dog catcher thing, whatever, just to kind of get him started and, and build up his resume so that, okay, now he's 30, 2 years old and he's actually eligible to run for Congress now.
And another tip though for people that want to get started politically with very low risk and a lot fewer challenges. Once you get involved in it, because it's very difficult to do it as independent. You're going to have to pick a party. I don't care what your political affiliation is. It's just good to be involved. But start with your political party and then find out, within that party how are they structured? Because a lot of times there's elected officials that aren't like precinct committeemen, and it's different in every state, in every county. They have different things, and you have rights that you will go ahead and oversee the voting polls. So, like when I was a precinct committeeman, I decided who the judges were, that were going to be at the polls.
That's a powerful position, and potentially there's a lot of potential corruption associated with that position.
There is
a lot of slim shady shit happens.
It is
with those
And then-
judges, man. Yeah.
Yep. And then you can actually go and audit the polls because you were the elected person over that poll.
Yeah, that's true.
So I could go there anytime I want, and I could pull the receipts and like show me what the votes look like.
Yeah.
You know, and they'll have to show it to me because I had the political authority to do so. And it's a very interesting, a thing. And then on top of that, you're also reaching out to constituents in your precinct to encourage them to actually go vote. You could actually register people to vote as well too. So there's a lot of different things you can do.
Oh yeah, no, I've registered. My own personal self, I probably have registered at least 1,000 people to vote over the years. And not only have I registered people, but I've also sponsored the training of other registrars. So I've sponsored probably somewhere about 200 people to be well, at least here in Illinois, we refer to them as voting registrars. So in addition to myself having registered people to vote, I've also sponsored through an association I created, sponsored about somewhere in the range of about 170 to maybe 200 people to register people as well. So
So I actually missed this part. Forgive me if I missed this. What cities did y'all run in, or were y'all active?
I was in Cook County in Illinois.
Okay.
I was L.A. and Carson.
I was in Will County in Illinois, which is just north of Cook County.
Cook County. Yeah.
I will be in Data Broward
South
County in Florida.
South Cook County.
Yeah, I had a friend who was running and he was trying to get in St. Louis, Missouri, and I sat down with him a while back because I didn't really know a lot about politics at the time. I think one of the most shocking things for me, and it might seem apparent to y'all, but it wasn't apparent to me, was, and I think Uru just hit it right on the head. Like, your political, whatever your stances are politically, can have absolutely nothing to do with which party you run in. It really just depends on the politics of the city and stuff. Because like the gentleman that I was talking about, his politics were more Republican, but because he was black, he felt like he had to get in with the Democratic Party to get a footing. And so I sat down with him, and it was very interesting how the political game is played. He said there was a lot of House of Cards. He said that show is very realistic to how they do dealings in
the horse trading
political sphere.
That's definitely to some degree it works.
Yeah. And then the other thing though too is that like right now, if you are more conservative, and black people are a lot more conservative than we get credit for. I mean, to be honest with you. But if you are in a right-leaning state, if you run Republican, you'll be surprised how much support you would get politically. I mean, you would get a shit ton of support. It's just one of those things that like right now is if you're willing to do that, without being in fear of being called a sellout or something of that sort, then I mean it's completely possible. So and that doesn't mean because you're running under one political affiliation or not doesn't mean that you're not going to do things that are good for your people. That
is a weird. That's such a weird thing about black politics.
I just want because it's something that Chris just said, and that's the frightening part. Because we see this on the left and the right with black people in specific. I will remind y'all of Simone Sanders when she was pressed in those interviews about the crime bill, and she had to. That was an overreaction, right? Like she was doing that because everybody knows what that was, and to see her as a black woman essentially run interference. I mean, she really did tackle somebody for this nigga, but essentially run interference for Joe Biden.
God damn.
You see what I'm saying? Like, and then on the conservative side, when you see some people like Buddy Roll with Tim Scott, I'm like, you see, that's when, as a black person in specific, the Democratic Party and the Republican Party both need the black face to not seem racist, right? And they're both playing the game
with those. I mean, like, what is? And I'll shut up in a minute. But what is Candace Owens? I mean, she's not in politics as of yet, but what is she but to obscure the fact that 94% of black women voted for the Democrats? Like, the Republicans cannot address that without sounding racist as fuck, right? They just can't. So they have people like Candace Owens. I'm just saying.
Well, that's the trap right there, and that's kind of you sort of dovetail into what I wanted to talk about. This weird cognitive dissonance within black politics, right? So somebody just spoke about how a black person can run as a Republican, like being ideologically pure or whatever, as a Republican, and get support from, guess who? So-called racist white Republicans. Yeah. And the irony about that is you will get treated with more aggressive disrespect from your own so-called black base, the black Democrats and the white Democrats, your white allies. They will treat you with far more disrespect than the alleged racists ever would. And that's the weird thing about black politics. So, like, when you bring up Candace Owens, I think that's a weakness in Republicans too. And I don't know if they can fight their way out of it without black faces like Candace Owens, but you kind of have to lean into the truth and just listen, let the racism wash over you, bro. They're going to call you a racist no matter what. And so just lean into it, bro.
Conservative, when you speak because you're right. So let me put that out there first. You're right. I think the issue then becomes, is your politics what's best for the majority or a significant number of black people, right? So if one of the issues you run into with more conservative politics is some of the notions of like rugged individuality and meritocracy and all of this other stuff that may not necessarily be that great for black people, right? So like even when you take race out of it, you're still looking at a group of people that are largely lower middle class, working poor, if they lucky, solidly middle, they super lucky, upper middle, but we got a handful of that. Go ahead.
I got to challenge you because you roll past the crux of it right there. I would tell you it's racist to think that black people cannot be competitive.
Yes.
I'm not saying that they're not. I'm saying that the game is rigged in a way that they're not.
I would tell you that you have to win. And that is your goal.
I think that sounds good. That's abundance mindset bullshit. I just don't agree with that.
Well, maybe you don't. But the African who literally fought his way out of a war-torn jungle shithole is going to come over here, and his kids are going to do better than yours. Because
that's not true, by the way. Yeah, that's not true. That's not. I don't know why we use the outliers of African society to talk about Africans being well off. Like Africans are not.
I'm not saying Africans in Africa.
I'm talking about the Africans here. No, I know what you're saying.
The ones that make it here are becoming a competitive group, and they don't live by that. The game is rigged rule. So you let that sink in.
Let me ask you a question. Z.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
Did Trump? Can you think of anything that Trump did that hurt black men?
Dude.
No, not outright.
Okay. Now I ask you because nor can I, by the way.
Me neither.
And I'm gonna pierce the veil here to make a hard point. I voted for Trump.
No.
I am no
How
Republican.
could you?
I am no Republican.
Guru.
I am no Republican. I am no conservative. I ask myself that basic question: what did Trump do to hurt black men? And I couldn't think of a damn thing he did to hurt black men. I couldn't think of one fucking thing. I looked, I thought, I agonized over it. I couldn't think. To me, the only fireable offense of Trump, and it wasn't even all on him, was the bungling of COVID. That's it.
Yeah.
I couldn't think of anything about it. I thought all the shit about the Russian shit was bullshit.
Yeah.
All the
I agree.
I thought that was all bullshit in theater and all about creating a favorable electoral environment for the Democrats. That was it. That's all that was. You know, all that activity, all those hundreds of millions of dollars, they wasted countless amount of money on all for what? What came out of that?
Yeah.
Now, again, I am no conservative. I am no conservative. I am no Republican. For me, it was very simple. I asked myself, how was I harmed by the Trump presidency? I couldn't think of one damn thing.
You know, the other thing though too, man, is that Trump had more black men votes than any other Republican.
That's a fact.
In recent times.
How you think it's going to be in 2024?
Man, it was.
Well, his numbers went up with every demographic. It's funny that we say that because Trump's numbers went up with every demographic except for white men. I think it went down a couple points with white men, right? And so it's very possible that if Trump just sounds just a smidge sane this election, just teeny bit, he definitely could sweep this election. He definitely could sweep this election.
You know, just tamper down on the redneck shit. You know, you know, they're in your camp, so
that's the voter base, though.
Why pander to them? They're already in your camp, right? They're not going to vote for Biden, so you know, just tamper down the redneck banjo playing bullshit.
I think that's what got him over the edge.
He'll probably win.
He should have treated them like the Democrats treat black people.
Yeah.
But you know what's crazy? Think about this for a minute. Think about this. Because
like your typical side bitch.
Yeah, because you got the rednecks, right? But you got other quote unquote minorities that side with the rednecks.
Well, that's true, but I'm just saying, look, there's a margin of black people who want to vote for Trump. But they gag a little bit when they see that motherfucker with the tinky lamps and that shit.
Yeah,
but come on, man.
You know.
Oh,
so just,
happy Insurrection Day again, everybody.
You know, don't get too comfortable with that shit. You know, and you know, just don't. Like I said, a lot of people wanted to support a lot of black. Did and more. Like I said, I think the only reason he lost the election was because of COVID. By the way, yeah, that's the only reason he lost. You know.
Yeah,
so,
but I
a conglomeration of things.
I mean, you did make a good point though. But we do got to get away from that that whole idea that if you vote Republican, you're siding with the racists. Because, I mean, honestly, if you're voting with the left, you're siding with all this just
you just
gender
side with the
fluid
racists.
and all this.
Yeah, you're exactly. I was about to say that too, Black Room.
So if I have a choice between the two, I'm a side with the
more
for lack of better words, I'm a side with the good racists as opposed to the bad racists.
What is the saying? The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
He treats me good. He feeds me.
But I didn't have a problem with the Trump presidency. You know, I thought it was very entertaining.
But you said, Mr. Z, you made a good you said something interesting. You said that Trump had an uptick in every racial demographic except for white men.
Yep.
What does that tell you right there, man? That's there's
a lot of liberal ass
the
white
implications of that.
Well, you know what I think that is too, and so me and PK talk about negative liberty all the time. I think this was also a backlash of everybody being like, "Yo, shut up and stop telling me how bad this man is. Stop badgering me with, oh, he's the worst thing that ever happened since Hitler." Like, yeah, no, right? I think a lot of that was a backlash to the media just constantly telling you this man took a deuce and he spent one too many minutes in the bathroom. Like it just was ridiculous, right? And like Black Uru was saying, Russiagate, like people were tired of that after the first couple weeks, but like literally his entire term, you just badge it. Russiagate made some of the most partisan people, but some of the most intelligent people in the media look like complete idiots because they just couldn't own the fact that Trump won fair. He won.
You know,
they just couldn't come to terms with it. So they just ended up looking like complete idiots for 4 years, saying, "Oh, it's Russia, oh, it's the Ukraine connection over here," and
come on, man.
The
dossier.
The the other thing I think that
Shout out to
might
Rachel
have,
Maddow. My bad. Go ahead, conservative. Yeah.
you
Looking
know,
like
the
a
other thing
whole
I think
idiot.
that might have hurt him though in the
That's Frank Sinatra. That's not racial matter. No, I'm joking.
Right.
That's messed up. No, but I think the other thing that might have hurt him on that second on his presidential run was he got a lot of negative press on just his commentary, man, on his day-to-day shit, man. He was just way too exposed to the general public on random issues. And I'm just like, dude, you don't have to comment on every fucking issue that's in pop culture, you know?
Well, that's how he came up. He couldn't turn it off. Yeah. I agree with you.
But once you're in the president, man, a lot of people have a certain picture of what they imagine the president should look like. They have this fantasy in their mind of how it should be, and in a lot of cases, I just wish I too was like, dude, I wish he would shut up. I like his policies, but I hated his social presence. You know,
you know what? I never paid much, and I'm trying to think. When was the last
the
time?
theatrics of it all?
I'm trying to think. When was the last time I paid? I think the last president I really paid much of attention to, you know, in terms of his behavior, was Reagan.
Ronnie.
I mean, after Reagan, I never really. To me, after that point, it was all about policy.
Yeah.
It was all about policy, horse trading, you know, whatever sort of dealing, you know, you can get done that was favorable for the country between both parties. That was the only thing that mattered to me. People used to jerk themselves off to how wonderful Obama was. I found Obama to be boring, you know, all of this, you know, this sort of affectation of being this great orator and whatever. And I'm not so much
pretentious asshole.
Pretentiousness, yes, that was a part of it. But more than anything else, I got turned off on how great everybody else thought he was.
Second that.
You sound like my dad.
He's such a great, you know, whatever. I'm like, just handle our business. You know,
Low-key Jesse was better. Oops.
So his anthropic behavior or malaprop behavior, Chris, I ignored most of it. I just wasn't really interested enough in the day-to-day of it for it to really matter to me.
I hear you, man, and I think some of that might be because I don't know your age, but I'm gonna take it that you may be a little bit 60. Older than I am. 60. Yeah, because I'm in my 40s, and I'm looking at the voting block. So you got like pretty much people start paying attention. Probably I'll say about 30s, you know, and up, and a lot of us are more connected in the social media space than you would imagine, like than a lot of guys that are a little bit on the older stuff.
So you're being bombarded with his, you know, frivolity,
man.
You know,
every fucking day.
Everywhere we go, everywhere we go,
every fucking day. It's like, damn.
And I want to distinguish something real quick: class versus class. How the left uses class and how the right uses class to bombard and just badger and beat up black people with, right? So the left uses class, essentially the Kanye line, right, on the interview where he was like, you know, class is really the issue. It's really not about race, right? Which is, it sounds nice, but it's bullshit because these rich niggas be dealing with some of the racist shit too. It's just way more hidden in that space. So that's how the left uses class against black people, right? Where, if we could just elevate you with some of these class-based programs, then you'll be okay, and you know the race shit won't be an issue. Bullshit. On the right, they use class where it's like respectability, right? Well, if you would just pull your pants up and speak like this and move like that and act like this, then your race won't really be an issue because you would have, air quotes, proven yourself. And let's talk about how dehumanizing that is. Proven yourself to white people that you are worthy of respect. So that's how both the left and the right Art's on it today, right? So that's how the left and the right both use class as a badgering weapon against black people in different ways, right? In different contexts. Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you, conservative. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just switch my setup.
Hey, you real low. God damn.
Yeah. But conservative, were you able to hear how I spoke about class and how the left uses class and how the right uses class against us? Yeah.
That's kind of what I wanted to respond to, and especially that whole last bit about respectability politics. Like that, I think if you really had to pick your poison, I would probably still lean towards the right wing approach that you just sort of talked down on, and specifically this issue of respectability politics, right? Once we threw respectability politics out the window, we have no moral baseline in our own community now. And so how can we expect to even compete with
I know
groups
how.
who haven't thrown away the basics of like forming a civilized society? Because that's really what respectability politics was really getting at. How do you actually function as a civilized society? Like, how does this group of people actually behave and relate within their own circle, and how do they get things
Well, let
done?
me ask you.
You're
this.
talking about. I'm sorry.
Let me ask you this then: is it possible to come up with our own without aligning with the people that appear to not like us?
I am less concerned about it being a black thing more than I am with it being a effective thing. It matters not whether it's a black thing. If black people are doing the thing that makes black people effective, I really don't care what
It's a black
line of
thing by you
fucking
saying black
genetics the
people.
ideas come from.
It's a black thing by you saying black people. You know that, right?
But that's my point. You're the one saying that this idea of respectability politics is somehow unblack.
No, I said like you come, you come with your own.
Conservative. So because I'm the one who brought it up.
If it's effective,
Well, but to me, it's not because it's been weaponized against you. Right. That's the whole point. You don't live in a vacuum. That when we talk as black people, we got to stop talking like we live in a vacuum. There is no black land. Right? Yeah, we live in certain hoods and we live in certain, maybe even a couple of blocks. That's an upper middle class black neighborhood. But we live in a predominantly non-black society, predominantly white society. So these things can be and often are weaponized against you. So even internally, when you know what, I'm gonna make sure I'm respectable to my elders. I mean, like y'all heard me speak on this space. Y'all see the respect I show BGS, Black Uru, even people I disagree with in this space. Older Bernard Riley when I go on there, like. But I understand that shit could be used against me and is often used against black people, including me, black, right? Yeah. By pretty much saying the reason why we're treating you like this is because your group that you belong to aren't respectable enough for me to not give you this job or not do this for you, right? Or just go ahead.
Yeah.
I think we're using the phrase respectability politics a little bit. For one, I think it kind of comes from an idea where like you can't really just prop yourself up to speak for the black community when you're like your record is trash. You know, a lot we have that phenomenon in the community where people, you know, they go from one life and now they, you know, the pimp to pastor sort of route. That kind of gets at what respectability politics is also talking about here. And then
that's exit out a lot of people though. Remember Malcolm?
Well, you X yourself out. That's not my problem.
But you know, I would say that it's sometimes just a matter of decorum. You know, I mean, yeah. when you're addressing a group, there's a certain level of decorum that you have to have. If you go into certain places, there's a certain look and feel that you should have, and there's certain rules that are socially acceptable in those particular circles. If you want to move in those circles, you can't come in there and just make your own set of rules and expect them to respect that. It's like, I mean, you're not going to let somebody come in your house and do things that are, you know, disrespectful to your house. You know, if
perfect example, and everybody will remember this vividly. Twerking on the table in the black man's restaurant, and they got the nerve. They had the fucking gall. I'm arguing with people on Bernard Riley panel talk about let them twerk, bro. That was fucking said. Let them twerk, and this is an extension of our refusal to accept the responsibility of morality politics, respectability politics. It mattered, bro, and because we dropped the ball, we failed to hold the line on the fucking concept of being respectable. We can't even make the point amongst our own people.
Yeah. So
the issue.
I'm sorry.
It's not that I disagree with you gentlemen. This has been my observation of white people over the course of my life. They will find something that some of us are doing that, for whatever reason, is deemed to be substandard socially. And they will firebomb this shit across the rest of us.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so when you talk about disrespect, look, we're never going to get 100% of Negroes wearing suits and ties. It's always going to be 10% of us, looking crazy or acting crazy. And so my issue with the respectability of politics is it's like trying to hit a damn bullseye on a train that's moving 500 miles an hour. I mean, you're just not gonna be able to make that perfect shot. Of course, to the extent that all Black people, or that they're not going to be able to find some significant percentage of Black people that misrepresent us. And this is something that white people have done historically to Black people in this country. I mean, they've always found some negative imagery of Black people and use that to exaggerate it across the rest of us. So that's the issue I have with the respectability thing. You're never going to get. There's always going to be some bitches somewhere twerking, right?
Yeah,
there's always going to be some dude
Black,
somewhere sagging.
I don't think that's the point that we were really making. Is the point that we're really making is that it's not that you can't look across the board and people minding their own business in their private world, doing things that are
somebody's echoing
or break decorum or that you would find normally acceptable. I think the issue is that when we're looking to be a part of an institution, then we need to look at what is the decorum of that institution before we step foot in that place, and then try to match what is expected of the members of that institution. And I think that's what it is, and it's not a racial thing. It's more of a if it's something that says, oh, you have to be white to be in here. Well, that's we're not accepting those type of situations.
I mean, like, what has said that since 1970? Like, they don't say that anymore. They're never going to say that anymore. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was getting at that to where you come up with your own, because when you're using other people's standards, it like Black Guru said, it lets them demonize certain aspects of what you consider respectable. So
this is so much bullshit, bro. There is no right way to do the wrong thing. There are very few ways.
There's some Italian mobsters
thing.
that would disagree with you. I'm fucking
because you know what?
Again,
now
we're gonna live by the rules of criminals. No.
The reason why I would call hold on. The reason why I would call your stuff bullshit is because basically we're talking about Black issues. I don't care if you speak.
There is no Black morality.
Hold on, fam. Hold on. If you're in a Black space and you telling people there is no Blackness, then basically you're lying to yourself.
So morality changes with Blackness.
Has nothing to do with morality.
But that's what I'm trying to get to you. No. The baseline of respectable behavior has no color line. And you keep trying to make it like a color thing by saying we're going to have our own thing. Well, you know what? We've been working on that since the 70s, and now all the bitches are pregnant, and our 20-year-old men are virgins, and they don't want to deal with these women because they make their own rules.
How does the right treat people with dreadlocks, fam? Go.
I don't care, bro. If you want the job, do what it takes.
No.
If you want the job, if you want the job, do what it takes.
No, but Hoodservative, here's the thing. Because morality is not an absolute. I know we don't want to hear that. It's not an absolute. And if the standard that's being set is being set by a group of people that don't fuck with you anyway, whether they're saying, "Oh, we're doing this because you're Black," we're talking about the Southern strategy type shit, right? They're not gonna say we're doing this because these Black people. Like, I think the shit is so like free flowing now. They don't even think they're doing it because you're Black people. They're just doing it and then excluding you, and it just so happens to be it excludes 90% of Black people. Oh, too bad. We weren't trying to do it because you were Black, but it just happened to be that way. We that's something that we have to acknowledge. That's the world we live in. We don't live in a vacuum. And the things that the power elite, the wealthy, the politicians are doing, saying, advocating for does have an adverse effect on Black people morality or no morality, right?
You know what's interesting?
Can I ask a question real quick? What are Black people's, as a collectively? I know we can go differently, but What would you say overall, collectively, do Black people value?
Collectively. I mean, as far
And
as
that's the problem. That dead silence was the problem right there.
Oh no,
We
no, no!
don't have
Because
it.
that's a loaded question. Because it's so
Yeah.
many things that we value. So I think the silence is what are we thinking about as far as what comes
Right,
first.
right, right. Because I think that's what if we could get to the root of that on a collective thing that all Black people value that is able to push us forward, that would be an immense help, because it
If
just seems
you
like
ask white people the same thing.
I could tell you the basic white people answer would be God,
Please tell me
family,
that
and
in a blank
country.
space. Tell us.
You know,
Tell us.
I think
No,
that-
God, family, country. It's like a stereotypical answer because it's been
And you
laid
tell
out,
me that
and you
most white
no,
folks
no,
think
no,
that,
no,
too?
you, no, no,
And
no.
who's
I'm not saying
conservative?
I'm not
Who's
saying white
conservative,
people created the idea.
You
I'm
telling me
saying
that
that's
most
how they
white
will.
people would say God, family, and what else?
No, that is a
Country.
stereotypical white American answer. Yes, that is
Oh,
the
that's a
stereotypical white American. Yeah, what the fuck you think? I just made that up?
No, I don't think. I think I actually agree with conservatives on this one. That would be their answer. Now, whether they really believe it and whether they truly practice it, especially saying God first, that's a different question. But that probably would be the majority answer. I agree with that.
The problems there is that as a collective, we have no concept of why we should have core values, what those core values should be, and how we should act them out. So even if they're faking the funk on God, family, country, at least they have some shit to point at to say, all right, that's what I should be doing. I just acknowledge I'm not living up to it now.
Right. And I think realistically, like, you know, I had to take a second to think, because you got to take away your own, because we got our own personal goals, and I was thinking on a broader spectrum on like the average Black person, because I'm not an average person, like in terms of like,
I asked that question. That's not a trick question. That's not trying to slip anybody up. I genuinely
No, that was a good question. That's a good question.
Yeah,
It
let
plays
me
into
finish
politics.
up though. Let me finish it up though. Let me finish answering your question though. So I think the average Joe, because I'm in housing, so I deal with a lot of people, and I think the average person really just wants to live in a safe community, be able to pay all their bills, and raise their kids, you know, without struggling month to month to figure out how the hell to feed these children that they got. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I think that's really what people are really looking to do, like live a peaceful, normal freaking life. I don't think that the average person has a problem with they want to be able to find a job that can pay their bills and where the boss ain't riding their ass all day. You know, those are the kind of things that I think the average Joe is content with. You know, but what we're dealing with a lot of times is that we're robbing Peter to pay Paul.
Yeah.
You know, we're fighting with the landlord to not get kicked out. We're fighting with our boss to keep our job. You know, we're fighting with our spouse or your baby dad or baby mama to figure out, you know, who's helping out with this kid. And you're fighting with school, your kid failing. You know, that's what we're dealing with. And I think we're just tired of dealing with that. So the result of it is a lot of fantasy driven in the Black community. So that's what we're looking at Instagram and we're dreaming about rap life, and then we get pissed off about it, and now you know your kids are growing up.
Damn, Chris, you stepping all on my toes. I was gonna bring that up. Keep going. Because, yeah, no, you're right.
But I mean, that's what's happening though, man. So we start living out these freaking childish fantasies, man, and as adults. So I mean, I see some of the most egregious things, man, and unfortunately, you know, I gotta deal with this shit sometimes, you know. And,
right.
So, and
you know,
don't get me wrong. In some neighborhoods I go into,
conservative. I was thinking what you said: God, family, and country, right? You know, those are all very masculine aspirations. Those are very masculine aspirations. And I think when I attempt to find some similar sort of succinct ethos for Black people, I think what is missing is that masculine center. You know, when the Germans refer to, you know, Germany as Deutschland or the fatherland or whatever.
Father.
That's a masculine model for being a citizen. That's Odin or Woden or Zeus, or I mean that's a very kind of when you think about or like the Marines, unit, corps, God, and country, those are very masculine and very succinct and indelible sources of inspiration. We don't really have those as black men. We don't have those as black men.
Well,
Conservative
yes
said
and
that it
no.
was,
Yes and no.
conservative said that it was he said it was a stereotype. Is that a negative stereotype, conservative?
No, it's not a negative stereotype. It's basically a part of the Americana ethos, like that God, family, country thing is just sort of become baked into the cake. American is apple pie, all that
but
cliche
they're
shit.
actually more important than that, hood conservative, because God is God.
Well, that's it, Black Guru.
Hold on. What won't you do for God? And then your country is your country you love, that you would fight and die for. Well, next to God, what's more important than that? Those are very potent sources of inspiration, particularly for men.
Yeah, I mean, and those are my values personally. It's
but let's look at the black people as a whole. Well, we lost God essentially to whatever the hell the black church is now, frankly.
Yeah. But you see what I'm getting at.
We have an antagonistic view of ourselves as being Americans and citizens because of the history of this country and whatever. So even being an American isn't a source of inspiration for us the way it would be to someone who came here voluntarily and from Sicily or whatever and built a life for themselves or India or whatever. And I mean, do we even have to mention why?
Don't say family.
We don't even have to mention why family is not a great source of inspiration for black men. I mean that's almost like a cringing sort of image for. So we don't really have. We don't have anything, any rallying, very sort of clear source of rallying of inspiration. We don't have
This
that.
is why I take issue
Can I get
with all
in
the
here,
pro-black stuff.
conservative? Yeah, because I wanted to get my answer in too. Also, go ahead.
No, hood conservatives. What would you say, hood conservative?
All right, just two seconds, real quick. This is why I take issue with all this pro-black stuff, because no matter what you think you're doing, you're trying to reinvent the wheel, and this wheel has been rolling efficiently for a long time, and you don't need it to be black.
I don't get it. Explain that even more.
We'll come back to it. Somebody else wanted to talk.
I can explain. Mm-hmm. I'm really starting to really understand how truly how powerful the educated argument has been on the psyche of black men now, like true. Because on the one hand, you're not doing enough. A lot of the things that you accomplish in life is not because you had people guided properly in your family. Somehow, some kind of way, through your testicular fortitude, you find some kind of way to get your hands on the right information, connect with the right kind of person. They orient you into a way of thinking. You get on your path. You go out here and achieve, and based on the society that you live in, you demonstrate, that you have some modicum of success. But then when you come to your group, when you think a certain way, you're automatically put into a category where you're considered to be anti-black. I think it was a very important question that I think Chris posed as what are black people's values, because that should have been immediately, family should have been the number one word that was brought to bear. And the
Did he
fact
ask
that
what
there
it
was
should
such a
be or
silence.
what is? He asked what it should be or what is.
No, I was asking what are as a, like collectively.
What are collectively?
What would
Yeah.
you what would you say that what would you say most black people in this country, what would you say they value?
Because I think what it should be is what Rael is saying, but what are, that's a big one.
Yeah, exactly, and that's my point. And so it's we keep having to come back to this family issue. See, there's no way that we're going to address any issues that's relating to black people or black pathology or whatever you want to call it if you don't address the family unit. That's the most basic unit. People in this country who are representing success, including black elite, use the family structure to build generationally throughout time. You look at Otis Graham's book when he opens up the book. He opens up the book with Reginald Lewis. He opens up the book saying that Reginald Lewis came to him understanding that even he had came into this money, there was a certain subset of black people that were on a different kind of level in terms of family pedigree. So when you start talking about things like family pedigree, you're not talking about something that's exclusively for black people. You're talking about something that is exclusively for elite black families. That's something that's completely different. He had the money, but he didn't have the family pedigree, just like Bill Cosby. Bill Cosby had family pedigree. His wife has the elite family pedigree, Spelman background and all of that. He married into that elite family pedigree. And so when you start talking about the family structure, now you're going to have to start asking tough questions now. Now you're going to have to start. See, you see, your mom can't say, I don't know where your dad is, because now all of a sudden her behavior is called into question, because it's like, okay, well, why weren't you married to dad? And now you got to start asking and answering fundamental questions that 70, 80 years ago was the norm. Like, this is what it is. This is what, blah, 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 blah. This is your father. This is the side of the family. And so now you got generations of children who don't know their father's side of the family because the family structure is so broken by the women in the group who don't even value marriage, let alone a family. All this other stuff is really just a circle jerk, because at the end of the day, if I came on here and said black women should be able to go on here and have kids out of wedlock, should be able to have it doesn't matter if their sons can't read and can't process information, people are going to look at me like I'm stupid. But if I turn around and say, well, they should carry themselves properly, they should be more disciplined with their womb and things like that, you have black people that's saying like, oh, you're trying to live up to a white standard. Well, wait a minute. If you go back to the times of Booker T, even Booker T said that black people, we had a moral authority over white people. He was saying that we had a higher standard in terms of morality over white people, and that's coming from a people who were being physically and sexually abused in the slave experience. And even he was saying that we had a more Booker T. He said we had a moral authority over white people.
No, so you know who else said that? One was, who else said? Jesse Lee Peterson. I remember he was saying how when he was a little kid, he didn't even know that black people commit crimes and sin. He thought only white people broke the law when he was a kid.
Right, exactly. So what I'm saying, matter of fact, Alex Jones said when he was I forgot who he was interviewing. It was a black pastor, and he said that his dad said that when they were coming up, black people were the most well-behaved people in terms of family and things like that. He was like, shit, we was the one that was getting in trouble more than black people were. And this was Alex Jones saying this. And so this notion when it comes to black respectability is one of the worst type of arguments to make against black people, because it makes it seem like we're supposed to be some uncivilized degenerates out here, as if white people are the standard bearer for morality. Even Malcolm X said white people are not the standard for morality.
Well, that's
So
I think you're saying it.
they don't
Wait, hold on,
they don't own morality. They
I
don't
think
own morality, and nobody is out here advancing that their kid. I've never said that a young black boy should be out here selling dope. I never said that a young black female should be out here shaking on the pole and selling her ass. We're saying the complete opposite. But when we say the complete opposite, people are trying to relegate it to a white standard, as if white people are the standard bearer for morality, and they're not.
I think that you're saying the same things I'm saying, but the other way around as far as titles. So the thing is that that's you're kind of saying what I was trying to say to Conservative, as far as them being the standard and everybody should be under their umbrella. Whereas when you go in with like China, they got their own, man. Hell, Africans, they got their own, right? The thing is that when you're letting people define you based on what you, as far as all the stuff across the board, like crime and drugs and out of wedlock, that's across the board. But we're talking about other stuff too, because when you're talking about pull yourself by the bootstraps or whatever, the other one is how you carry your hair, how you carry yourself, how you speak, all those kind of things comes out to be cultural. But sometimes the people that try to put